In the 12th month, the city was covered in white. The old woman pushed open the decayed door, coughing as she entered. She picked up the freezing baby, whose face was red from the cold, and while feeding it soup, she gritted her teeth and said, "Blame your mother for this." "Old woman, is it done?" a strong man said, wiping his face in disgust. "Why are you still feeding a dying bait? What a waste." With that, he snatched the baby from the old woman's arms and stepped outside. Soon, the baby was tossed into a small wooden basin by the roadside. Dozens of masked strong men quickly retreated, hiding in the nearby bushes. "Beep, host found. Would you like to bind?" The baby in the basin turned over and almost sat up. "Bind, bind, bind." "Beep, prank system officially bound." Task: prick the Emperor's finger. Host regains health. The baby's smile froze on her face, and her soft body flopped back down. She weakly chatted with the system. "System, I'm the daughter of a rebel, thrown out to attract the Emperor's attention. Do you really think I can prick the Emperor's finger?" "System, it seems unlikely. What should we do?" "Oh no, host, you're in trouble." "Yuan Ruan, what can I do? I'm just a few-month-old baby. I might as well lie down and wait for the next bowl of soup."
"System, wah.
I'm running low on energy. If you go, I go too." "Yuan Ruan, then work hard, write more code, and improve yourself. Aim to be the best." After that, Yuan Ruan ignored the panicking system in her mind. She sneezed while lying in the basin. Yuan Ruan was originally a lonely office worker with a mortgage, living a 007 life in a big company. After finally receiving a six-figure year-end bonus, she was hit by a truck while crossing the street, distracted by checking her bank balance on her phone. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the body of a baby. The good news was that she was still alive. The bad news was that she wasn't a prince or princess, nor even an ordinary citizen. She had become the daughter of a rebel, used as bait to assassinate the emperor. Now, she was stuck with a prank system that seemed unreliable. Just think about the tasks. What emperor would willingly let himself be pricked? What court official would want to be treated like a horse? And which prince would be happy to be whipped? Might as well lie down. Yuan Ruan looked up at the sky and sneezed again. At that moment, the system, which had disappeared for a while, popped up again. System. Buzzing.
Creaking. Buzz. Host.
Update. Host.
Buzz.
I tried to update. I'm back. Yuan Ruan, oh? Is there something new? System. Well, it seems like we're still giving needles to the emperor. Wait, host, I see new features have launched. Oh my, host, we are actually in a large world combining over a dozen dramatic stories. As long as you get close to them, I can deduce their related plot twists. You will know everything. Isn't that amazing? Yuan Ruan. And then, is there more? System, nope. Yuan Ruan was speechless. Isn't this just a bunch of gossip features? What use is that to her, a baby? Forget it, she thought. Just enjoy a war movie before she goes, hoping for a better life next time. At that moment, the sound of galloping horses filled the air. Yuan Ruan lifted her eyelids and saw clouds of dust rising, along with cavalry riding black horses, clad in silver armor, leaping through the mist. System. Host, look. One of the stunning representatives, General Wu Yi, is coming. Do you want to hear his story?
Yuan Ruan. Sure.
The general was coming, and the tyrant couldn't be far behind. This also meant she was about to meet her end as a pawn, so finding some fun before that was fine. After completely giving up, Yuan Ruan felt more relaxed to observe her surroundings. Her gaze fell on General Wu Yi. Wow. Those open doors, that black gold armor, he looks like a knight from the apocalypse. No wonder ancient princesses liked to elope with generals. The galloping general suddenly pulled the reins sharply, raising his horse's front hooves high. He drew a long arrow from behind, and man and horse seemed like a taut bow ready to shoot at the moon. Wow, that core strength is impressive. Who can handle that? General Wu Yi turned his horse around and suddenly glanced over, his sharp eyes fierce and commanding. Yuan Ruan didn't notice and lazily communicated with the system. Time for the gossip. System. Here it comes. Don't be fooled by how handsome this general looks. He's about to face big trouble.
Yuan Ruan, what?
Tell me more. System. This year, the Emperor is taking 20,000 men on a western tour to deter the restless Chen kingdom and the western Xiongnu. General Wu Yi is escorting them. And guess what? The young general he personally promoted is a spy from the Three Kingdoms, and that spy has already stolen General Wu Yi's command token. General Wu Yi.
What?
A Three Kingdoms spy? Has the tiger talisman been stolen? Who is speaking? Wu Yi looked around again, seeing only 50 silent guards. When the general glanced over, their expressions were still a bit confused. Wu Yi put away his bow and arrow, doubting whether he was too tired from the journey and imagining things. However, the soft, childlike voice speaking with a mechanical tone returned. A spy from the Three Kingdoms? System. Is that person playing such a big game?
Yes.
That spy is Colonel Chen. He not only stole the tiger talisman but also pretends to be the general to command 20,000 soldiers.
Wu Yi.
What? Colonel Chen is a spy from the Three Kingdoms? He can also impersonate him to command the soldiers?
Who is the system?
How dare they speak so boldly? Wu Yi furrowed his brows and ordered his guards to search the area for any sorcerers or wizards performing curses, especially looking for someone called the System. The sudden sweep by the Xia army shocked the nearby rebels. The rebels looked at their leader. The leader gritted his teeth and said, "The signal from Chen country hasn't lit up yet. Let's retreat for now. What about the baby? It's rare to find a pair of blue eyes. Doesn't matter. If Wu Yi can take the baby to the Emperor, that's still a success. Besides, we have other ways." The leader waved his hand, and the rebels hiding in the jungle quickly retreated. After a while, the guards found nothing in the jungle. Only a guard from the left front came running with a wooden basin, whispering, "General, I didn't see any wizards, but there's a small wooden basin by the road with a well-behaved baby inside." Wu Yi looked down and saw a baby with exceptionally pale skin. The big eyes blinked cutely, and the little head peeked out of the basin, squinting and yawning. As Wu Yi hesitated, he suddenly heard the soft voice again. "He looks even better up close."
What?
He is about to be executed? Wu Yi's pupils shrank. The voice was coming from this baby? How could this baby speak? And why was he going to be executed? Was it because the tiger talisman was lost? But without his presence, the Wu family army wouldn't march just because of the talisman. In other words, even if he made a mistake, it shouldn't lead to such a severe punishment. Wu Yi's sharp gaze landed on the baby, waiting for an explanation. However, the baby just pouted. "I'm so hungry. Even if I'm reborn, I want to be a well-fed ghost. Do you think if I act cute, I could get some milk?" Wu Yi is cruel and cold-blooded, killing without mercy. It's impossible.
Wu Yi.
He looked at the baby in the small wooden basin, whose big round eyes were filled with shy anticipation. The baby occasionally licked their lips, with tiny hands resting on their little belly. Wu Yi took a deep breath and said to his guard, "Go find a wet nurse." When a person is hungry, they don't feel shy at all. Yuan Ruan happily drank milk from the wet nurse, then let out a little burp, feeling thoughtful. Wu Yi is actually quite nice. She looked up at Wu Yi, who had been watching her from a distance, and complained to the System. "Why does he keep staring over here?" System. "Maybe he likes the wet nurse. The general has quite a strong taste." Wu Yi stumbled slightly. What on earth is this so-called System teaching a little baby? He stood still, just wanting to know why he would face a massacre in the future. Wu Yi instinctively turned his gaze away and continued to listen intently. However, after a long time, all he heard were meaningless words. At that moment, the guard suddenly strode in and cupped his hands, saying, "Reporting to the general, Lieutenant Chen is injured and staying at the medical camp. The vanguard camp is currently being led by Deputy Li." Wu Yi frowned slightly. Lieutenant Chen took leave suddenly? Could there really be a problem? Is it a spy from the Three Kingdoms? Yuan Ruan's attention was also drawn to this. She muttered quietly, "System, as a spy from the Three Kingdoms, Lieutenant Chen must have a lot of secrets. Since I'm bored, let's hear about them. I want to know too, but that person is not within my search range. If I saw him in person, I could definitely spill some secrets.
Oui.
After thinking for a moment, he picked up Yuan Ruan and strode out of the room, mounting his horse. At the medical camp, the sound of galloping horses echoed nearby, and the soldiers immediately tightened their grips on their swords, looking warily at the dust rising in the distance. Only when the leading figure approached did the soldiers relax and salute in unison, saying, "Greetings, General." No need for formalities. Wu Yi waved his hand and dismounted while holding Yuan Ruan. He coldly looked at the guard who rushed out and asked, "How is Lieutenant Chen's injury?" Lieutenant Chen accidentally injured his leg. It will take at least 100 days to heal. Fortunately, the medic said it's not a serious injury and he will recover. The guard humbly explained the situation. Wu Yi was about to express his concern when he heard Yuan Ruan's inner voice. "System, R1, that person is within my search range now, and it turns out there's a little secret related to Wu Yi." "What? So the spy's leg isn't broken?" "No, Officer Chen's leg is broken, but he did it to himself. He also arranged for a substitute to get hurt in the same way. This time, Officer Chen plans to frame Wu Yi for treason. He has already written the accusation letter and is just waiting for Wu Yi to enter so they can have a big argument. That night, he plans to set fire to his substitute, disguised as himself, to completely pin the crime of harming subordinates and treason on Wu Yi." Wu Yi's face twisted for a moment, but he held back his anger. His bodyguard looked at him in confusion and hesitated before saying, "General? Did you hear anything?" Wu Yi asked, turning his head. The bodyguard shook his head, looking puzzled. Wu Yi said nothing more and signaled for the bodyguard to carry Yuan Ruan carefully as they walked inside. The bodyguard was confused for a moment, watching the baby point at Wu Yi's back, then hesitantly followed. The clinic was simple but clean. As Yuan Ruan peeked in, she saw a young man sitting by the bed, struggling to stand and bow. "Wow, this person is really handsome. Yes, no wonder Officer Chen values the general. That sounds strange. Hey, do you know what a scholar's assistant did in ancient times? There were no women in the military." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yi suddenly coughed a few times. Officer Chen looked concerned, limping forward to pat his back, but Wu Yi quickly stepped back to avoid him. "General?" Seeing Wu Yi's strange expression, Officer Chen quickly knelt down, saying, "I only wish to follow you for life, with no intention of fleeing. This heart can be seen by the bright moon." Wu Yi felt a chill and dodged Officer Chen's outstretched hand, his face serious as he said, "Someone, capture this foreign spy who stole the tiger talisman." Everyone gasped. Officer Chen fell to his knees, shouting, "General, this is unfair."
Who is slandering me?
"General, I am willing to confront them directly. I am loyal to the Xia Kingdom, with no other intentions." "Yes." "Who reported this?" "Step forward and confront them. Let's fight." Wu Yi's eye twitched, and he looked at Yuan Ruan with a half-smile. "Calm down, the baby's expression isn't that creepy. Look, Wu Yi is looking at you. Humph, the sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn. The goddess does not fear a second reincarnation." Yuan Ruan casually said this, indifferent to her impending fate. However, Wu Yi was deeply shaken inside. A goddess, with the ability to see others' past lives and destinies. Some people have the ability to read minds. This explanation makes some sense. So, let's first deceive and then investigate. After all, when it comes to spies, it's better to mistakenly harm someone than to let a guilty person go. Seeing that Wu Yi was silent, Chen Xiaowei thought his words had an effect and shouted again that he was wronged. But before he could shout a third time, several tall soldiers covered his mouth and dragged him away. At the same time, they found a tiger talisman and bamboo slips from under the bed where Chen Xiaowei had been lying, and they dug out another limping man from a hole in the wall. Wu Yi threw the evidence in front of everyone, and the soldiers from the medical camp were furious, kicking and hitting Chen Xiaowei, who was half kneeling on the ground. He's a spy and even tried to slander the general as a traitor. How despicable. Exactly. The general treated you like family, and you repay him with betrayal.
Bah.
Doesn't he like pretending to be lame? Let's break all his limbs first. Wu Yi looked coldly at the pleading and arguing Chen Xiaowei, saying only, "We still need to interrogate him, don't kill him," before turning his gaze away. Wait, system. Chen Xiaowei has been caught. Does that mean my death crisis is gone? Dream on. Chen Xiaowei has been caught, but the rebels have been preparing for so long. They won't give up their original plan. Wu Yi turned his head sharply. Rebels? What original plan? That's right. Once the emperor is assassinated, we'll likely be buried with him. Sigh, in a little while, I'll be thrown out as bait for the assassination. So exhausting.
Wu Yi.
There are actually rebels plotting to harm the emperor? Wait. If there are indeed rebels, and if Chen Xiaowei's scheme to frame him succeeds, he could be implicated in a major case against the emperor and might face extermination by the next emperor. Wu Yi clenched his teeth and told his trusted aide, investigate Chen Xiaowei's background thoroughly and capture everyone involved. The aide bowed and replied, yes. Wu Yi hesitated for a moment, then suddenly heard a soft child's voice. I'm so sleepy and a bit cold. Host, don't sleep yet. Cry a little to see if someone will cover you with more blankets. Wu Yi took off his red cloak and wrapped Yuan Ruan tightly. Then he got on his horse, paused, dismounted, and boldly sat in a carriage.
Thank you, Daddy.
You're so nice. Yes. So thoughtful. We want Daddy. Wu Yi's tan skin turned slightly red, and then he asked his guard, is the emperor still in the camp? The guard clasped his hands and said yes. Wu Yi lowered the curtain of the carriage and said, hurry. He held Yuan Ruan tighter. He needed to take the child safely through this ordeal. In the military camp, Wu Yi let Yuan Ruan rest in the carriage while he went to see the emperor first. He explained in detail about hearing the baby's thoughts. When Wu Yi mentioned that he could hear the baby's thoughts, the emperor almost spat out his tea, looking at him as if he were crazy. It was only when Wu Yi said he had caught a spy from the 3 kingdoms based on those thoughts that the emperor's expression changed. Is it really a spy? The emperor set down his teacup. Wu Yi knelt and replied, Your Majesty, based on the current interrogation, it seems very likely. Such a strange occurrence? The emperor supported his forehead with one hand, struggling to comprehend. After a moment, he asked, Besides you, has anyone else heard the baby's thoughts? Wu Yi paused and replied, Your Majesty, I did ask those around me when I heard the thoughts, but they all looked confused, so perhaps I am the only one who heard. Only you heard? The emperor pondered for a moment. Wait, you just said you overheard her thoughts and discovered she was a bait thrown out by the rebels?
Exactly.
Does the child have blue eyes? Wu Yi thought for a moment and replied, Yes. After saying this, he wondered if there was something special about blue eyes. The emperor immediately said, Quickly bring her here. Wu Yi was startled and quickly replied, Your Majesty, you mustn't. The child is indeed special, but she is a bait used by the rebels to assassinate. We cannot let her get close now. I was thinking of keeping her near the camp for a few days to try to catch more spies. The emperor chuckled and shook his head, saying, You are truly worried. Think carefully. The baby has already been left on the roadside as bait, and the spy has harmed themselves to steal the command token, preparing to fake their death to frame you. These are all actions that cannot be reversed or delayed. What does this mean? It means the rebels' assassination plan is ready to be executed. Why not use their own plan against them? Let them think they have succeeded, and wait for them to come. Wu Yi suddenly understood. Yes, the rebels left the baby by the roadside hoping to be seen. Bringing the baby back aligned with their scheme. We can turn their plan against them. Your Majesty is wise. Wu Yi clasped his hands. If that's the case, I will make arrangements right away. Yuan Ruan woke up from a nap and, before opening her eyes, sensed someone pinching her baby fat. Where did this person come from? Emperor. Where is that voice coming from? The emperor, with a serious expression, gently lifted the baby in his arms and turned to Wu Yi, asking, Was that heard just now? Yes, I think so. Wu Yi nodded slightly. The emperor's gaze slowly fell on the baby in his arms. The baby had a round face, bright blue eyes filled with sleepiness, and tiny hands tightly clasped against their chest. So cute that one would want to pinch their cheeks.
Wow, so handsome.
He looks like a celebrity. Emperor? Who is that celebrity? Although he was somewhat prepared, hearing the baby's thoughts still shocked the emperor greatly. Could this be a divine sign for the Xia kingdom? At that moment, a different voice, not as soft, spoke up. Oh my host, how did you end up in his arms? He is the emperor. The emperor of the Xia kingdom. Really? No wonder, he is such a strong presence. Even more impressive than Wu Yi. He's not just handsome. He's also a major figure in a big story. I see so many tales related to him, but sadly 99% of them are unclear and can't be opened right away. Why not check a few of them out? The emperor's expression turned serious. He subtly gestured to Wu Yi. Wu Yi immediately bowed and stepped back, taking all the palace maids and eunuchs away from the tent, leaving 50 guards to form a large circle around the tent. After doing this, Wu Yi returned to the tent. As soon as he stepped inside, he also heard the thoughts. For example, do you know why the emperor was attacked? Because he is not the empress's biological son. What? The emperor is not the empress's son. Yes, isn't that shocking?
Wu Yi.
His eyes widened. This was indeed shocking. It seems his troubles were coming sooner than expected. Wu Yi stood stiffly at the entrance of the tent, unsure whether to advance or retreat. His once strong right arm trembled slightly. The emperor's fingers shook, and after a moment, he slowly set down his teacup and said, "Don't worry, General. Come and sit." Wu Yi took a deep breath and mechanically moved to sit down. The emperor reassured him, "I have known for a long time." Wu Yi looked up in surprise. At that moment, the soft voice returned to his ears. It's shocking, but is this a true or false emperor story? The true heir hiding outside learns the truth and plans an attack to reclaim everything? No, that's not it. Although the emperor is not the direct son of the Empress Dowager, he is the son of the late emperor and the courtesan. The Empress Dowager claimed him as her own after taking him in, so there are no issues with his lineage. The emperor is aware of this. What? The handsome guy knows this himself?
Yes.
A maid sent out by the courtesan came to inform the emperor about it. She also told him that the reason his children often died young was that the Empress Dowager would check the babies first, and if they had blue eyes, they would be drowned. The emperor was hesitant at first, but this year, a pair of twins was born, and the princess indeed had blue eyes. This prompted the emperor to investigate further, and he found some evidence that made him believe it.
Wu Yi.
He turned to look at the emperor in disbelief, but quickly lowered his head upon noticing the emperor's serious expression. The emperor also looked down at the baby, realizing that even such secrets were known, which was quite remarkable. Just then, a voice came from outside, and a guard entered, cupping his hands and saying, "General, a farmer's wife is outside crying loudly, claiming that the general has taken her child by force. She hopes the general will release him." This is a military camp. We cannot allow such nonsense. Get her out. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind again. Host, you are once again at the scene of the drama. Tell me more. Host, the crying farmer's wife is the same one who fed you vegetable soup before. Don't be fooled by her loud cries. She is quite clever. She will seek an audience by offering a map to the capital of Chen. The emperor will surely summon her. The guard then looked troubled and said, "General, the old woman claims her husband is responsible for repairing graves in Chen and knows a safe underground route to the capital. She wishes to meet the general to exchange this information for her grandson's life." The emperor.
Wu Yi.
It seemed that what the system said was true. The expressions on their faces were somewhat complicated as they exchanged glances. Wu Yi said, "Let the old woman in." "All right. She is indeed being summoned." "Sigh, host, this will be your last piece of news. Just relax and wait for your next life." "Okay, let me take one last look at the handsome man, then close my eyes." The emperor?
Oui.
Wait, you said we would summon her, and now we are summoning her. What does this mean? Are we all going to die now? Clarify this. The emperor looked at the peacefully sleeping baby, his mouth twitching slightly, and waved his hand. Wu Yi immediately stood up and said, "Wait, don't let her in yet." The guard nearly stumbled but still cupped his hands and replied, "Yes." Strange. Why is the emperor changing his mind? Host, wake up. There's a turning point. Really?
Why?
The emperor and Wu Yi perked up their ears. Yes, please tell us why. System. Yuan Ruan. Do you remember the story of Jing Ko assassinating the Qin emperor? That woman's trick is similar. Jing Ko hid a dagger, and she hid a fire starter in the map she presented. As the map unfolds, when it reaches the end, she will pull out the fire starter and throw it at you. Yuan Ruan. Wait, why throw it at me? System. You once complained about the ancient baby oil being overwhelming. Actually, that old woman has been applying flammable oil on you every day. Now, even a single hair on you is flammable. If she throws the fire starter at you, you'll turn into a big fireball, catching the emperor off guard and signaling the rebels outside to attack. Yuan Ruan. Wow, that's so malicious. Wu Yi and the emperor. They exchanged glances, and Wu Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously pointing at Yuan Ruan. The emperor nodded slightly and made a downward gesture with his hand. Wu Yi understood that His Majesty wanted him to keep quiet and act according to the situation. So, Wu Yi approached the curtain and said in a low voice, "Calm her down and send scouts to check for any accomplices nearby." The guards were surprised by the general's order, but still bowed and said, "Understood." Just as Wu Yi was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Yuan Ruan. Although that old woman is temporarily controlled, I'm worried the rebels might resort to fire attacks. You need to break free from the emperor and crawl away." "I can't. How can I struggle with my short stature? I might as well cry and ask them to take me with them." "No way. According to the book, the emperor is destined to die today. If you let him take you away, you'll go from a fixed target to a moving one." "Emperor?" Wu Yi. "A destined death? Is it really unavoidable?" The faces of the emperor and Wu Yi darkened, and Wu Yi suddenly stood up, feeling an urge to confront the system without hesitation. At that moment, they heard the soft, childlike voice again.
Bah.
"The Great Way has 50, the heavens have 49, and one escapes. I want to take the handsome guy away. Humans can overcome heaven, even if only partially." The emperor and Wu Yi were stirred. That's right. If the little goddess hasn't given up on them, why can't they overcome the heavens too? They both looked down and saw the little baby trying hard to kick and wave its tiny hands. The other person was pointing outside and making sounds, then suddenly scrunched up their face and started crying. Remembering that they wanted to lure them outside made me feel that this expression was extremely cute. The emperor stood up and said, "It seems the little one is hungry. Let's go find her a nurse." Wu Yi glanced at Yuan Ruan's small face filled with expectation and understood, saying, "Understood. Please follow me this way, Your Majesty." The three of them quietly left from behind the main tent and took a rugged path up the mountain. There were guards every few steps, and the area was heavily guarded. Before long, loud noises suddenly came from the main tent. The three turned back at the same time, and suddenly, the sky above the tent was filled with dark spots. In an instant, rows of arrows shot into the tent at a terrifying speed. Many arrows even sparked as they fell from the sky, and thick black smoke immediately billowed from the main tent. A strong wind swept through the valley, and flames began to grow. In the next moment, half of the tent was engulfed in fire. Yuan Ruan peeked out and couldn't help but mumble, "Oh no, is this an assassination or a battle? This is too much." This is a typical plot twist. You see, the emperor escaped the old woman's scheme, but when the rebels set fire to the camp, the plot twist brought a strong wind to assist. Now that the emperor is not in the camp, I suspect the rebels could find their way here to attack. Wu Yi. What is this plot twist that is so terrifying? He cautiously looked around, while the emperor calmly patted his shoulder and shook his head, saying, "Impossible. This is a temporary deployment. There is no one who could." Before he could finish, a loud roar suddenly came from the nearby forest. 8 men wearing green headbands rushed out from the woods. They looked confused and hesitant, as if they didn't know how they ended up here. The emperor and Wu Yi fell silent.
Attack.
The dog emperor is here. In the next moment, they lunged at the emperor like hungry tigers. "Your Majesty, step back," Wu Yi shouted as he swung his sword, severing one rebel's right arm. Then he turned and swung again, pushing back 3 more men. Just as he was on high alert, he suddenly heard a baby's cry. "Ah, the snake is wrapping around our necks. Is this the plot twist?" Wu Yi's heart screamed, "I don't believe in fate." With a fierce expression, he drew a dagger from his waist and threw it with all his might. As Wu Yi acted, the emperor calmly drew his sword and swung it. With a few hissing sounds, a venomous snake was pinned to a nearby tree by a dagger, and half of its body was sliced off by the emperor's sword. At the same time, other soldiers rushed in, some forming a protective line in front of the emperor, holding shields and drawing bows, while others worked together to capture the remaining soldiers one by one. Yuan Ruan had never seen such a bloody scene and asked the system. "Both of them are amazing." 666. System, look, isn't this disaster resolved? Naive. There are still less than 12 hours left. Wu Yi tightened his grip on his knife. In the next 12 hours, as the system predicted, there were constant surprises. For example, a heavy rain fell, and a tree suddenly fell near where the emperor and Wu Yi were resting, nearly hitting them. Another time, while the emperor was about to change clothes, a hungry leopard was crouched in a nearby tree, ready to attack. In the end, relying on some insights from the system and his own bravery, Wu Yi managed to protect the emperor from 9 unexpected dangers. As dawn broke, Wu Yi, who had stayed awake all night guarding the emperor, suddenly heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts while lying in the emperor's arms. "I'm awake. 12 hours have passed, and my life is safe." Male Mom 666. Awesome. Let's cheer for Male Mom. Shouting at the top of our lungs. The emperor was initially pleased, but then he was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard the term Male Mom. In a good mood, the emperor sent Yuan Ruan to the maids for washing up and then looked Wu Yi up and down with a half smile, saying, "Thanks to you, this new title is quite fitting." Wu Yi, expressionless, felt his ears turn red. For the next hour, Wu Yi led everyone to clear out the remaining rebels, ensuring there were no dangers left nearby. At that moment, a personal guard approached and asked, "General, the old woman tried to escape but failed. Now she wants to." Wu Yi glanced at the 3 captured rebels nearby and said coldly, "Kill her." Then, he heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts. "I'm suddenly curious. Was the map the old woman brought real?" The system replied, "Of course, it's fake, but the old woman's home does have a real map that leads to Chen Kingdom. Otherwise, how could they have forged such a convincing fake map to deceive the Emperor of Xia?"
Wu Yi. What?
There really is a map? Wait. Let's imprison her first. Wu Yi changed his mind. The personal guard was confused, yes. Yuan Ruan. Wow, the commands from the male parent are quite changeable. System. Men's hearts are as deep as the ocean. It's wise for the host to be cautious around men in the future.
Wu Yi.
If it weren't for your heavy breathing while speaking, would I be this way? However, it's not wrong to teach the little goddess to be cautious around men. At that moment, the emperor approached and picked up Yuan Ruan. He gently bounced the baby in his hands and suddenly exclaimed, "I have a bond of life and death with this child. We should recognize her as a goddaughter and celebrate." Wu Yi was taken aback, but quickly understood the emperor's plan. He wanted to deepen his relationship with the little goddess by recognizing her as family and then bring her back to the palace. Wu Yi fully supported this decision. So he loudly declared, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the birth of a princess." Wu Yi's loud voice startled his guards, but they quickly joined in the cheers. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the birth of a princess. Haha. The emperor was very pleased as he lifted Yuan Ruan and addressed the soldiers. Today we hold a feast to celebrate the achievements of the great Xia warriors and my joy in having a daughter. Let us offer sacrifices to the heavens, pray for blessings, and begin the feast. Long live Your Majesty. Long live great Xia. The soldiers shouted excitedly. In an instant, a space was cleared for seating, and the palace maids began to lay out grass mats and kneeling cushions. The kitchen staff sharpened their knives for the cattle and sheep, while the guards purchased wine from nearby villagers for the celebration. Wu Yi admired the emperor, who wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, a soft voice echoed, "Oh my, I survived. And now I get to be a princess? Ding host, I just discovered a little secret related to you and the emperor. Would you like to hear it?" The emperor and Wu Yi both looked down at Yuan Ruan.
Huh?
My secret? Wait, because of my blue eyes, I was used as bait by the enemy. Could it be that I am the emperor's lost daughter? Emperor.
Wu Yi.
That's not it. Then what is it? You are his lost sister. Sister? The emperor's eyes widened in shock. The previous emperor had already passed away. Wu Yi broke into a cold sweat. This secret cannot be revealed. Is it too late to play dead now? Oh, sister. Host, you are so calm. This secret is quite thrilling. Just think, you were just recognized as a goddaughter and a princess, and now you find out you are his sister. What a mix-up. Exciting, isn't it? Emperor. Closing his eyes, he regretted revealing the princess title so soon. Did my status just drop? Is there any proof? Like, where are my real parents? Wu Yi wanted to run away, but was frozen in place by the emperor's glance. The emperor looked away and listened carefully again. It only says you are the emperor's sister. Nothing else is written. You might need to meet a few more people to fully understand your situation. Never mind, it's not important. Don't tell me in the future. The emperor. The royal bloodline being lost is very important. I really want to know. Is it true that father is not dead? Or who would dare to do such a thing? Wu Yi felt a bit relieved, glad that they didn't know yet. It's better to hear less about such secrets. Don't dislike me, host. I will become more useful in the future. No, it's not that, dear. Knowing who my parents are doesn't matter. In ancient times, there was no genetic testing, so they wouldn't recognize me anyway. It's better not to know than to be lonely with that knowledge. Ah. Come here, little one. The system mom cares about you. Yuan Ruan found it funny to see the system crying like an emoji. Just as she was about to comfort it, the emperor gently hugged her. Wow. Big brother is so gentle. The emperor's gaze is so kind. It really shows the unbreakable bond of blood between siblings. The emperor. He felt both amused and frustrated. He gently stroked Yuan Ruan's little head. He had the urge to directly ask the system for the truth, but decided against it after thinking it through. Upon reflection, he didn't see it as a bad thing. An older brother can be like a father. He could accept that role. With that thought, the emperor awkwardly began to rock Yuan Ruan, clearly mimicking the way some nurses soothe babies. Wu Yi was puzzled by the emperor's calm demeanor, but after a few seconds, he understood the emperor's feelings. First, the mistakes of the elders shouldn't fall on a baby, and besides, the little goddess deserves the emperor's affection. Now that there is a connection between them, it's not a bad thing. Just as Wu Yi was about to step back, he noticed the emperor was holding her a bit too tightly, causing the little baby's shoulder to slip out of the blanket. Wu Yi rushed over. Oh no! She's going to fall. Oh no! It turns out that having a father take care of a child is the biggest risk. The same goes for a godfather. Wu Yi caught Yuan Ruan just in time. Yuan Ruan lay comfortably in Wu Yi's arms. At this moment, Wu Yi had taken off his armor, and his shirt was open, revealing his chest. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but nuzzle against him, feeling grateful to the system. Wow, I'm lucky to be caught by my big, strong protector. His muscles are so soft, it feels great. I want my protector. Strong and comforting. Although it wasn't the first time she had said this, Wu Yi's tanned skin still flushed with embarrassment. He looked away and mumbled, "It's a bit cold," quickly tightening his collar. Just then, he heard the emperor clear his throat. He looked up and saw the emperor reaching out his hand. Wu Yi instinctively handed Yuan Ruan to the emperor. The emperor quickly took her, gave Wu Yi a cool glance, and then looked away.
Wu Yi.
He watched, a bit stunned, as the emperor carefully adjusted Yuan Ruan's clothing and changed his hold based on her little sounds. Not only was Wu Yi surprised, but the palace maids and guards around them were also taken aback. The emperor could actually sue the child? Was this the same emperor they knew, who rarely smiled and was known for his ruthlessness in war? At that moment, a servant hurried over, bowing respectfully and reported, "Your Majesty, the banquet is ready." Seeing this, Wu Yi approached and quietly said, "Your Majesty, perhaps I should hold her." Just then, he heard the little baby cheerfully thinking, "Yay! I can lie in my protector's arms again. I want my protector. Strong muscles." "No need," the emperor interrupted firmly, picking up Yuan Ruan and walking outside while muttering, "Ungrateful little one." Hearing this, Wu Yi suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the emperor was feeling a bit jealous? Wu Yi's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his head and stopped speaking. The military banquet continued until sunset. However, the emperor did not stay long. He took Yuan Ruan back to the tent early, placing the drooling baby on his bed and gently covering her with a light blanket. The emperor stepped outside and waved to Wu Yi. "Do you think everything the system says is true?" Wu Yi's heart tightened, knowing the emperor was referring to Yuan Ruan's lineage. He replied quietly, "I don't know." "Don't know? Is it that you don't know, or that you're afraid to say?" The emperor's voice was calm, but it made Wu Yi break into a cold sweat. "Your Majesty, Wu Yi, you have been my companion since childhood, and a loyal minister who fought alongside me in the palace." The emperor calmly looked at Wu Yi. This system, while it seems like an all-knowing artifact, has revealed that one must confront the truth to learn about a person's past life. The system has not seen the late emperor and does not know he has passed away. Do you think it would consider the illegitimate child of concubine who is my sister? Or is it possible that the late emperor is not truly dead and is hiding somewhere? Speak boldly, Wu Yi. Wu Yi felt the weight of the question, his lips twitching slightly. If it were the late emperor's posthumous daughter, it would be a joyous occasion. But if the child was born from concubine whose affair, it would create a dilemma. He even had a troubling thought. Why did the rebels know to use a blue-eyed baby as bait? Could it be that the emperor truly has a hidden gem among the people? However, Wu Yi dared not ask. Taking a deep breath, he cupped his hands and said, "I dare to ask your Majesty, no matter the child's lineage, she is still the little goddess of the great Xia, is she not?" The emperor, who had been sipping tea, set down his cup. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You make a valid point. Regardless, she is already declared as my daughter to the world." Wu Yi nodded slightly. The emperor then added, "Call Songwei over. Have him thoroughly investigate the Imperial harem." Songwei was in charge of the Imperial city guard, serving as the emperor's eyes and ears in the 5 nations. His intelligence-gathering skills were exceptional, and he had set up extensive networks in other countries. For instance, during the conflicts between Shu and Chen, Songwei had played a significant role in stirring the pot. Wu Yi responded, "I will obey." "You must keep an eye on this matter as well," the emperor continued leisurely. "If Songwei finds proof that Yuan Ruan is the late emperor's posthumous daughter, then we will announce it to the world. It will not harm Yuan Ruan and will fulfill her legacy." After a pause, the emperor continued, "If it turns out to be a scandal in the harem, then we must quickly destroy all evidence and witnesses. There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. Only the dead can keep silent." Wu Yi replied solemnly, "I will obey." It seemed the emperor was determined to protect the little princess from any trouble. With the rebels captured and the little princess's identity revealed, Yuan Ruan slept very soundly. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that she yawned and began to stir. A pair of gentle hands lifted her up. Yuan Ruan opened her confused eyes and saw a beautiful palace maid. Not only did she pick her up, but she was also helping her out of her clothes. Yuan Ruan looked around and noticed 2 buckets of steaming water in the tent. On the nearby table, there were several small pieces of clothing. Unable to help herself, Yuan Ruan sighed to the system. Wow, I've made it. I'm living a life where food and clothes come easily. System, hooray. Yuan Ruan has finally found comfort. But wait, could there be other schemes? It doesn't matter. Instead, help me think of how to get the maid to choose a cute dress for me. I don't want to wear anything uncomfortable. Host, you really know how to focus on what's important. You're quite open-minded. Yuan Ruan smiled. She knew the system had a point, but she was just a baby now. No matter how much she thought, it wouldn't help. It was better to relax and enjoy life. Yuan Ruan closed her eyes, enjoying the maid giving her a bath and massage. When the maid went to change the water for the second time, suddenly, she heard Wu Yi's voice outside. I had someone buy some clothes. After a pause, Wu Yi continued to shout from outside the tent, let her choose for herself. With that, the tent flap was lifted. 6 palace maids entered, each carrying beautiful little dresses. The maids were speechless. How could a baby choose clothes? The general really didn't know how to handle children. But they didn't dare to object and could only worry as they presented the little outfits to Yuan Ruan. Fortunately, the baby was very cooperative, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at the pretty dresses, eagerly reaching out to touch them. The maids felt relieved and left the dresses that Yuan Ruan pointed at. Wow, the male caregiver has great taste. They're all dresses I like. I can't choose. Yuan Ruan, your skin is red. Where have you worn such rough fabric before? It's okay. There are no shops nearby, so having these little outfits is already great. It's not like I need to wear a spacesuit. Outside the tent, Wu Yi was speechless. He turned to the maids and said, quickly find the softest fabric for undergarments.
Silk is best.
Hurry and cut out a few small dresses suitable for a baby. The leading maid nervously replied, General, only the emperor's undergarments are made of silk. Wu Yi paused, and just then, a steady voice from behind spoke up. Do as the general instructed. Seeing this, the maid quickly took her leave. Wu Yi also bowed respectfully. The emperor glanced at him and said, I heard you sent guards to the village to buy little dresses. What happened? Did you not find good fabric? Is she uncomfortable in her clothes? Your Majesty, you see clearly. Wu Yi clasped his hands. The princess is very considerate and didn't say anything, but the system feels her grievances. As he spoke, Wu Yi briefly described what he had overheard to the emperor. When the emperor heard about the clothes that can fly, his eyes lit up. Space suit? Such a wondrous thing exists? Wu Yi nodded. I was shocked when I first heard it. I was wondering if the little princess might have one. That's not important, the emperor gently interrupted him. Her being here with me is already a great blessing. As for the rest, if it exists, it exists. If not, it doesn't matter. Wu Yi took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Your Majesty is absolutely right. I was being greedy. After they finished speaking, they suddenly heard a faint voice. Wow. Godfather and Dad are here. So handsome. So pleasing to the eye. They both turned around and saw Yuan Ruan being carried out by a palace maid, her soft little hand waving and her round, bright eyes looking at them. Even just seeing them makes me so happy. Wu Yi and the emperor exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile at Yuan Ruan's cute and content demeanor. The emperor stepped forward first, lifting Yuan Ruan high in the air. Brother Ma. Dad. Hug. The emperor looked at Wu Yi with a smirk, and Wu Yi turned his head away, clearing his throat. But soon, after interacting with Yuan Ruan for a while, the emperor handed her to Wu Yi, saying, Since she likes you, hold her for a moment. Wu Yi felt a bit awkward at first. But who could resist a soft, adorable little friend looking at you with clear eyes full of affection? Especially when this little friend showered you with sweet compliments. Wu Yi's gaze towards Yuan Ruan visibly softened, and he walked with a slightly stiff but careful hold. The emperor and Wu Yi happily took care of the child together. Nearby, those who couldn't hear the voices were wide-eyed in disbelief. The feared tyrant of the four nations personally lifted her high and even declared her a princess. The renowned human butcher general of the 5 nations also treated her like a treasure. What kind of charm does this baby possess? The emperor being attacked meant that the route of his tour had been leaked by traitors. Normally, for safety, he would have to return to the capital. However, the Chen and Shu nations had been eyeing the Xia nation, and last year they had been tempting the Xiongnu to conspire against Xia. The western border of Xia, which borders the Xiongnu, is a major agricultural area that must remain stable, so this westward tour was also meant to intimidate, or perhaps to ally with the Xiongnu, making it significant and impossible to cancel. After much thought, the emperor deliberately spread the news of his injury. On one hand, he led an army of 20,000 slowly back to the capital of the Xia kingdom. On the other hand, he sent a message to the crown prince, instructing him to come secretly and take over his duties to continue the journey westward. 7 days later, the emperor was in his tent, reminding a eunuch to make the rice porridge for Yuan Ruan smoother. Wu Yi, looking worn from travel, stepped in and said, "Your Majesty, there is news from Songwei." The emperor instinctively glanced at Yuan Ruan, who was lying on the bed playing with her hands. He walked a few steps outside before quietly saying, "Let me see." Wu Yi immediately presented the confidential report. The emperor opened the first document. Initial investigations showed that Yuan Ruan had suddenly appeared in a village with an elderly woman half a month ago, claiming they had fled from the chaos of war to seek refuge with relatives. They were taken in by a solitary hunter in the village. However, when Songwei followed the clues, it was discovered that the hunter had died long ago and had been replaced by a rebel. Further investigation revealed that someone recognized the baby with the special blue eyes and claimed that the baby had appeared in a small courtyard in the capital. There was only one witness. Upon verification, it was found that this small courtyard had once been gifted by the late Imperial concubine, who to a palace maid who had married out of the palace. At this point, the first document ended. The emperor expressionlessly tore the document in his hands. After a moment, he picked up the second document to read. Investigations showed that no one had seen Imperial concubine who in contact with any outside men. It was also found that she had not left the palace in the past 2 years and mostly spent her time in a small shrine in her palace praying. As he read a long list of records stating none and not seen, the emperor's mood slightly calmed, but soon doubts arose again. No outside men. No leaving the palace. It couldn't possibly be a case of being pregnant from feelings, could it? The emperor shook his head, dismissing this somewhat absurd thought. Suddenly, a new idea came to his mind. He patted Wu Yi on the shoulder and said, "Order Songwei to expand the search area, especially to check the backyards of my other brothers' and uncles' residences." Wu Yi was taken aback, but quickly understood, saying, "Your Majesty is wise." The system only mentioned a sister, but besides a biological sister, there are also cousins. At this point, Wu Yi almost laughed. If it were cousins, it wouldn't be such a deadly royal secret. The emperor nodded slightly and waved his hand, signaling Wu Yi to get to work. However, just as he was leaving, he quickly lifted the curtain and returned. "Why are you back?" The emperor looked up and suddenly showed a satisfied smile. "You're back." At that moment, Yuan Ruan also woke up, rubbing her little eyes. She heard the emperor speak in such a tone to someone else for the first time. Yuan Ruan curiously propped herself up on the pillow to look. She saw the newcomer take off a bright white long coat, revealing a light blue wide-sleeved outfit. The handsome young man walked gracefully, his long sleeves flowing like a skirt, giving off an ethereal vibe. "Greetings, father," the young man said, bowing.
Wow.
"This is actually the handsome guy's son. So good-looking? Wait, the emperor is so old, a crown prince." "Who is speaking? Who dares to say the emperor is old?" The crown prince's eyes sharpened instantly, his right hand resting on the sword hilt, his ethereal aura shifting, feeling like a sword ready to draw. "Oh my, some actors should see what a transformation looks like without eye makeup." Look at this presence, so different from before. Truly amazing. Ding, host, this seems to be the most sensitive crown prince being evaluated. Want to hear more? The crown prince was taken aback, just about to shout who, when Wu Yi quickly covered his mouth. After the initial shock, he struggled, but saw his usually serious father repeatedly signaling him to be quiet. Crown prince. His father and the general are acting so sneakily? Wait, was he poisoned before? Not only was he hearing things just now, but now he was also seeing illusions? While the crown prince was doubting himself, the voice appeared again.
Huh.
Why are you feeling sensitive? Tell me more. Well, the crown prince's situation is quite unfortunate and relates to His Majesty. It's said that His Majesty is indeed the source of many troubles, both in life and death. Crown Prince. He looked at his father in disbelief. You want me to listen quietly while others curse you? The emperor also showed a hint of embarrassment, lightly coughing to signal the crown prince to calm down. Okay, system. Get to the point. According to the story I saw earlier, the emperor was supposed to be assassinated 7 days ago. After the emperor's death, General Wu Yi was framed as a traitor and quickly imprisoned, facing execution. The crown prince, being kind-hearted, believed that Wu Yi was likely wronged, so he insisted that the Ministry of Justice must provide solid evidence. Otherwise, they could not execute Wu Yi. And then, the mastermind behind this was very angry and deliberately forged several letters suggesting that the crown prince was secretly colluding with Wu Yi. At the same time, the news was passed to the storytellers in the capital. 3 days later, rumors spread throughout the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, claiming that the crown prince conspired with Wu Yi to assassinate the emperor in order to ascend the throne quickly. Suddenly, the crown prince found himself at the center of controversy. At this moment, the second prince, encouraged by unseen forces, stepped forward. In front of all the officials, he swore to the heavens that he could prove the crown prince was the assassin. The second prince took a bold step, promising that to show he had no selfish motives, he would never seek the throne himself and would even help the crown prince's son to ascend.
Oh my.
This vow is quite shocking and persuasive to the court officials. What kind of leverage does the second prince have? Does he truly hate the crown prince this much? Not only was Yuan Ruan excited, but the 3 eavesdroppers also changed their expressions rapidly. Wu Yi's eyes widened. He had become indifferent to the situation, knowing too many secrets. If the emperor pursued this matter, he would be in serious trouble. Now, he was only concerned about why the second prince was acting this way. The crown prince looked very troubled. At this moment, he realized that the strange voice he heard was not an illusion, but a power that could see through past and future. Understanding this, the crown prince fell into an eerie silence. His relationship with his younger brother was decent. They often enjoyed flowers and chatted together. When had he offended him? The emperor's expression mirrored that of the crown prince. No father would be pleased to see his children turn against each other. What kind of leverage could force the second prince to slander the crown prince so recklessly? After the shock of Yuan Ruan's background, the emperor was not thinking about the sibling conflict, but rather, could the second prince not be his child? The second prince did not actually hate the crown prince. The crown prince took a breath, but his expression grew more confused. Then why? Wait, could it be that the second prince is not the emperor's son? That's not the case. The emperor's expression softened a bit, but then it stiffened again. However, it gets even more dramatic because the crown prince's son is not actually his.
Wu Yi.
Crown prince. Emperor. The crown prince could no longer stay calm. Over the years, he had only one son, whom he had raised with great care and love, yet that mysterious voice claimed the child was not his. How could he accept that? Father, I. The crown prince wanted to say he would investigate the matter, but thinking of the heavy responsibility of the western journey, he could not bring himself to say the words about going home. The emperor patted the crown prince's shoulder and said coldly, "Wait a moment. Even if we are to seek justice, we must first understand the reason." The crown prince was taken aback. Yes, That voice must know that the child is not his and should also know who the real father is. Sure enough, the soft voice spoke again. Oh my. Whose child is that? It's the second prince. He and the crown prince's concubine had secretly promised to be together. But when the emperor arranged a marriage, the second prince preferred to marry the general's daughter, so he abandoned the crown prince's concubine. However, the general did not want to connect with the royal family, and the second prince couldn't fulfill his wish. Still, he had lingering feelings for the crown prince's concubine, so he took the opportunity to reconnect with her during a visit to the crown prince's home, and they completed the act that could lead to having children. Everyone was shocked. Wu Yi tried to hide his surprise. The crown prince looked dazed, clearly affected by the news. The emperor, however, appeared calm, as if he had anticipated this, but found it reasonable upon reflection. No wonder the second prince did not compete for the throne and was willing to help the crown prince's son. It turned out he was his own son. The crown prince is so unfortunate. What a huge betrayal. Is there a way to let my nephew know so he can hurry back and catch this pair of wrongdoers? I think with the crown prince's overly kind nature, even if he caught them, he might not do anything. He might even support their love. Everyone was shocked. The emperor and Wu Yi looked at the crown prince in disbelief. Are you really that soft-hearted? The crown prince's handsome face turned pale with anger, repeatedly shaking his head to indicate it was impossible. What are you saying, system? I can't tolerate this. You don't understand the crown prince. I know him better than you. Do you know why he is called the most sensitive? It's because when the second prince pressured him to the brink, he went to great lengths to save Wu Yi from execution, to prove his innocence. The crown prince even cut open his own heart in front of everyone to prove he had never committed patricide. Everyone was stunned.
What?
Cut his heart? Wow. Wouldn't that mean the crown prince is dead? Yes. The crown prince told the officials. Ancient texts say that those who kill their parents have black hearts. Today, I cut my heart to prove my innocence. I have never committed patricide. After saying this, he sliced open his chest, holding up his red heart, and collapsed on the court floor, bleeding to death. The emperor stared at the crown prince with anger. Wu Yi looked at the crown prince with concern, feeling a mix of emotions, but mostly disapproval. The crown prince wanted to defend himself, but thinking about the situation, he realized that with his personality, it was indeed possible for him to do something like that. My nephew, this is hard to judge. Those close to you feel pain, while your enemies feel joy. Yes, even if I killed my entire family, my heart would still be the same. That's why I said, the crown prince is so kind-hearted. When he discovered the feelings between his second brother and the side consort, he might have thought of it as fate bringing them together. Hearing this, the emperor finally couldn't help but whisper, Crown Prince, I will handle this fairly. The crown prince said with a dark expression, gritting his teeth, I will not make a fool of myself. Thinking back, the crown prince and the emperor truly are father and son. The emperor, after hearing the palace maid's words, worried about being deceived and, under the instigation of hidden forces, suspected that the black-eyed prince among the twins was switched. That's why during his western tour, he was searching for blue-eyed babies, which led to the ambush by rebels. As for the crown prince, if a fake child really appeared and he was deceived, it would be just like the saying, the student surpasses the teacher. Everyone. The crown prince's mouth twitched slightly. What does that even mean? The student surpassing the teacher? The system is too harsh. System, that's not what it means. Alright, let's finish the story. Who is the hidden mastermind? The emperor, Wu Yi, and the crown prince all perked up. Yes. Tell us. We need to catch this troublemaker. The audience was fully focused. System. Well, it only mentioned someone from the harem, without specific names. The audience almost fell over. The crown prince nearly rushed over to shout, System, why did you fail at such a crucial moment? Yuan Ruan frowned. Only half the story is frustrating. Find more details. System, whoa. Host. Here, it just uses hidden mastermind instead of names. But don't worry, I'll interact with more people in the palace, and we will definitely uncover the truth. This palace seems to have many loopholes, so there must be plenty of secrets. The emperor's mouth twitched. How is this system teaching children? How can it speak about the great Xia like that? At that moment, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed outside, startling countless horses to neigh loudly. Wu Yi was about to get up and go outside to check. The system suddenly made a loud noise, almost deafening everyone. Ah, host. Something big has happened. You are bound to the national fortune of Great Xia. Everyone. What? Bound to the national fortune? Can the fate of a nation be bound? Yuan Ruan looked at the system in confusion. What are you talking about? How could I be bound to the fate of the Great Xia? System. Host. In the story, the Xia kingdom is a nation that is destined to perish. The emperor, General Wu, and the crown prince will soon die. But this time, the emperor is fine. The broken fate of the Great Xia suddenly awakened consciousness. To save itself, it has chosen you and bound itself to you. Yuan Ruan felt a bit anxious. Can it be unbound? System. No, it can't. The recent thunderstrike was the sign of the fate of the Great Xia dissipating and being reborn. Yuan Ruan, I understand the dissipating part, but rebirth means. System. Just as you guessed, you have become the human embodiment of the fate of the Great Xia. The three of them. Did they hear that right? A human embodiment of fate? The emperor, the crown prince, and Wu Yi looked at Yuan Ruan in shock. Yuan Ruan stared at the system in disbelief. No way. Is it like in novels, where if the Great Xia does well, I do well, and if it perishes, I will die too? System. Don't worry, Ruan, it won't be that easy for you to die. As long as there is one citizen who identifies as a person of the Great Xia, you won't die because of this. But it will hurt a lot. Every time you lose a part of the nation's fate, you will feel pain in your body, and the worst pain is worse than giving birth. Yuan Ruan shivered. So painful? Then I might as well end it now. The emperor, the crown prince, and Wu Yi. No, don't. You are the fate of our Great Xia. Hold on a little longer. System. Host, don't act impulsively. There are many benefits to living as the human embodiment of fate. For example, as the Xia kingdom grows stronger, its fate will gradually benefit you, making you more beautiful and giving you many advantages. You can even control the weather and soar high. The emperor, the crown prince, and Wu Yi. Yuan Ruan's heart raced and she instinctively asked, soaring? Who doesn't dream of flying? The temptation to soar is too great. System continued. Yes. You can fly, and you can break through dimensional barriers in physical form, ascending to any world. If you return home, you could become a deity.
Yuan Ruan. What?
I can fly back. Flying back in physical form would be amazing. Yuan Ruan was already intrigued, and the system added, of course, if you are strong enough, you can even take the entire territory and people of the Great Xia with you. You would carry a whole nation with you.
Yuan Ruan. Wow.
This is even more outrageous than the return of the Dragon King. It's thrilling. Even though I know the system is just making promises, I'd rather take a chance than avoid it. The emperor, the prince, and General Wu are all excited. Everything they heard earlier shocked them, but when they heard the last part about the stronger the Great Xia becomes, the more they can ascend to immortality with Yuan Ruan, they couldn't hold back anymore. General Wu let out a wolf-like howl, then rushed out of the tent. Soon after, he returned, flushed and drenched in sweat, panting as he sat back down. The emperor remained calm, but his left hand had already left several marks, with blood dripping onto the ground. The prince buried his head on the table, maintaining deep breaths. Yuan Ruan and the system excitedly discussed strategies, and when they came back to reality, they noticed the strange state of the three. Yuan Ruan, what's going on with my big brother, my nephew, and my dad? System. Maybe they are in shock? Don't mind them. Let's see what tasks we can do to improve the luck of the Xia kingdom and see what skills we can give to you. Yuan Ruan immediately became interested, nodding eagerly. Let's go. The three of them. They focused intently on Yuan Ruan, curious. Yuan Ruan looked and said, "Oh no, I can't do it." The three were anxious. "Don't be discouraged, little luck. We can help you with this. This prank task is too difficult. Which emperor would want to be treated like a horse? Which court official would want to dress as a woman? Which prince would want to expose himself in public and get hit?" The three of them simultaneously looked away. They exchanged glances and could see the awkwardness in each other's eyes. Maybe this reward isn't necessary after all. Host. Come on, look at the rewards. This improved crop yields 3,000 per acre. You'd be the agricultural god of the Great Xia. The 3,000 per acre? That's 10 times more than current crops? General Wu nearly spat out his tea. The prince's heart raced as he looked excitedly at the emperor. The emperor remained steady and did not move. If you don't like crops, there's a task for coal technology as a reward, but this one is better. It's a body rejuvenation potion. Drink one, and you'll feel 10 years younger. The three, eyes wide in shock. 10 years younger? What kind of miraculous potion is this? Wu Yi couldn't help but pace back and forth in the military tent, his cheeks flushing red. The crown prince nearly jumped up in excitement, but was held back by the emperor. Yuan Ruan said, I need to grow up a bit more before I can handle these tasks. Right now, I can't even speak, so I can't ask my godfather or his nephew to help me. I remember you can refresh the task list every day. Can you check if there are any other tasks available?
System, all right then.
After finishing her conversation with the system, Yuan Ruan fell asleep as she entered a sleepy state. The emperor and the others were left in a state of shock from what they just heard. After settling Yuan Ruan, the three quickly moved to the next tent. Wu Yi excitedly said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Heaven bless Daxia. If Daxia can ascend together, no, let's not think that far ahead. If Daxia can get these amazing items, Your Majesty, I'm willing to wear women's clothing. I could even go put one on right now. Let's see if I can complete the task. The emperor and the crown prince were stunned. The emperor first calmed Wu Yi down. After a moment, he spoke softly, I understand the general's intentions, and I am also willing to support Ruan. Yes, I am also willing. The crown prince's expression froze halfway through, and he finally managed to say in a low voice, I am willing to take off my clothes and lie down. Wu Yi wanted to comfort him that such sacrifices weren't necessary, but the words stuck in his throat. The emperor cleared his throat and suddenly walked back and forth a couple of times. The emperor said, Let's not talk about those rewards for now. Look at the system. It not only shows the past, present, and future of some people nearby, but it also encourages completing tasks for rewards. Now it can even bind to the national fortune, encouraging the little goddess to ascend. It seems like a guide for her growth. The crown prince nodded slightly. Perhaps heaven is worried that the little goddess will suffer during her trials, so it arranged these magical items to assist her. I've read some stories that say when immortals descend to face trials, they lose all their memories and powers, having experienced hardships. The little goddess not only retains her memories, but also has magical items with her, so her status in the heavenly realm might be particularly noble. A hint of worry crossed Wu Yi's face. We will certainly treat her well, but I fear that if heaven thinks we are not doing enough, it might bring down divine punishment. The crown prince paused. There was a strange logic in those words. Stop being so sentimental. I treat her well, because I want to. If it were someone I didn't care for, I would only support them without any other feelings. The emperor narrowed his eyes, slightly displeased. Since she has reincarnated and is part of Daxia's fortune, she will naturally be treated kindly. Do not hesitate, it will hinder great achievements. Wu Yi quickly replied, Your Majesty is right. I was confused before. You are confused. Our Great Xia survives in a difficult situation, relying on the soldiers who have fought for our safety, not on the gods and temples. The emperor patted Wu Yi's shoulder and continued, Whether it's a minor goddess or a small fortune, those are just bonuses, not lifelines. In times of crisis, do you plan to just seek blessings from Yuan Ruan? Is that all you can think of? Wu Yi showed a look of shame and said, I understand now. I will no longer have such a mindset of seeking help. Moreover, the system has also stated that only when the fortune of Great Xia is strong enough can the minor goddess help us ascend together. So we should rely on ourselves. The crown prince, observing this, seemed to ponder. It appeared that even without the identity of the fortune goddess, the emperor still genuinely cared for Yuan Ruan. The emperor nodded in satisfaction and added, If you hear the minor fortune's voice, do not speak of it. Quietly help the little princess strengthen Great Xia's fortune. I worry that if those who speak of plot twists realize we can see through their schemes, they may increase the difficulties. Wu Yi, having experienced a 24-hour extreme plot twist, nodded repeatedly, I agree. Those plot twists are truly despicable. The three quickly reached a consensus on confidentiality, and the emperor left first. The crown prince couldn't help but approach Wu Yi and asked, General, I have a few more questions. Please speak, Your Highness, Wu Yi replied. The crown prince said, I want to know, since father calls her his daughter, why does she still refer to me as her nephew? Also, what is this plot twist that we need to be so cautious about? Wu Yi explained, Your Highness, this relates to the little princess's bloodline and the previous assassination attempts on His Majesty. He briefly summarized the previous events regarding hearing voices, capturing spies, the princess's bloodline, and the strange assassination attempts over 12 hours. The crown prince's expression changed from serious to surprised, then to deep gratitude. He said, I see now. Fortunately, father is blessed, and with the help of the minor goddess, he has avoided disaster time and again. General, this is also thanks to you. You have made great contributions and truly are a pillar of the nation. Wu Yi also bowed and said, I am deeply grateful for the emperor's favor. This is what I should do. However, I must humbly suggest that Your Highness is upright in your dealings, but being too kind-hearted can make you vulnerable to cunning individuals. It would be wise to get closer to the little princess. It can help keep away the deceitful and bring you closer to the worthy. The crown prince bowed and said, Zirong will remember this. The three of them reached an agreement and returned to the small tent where Yuan Ruan was sleeping. After that, the emperor and the crown prince had a secret meeting here. Wu Yi was responsible for guarding the entrance to the military tent, preventing any news about the crown prince's western tour from leaking out. When Yuan Ruan woke up, she saw the important officials working around her bedroom. Seeing them work seriously and handsomely, she felt the need to behave herself. When she got bored, she couldn't help but chat with the system. System, you said I became the national fortune, but why is there no change at all? The emperor and the other two were startled. They didn't show it, but quickly shifted their attention. System, don't worry. Once they take you out for a bit, I'll help you find opportunities to enhance the national fortune. Complete more tasks. The emperor and the others were intrigued. So, they needed to encounter opportunities? The crown prince put down his pen and walked over to Yuan Ruan. Hearing the sound, Yuan Ruan looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, so handsome. Look, he's shy. The crown prince had changed into a deep blue outfit, tall and strong, with long legs and broad shoulders. His slender fingers rested on his waist, and aside from his tall crown and long hair, he looked like a hero from a story come to life. The system encouraged the host. Yes, host. Look at this, his legs are not just legs. They are captivating. His waist is not just a waist. It's dangerously charming. If you ascend, everything will be yours. Yuan Ruan, but I'm still a baby. Please tone it down. Oh, my nephew almost tripped. Wow, don't hurt that pretty face. The emperor.
Wu Yi.
The crown prince's cheeks flushed. When he looked up, he met a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Those eyes were clear and appreciative, with no hint of anything inappropriate, but the crown prince still couldn't help but look away, tugging at his collar to cool himself down. Just as he finished this action, he heard a loud sound from the system. System continued to encourage. Look, host. He's tearing his collar, revealing his chest. Yuan Ruan, lower your voice, you're making me deaf. The other three. The crown prince's hand froze in place. After all these years, he felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. The emperor was unhappy with the system, wondering how it could lead their precious national fortune astray. He covered Yuan Ruan's sparkling eyes with his hand, deciding to find another reason to take her out. Just then, a voice echoed again. "Why are you blocking my eyes?" "I can't see anything now." "Host, how about I let you try a little treat from the prince? It's super cute." "Sure." The emperor and Wu Yi both looked at the prince. Prince. Suddenly flustered. The emperor glanced at him and whispered, "Focus." After saying that, the emperor continued to write about state affairs. The prince felt encouraged, but just as he was about to sit down and prepare to handle his duties, his expression changed to one of panic.
Why did I say that?
Erwan, let me tell you. The prince is really into soft things, but to keep up appearances, he doesn't dare to raise a cat privately. He only carries 3 golden cat paw charms at his waist and plays with them every night. How cute! I want to play with cat paws too. The prince's face turned bright red. Fortunately, his father was focused on state affairs and wouldn't hear these trivial matters. Thank goodness. After Erwan fell asleep again.
Zirong.
The emperor suddenly patted the prince. The prince softly replied, "But is there a problem with the Western tour?" The emperor's deep voice gently responded, "She likes it. Let her play with it. I will also ask the craftsman to make some more for you." Prince. The prince felt a rush of blood to his face. Father, aren't you supposed to be handling state affairs? How did you hear all of that? He quickly said, and took out a palm-sized golden cat paw charm to place next to Erwan. Just as he stood up, he saw his father take out other soft toys to mix with the cat paw charm, to prevent the sharp claws from hurting her. Prince. He felt so attentive that he almost forgot the meaning of the words tyrant. Erwan took another afternoon nap. She rubbed her eyes and yawned as she slowly woke up. Before she could say anything, the waiting maid quickly leaned down to gently pick her up and wipe her face. Another maid brought warm soup and, while feeding Erwan, whispered, "I didn't expect the emperor to love his daughter so much. If I could successfully rise to a higher position and have a son or daughter, you must be crazy. Don't forget the queen's methods." The maid holding Erwan shook her head in fear. In the past, the queen's half-sister competed for favor and was disfigured by her. Don't even think about it. The younger maid pouted. It's not that serious. The older maid sighed and changed the subject. Erwan drank her milk while listening to the gossip. At that moment, the 2 maids both turned to bow. Erwan leaned over to see that it was the handsome prince and the charming young man coming together. "Brother, nephew, you all came to see me." The young voice was full of anticipation. The emperor and the crown prince paused, looking up to meet Yuan Ruan's bright, round eyes. The emperor stepped forward, his face serious as he picked up Yuan Ruan and gently bounced her. "Why are you so light? Not eating enough? Not to your taste?" The young palace maid blushed and said playfully, "Your Majesty, the little princess has a great appetite and loves when I feed her."
System.
Yuan Ruan, close your eyes. This woman is trying to charm the emperor. Yuan Ruan leaned forward. "What? Where? Let me see the show." The emperor. Not only was he not interested in this palace maid, but even if he were, his interest had faded. System. Yuan Ruan, remember you are a princess now. You will enter the palace. Will you be used as a pawn by the other palace ladies? The emperor felt a tightness in his heart. Even though he could hear the little goddess's thoughts, if she really encountered such a villain, it would be bad if she got hurt. "I'm not afraid. I'll hold on to my big brother's strong arm. If anyone bullies me, I'll tell my big brother right in front of them." System. You still can't talk properly. Yuan Ruan, but I can cry and roll my eyes. System. 6. The emperor almost laughed at this. The little one was quite lively. Yuan Ruan cooperated with the palace maids as they wiped her hands and face, while she hugged the emperor, clinging to his arm and refusing to let go. "I have to go out today and see if I can trigger a national fortune mission." System. Go for it, host. Stick to the emperor. The emperor and the crown prince nearly laughed again. Is this what mutual affection feels like? It's wonderful. At that moment, Wu Yi strode in with a big smile. He said, "Good news. According to our scouts, the Xiongnu's old chieftain died without naming a successor. The eldest prince is older and has high prestige, but lacks a strong maternal tribe, making him somewhat weak. The second prince is the son of the Dak clan. If they start fighting for power, they won't have time to ally with Chen Kingdom and come to trouble our great Xia. Your Majesty, we can support whoever is weaker, allowing them to keep fighting. Right now, the eldest prince is at a disadvantage." The emperor was listening carefully when suddenly the system's voice erupted. "System. Wow. Host, come here. 2 national fortune missions have been activated. Main National Fortune Mission 1. Prevent Great Xia from allying with the Xiongnu's eldest prince. Incomplete. National Fortune +2. Side National Fortune Mission 2. Recruit the wild people near Great Xia. Incomplete. National Fortune +2. The wild people are those who have lost their country over the past few hundred years. They refuse to be integrated into the new nation and hide in the deep mountains and forests, living without any national identity. The emperor, the prince, and Wu Yi. The expressions of the 3 instantly became serious. Yuan Ruan was a bit confused. What? Who is the prince of the Xiongnu? Refusing to improve his nation's fortune is just as bad as integrating the wild people of the Great Xia. System. Let me check. This Xiongnu prince is a servant of 3 families. A servant of 3 clans. He makes promises to your face but betrays you behind your back. He is also known for his relationships with both men and women, claiming to be useless and often misbehaving with envoys. Here it says he just signed a cooperation agreement with the Great Xia, and a week later, he went south to raid and harm 5,000 Great Xia people. Wu Yi, who was about to invest in the prince, looked furious. The emperor and the prince also had very grim expressions. They would definitely seek revenge on this treacherous prince who harmed the Great Xia. Yuan Ruan. System. What if this task just popped up and I can't complete it? System. Well, national fortune tasks are divided into main tasks and side tasks. The wild people task is a side task. You can choose to accept it or not. But main tasks must be accepted. For example, this task to ally with the prince. If you fail, your national fortune will be deducted. Right now, the Great Xia's national fortune is 0, and if it goes negative, your body will start to hurt. Yuan Ruan frowned. 0. Let me think about how to complete this task. The emperor gave the prince a look. The prince understood immediately and said, "The prince is very cruel and fickle. We should not ally with such a beast." The emperor replied, "Yes, no alliance." Wu Yi added, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, you are right. I previously misjudged. We absolutely cannot ally with this prince." Yuan Ruan looked at them in surprise, and at that moment, the system cheered. System. Yay! Host, you have completed the first task. Main National Fortune Task 1. Prevent the Great Xia from allying with the Xiongnu prince. Completed. National Fortune +2. Yuan Ruan. What? System. Really, it shows as completed here. Is this a beginner's reward? 2 points for free. The emperor and the prince. The success of his task was more sensitive than they had expected. Yuan Ruan was also very happy and gave the emperor and the prince a kiss on the cheek. Yay! Big brother and dear nephew, I love you both, sending lots of hearts. At least I won't be in pain now. The emperor and the prince were surprised by such a straightforward and warm kiss. They were surprised for a few seconds, but both felt quite good. The emperor was a bit reserved, while the prince gently responded with a kiss on the cheek. System. Host, I forgot to tell you that once the points for this national fortune task accumulate, it will activate a special ability just for you. For example, if you get 3 national fortune points, you can activate it. You just need 1 more point. Should we also take on the wild man task? Yuan Ruan felt even better and said, System. Let's hold off for now. Let's see if we can come up with a way to encourage my brothers to deal with the wild men. System. Okay. You're right to think that way. The emperor and the prince exchanged smiles. The emperor then said, to disrupt internal affairs. We don't necessarily have to start with the Xiongnu royal court. Let's stick to the original plan. Jirong arranged for people to blend in and connect with our hidden agents, waiting for the right moment.
The prince nodded, all right.
With winter approaching, the wild men in the border forests need to bring coal down the mountain to trade with the Xiongnu, Xia, and Chen countries. Father, I think we should take a different approach and send people to integrate into the wild men's tribe, provide them with food, and have them take our people to connect with the Xiongnu. This way, it will be more discreet. Wu Yi understood that the emperor and prince were using this topic to bring up the wild men without raising Yuan Ruan's suspicions, helping her complete the national fortune task. So Wu Yi spoke up, Your Highness, that's not possible. The wild men have a deep hatred for the people of the 5 nations, and they are often treacherous. For example, 20 years ago, the Shu kingdom spent a lot of food trying to use the wild men to cause trouble for our great Xia. Guess what happened? The wild men took the food from Shu, and after a few days, they used it to trade for more food in Great Xia, then returned to hiding in the deep mountains with both supplies. The prince replied, If that's the case, why don't we completely bring the wild men of Great Xia under our control? I am willing to give it a try. The system was excited. Host, your nephew has a good idea. I knew the Heavenly Way wouldn't issue national fortune tasks without a way to complete them. Ruan, should we take on the wild man task? Yuan Ruan replied, Yes, yes, yes. Nephew, you're so smart. Yes. Let's solve the wild man problem all at once. The prince felt a bit helpless. If he really had a way to solve the wild man issue all at once, there wouldn't be any wild men left in this world. Moreover, the system did not sound the task completion alert, which proved that his previous idea was not useful enough. The emperor calmly said, It's good that you want to subdue the wild men, but you need to prepare the benefits they need most and guide them step by step into the plan. The prince seemed deep in thought. The system nodded along. That's right, the emperor is correct. How does that saying go? With a profit of 300%, they would dare to commit any crime. With a profit of 1,000%, I could even bring down a god. The 3 of them. The emperor nearly choked on his tea. The prince and Wu Yi silently shouted, How can this system raise a child like this, always talking about killing gods? What if it misguides the child's values? Yuan Ruan touched her chubby face. System, I think of a benefit that a wild person might be interested in. The 3 of them. Yuan Ruan rubbed her eyes, suddenly pausing, her soft little face looking confused. I'm feeling sleepy.
Huh?
Why are the 3 of you staring at me? The emperor and the others froze, forcing themselves to look away and casually talk about trivial matters, while their attention remained on Yuan Ruan. Child, please tell us. The system. Host, did you think of something? Share it. Yuan Ruan. Beehive coal. The 3 of them. Beehive coal? What is that? The system. Beehive coal? Is it the coal used for burning? The emperor. The prince. Wu Yi nearly stumbled. Wild people do not farm. They usually survive by foraging for wild fruits and hunting. However, during harsh winters when animals are scarce, they dig for coal on the mountains, carrying bamboo baskets down to trade with villagers for supplies. This means wild people are not lacking in coal. Using beehive coal as their bargaining chip is less effective than just giving them some food. The system echoed this thought. Host, while people rely on coal for survival in winter, they really don't lack coal. Even if your beehive coal burns longer than regular coal, it doesn't matter. The 3 of them. Wait, did they hear that right? Burns longer? They all gasped in surprise, and Wu Yi almost shouted, System, don't say that. Even if beehive coal burns just 1 hour longer than regular coal, that's a huge benefit. This could lead to great profits if sold properly. Not just wild people, any country would be interested. Well, never mind, I won't say it. The 3 of them. No, it's very important. Stick to your guns, dear child. This is a very tempting bargaining chip. The emperor exchanged a glance with the crown prince. The crown prince suddenly stroked his chin and said, Regarding the interests mentioned by father, I have thought of something. The wild people cannot hunt in winter and usually come down the mountain to trade by carrying coal. However, recently, the Chen and Shu states have provided a lot of coal to the people at a slightly lower price than the wild people's coal, making it hard for them to sell. Father, can we do something about this? For example, instead of just giving them fish, we could teach them to fish and guide them to join the Great Xia? The emperor understood and stroked his chin, saying, "That's possible. We need to think it through." The two spoke face to face, their attention focused on Yuan Ruan. Fortunately, their plan was working and Yuan Ruan's soft voice echoed again. Look, system. My brother and nephew think the same as I do. Making coal balls is feasible. The system chimed in with approval. Indeed. You really are the host. I didn't expect you to know about making coal balls. But how can we help them learn? Of course. I love my brother and nephew the most. The emperor and the crown prince felt warmth in their hearts. The emperor walked over and gently picked up Yuan Ruan, patting her little head. Yuan Ruan enjoyed the affection for a moment and continued in her mind. I'll think about how to do it. Making coal balls involves mixing coal with a binder and stirring it. Wait, the binder. I know the formula, but how do we make ammonium oxalate? Can it be done in ancient times? The three nearly fell over in surprise. The system quickly said, "Host, don't worry, I'm here. Besides the national fortune tasks, I'm also a prank system and can help you create some daily tasks to get the formula. Tell me more." Ding dong. Daily task 1. Ride on Qixing's shoulders and let 1,000 people see you. 0/1000. Reward. Honeycomb coal binder formula. The crown prince looked at the emperor with a strange expression. Wui was trying to hold back laughter. But the next moment, both were startled into coughing by Yuan Ruan's next thought. Qixing?
Who is that?
The crown prince looked at the emperor in disbelief, his face saying, "Father, you've known the princess for so long. How could my little sister not know your name?" The emperor. He took a deep breath and remained calm. The system teased, "You say you love your brother the most, but this is your nominal godfather, actually your elder brother's name." Oh no, my mistake. That name sounds unique and powerful. No wonder it's my handsome and charming brother's name. Yuan Ruan flattered the system and quietly complained, "The task is great, but as the only one, how can I get my brother to cooperate with me?" The system sighed, "True. To ride a horse, you first need to climb onto someone's shoulders. With your small arms and legs, can you manage that? The hardest part is how to get him to take you out without raising suspicion, while also making sure 1,000 people see it." This question troubled not only the system. The emperor and his companions were also thinking about how to assist in completing the task without raising Yuan Ruan's or the system's suspicions. At that moment, the prince suddenly stood up and confidently walked over, lifting Yuan Ruan high from the emperor's arms. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, the prince smiled and placed Yuan Ruan on his shoulder. He turned to the emperor and said, "Father, since we can't think of a plan right now, how about we disguise ourselves and go to the village where the wild people are? We might come up with new ideas." The emperor paused, realizing the prince was pretending to act for the task. Just as he was about to nod, he heard the prince say, "This way, Yuan Ruan, and I can pretend to be an ordinary father and daughter. What do you think, father?" The emperor. Even knowing the prince was joking, it still didn't sit well with him. With a forced smile, the emperor grabbed Yuan Ruan and placed her on his shoulder, saying, "Outside the palace, we must behave properly. I think you'd make a good little servant. Come on, let's go." With that, the emperor strode out. Beep, daily task 1. Ride on Qixing's shoulders and let 1,000 people see. 5 out of 1,000. Host, you have a chance. Yes, yes, yes. Our luck is amazing. Thanks to my big nephew for the assist. Let's give my big nephew a reward. Prince. What does that reward mean? Before he could ponder it, he heard Yuan Ruan's cheerful voice in his mind. Wow, brother, go for it. We've crossed the 3-digit mark. Awesome. Has your majesty already reached the military camp? Impressive, and we haven't even arrived at the village, and the count is already 532. Listening to Yuan Ruan's joyful thoughts, the prince and Wu Yi were unsure whether to feel embarrassed for the emperor or happy for Yuan Ruan. After a short while, the three arrived at a bustling market 5 miles from the military camp. Just before the emperor stepped into the market, they heard a pleasant ding-dong sound. Ding-dong, daily task 1. Ride on Qixing's shoulders and let 1,000 people see. 1,000/1,000. Completed. Yuan Ruan is amazing. Hee, it's all thanks to my older brother and my nephew. I just got lucky. The Crown Prince and the Emperor. The Crown Prince looked at the Emperor with surprise. The Emperor also had a smile on his face. Hee, the host is too humble. Now it's time for your reward. Okay, wait. How will I receive this reward? Also, how can a baby like me give them anything?
Let me think.
The Crown Prince and the Emperor. Was it all for nothing? Host, I have a brilliant idea for delivering the reward. Want to hear it? Yes, tell me. The Crown Prince and the Emperor. Their eyes lit up with anticipation again. Host, watch my plan. The Crown Prince and the Emperor. Still being mysterious. The Emperor and the Crown Prince exchanged curious glances. They continued walking forward. The Crown Prince then realized they had completed their daily task, yet his father was still carrying Yuan Ruan. He glanced around the crowd and approached casually, saying, "Father, are you tired? How about I help you?" "No need." The Emperor steadied Yuan Ruan and moved toward a small vendor, replying in a deep voice, "Just keep walking." The Crown Prince was taken aback. Why did it seem like his father wasn't bothered? He almost looked like he was enjoying it. At that moment, Wu Yi patted the Crown Prince's shoulder from behind and whispered, "His Majesty truly loves the little princess. They get along well. That unique connection is just a way for them to bond." The Crown Prince suddenly understood, watching the harmonious interaction between the two with thoughtful eyes. The village near the garrison was very poor. Most people were thin and dark, and there were hardly any little girls in the market. When a few tall figures dressed differently appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yuan Ruan felt uneasy being stared at. If it weren't for the reward ahead, she might have pulled the Emperor's hair and cried to go back. Accompanied by a few muffled grunts, a fierce shout rang out. "Still running? I'll make sure you regret it." Yuan Ruan glanced over and saw 2 tall men surrounding a small child, kicking him. The child hugged his head tightly, enduring the adults' blows and insults without a sound. Only when the little boy occasionally looked up did his swollen eyes reveal a fierce determination. "How sad. I really hate domestic violence. Do you think if I cry my big brother could help him? The host can give it a try." Yuan Ruan pointed at the little boy with a chubby finger, pouting as big tears fell from her round eyes, making one feel a deep sadness. The Emperor knew Yuan Ruan was pretending, but he still felt a lot of sympathy. "Ruan, don't be afraid, my dear." The Emperor gently wiped Yuan Ruan's tears and glanced at the little boy. The Emperor frowned slightly and signaled to Wu Yi. Wu Yi clasped his hands and stepped forward, kicking the man who was the most aggressive aside. Another man tried to resist, but was quickly knocked to the ground by Wu Yi. "What are you doing?" Wu Yi lifted the bloodied man. "Attacking someone in public?" The man, covered in blood, mumbled, "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this?" Before he could finish, a tall, thin man next to him quickly covered his mouth. The thin man seemed more perceptive, glancing nervously at the Emperor and his group, bowing repeatedly and saying, "We were just disciplining our child and disturbed your honor. We will leave right away." At that moment, the system emitted a loud noise. Is this a lucky place? Another national fortune mission has been triggered. Everyone. So frequent? Yuan Ruan, huh? Another one? Should I be worried about pain? System. No. This time it's a national fortune side mission related to the person you want to save. The one hitting is a trafficker. The one lying there is the Emperor's son.
What?
Everyone. When Wu Yi heard the Emperor's son, he didn't need the national fortune mission to motivate him. Without hesitation, Wu Yi rushed forward, his expression fierce as he elbowed the standing man, then kicked the one who was trying to apologize down to the ground. Onlookers were stunned and took a step back. The attacked man was confused and somewhat aggrieved, saying, "Your Honor, we were just moving for you. You don't need to rush." Wu Yi interrupted him with a loud shout. "Shut up. How could an old man like you have such a delicate child? He must be stolen. You just tried to take my young lady, and now you want to steal again?" Wu Yi turned the accusation back on them, causing the villagers who had wanted to reason with him to step back again. "I also think these two look like traffickers. Who hits a child? How bold. They dare to steal a noble's child. The kidnapper got beaten up, and he deserves it. I want to rush over and kick him too." The emperor despises human traffickers, especially since this one was selling his own child. "Take them away and punish them severely." The emperor, holding the confused Yuan Ruan, slowly approached the child lying there. "Don't be afraid, Ruan. This is what bad people deserve." Yuan Ruan still looked dazed. The crown prince was furious at the audacity of the kidnapper to target the royal heir, but seeing Yuan Ruan's blank expression made him worry that the emperor and General Wu might scare her. After all, the little princess didn't know that her father understood her feelings. To her, it seemed like the emperor and General Wu were harming people without evidence. She might be even more afraid of her father now. Just as the crown prince was still worried, he suddenly heard a soft voice in his head.
Wow.
"Brother is so cool. Beat the bad guys. Let's take down the kidnappers." Yes, yes. As expected of a great protector, so sharp-eyed. The kidnappers should be punished. Crown Prince. He was worried, realizing that his sister and the system hadn't thought this through at all. The emperor relaxed his brow a bit, holding Yuan Ruan more gently. "Host, this little one has a big surprise. Want to hear it?" The emperor and crown prince paused. After spending time together, they learned that the system didn't know everyone's past lives. In fact, it seemed to look down on ordinary lives and couldn't find out much. Now, a kid had appeared who surprised even the system. How could it not catch the attention of the three? "This kid will be one of the future rebels," Yuan Ruan exclaimed.
What?
"That's amazing." The three were shocked.
What?
"A rebel?" The crown prince frowned, his gaze sharp. If it weren't for the fact that the kid was the son of the emperor, General Wu might have drawn his sword right away. He turned to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this." The emperor's gaze was steady. "Be calm and patient. Let's hear the whole story. He's not that impressive. According to the original fate, your older brother passed away." No. After the emperor from the former fate passed away, the higher-ups in the Xia kingdom fell into power struggles, and the military across the country acted independently. Many bandit groups shamelessly declared themselves kings. As for this kid, he was abandoned by an old palace made and raised by someone else, developing his skills. In the end, he successfully escaped a brutal training camp and joined a regular army in the Great Xia. Then, taking advantage of the regular army's campaign to eliminate other rebel kings, he aimed to gain achievements and grow his reputation while secretly seizing the lands of those kings. In the end, he declared himself king, but unfortunately, he was injured and passed away less than a month after becoming king, and his power was absorbed by others. Because his real name was Wu Yu, and he was king for only a month, later generations referred to him as the Moon King. Haha, Moon King, that name is a bit silly, but he was really impressive. The emperor and his companions calmed down. It makes sense that someone would become a rebel king for such reasons. The emperor felt a sense of joy. Since he could absorb other rebel kings during chaotic times, he must have been quite capable, truly his descendant. He could train a strong ally for the crown prince in the future. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. In the records, he couldn't act humanely. Do you want to guess why?
Huh?
Did he get hurt? The emperor and the crown prince. Be quiet. This is inappropriate. System, what are you trying to say to the innocent child? The system continued without hesitation. Because she is a girl, disguised as a boy. She is Wu Yu, who felt it was inconvenient to travel the world as a woman, so she took on a male identity. Once she joined the army, She never wore women's clothing again and remained in her male disguise until her death. The emperor and the crown prince nearly stumbled in shock.
What?
A girl? Not only did she become a general, but she also became a rebel king? The emperor and the crown prince exchanged incredulous glances. Only Yuan Ruan, after being confused, began to admire her in her heart. Wow, she's a young lady. No wonder I felt her aura was so different at first glance. Oh my, we must save her. Yuan Ruan really liked this heroic woman. System. Yes, we must save her. National Fortune side quest. Bring back the lost pearl to the Great Xia. National Fortune +1. The emperor and his companions. She used all her strength to lean toward the other side. The emperor, worried about hurting Yuan Ruan and concerned about his lost daughter, quickened his pace, his gaze fixed on the little girl lying there. At that moment, Yuan Ruan waved her little hands, babbling excitedly. Big brother, let me down. I want to hug the young lady, the super cool Wu Yu, especially in her battle-worn version. The emperor. He lightly tapped Yuan Ruan's forehead, but didn't let her get close to Wu Yu. The emperor was lost in thought and did not notice that Wu Yu, who was struggling to stand, trembled when she heard her name. Her eyes, hidden by her hair, stared intently at Yuan Ruan. How could a little baby talk without opening her mouth? How did she know Wu Yu's name and gender? Could it be another scheme from the assassin in the magic cave? Wu Yu felt a mix of torment and warmth. Just then, she locked eyes with the baby, who paused for a moment before wildly waving her arms, moving so quickly that it seemed like there were afterimages of her actions.
Ah.
The pretty big sister is looking at me. Come here, let's hug. I will protect you.
Come closer.
Yes, a little closer, hold me tight because I like you the most. You are the best. Wu Yu froze. From the moment she was born, she had only known blood and schemes. She had never heard any praise or received such love and affirmation. Could this be the enchanting voice of a siren from the stories? It must be, otherwise, how could anyone like her? But she couldn't help wanting to get closer. It felt so warm, as if there was truly someone in this world who could love all of her. Wu Yu's gaze became vacant, like a puppet being controlled, as she slowly reached out her hand toward the babbling baby. The emperor noticed and pressed his lips together, gritting his teeth in frustration. How could his daughter live such a miserable life, and how did she end up outside the palace? The emperor softly said, if one really likes her, I will take her back after she is cleaned up and treated. Then she can stay with you. Wu Yu's hand recoiled, as if it had been burned. Yes, she was so dirty. How could she get close to her? Oh, dear. Little you looks like a sad puppy with her ears drooping. Pat your head. I will protect you. The emperor. Who describes people like that? He turned to look but found Wu Yu's dull eyes flickering with a hint of light, as if she really liked it. Wu Yu did like it, especially when she saw the baby reaching out to her with round, bright eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. In a moment of distraction, the baby leaned slightly. Wu Yu could no longer care about being disliked by adults. She dashed forward to support Yuan Ruan, and in that moment, she was met with the baby's chubby little hands cradling her face. Wu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Just then, Wu Yi strode over, a bit bewildered by the scene, and quietly asked the prince, Your Highness, what is happening now? The prince, wanting to keep his ability to hear thoughts a secret, said, My little sister really likes it. General, why don't you send someone to take her back to see the army doctor and help her recover?
We noted.
Wu Yu was initially very cautious, having just escaped from a dangerous place. But as she struggled, she heard Yuan Ruan's cheerful thoughts again. Mommy is finally here. Hurry. Little you, go get treated and take care of your health. Then find a chance to meet your family. Your dad, your aunt, and your big nephew are all here.
We found you.
Wu Yu suddenly fell silent, and after a moment, she became so excited that she trembled and started to cry. Hey, why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry. Wu Yu quickly tried to hold back her tears, not wanting to make a mess. She took a deep look at Yuan Ruan before limping away with Wu Yi. Yuan Ruan watched her worriedly. The system seemed a bit jealous. Host, she's strong now and getting treatment. Why are you still worried? That's for later. She's still young and has her identity to consider. All right. We don't need to rush her identity restoration. First, let's focus on bringing her back to the palace. That should count as completing the National Fortune side quest. Host, the daily reward I arranged for you is coming now. Let's handle that first. Where is it? The Emperor and the Prince were also looking around, eager for the coal reward. Just then, a personal guard rushed over and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness, we just found a large treasure chest in the tree nearby. The commoners were too afraid to handle it privately, so we present it to you. The Prince and the Emperor turned their heads at the same time, surprised by a brass chest that was 1 meter in length, width, and height. It was no wonder the guard was eager to present it. The brass chest looked very valuable, with cloud carvings on its corners, and the entire chest seemed to be embraced by a beautiful peacock. The lock was unusual, resembling a small footprint. The Emperor instinctively looked at Yuan Ruan, as the footprint looked somewhat similar to hers. Aha, host, the treasure chest I arranged for delivering the coal technology has arrived. What? Does this treasure chest contain the coal technology? The Emperor and the Prince. No wonder it looked so fancy and beautiful. It made sense since it was arranged by the system. Yes, I temporarily knocked out a soldier to find this treasure chest, and I left your footprint as a marker. That way, we won't get it mixed up.
Yuan Ruan.
Yuan Ruan's lips twitched slightly as she complained to herself about the system. Unbelievable. Luckily, my brother and nephew are not foolish enough to try matching my little foot with the box. They would definitely notice something was off. She planned to use her little foot to test the box, but then the Prince and the Emperor. Foolish?
This.
The two exchanged glances, relieved that they hadn't pressed it directly. At that moment, an armored general hurried over. With a serious expression, he said, Your Majesty, how could such a delicate treasure chest be buried in an ordinary village? I suspect it is a trap set by rebels or an enemy nation, filled with poison or hidden weapons. I will arrange for it to be burned immediately. Emperor and Prince. Wait, put down the torch. After a chaotic moment, the Prince stepped forward and cleverly persuaded the young general to open the chest. In the end, they successfully obtained several pieces of prepared coal and a guide on how to make coal adhesive. The Prince was excited and was about to tell the Emperor about conducting coal experiments. Just then, Yuan Ruan's thoughts expressed confusion. I can't help but feel that my brother and nephew are not easily fooled. How could they believe what was in the treasure chest? Especially after the assassination attempt. It's a bit too coincidental. Prince. His words got stuck in his throat. The system replied, It is a bit coincidental, but you are the embodiment of the great fortune of the Xia nation. Having some luck is quite normal. Besides, if they experiment with the box, a failure only wastes time, but success will strengthen the Xia nation. Well, yes. Why should I overthink it? Time for a nap. The Emperor and the Prince exchanged glances. The Prince reached out, but the Emperor said, It's getting late. You go ahead. I'll take Yuan Ruan back to rest. The Prince was taken aback. He watched the Emperor gently pat Yuan Ruan's back as they walked away, unable to help but think, Is this really my father, who usually piles on the paperwork? Yuan Ruan had a long, deep sleep. When she woke up, the system excitedly reported good news. Host, the Prince has successfully received the coal and appreciates it greatly. He is leading the craftsmen to make the adhesive tonight. Although the Emperor didn't connect the footprints of the treasure chest to you, he believes that after meeting you, his luck has improved, so he has specially ordered 300 households to be granted to you. Ha ha ha, Host, you will receive commissions every year from now on. Host, your contributions have not gone unnoticed, that's great. Let's celebrate. The Emperor, entering the tent, overheard this and agreed. The system was right. Whoever brought the benefits deserved the credit. However, the Emperor still felt uncertain about whether these yellow and white items would please the little goddess. Perhaps he should replace them with beautiful silk or rare books.
Wow.
Can you really earn money while lying down?
Ha ha ha.
This is amazing. Instead of asking the god of wealth, I should ask my brother. In the future, I will hang a portrait of him in my home and pray to it every day. The emperor. He didn't expect the little goddess to be so fond of it. It seemed he was beginning to understand her preferences. Yuan Ruan was happily discussing with the system when suddenly the system chimed in. Host, we just scanned another situation. Do you remember the kidnapper who attacked the Moon King? He has 3 hidden guards with him. They plan to break into the military camp and harm little Yaya. Yuan Ruan was shocked. This is outrageous. Sending hidden guards to harm a child? Did little Yaya break a heavenly rule? Hurry, we need to save her. The emperor's expression also darkened. How could anyone in the Great Xia dare to send hidden guards to confront the emperor's camp? And to harm his child? This time, without Yuan Ruan crying to get the emperor's attention, he directly picked her up and walked out of the tent, saying, General Wu said he found a peace charm on this child that only my children possess. How strange. General Wu is accompanying the prince. I must see for myself. Yuan Ruan, great. We solved the case. This must be the reason for completing the National Fortune side quest. After a short while, they arrived at General Wu Yi's military tent. As they approached, the emperor suddenly stopped, placing his right hand lightly on his sword. Yuan Ruan system, have we finally reached our destination? Quickly, find out where she is. Host, little Yaya is in the small tent behind this large one. Let's go. Strange. Why is my brother standing still? What is he looking at? Yuan Ruan was puzzled, but in the next moment, she was lifted into the air. Suspended, she was stunned, flailing her limbs and wanting to scream, I'm afraid of heights. However, the next second, she saw the emperor draw his sword, elegantly swinging it left and right, and in an instant, a frail masked man stumbled out, clutching his right shoulder. Yuan Ruan was stunned and even forgot to scream as she was caught by the emperor, who had just performed a beautiful sword flourish. System. Ruan, why are you in a daze? Are you okay? Yuan Ruan's eyes sparkled. Brother, you look so cool.
Look at his sword moves. Wow.
So impressive. The emperor chuckled and steadied the sword handle. At that moment, 2 masked men rolled out from behind the tent. Yuan Ruan jumped back in fright, but the masked men didn't rush at the emperor. Instead, they reached out to a frail masked man who was kneeling on the ground. The emperor raised an eyebrow and threw his sword to block their attempt to save him. The other 2 masked men exchanged glances and, in the next second, jumped out of the window to escape. The emperor's expression turned serious as he hurried to the kneeling man. After just a few steps, he saw the man's lips oozing a foul black blood. He had committed suicide. Yuan Ruan's excitement suddenly faded, replaced by a sense of foreboding. Bring help, the emperor commanded, and several armored soldiers rushed into the tent. Take him down for treatment and questioning. Search the entire army. No unfamiliar faces should escape. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. Yuan Ruan felt an increasing weight of dread. The hidden guards were so quick. Had they already completed their mission? Oh no. What if they can't save him, and it ends up harming me instead? Don't cry, host. The Moon King is still alive. Move forward and look to your right, down below. But I advise you to cover your nose. It smells a bit. Hearing this, the emperor waved his hand. Some palace guards went to investigate. Yuan Ruan peeked out eagerly, insisting, Where? Where? I'm not afraid of the smell. I handled it well last time. At that moment, a stone lid was dragged, making a noise. A person covered in black mud crawled out from below, barely recognizable as human, except for a pair of bright, clean eyes. The rest of the smell was overwhelming.
Wow.
They're alive. The emperor immediately stepped back 3 meters, holding Yuan Ruan. Wu Yu paused in her approach. It does smell bad, but I'm really happy. Hehe. The emperor and Wu Yu. They both looked over, and in the stinky environment, the small face revealed a chubby smile. Wu Yu's long-dormant heart stirred slightly. Yuan Ruan's joy for Wu Yu, her concern for her, and her willingness to come to her aid, even at the cost of her own comfort, showed that she was indeed the little guardian angel her wet nurse had spoken of, someone who would show her compassion. At that moment, the Emperor took a wet towel from the guard, who followed closely behind and tossed a piece to Wu Yu while wiping Yuan Ruan's hands and face. My brother is so thoughtful. They must be spreading rumors about him being a tyrant. The Emperor paused for a moment and continued to wipe Yuan Ruan's face, silently swallowing the order to execute the families of those who dared to offend. Wu Yu felt so nervous that her cloth almost fell to the ground. A tyrant? Is this person the one the little bodhisattva was talking about? Could he be the current emperor? As Wu Yu was guessing, the soft voice in her heart spoke again. By the way, system, can you find out who the master behind the 3 dark guards is? The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Wu Yu's eyes also flashed with a hint of gloom. System. Of course. Both of them. Let me take a look. These 3 dark guards are actually guests secretly raised by the Wu family. The emperor. But he quickly realized that Wu Yi would never betray him. It must be other pests from the Wu family. Yuan Ruan thought of the same thing and frowned, complaining to the system. General Wu Yi would never do that. Could it be someone else from the Wu family? The guest is Wu San, who is actually raised by General Wu Yi's cousin, but the real master is Wu San's concubine, who later became his legitimate wife. The emperor? That sounded a bit absurd. The mastermind behind the assassination of the heir is the legitimate wife of a minor general? Yuan Ruan also found it ridiculous and continued to complain. Hey, system, are you sure about this? Even stories wouldn't dare to write something like this. The system almost jumped up to say, Host, I'm not making this up. The plot I found this time is more dramatic than any story. That legitimate wife was saved by General Wu San during a military campaign. This woman was originally an assassin from a notorious group and, after being rescued, entered the Wu San household. Later, the general's wife became increasingly ill and passed away 3 years later. After that, General Wu San made her his legitimate wife. This legitimate wife also opened a branch of the notorious group in the capital and, a few years ago, took in Wu Yu, who was thrown out of the palace by an old maid, raising her as an assassin. The system finished speaking in one breath. Yuan Ruan felt like her worldview was about to shatter. This is so absurd. The general favors his concubine over his wife. The legitimate wife is an assassin, and she even raised the emperor's daughter to be an assassin? She even sensed something deeply unsettling about this situation. For instance, was the general's legitimate wife's death truly natural? Did the legitimate wife really not know Wu Yu was a princess? And did Wu San really not know that the Dark Guard wanted to kill Wu Yu? This family is like a terrifying whirlpool. Everything feels off. Wu Yu clenched her fists tightly and lowered her head to hide her resentful gaze. The emperor agreed, and was already thinking about how to deal with the family when he returned. Now I understand why the sister destroyed the Blackshaw Hall first after her success.
Clang.
Wu Yu accidentally kicked a chair beside her. Yuan Ruan looked over with concern. Is the sister hurt? Did she fall? Doctor, doctor. The emperor quickly lifted her up and said, Call the military doctor to check on her. The military doctor hurried over to help Wu Yu. Yuan Ruan praised in her heart. This is true father-daughter connection. So nice. The emperor was speechless, but felt little emotion. Wu Yu glanced coldly at the emperor. Her past training made her dismissive of blood ties, and she had little hope. On the contrary, she was curious about one thing. Why did the emperor call the little bodhisattva his daughter, but she called him Big Brother? However, she didn't think long before Yuan Ruan's next thoughts warmed her. These 2 terrible people deserve to face consequences soon. Ruan, you're still a little one who can't speak. What do you want to do? Hee, I have the emperor. Use his strength against him. Go out, and let Big Brother go. The emperor's expression darkened. What kind of talk is this? Wu Yu, however, seemed to ponder deeply. Yes, that's right. She couldn't take down the opponent now, but she could definitely use their strength against them. A determined glint suddenly flashed in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she suddenly bowed deeply and said, "Long live the emperor. I've been wanting to report a certain court official who is raising private soldiers and plotting against you, which is a disaster for the great Xia. Everyone." The emperor paused, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Speak." Wu Yu pressed her lips together and declared loudly, "Adoptive father, Wu San." At this, the nearby soldiers were shocked and turned to look. Yuan Ruan's eyes nearly popped out.
What?
Reporting her adoptive father for plotting against the emperor. The emperor squinted at Wu Yu, realizing that she had indeed heard thoughts and was inspired by Yuan Ruan to use their strength against Wu San. So what exactly is the range of this thought-reading ability? Blood ties? But General Wu Yi can hear it too, or is it the importance of story characters? The emperor thought for a moment, but quickly set it aside. He looked back at Wu Yu. In the past, no one would dare to use him like this. The emperor would have acted swiftly to show them that some things were unacceptable. But now, it was his estranged daughter speaking, and Yuan Ruan was watching eagerly. The emperor responded, "Oh? Do you have any evidence?" Wu Yu had no evidence, but she believed Yuan Ruan's words and thought the emperor was naturally suspicious. She was sure that if he investigated, he would find something. So, Wu Yu firmly declared, her eyes almost icy, "I have seen those 3 secret guards who trespassed into the military camp. If your majesty does not believe me, you can send someone to investigate at any time." The soldiers were in an uproar, looking at each other in confusion. They were unaware of the existence of issues like favoritism, so they thought that General Wu must have been reported by his own adopted son for a serious mistake. Considering the 3 secret guards who had intruded into the military camp, especially since they had confronted the emperor, they were almost certain that General Wu had committed a grave crime of treason. Yuan Ruan was delighted and happily discussed with the system. Wu Yu is truly impressive, with a keen eye for detail, able to remember every secret guard at home. This time, she will surely turn the tables. System. Indeed, very capable. You have good taste, sister. The ice in Wu Yu's eyes melted instantly. She slightly lowered her head and shyly pinched her sleeve. The emperor observed all of Wu Yu's expressions and suddenly said, "Your adoptive father has committed a serious mistake, but you have recognized your errors and are willing to redeem yourself. Do you have any wishes?" Wu Yu knelt partially and clasped her hands, saying, "My adoptive father has committed a grave crime, and as his son, I dare not have any other desires. I only wish to serve the little princess in the palace." The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Yuan Ruan. Sister, you are the princess. The future is bright. Don't get it wrong." The emperor. He touched his cheek, which had been lightly slapped by Yuan Ruan, and moved back a little. The emperor's gaze returned to Wu Yu. Her decisiveness in seeking revenge and her courage to risk everything showed that she was indeed a talented individual. She was truly his daughter, but even she would have to pass tests to be by the side of the great nation of Xia. He wondered how far she could go. Thinking of this, the emperor said coldly, "You, as a young man, cannot enter the palace to accompany the little princess. Instead, given your bravery and wisdom, you may go to the East Palace to follow the crown prince and seek a future there." He wanted to see how far this ambitious person could go. "If you are willing to give up your position for personal gain, then just return to the palace and be a well-behaved little princess." Entering the East Palace, accompanying the crown prince. This is appealing not just to the son of a criminal, but also to many young nobles. The soldiers were jealous and whispered, "Accompanying the crown prince? Is this the treatment a criminal son gets? His father is of a low rank. He might not even have earned this privilege. His adoptive father is powerful and ruthless. With such support, he will surely rise to great heights in the future." Yuan Ruan felt a bit overwhelmed. "Wait a minute. That's your real brother. You don't need to rely on anyone. But you can go ahead, and I will find a way to help you regain your princess status." When Wu Yu looked at Yuan Ruan, there was a gentle glimmer in her eyes, and then she confidently let down her hair. She knelt before the emperor and said in a hoarse voice, "I am a woman. Everyone." "What?" General Wu's adopted son is actually a girl? Regardless of whether General Wu plotted against the emperor, the crime of deceiving the ruler was clear. Yuan Ruan. Stunned. How did she just reveal her identity? What will happen to her future? Ha ha, good. The emperor was momentarily surprised but then laughed heartily, his tone softening. Go wash up and quickly teach her the palace rules and etiquette. The palace maid's posture was a bit stiff as she replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Wu left with a cold expression, only showing a hint of a smile when passing by Yuan Ruan. The emperor, in a good mood, took Yuan Ruan and left. Not long after, Yuan Ruan heard a sudden uproar from the quiet camp behind them. She even caught some malicious comments about Wu Yu's revelation of her gender. Yuan Ruan frowned. These people are so annoying. Brother, hurry. Go confront them. The emperor. He looked down at Yuan Ruan, who was frowning and pointing at the whispering soldiers. The emperor found it both amusing and frustrating. Who dared to command him like that, especially in such a commanding way?
But
the emperor turned back and waved his hand. His guards rushed over and scolded. Who allowed you to speak nonsense in front of the emperor and disturb him?
take them all away.
The soldiers instantly knelt on the ground, crying and banging their heads. We were wrong. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Please, Your Majesty, spare our lives. Just as the emperor was about to leave indifferently, he heard a thought. With just a glance, the soldiers were terrified. Such a gentle brother truly seems to be a tyrant. Shivering in fear, the emperor, who was about to execute someone, cleared his throat and said, "Press down and give 30 hard strikes." The guards looked confused. The soldiers kneeling on the ground erupted with joy, bowing repeatedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Thank you for your grace." The emperor sent Yuan Ruan back to rest on the bed. He then opened a memorial to continue his review. When he saw one particular item, the emperor frowned, feeling a slight discomfort. He ordered someone to call for Song Wei. As soon as Song Wei bowed, he felt a memorial hit him hard on the head. Blood streamed from his forehead, and he dared not move. A cold voice came from above. When did this happen? Song Wei looked bewildered, his mind racing, but he still replied, "It's all my fault, Your Majesty. I will make sure it doesn't happen again." Don't admit to things you don't know. Since Yuan Ruan was sleeping nearby, the emperor suppressed his urge to smash his cup and pointed at Song Wei, saying, "Why is there a woman's letter mixed in with this memorial?" Song Wei felt as if he had been struck by lightning, bowing repeatedly, "Your Majesty, I swear, I had no idea. Go and be punished. Receive 50 hard strikes." The emperor looked coldly at Song Wei. "Investigate everyone involved, regardless of their rank, and punish their families." Song Wei quickly replied, "Yes." The emperor continued, "Wu Yu is my biological daughter. Immediately send troops to surround the Wu family for a thorough investigation. Write a letter to the Imperial clan court to prepare 2 new Princess Jade tablets." Song Wei was stunned. That little beggar was the emperor's own daughter? How did he not know anything about this? But soon, he bowed in fear, realizing how deep the emperor's network of information was. At that moment, a eunuch announced that General Wu Yi wished to see the emperor. The emperor nodded. Wu Yi strode in and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, the honeycomb coal test was a great success. The same size of coal can burn for 3 more hours after being turned into honeycomb coal." Really? Although he was prepared, the emperor was still very pleased.
Good.
"Where is the crown prince?" Wu Yi continued, "Your Majesty, we have received news from the west that there may be significant movements. The crown prince has already set out." The emperor replied, and frowned. "It seems a bit rushed. I will patrol this area for a few more days to mislead others. General Wu, you will also accompany me west."
What?
"Your Majesty, I must protect you. This place is only 100 miles from the capital. If danger truly arises, the capital's troops can quickly come to our aid." The emperor waved his hand and said, "This is Ji Rong's first outing, and he is heading west, which is quite dangerous. You should keep an eye on him for me." Wu clasped his hands and replied, "Understood." To protect the crown prince, the emperor's procession wandered nearby for a long time. It wasn't until it snowed again that the emperor slowly returned to the palace. Yuan Ruan, dressed warmly, leaned on the windowsill, admiring the snowy scenery. System. Do you like snow this much? Yuan Ruan. I'm from the south. System. But it was snowing heavily when you arrived. Why didn't you look then? Yuan Ruan. I was almost out of breath back then. Now it's different. I'm warm and thinking about the snow. I want to roll in it and see a huge snowman. The emperor, sitting in the carriage and reviewing documents, paused, deep in thought. An hour later, after having lunch with Yuan Ruan, there was a sudden knock on the carriage. The emperor signaled for the person to enter. A guard lifted the curtain and said, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." The emperor nodded slightly, placed a leather hat on Yuan Ruan, and then stepped out of the carriage. As soon as Yuan Ruan got out, she was amazed to see two snowmen, each as tall as two people, wearing scarves and seemingly warming themselves by a large snow-made fireplace. Nearby, a soldier was shaping snowballs into the form of coal and placing them beside the two big snowmen. The emperor, holding the excited Yuan Ruan, approached the snowmen. Yuan Ruan playfully dove into the snow, smearing her face against the snowman, her limbs joyfully flailing. The emperor couldn't help but smile at her antics, feeling all the frustration and fatigue from a day of reviewing documents vanish in that moment. At that moment, he heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts again. System. I have some fantastic news for you. National Fortune side quest. Bring back the lost pearl to the Great Xia. National Fortune +1. Completed. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in surprise. What? How was this completed? I haven't even recognized my identity as a princess yet. System. I don't know, but it shows as completed, and it won't harm you. The emperor thought for a moment. The letter must have arrived, likely from the royal clan office, listing their names on the Princess Jade tablet. He then revealed a smile of hidden achievement. Yuan Ruan. That makes sense. Haha, reaching a national fortune of 3 can activate a divine ability. Quickly activate it and see what my first ability is. The emperor's eyes lit up. This was a divine ability. What could it be? 17 System. First divine ability. Take off. Yuan Ruan. Emperor. The first ability is to fly? The emperor's chest suddenly felt warm. Indeed, such a power was truly something he envied. Yuan Ruan, after being surprised, became excited. Hurry, hurry. I want to fly. System. Let's try it tonight. What if you get caught as a monster? Yuan Ruan. That makes sense. The emperor was momentarily speechless. He wanted to see, but felt shy to say so. Later, as the emperor watched Yuan Ruan play in the snow, he wondered if she would secretly try to fly, giving him a visual treat. However, she didn't. Yuan Ruan was very cautious and behaved just like an ordinary child who loved snow. The emperor felt a bit disappointed. After playing outside for a while, he picked up the still excited Yuan Ruan and headed toward a nearby temporary wooden cabin to warm up and rest. He had just stepped onto a stair. Suddenly, a voice in his mind shouted, "Be careful." The emperor quickly shielded Yuan Ruan in his arms and drew his sword before even looking up. But when he did, his heart sank. It wasn't a beast or an assassin attacking, but something worse. A couple of heavy beams were falling from above. And just as he looked up, the beams were almost right above him. Realizing the importance of national fortune, the emperor didn't think twice and turned to protect Yuan Ruan. Your Majesty. The guards rushed over in a panic. But how could a person move as fast as heavy objects in free fall? Just when the guards were nearly in despair, the beams that should have crushed the emperor suddenly stopped in midair. This strange scene startled several rushing guards. Not only were the guards shocked, but the emperor himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. The little one in his arms had lifted her tiny feet, somehow supporting the weight of the beams. But how was that possible? At that moment, the voice in his mind sounded again. System. You scared me. How did you manage to strike that pose? Is this that ability? Yuan Ruan's voice was a bit mournful. Yes, it's the flying ability. The emperor suddenly understood. It was because of this system. You successfully avoided a disaster. Why aren't you happy, Ruan? Yuan Ruan. I was thinking of using the falling beam's force to fly away with my big brother. That would have been so cool. But you didn't say this flying only goes up 1 centimeter. I now feel like a circus performer, balancing on my feet to hold up the beam, and I can't move. Also, isn't this power a bit unscientific? Isn't it supposed to be about flying? Why can it make wooden pillars float in midair? System. Ruan, this is your special ability. It's conceptual power, not science. If it can float 1 centimeter, it means the objects connected to you are all within the magnetic field and are floating together. If it were just you, wouldn't you end up exposed every time you used your power? As for why the wooden pillar is floating, I don't understand that concept either. Maybe it's because your feet are lifted up. The emperor let out a chuckle. He isn't usually a person who laughs, but this time he couldn't help it. Yuan Ruan's inner thoughts were even more sorrowful. My brother is laughing. So frustrating. Hearing this, the emperor quickly stopped laughing. Remembering Yuan Ruan's earlier excited gesture of kissing his cheek, he hesitated for a moment and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Just then, the emperor's guards rushed forward. They looked at Yuan Ruan with surprise while working together to lift the beam down. After they finally managed to get it down, their gazes at Yuan Ruan were filled with even more shock. They couldn't help but whisper, "Is this the childhood of the legendary strongman from ancient times? I can't even imagine. It's amazing. I heard this lucky charm brought the honeycomb coal too. Incredible." As we all know, rumors tend to become more exaggerated, especially those with a hint of mystery. 3 days later, on the day the emperor's procession officially entered the capital, the rumors had evolved into, the emperor has a little goddess assisting him. The little goddess can turn stone into gold and break large stones with her chest. The little goddess can fly and is capable of anything. These rumors spread widely, and almost everyone in the capital knew about them. Yuan Ruan, who had entered the capital of the Daxia dynasty with excitement to sightsee, was shocked when the people behind her lifted the curtain of the carriage. She was taken aback by the dense crowd outside, especially seeing them wildly waving their hands and hearing the noisy discussions. Whereas the little goddess who blesses Daxia. Little goddess, look at me and save me. Why save the violent? Shu, are you crazy? Today's goal is just to see her, get a portrait, and pray. That would be a success. Yuan Ruan immediately closed her eyes and shrank back into the emperor's embrace, losing all desire to explore the streets. The emperor had been thinking that adopting a princess was not suitable for Yuan Ruan. He was mainly worried that some foolish people in the harem might use the identity of the adopted princess to scheme against Yuan Ruan. Even if Yuan Ruan wouldn't be hurt, the emperor wouldn't allow her to be sad. Now, seeing the public excitement outside, the emperor thought, why not take advantage of the situation and be bold? With this in mind, he first settled Yuan Ruan and Wu Yu in a residence close to the palace gate, then ordered officials from the astronomical bureau to be summoned. The chief official and 5 others hurried over. "We greet your majesty." They all bowed. "May your majesty have great fortune." The emperor said, "You've heard the rumors outside, right?" With this in mind, he first settled Yuan Ruan and Wu Yu in a residence close to the palace gate, then ordered officials from the astronomical bureau to be summoned. The chief official and 5 others hurried over. "We greet your majesty." They all bowed. "May your majesty have great fortune." The emperor said. The chief official was surprised by the sudden change of topic and paused before answering, "Your majesty, it will take 2 months. The emperor said, "Choose a site in the back of my palace for construction. You have 3 months to complete it." The 6 were shocked. The chief official clasped his hands and said, "Your majesty, I must speak frankly. A residence for the national master cannot be built in the palace's backyard. Each national master represents the fortune of their country. It should be left vacant rather than treated carelessly." "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" The emperor shot him a glance, and the chief official immediately fell silent, trembling. The emperor rubbed his forehead and said, "It's only because the national master is young. They will stay in the palace until they come of age. The chief official sighed in relief and was surprised. So young? Where is this talented disciple from? No school, just 8 months, the emperor said, looking at the 6 who were wide-eyed. My 9th princess, Yuan Ruan. The 6 were stunned. The emperor stood up to leave. The chief official murmured, "Is the emperor going mad?" The others exchanged glances, and the clerk couldn't help but say, "Chief official, you are known for your integrity, and you are the only one in court who dares to speak the truth to the emperor. Why not continue to give your honest advice?" The chief official shot him a cold look. "You go." With that, the chief official strode away. The clerk was left speechless. The deputy official patted the clerk's shoulder. "It's not easy for you to become a clerk." With the emperor so determined, how could the chief official dare to challenge him? Quickly prepare for the construction of the young national master's residence. With such a young national master, the court officials might think we've lost our minds. I'm just afraid other countries will laugh for a while. After the emperor returned, he took Yuan Ruan and a few others through a special direct passage. The royal carriage passed smoothly through the outer and inner cities, finally arriving at the palace. Yuan Ruan, still half asleep, was carried out of the carriage by the emperor. Snuggled in his arms, she didn't look up but heard the nearby gasps of surprise. Curious, she peeked out.
Wow.
Beautiful ladies dressed in various colors of silk, some in pure white robes and others wearing bright red fur shawls, stood ahead with cheerful smiles. At a glance, each had their own charm, like vibrant flowers blooming in winter. How beautiful! This is the joy of being an emperor? I wish I could experience this joy. The emperor's expression was slightly strange, but his sharp gaze scanned the concubines ahead. In a surprising moment, he noticed 2 of them looking confused. It was Consort Rong and Concubine Da. I want to try this joy too, the emperor thought, noticing the subtle change in the expressions of 3 concubines. It seemed that the empress could also hear thoughts. While the emperor was deep in thought, the 3 concubines were nearly startled. It was understandable. Anyone hearing such rebellious thoughts, especially with someone daring to laugh in front of the emperor, would struggle to control their emotions. The emperor was usually calm, but when he got angry, it wasn't uncommon for him to punish harshly. If someone foolish got caught and executed, it would be a terrible injustice. However, Empress Wang quickly regained her composure, sensing something was off. This voice seemed to be heard by only a few. She felt puzzled but said nothing, closing her eyes to meditate quietly. Concubine Da, also surprised, quickly restored her calm expression. She didn't observe others, but gently twisted the prayer beads on her wrist, silently praying. Only Consort Rong reacted differently. With a vivid imagination, she stifled a laugh and realized that the soft voice didn't belong to any of the concubines. So, she didn't look around but fixed her fiery gaze on the emperor's carriage. Yong Pin even boldly speculated whether the emperor had brought back a new sister after meeting some enchanting woman outside. After thinking it over, she couldn't help but test the waters and said, "Your Majesty, did you bring back a sister from your trip?" The emperor glanced at Yong Pin with a blank expression. Yong Pin flinched. The other concubines trembled, thinking, "Yong Pin, can you not take such risks? What if you really anger the emperor? We might all suffer the consequences." Empress Wang and Concubine Da also looked at Yong Pin, both wondering if she could hear their thoughts. Concubine Da silently rolled her wrist, feeling disdainful. There are so many women in the world. How could she be so jealous without even seeing the person yet? It was quite petty. Empress Wang chuckled softly, surprised that the seemingly cunning Yong Pin acted so simply. At that moment, Yuan Ruan's eager thoughts rang out. "What sister? Where is the new sister? Where is the new beauty? I haven't seen anyone. Tong, did you see her?" System. No, host, don't look. Sister and brother are just affectionate terms used among the concubines. Yong Pin realized she had misunderstood the situation. For the first time, she couldn't look the emperor in the face, and as her gaze fell, she accidentally met a pair of round, expectant eyes. Yong Pin thought, this was careless. The enchanting one might not be a woman but could be a child. The emperor frowned at the misunderstanding. He decided not to let the little one continue imagining strange things. After some thought, the emperor instructed Wu Yu to step down from the carriage. The emperor said, I unexpectedly rescued her outside the palace, and after investigation, I found out she is the biological daughter of one of my concubines who was lost. All the concubines gasped in disbelief. A daughter lost outside? Several concubines who had lost children years ago couldn't help but touch their bellies, and some looked at Wu Yu with hopeful eyes. Yong Pin's eyes turned red. The maid beside her whispered, Your Highness, don't be sad. There will be more chances. At that moment, the Empress stepped forward to the Emperor and asked softly, Your Majesty, can you find out which sister is her mother? If the birth mother is no longer here, should we record her under which sister's name? As soon as she finished speaking, several concubines' eyes brightened. At that moment, a slightly limping old palace maid quietly said to Consort Rong, Your Highness is still young and can have children. Even if you want to adopt, I believe it should be from infancy so you can raise them well. The Emperor was about to say that he hadn't investigated thoroughly when he suddenly heard a thought. That old maid speaks so harshly. How dare she criticize little Yaya? The three palace ladies were taken aback. Little Yaya? Wu Yu felt a warmth in her heart and wanted to tell the little Buddha that it was okay. But, remembering the Emperor's warning before she came, she kept quiet. System. Let me see.
Wow.
So Consort Rong is actually little Yaya's biological mother. Consort Rong gasped in shock. The Emperor glanced over. The Empress and noble consort couldn't help but steal a glance at the two. One was beautiful, and the other had a cold demeanor, and they didn't look very similar. Wu Yu remained calm. Yuan Ruan was shocked. System, tell me more. This old palace maid has always wanted to send her niece to the Emperor as a consort. But knowing her niece's looks and family background were weak, she planned to wait until her niece had a son or daughter for the Emperor, then let Consort Rong raise them. Because of this, she refused to let Consort Rong have her own children to avoid sharing the Emperor's favor. After Consort Rong had little Yaya, she secretly swapped her for a dead baby and continued to give her contraceptive medicine. Consort Rong tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Yuan Ruan was left speechless. After hearing all this, it was the first time she encountered such a foolish and wicked scheme. To harm the main palace's consort just for a distant niece was outrageous. If Consort Rong lost favor due to not having children, all the servants in the Chaoyang Palace would suffer. As Consort Rong's face twisted in anger, the Emperor suddenly said, Wu Yu is Consort Rong's child. She was secretly taken away by the cunning maid beside you. At this announcement, everyone who couldn't hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts gasped. The old palace maid panicked and immediately knelt down, banging her head on the ground. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. I would never dare. Your Majesty, this is unfair. Yuan Ruan, brother.
Go.
Give little Yaya justice. The Emperor remained still. Consort Rong rushed over and slapped the old maid's face twice. Afterward, she immediately turned to Wu Yu, embraced her, and cried tears of joy. What a touching mother-daughter reunion. It's wonderful that they finally recognized each other. Wu Yu stiffened for a moment, then reached out to pat Consort Rong's shoulder, signaling her to step back. Rongpin thought that Wu Yu was rejecting her. Just as she was about to defend herself, she saw Wu Yu quickly grab a knife from a palace guard and stab it into the old maid's leg. Wu Yu said coldly, She almost got away. The old maid cried out in pain, and the other palace ladies turned pale with fear. Even Rongpin's face went white, and she stood frozen. Seeing this, Wu Yu's eyes grew colder. So impressive. No wonder it's little Yaya. In an instant, a hint of softness appeared in her eyes. Rongpin felt a pang of regret. It wasn't fear, but rather her concern for her daughter, who had to endure such hardships outside. Thinking of this, Rongpin quickly stepped in front of Wu Yu and proudly said, No wonder you are my daughter. I am proud of you. The Emperor was very pleased with Wu Yu's performance and continued, Today, besides her, I have another little princess. The palace ladies gasped. What? There's another princess? Are there really so many hidden gems in the Great Xia dynasty? The emperor scanned the crowd and said, Erwan saved my life. She is the little princess I have recognized. I want to choose someone to take care of her for 3 months, after which there will be no further ties. Who is willing? Many concubines were initially interested, but hesitated when they heard the conditions. Without changing the family tree, this child would have no official ties to the concubines. Even if they didn't need to care for the princess, who wouldn't want to raise a child they were closer to? Just then, a voice echoed again. Oh, my brother is formally introducing me? Why didn't he let me freshen up first to make a good impression? The emperor was taken aback. He was about to tell Yuan Ruan not to worry about the attitudes of the palace women, that it wasn't worth taking seriously. But the next moment, his expression froze. Brother, do I look cute like this? Can I get more red envelopes from the mothers? System. Erwan is perfect.
You are a perfect baby.
The emperor's eye twitched slightly. The empress, Rongpin, and the Defei. Really? Then why don't they understand? They haven't shown any reaction at all? Maybe the Great Xia dynasty doesn't have the tradition of red envelopes. Also, when my brother recognized me as a princess, he didn't give me any red envelopes as a greeting gift. Now meeting his wives, it's no wonder they are stingy. Wu Yu suddenly stepped in front of Rongpin and softly said, If it weren't for little Pooh, she saved me, I would have died. Zongpin. She immediately walked over and said, Your Majesty, this child is truly adorable. I would like to give her a gift, a peace pendant, for safety and peace. The emperor paused, then heard joyful thoughts. Wow, this sister in red is so beautiful. Her features and figure are stunning, just like the legendary fox spirit Daji, captivating and enchanting. And she's giving such a lovely peace pendant. How wonderful. The emperor's eyes twitched slightly. Concubine Rong. Since she was young, she had always been charming, and people around her often lamented that she was beautiful but not dignified enough to be taken home. Some even cruelly called her a disaster for the nation, and her mother worried daily, urging her to hide her looks to avoid bringing trouble to their family. This was the first time she heard someone of the same gender, someone, give such positive praise for her appearance. At that moment, Queen Wang also stepped forward and gently said, The meaning behind Concubine Rong's gift is excellent. I will give a pair of peace locks for safety and smooth sailing in everything. The other palace ladies, who hadn't heard the thoughts, looked confused. But since both the queen and Concubine Rong had given gifts, the other ladies dared not hold back. They quickly took off their earrings, jade rings, and other items, offering them to Yuan Ruan with kind words. When Concubine had just gifted a bracelet, Yuan Ruan's chubby face broke into a smile, revealing 2 little dimples, while her thoughts echoed, Haha, when a beautiful person moves, wealth comes pouring in. This beauty must be my lucky star. I should stick close to her. Concubine paused, feeling a bit regretful for her gift. Concubine Rong smiled, suddenly feeling a strong connection with Yuan Ruan. Considering that her own daughter liked Yuan Ruan very much, Concubine Rong said, I am willing to take care of her. My palace is very close to the library, and the little princess will surely enjoy the peace there. The emperor had no intention of considering Concubine Rong, but when he heard the word peace, he hesitated. Of course, he was not hesitating about letting Concubine Rong raise Yuan Ruan. He was thinking about whether to switch other concubines with Concubine Rong for a different main hall. To encourage the palace ladies' initiative, the emperor said, She is not only my little princess, but also the youngest national teacher of the Great Xia. In 3 months, she will move to the national teacher's residence in the palace. Everyone. Yuan Ruan looked confused, not knowing when she had gained the title of national teacher. The palace ladies were shocked, nearly dropping their cloaks. No way. The impressive national teacher is actually her? But soon, their gazes toward Yuan Ruan changed completely. Concubine stepped forward first, offering a string of small prayer beads to Yuan Ruan, saying it seemed they had a special connection. The queen glanced at the concubine with a half-smile, took off the jade ring she was holding, and handed it to Yuan Ruan, saying, "What a coincidence. This child seems to have a special connection with me." Concubine Rong looked at Wuyu's expression, took off all the hairpins from her head, and placed them in Yuan Ruan's hands, saying, "I also feel a connection. My daughter has a bond with her too." The other concubines were not to be outdone, and began to give Yuan Ruan valuable little trinkets. Yuan Ruan. She was a bit overwhelmed, realizing her clothes were almost unable to hold all the hair accessories, earrings, and bracelets. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but glance over. The queen straightened her posture slightly and smiled at Yuan Ruan. Concubine just stopped playing with her prayer beads and gave Yuan Ruan a gentle nod. Concubine Rong stared at Yuan Ruan, looking almost like a captivating version of a famous beauty. The other palace ladies were still confused but tried to show goodwill toward Yuan Ruan, following the example set. It was the first time the emperor felt like he was just a background character while the ladies competed for attention over someone else. He felt both amused and curious. Which little princess would she prefer? Yuan Ruan took a deep breath and seriously complained to the system. "Why choose? I want them all." The queen, concubine Da, and concubine Rong were shocked. The emperor nearly choked on his drink, exclaiming, "What do you mean? All of them? You won't let go of any of my concubines?" The system replied, "Calm down, let's not dream." Yuan Ruan retorted, "Humph. What about concubine Rong? Little Yaya is here. It's lonely in the palace, and she needs company." The emperor paused, initially intending to choose a concubine who wouldn't hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts to protect her from being used. But since Yuan Ruan wanted company, the queen and concubine decide inwardly. Concubine Rong beamed with joy. The emperor said, "All right, first come with me to the ancestral hall to write a jade tablet, and then you can stay in Jiayang Palace for now." Jiayang Palace was where concubine Rong resided. Concubine Rong was overjoyed and bowed, saying, "Yes, your majesty." The palace welcomed a national scholar from a small kingdom who was about to move into concubine Rong's palace. Concubine Rong became the favored one, which made the other concubines unhappy. They sent letters to their brothers, strongly urging them to criticize concubine Rong in court. Even if they couldn't completely take the scholar away, they didn't want him staying in concubine Rong's palace for 3 months. When the officials in the capital received the letters, they were initially puzzled, then filled with doubt. After confirming the truth, they gasped in shock. A national scholar was a symbol of every country. They would rather leave the position vacant than have a young child in their midst. Protests. Even when facing a tyrant, one must protest. Just then, the emperor, accompanied by 2 young princesses, stepped out of the ancestral hall and saw dozens of elderly ministers bowing in the courtyard. One of the older officials stepped forward, looking distressed, and said, "Your Majesty, throughout history, there has never been a record of a national advisor under the age of 20. The national advisor can oversee important matters and influence the government. Such a significant position should not be given to a mere child, Your Majesty." The other ministers were also filled with righteous anger. They were older, valued tradition, and were not afraid of consequences. As they prepared to urge the emperor to reconsider his decision, they suddenly heard a voice in their minds. "Wow, the national advisor of the Great Xia is so powerful. Oh, no wonder this person is so upset. He must have spent everything to secure a spot for his son at the Longhu Mountain Academy, and now that his son has just graduated, he wants him to compete for the national advisor position. Historically, the minimum age for a national advisor has been 40. He's trying to argue that there has never been a record of someone under 20, which is technically true, but still." The other ministers' voices of protest got stuck in their throats, like a stubborn cough that wouldn't come out. The official looked terrified. He had never mentioned his son attending the Longhu Academy to anyone. System. But does he know? His son's claim of graduating from Longhu Academy is a lie. Official. No way. My son has always been well-behaved. He would never lie. Who is this mysterious voice? He would never be fooled. The others glanced at the official, and due to their synchronized movements, the clever ministers realized that they were not the only ones hearing this strange voice. Yuan Ruan looked over curiously. System, can you explain? System. He is the only child, spoiled since childhood, and very good at sweet-talking. Whenever he told his father he was going out to make money, he was actually charming several women to support him. Quite the skilled freeloader. The official's expression was as if he had been struck by lightning. What? His son was being supported by different women? The other ministers were shocked. Wow. We've only heard of women taking money from men. This is the first time we've heard of men being supported by women. Truly a role model for our time. Even the emperor couldn't help but be curious. The gossip from other families was indeed intriguing. Yuan Ruan. So, he gave all the money from the officials to the women in the entertainment district? System, no. He gave it all to the casino. People in the underworld call him the top expert in the entertainment scene and the biggest target at the casino. The casino loves him. This kid even borrowed money at high interest and they cut off his left index finger because he couldn't pay back. He couldn't even hide in the entertainment district anymore, so he had to go home and continue deceiving his father, asking him to send him to be the national advisor to make money. The official didn't want to believe it, but his son's left index finger was indeed gone. He recalled his son's flickering eyes, dark circles, and the incoherent talk about Taoist teachings. He wasn't completely unaware. He just held on to a glimmer of hope. The official felt as if his colleagues were subtly mocking him, pointing fingers. The more he thought about it, the redder his face became, and soon he shrank back, losing the determination he had to demand the advisor's removal. Yuan Ruan's curious gaze fell on the official. Hey, why isn't my brother saying anything? Why isn't he continuing to criticize me? Honestly, I don't really want to be this national advisor. Everyone. What? This mysterious voice is coming from the little national advisor? The court officials looked up, forgetting about being rude, their eyes fixed on the child resting on the emperor's shoulder. He really looked like an 8-month-old, with round, blinking eyes that radiated a hint of cuteness. But could such a child truly be the one whose thoughts everyone could hear? Yuan Ruan felt a bit uneasy under their gaze. Why are they all looking at me? The court officials. It's confirmed. It really is her. The officials exchanged glances. Before coming here, their common goal was to ensure the emperor revoked this ridiculous decision. They would rather leave the position of national advisor vacant than let a baby take it. But now that the advisor truly had abilities, the situation was completely different. They would have to listen to the palace ladies and take a chance, of course, starting by uniting to push away Concubine Rong. Concubine Rong's father was an official in the Ministry of Revenue, but he wasn't present today. Here was Concubine Rong's brother, a junior official. The scholar who had the worst relationship with him stepped forward first and said, "Your Majesty, since the Great Xia has appointed a national advisor, and the advisor is young and represents the face of Great Xia, the one raising her should be a virtuous and kind-hearted woman, not just someone who uses beauty to gain favor and behaves arrogantly." The relationship between the young official and the noble lady is a bit tense, but he always defends his sister in public. He quickly said, "Your Majesty," the grand scholar spoke carelessly. "The noble lady clearly received the title of talented woman from you." Yuan Ruan was also curious about the beautiful lady's title and secretly asked the system, "Wow, the beautiful lady is truly talented and charming." The system replied, Actually that's not quite true." The young official felt a bit anxious. The grand scholar looked over with a mocking expression. Yuan Ruan asked, "Is it because of the older brother's admiration for beauty that she received this title?" The system responded, "No." Before entering the palace, the noble lady barely knew how to read. She sought out people to learn about the emperor's preferences and found out he liked gentle, talented women. So, she asked her brother to buy birthday blessings from scholars in the capital. In the common language of the country, there is only one writing system, but the royal family believes they are descendants of ancient rulers, so the emperor still uses an ancient language called Yaowen. The scholar her brother found had studied Yaowen and wanted to impress the nobility, so he wrote the blessings in that language. However, the noble lady didn't know this. She studied hard at night and memorized it, then performed a piece in Yaowen, successfully earning the emperor's praise as a talented woman. The young official was speechless. How could such an important matter be discussed so openly? It was truly embarrassing. The emperor's lips twitched slightly. He really didn't know this. He felt a mix of amusement and frustration. The court officials stifled their laughter. What is this? A case of asking for trouble? The grand scholar mocked the young official. The brother is not wise, and the sister is not much better. The young official immediately retorted, a woman without talent is virtuous. My sister is kind and gentle, and she never argues with anyone in the palace. Yuan Ruan was curious again. System. Is that true? The beautiful lady seems so fierce, but is actually peaceful? The system confirmed, she really hasn't argued with anyone in the harem. The young official sighed in relief. The grand scholar frowned. Could she really be that virtuous? That would be troublesome. The system added, but she's far from pure, haha. Want to hear more? Yuan Ruan replied, yes, tell me. The young official said, sister, aren't you proud of your perfect disguise? The court officials perked up their ears. For example, the noble lady didn't enter the palace through proper means. The emperor was shocked. The court officials were stunned. The grand scholar nearly burst out laughing. He turned to the young official, whose face had suddenly turned pale, and mouthed, your whole family is doomed. 21 What? Please explain. System. Let me see. When she was chosen as a candidate, her beauty made others jealous, so she was given a warning early on. But she didn't give up. She secretly used her brother's reputation to threaten the person in charge of the selection. The person compromised, and Rongpin eventually managed to join the successful candidates and gained favor. The emperor's expression darkened slightly. He had to find all the wrongdoers and hold them accountable. Assistant. Oh no. This sister is going to get me into trouble. Other officials almost burst out laughing. Watching others' misfortunes was quite amusing, especially when it was so outrageous. They didn't need to do anything. Rongpin's care for the young national teacher was likely doomed. The emperor's expression darkened again. He had to find all the wrongdoers and hold them accountable. Wow. Rongpin is really proactive, and she hasn't been discovered yet. That's impressive. Wait, this palace doesn't seem very safe. The emperor. He felt as if he was being slapped in the face. He glanced coldly at the assistant, who looked pale and as if he were about to collapse. Ahahaha, and there's more. Rongpin is even more interesting. This is about her brother. Assistant? Rongpin has a brother? How did he not know? The emperor. It's actually about Rong's brother. He didn't like overly lively personalities, which is why he tolerated Rongpin to some extent, as she claimed to have a brother who had been missing for a long time. Is the mystery finally going to be revealed? Is there gossip? Hurry up and tell me. Her brother. Well, here's a shocker. Her brother is not a man. The emperor was taken aback. How could that be possible? The officials immediately perked up. Huh. Is it like Xiao Yeye dressing as a boy? Haha, sort of. Didn't we mention that Rongpin wanted to know the emperor's preferences, so she asked around? But she didn't dare to use her own face, so she created an androgynous look, wore elevated shoe insoles, and changed into men's clothing, becoming a striking young man. The emperor. What? The person claiming to be Rongpin's brother is actually Rongpin herself? The officials exchanged incredulous glances at the assistant. How did your family raise their daughter? This is too outrageous. The grand scholar couldn't help but say, I just didn't want your sister to raise the young national teacher. I never wanted her to die. Assistant. Get lost. Yuan Ruan, what? But how could someone appear out of nowhere without any background, and with an unappreciated sister, find out news about the emperor in the palace? Are the palace servants really that careless? The emperor showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. The officials couldn't help but be curious. Indeed, His Majesty is not known for his good temper. There was once a new palace maid who tried to sneak a peek at the emperor's schedule and almost ended up being sent to the laundry for life. Luckily, her father had some influence and managed to get her back. There were more than 1 or 2 women who faced severe punishment for similar actions. With such examples, who would dare to risk revealing the emperor's preferences to a stranger? System, huh? So, The concubine directly went to the emperor to inquire about the news. Emperor. The officials leaned back, as if a strong wind had just swept through the room. The young official finally sat down with a thud. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened in surprise. What? She went directly to the emperor to ask. How bold?
System, yes.
The concubine may appear delicate, but she is incredibly strong. Even if she disguises herself as a young man with a somewhat feminine look, once she lifts a 200-pound hammer, no one would doubt she is a girl. Yuan Ruan gasped. A 200-pound hammer? No wonder she wasn't discovered. I like it. System. Exactly, she perfectly embodies that saying. When she approached the emperor, she was quite lucky to disguise herself as a boy and followed him into the winter hunting grounds. But the emperor was hard to approach. The concubine seized the moment when the emperor was preparing to hunt wild boars. She swung a hammer to deflect the emperor's arrow and then used it to take down a wild boar. Finally, she ran up to the emperor and shamelessly claimed she had saved him, thus getting the chance to meet him. Emperor. He suddenly remembered the strong figure at the boar hunting grounds and was shocked to realize that the eager young man was actually the concubine in disguise. He had once recognized her ambition and advised her to stay focused on her goals. Now, thinking about her target being him and his position made the emperor feel uneasy. Yuan Ruan laughed to herself. So clever. And then, did my brother just accept his savior? Not quite. The records say that your brother saw through the concubine's little trick. With just a few words, the emperor guessed she was trying to learn his preferences for her sister. The emperor enjoys loyal and righteous strongmen, so he willingly shares his information to befriend them. Even though he doesn't particularly like Consort Rong, he promotes her to a higher rank. Haha, I didn't expect you, brother, to value talent so much that you'd dedicate yourself for the sake of a strong man's sister. The emperor. What do you mean dedicate myself? What kind of nonsense is this? Especially when he noticed the barely concealed laughter of the officials below, he clenched his fists, wanting to turn around and scold the little princess. Yuan Ruan couldn't contain her curiosity. What happened next? How did things progress between you and him? When did you find out about Consort Rong's brother's true identity? System. He didn't find out. If he did, with the tyrant's temper, he would surely punish him for deceiving the emperor, and his head would roll. Consort Rong was also worried about being exposed, especially after realizing that the emperor wasn't bringing anything new to the table. She quickly made her brother disappear. When the emperor came, he insisted he didn't know his exact location, only saying he was traveling the world. Yuan Ruan tilted her chubby little head and laughed. Huh? So, brother was used and then discarded? Did he really believe that? He didn't believe it. The book says the emperor investigated, but only found that her brother had entered Consort Rong's palace and then vanished. The emperor also found that the official in charge didn't have a young son. However, since Consort Rong's brother looked very similar to her, the emperor didn't suspect an outsider, but guessed that her brother was an unwanted child she had with someone else, possibly killed with her help. Because of this, the emperor held a grudge against Consort Rong and stopped promoting her. The officials. For the first time, they felt helpless as ministers, trying to hold back their laughter but failing miserably. Wow, this is like a boomerang hitting back. Yuan Ruan, lying in the emperor's arms, giggled, completely unaware of the emperor's dark expression above her. The officials standing in the courtyard felt confident. An ambitious consort who frequently uses tricks is definitely not suitable to be the teacher of a small nation's future leader. Not only for teaching, but even to be by their side would be inappropriate. The officials eagerly began to recommend their own daughters, occasionally suggesting each other's consorts to seem fair. Suddenly, the courtyard of the royal family was bustling with activity. The emperor furrowed his brow in thought. The minor official could only pray that the emperor would spare his family. At that moment, the inner voice sounded again. Haha, the beautiful lady is really interesting. System. Yes, she loves the emperor very much. Yuan Ruan. Well, whether she loves or not, I think the beautiful lady is quite clever. Look, She managed to memorize a completely unfamiliar language in just 3 months to please His Majesty. What a spirit of determination. If she were a man with such ambition and drive, wouldn't she easily become the top scholar? Wow! With what Yuan Ruan said, the beautiful lady is indeed impressive. The young official was taken aback. Wait, the little national master actually likes a woman who uses her wits? Ambitious is so great, so full of life. How cute. I like her. The young official.
Could there be a twist?
No, His Majesty surely won't be pleased. But what if? Thinking this, the young official couldn't help but sneak a glance at the adorable little dumpling. The court officials felt a tension. The little national master actually likes a scheming woman. Will His Majesty be encouraged? The emperor hesitated. He had planned to completely give up on Consort Rome, but unexpectedly, Yuan Ruan liked this type of person. As the officials were about to recommend themselves again, the emperor said, "All right, let's have them rotate living in Kuanning Palace, Zhaoyang Palace, and Ilan Palace for a month, and then we'll decide based on who Yuan Ruan likes." Kuanning Palace is where the queen resides, Zhaoyang Palace is where Consort Rong is, and Ilan Palace is where Consort de lives. Supporters of the queen occupied half the power, so as soon as this was said, an official immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Other officials who didn't react in time felt frustrated but could only accept the order and think of a way later. After all, a truly talented little national master, one so young yet able to maintain close ties with her family, is definitely worth their families making an effort. The emperor sent Yuan Ruan back to the palace. Consort Rong and Wu Yu heard the new decree and were not pleased, but both managed to keep their expressions neutral. In the palace, arranged by age, Wu Yu should have been the 5th princess, but she voluntarily moved back to become the 7th princess, while Yuan Ruan became the 9th princess. The emperor placed Yuan Ruan in Wu Yu's arms. Wu Yu refused the Spring Orchid Palace maid who tried to take her, insisting on carrying Yuan Ruan all the way to Zhaoyang Palace. Consort Rong watched her regained little daughter carrying the tiny baby ahead and couldn't help but smile. Spring Orchid whispered, "Your Highness, the princess likes her so much that she might get tired. Being held would tire her out?" At this, Consort Rong realized and then seriously said to Spring Orchid, "Ever since we brought the 7th princess back, she has been thinking about the little princess, calling her little savior, and always talking about her preferences. Chunlon, we should treat her well, especially since she is the young national master. Do you understand?" Chunlon nodded repeatedly. Yuan Ruan lay in Wu Yu's arms, excitedly looking around. Rong Pin noticed what Yuan Ruan was looking at and saw her gaze moving over the small bridge, flowing water and bamboo forest. Suddenly, Rong Pin felt a bit anxious. The decoration of Zhaoyang Palace was completely different from the small bridge and flowing water homes. Would the little fairy not like it? Should she change Zhaoyang Palace? At the next corner, they entered Zhaoyang Palace. From the outside, Zhaoyang Palace looked no different from other palaces, but once they crossed the front courtyard and entered the main hall, a palace maid opened the door, and both Yuan Ruan and the system were dazzled by the room full of items in the adjacent side hall. Yuan Ruan stared with wide eyes, astonished. "Wow, these pearls are as big as fists, and the gold bricks are as large as stones. My eyes are going to pop." Zongbin. Pop? Her heart sank. Oh no. Could it be that Xiao Qi misunderstood the 9th princess's preferences? After all, how could the national master like such tacky things like her? No wonder the side hall wasn't hers. Should she find another reason to clear it out? Yuan Ruan was dazzled, but not in a bad way. She was filled with joy. The glass vase was filled with colorful flower decorations. The large jade screen displayed a phoenix spreading its wings, and there were transparent jade figurines of flying goddesses, as well as a clear water statue of the god of wealth. Who in Huagua could resist beautiful jewelry?
Wow.
This god of wealth is carved from pure jade, and even the incense candles are made of jade. Wow, they really put a lot of thought into this. I love it, I love it.
Quick.
System. Start the electronic wooden fish. +1 +1 +1. Rome Pin was momentarily stunned. Although this place was decorated luxuriously as Xiao-Qi suggested, it was actually her own taste. For the first time, someone recognized her preferences, not finding them tacky, but highly appreciating them. Rome Pin looked down and saw the joy in Yuan Ruan's big round eyes. Her heart suddenly softened. No wonder Xiao-Qi liked her. I like her too. Feeling happy, Rome Pin directly took a large gold bracelet from beside the little god of wealth, saying, "This is a gold necklace made to look like a Bodhi fruit, placed here to attract wealth. Now I'm giving it to my little Jiao. Xiao-Qi has one too." Yuan Ruan smiled as she accepted it. Wu Yu silently accepted it. The system commented, "Incredible. Who uses a pure gold necklace for blessings in front of a statue?" Rome Pin's taste is really. Yuan Ruan, it's especially good. A beautiful woman seeks gold and silver, worships the god of wealth, and wonders what a wooden string means. Of course, the god of wealth will bless a pure gold necklace more than anything else. However, a jade necklace might bring even better blessings. The system. Rome Pin felt delighted. She understands me. Feeling happy, Rome Pin opened the drawer of the cabinet where the god of wealth was worshipped and took out a jade necklace with a large jade piece pendant in the middle. She placed it on Yuan Ruan and also gave Wu Yu a similar one. Rome Pin said, "May you be safe and have everything go smoothly." The system. That piece pendant is almost bigger than your face. How can you wear it? This is too casual. Yuan Ruan supported Rome Pin. This clearly shows importance. The bigger, the better. I like it. The system. Did I see now, or Ruan? You and Rome Pin are both money lovers. She is a big money lover and you are a small one. Rome Pin used to dislike others, saying she loved money. Now, she enjoys being called a big money lover because it matches well with the little money lover, Yuan Ruan. Rome Pin took out a dazzling amethyst hairpin from the box and held it near Yuan Ruan's hair, softly saying, "How about we turn it into a hairdo? In a few months, our Ruan will be able to wear it." After saying this, she quickly got Wu Yu a matching one. The system stopped commenting. Yuan Ruan looked at the amethyst, which was the size of a pigeon egg, and smiled brightly. Wu Yu, seeing Yuan Ruan's smiling face, showed her first gentle smile of the day. Rome Pin felt warm inside, thinking that life was beautiful. After the three enjoyed a pleasant lunch, Rome Pin sent the two children to sleep. When she checked on them, she found that Wu Yu had put all the jewelry she gave her on Yuan Ruan's wrist, neck, and hair. She was hugging Yuan Ruan tightly while sleeping, a smile on her lips.
This.
Chen looked at Rome Pin with some concern. Rome Pin smiled and shook her head. What I give to Xiao-Qi is hers. How she wants to use it is up to her. As long as she is happy, I am happy. Meanwhile, the Queen's procession continued and arrived at the Yangxin Palace. A trusted palace maid noticed the Queen had not exited the sedan for a long time and stepped forward, whispering, "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Yangxin Palace." The Queen waved her hand, and the sedan tilted at a suitable angle. She held the maid's hand as she stepped down, looked at the Yangxin Palace, and quietly said, "I wonder why the Emperor has summoned me." With that, she stepped inside. As the Queen entered the Yangxin Palace, the Emperor had just finished a small morning meeting. The Chancellor and important ministers walked out one by one, greeting the Empress before bowing and leaving. The Emperor, sitting in the main seat, put down his brush and said softly, "You are here." The Empress approached the Emperor, who looked a bit tired, and gently massaged his brow, saying, "Your Majesty has just returned from the Western tour and faced many difficulties along the way. There is no need to work so hard. It is better to take care of your health and rest more." The Emperor slightly squinted his eyes, allowing the Empress to press on his brow and neck. "You have always been so wise and considerate. You should know why I called you here." The Empress's fingers trembled slightly, but she continued to apply pressure. Soon, a cold breeze blew through the door, causing the candlelight to flicker. The Empress looked at the shadows under the Emperor's eyelashes and softly said, "Indeed, Your Majesty can also hear the heart of the ninth princess. The emperor responded with a M. The empress then began to massage the emperor's ear, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Would your Majesty like to share how you met this ninth princess?" That is exactly why I called you. The emperor spoke to the empress with a slightly different tone. He started from when Wu Yi found Yuan Ruan, mentioning how she saved him multiple times, and continued to explain how he recently had the officials from the Astronomical Bureau appoint her as the little national teacher. The empress's expression changed from disbelief to anger upon hearing about the assassination, then to surprise at the mention of little national fortune, and finally to acknowledgement when the emperor decided to grant Yuan Ruan the title of little national teacher. The emperor added, "There is still some debate in the court regarding the national teacher. The ministers supporting the little national teacher have submitted a request to hold a ceremony for her in 2 weeks, hoping for divine approval. What do you think, Empress?" The empress replied, "I believe it is a good idea. This way, we can confirm early that the little national fortune is the national teacher of the Xia kingdom, and the little national teacher's abilities will silence some of the uninformed ministers." The emperor nodded slightly, right? Then he marked a red approved on the document. The empress paused and said, "Your Majesty, I have another question." The emperor chuckled lightly. "Ask." The empress said, "You mentioned that the little princess predicted that your Majesty would face a deadly trial. I wonder if my son will also encounter danger. Is this trial?" The crown prince did indeed have a deadly trial before, but he will definitely not face it now, the emperor replied. Upon hearing this, the empress was initially shocked, then relieved, but soon she realized the subtlety of the statement. Unable to help herself, the empress pressed further. "Does your Majesty mean that what he once avoided may still pose a new danger in the future?" On the way back to the palace, Erwan had many interesting conversations with the system. One statement was, "Character determines destiny," which I find very true. The emperor did not respond directly, but looked at the empress. The crown prince is intelligent and has a gentle character, but this also makes him easy to manipulate. As his mother, you should pay more attention to him. The empress's expression darkened. The emperor continued, "As the empress, you not only need to educate the crown prince, but you should also care for the other princes who respect you as their mother. In these days, pay close attention to concubine Rong and concubine Da. Observe who can hear the little princess's thoughts and who cannot. Especially watch the prince's behavior." The empress was taken aback. She suspected concubine Rong but did not expect concubine Da to be included. The emperor added, "And the second prince, whose behavior is improper, will be sent to the Ministry of Rights tomorrow." The empress was stunned and suddenly seemed to understand, her face turning pale. "May I ask, does my son's misfortune relate to the second prince?" The emperor waved his hand and said, "It's late. Let's rest." The empress clenched her fists. His Majesty did not deny it, which was the message he intended to convey. She suppressed her emotions and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." She would ensure the second prince would be well disciplined. In Jiayong Palace, Yuan Ruan felt extremely comfortable from the first day of her stay. For example, when a person is not very hungry, their sense of shame increases. Mature-minded Yuan Ruan did not want to be breastfed by the wet nurse. She complained to the system, but unexpectedly, it was not the wet nurse who came to Jiayong Palace, but the seventh princess, who brought a beautiful set of pure silver tableware. "It's cold outside, and my dear baby needs warm milk." Concubine Rong scooped a spoonful of milk with a small silver spoon while warming the bowl in hot water. "Let's see if my dear baby can enjoy it." Yuan Ruan felt deeply touched. She could definitely enjoy it. To express her joy, her chubby hands eagerly held the small silver basin, almost burying her head in it to drink the milk. Additionally, Yuan Ruan loved shiny jewelry, especially jade of the highest purity. This was her favorite. Then she noticed that concubine Rong had prepared a bed for her, with the four corners piled high with gold and silver jewelry. These pieces were not only intricately carved but also impressively large, each piece of jade at least the size of a pigeon egg, looking very valuable. The system remarked, "Is this jewelry?" It looks more like a burden. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but argue with the system. I want it to be big. This is the atmosphere. If you can't handle it, you just don't have the luck. Look, I can handle it. After the argument, Yuan Ruan wrapped a highly pure green jade necklace around her neck several times. Beside her, Rong Pin, who was smiling, seemed amused by her funny actions. She then gifted Yuan Ruan an even larger, sparkling jade chain and helped her wrap it around a few times. The best part was that whenever Yuan Ruan glanced at something, without needing to say a word, the next moment, that item would be brought to her by either Rong Pin or the seventh princess, allowing Yuan Ruan to play with it. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but express her shock to the system. Has my brother always been eating this well? The system covered its face. Rong Pin really has an extraordinary eye. I suddenly feel your brother is remarkable. With such gentleness, thoughtfulness, and action, he can still be so indifferent. Sitting nearby, Rong Pin slightly raised the corners of her lips. Actually, I don't put in this much effort for the emperor. After all, I can't hear his needs. Rong Pin turned to look at Xiao Qi and noticed that the usually indifferent seventh princess surprisingly nodded at her, making Rong Pin feel even better. When people are happy, they tend to do unusual things. Rong Pin waved her hand and said, "Come on. I have more than this." Wu Yu wasn't very interested, but noticed the sparkle in Yuan Ruan's eyes. She immediately picked Yuan Ruan up and followed Rong Pin outside. 2 days later, the emperor had just finished court. After a heavy snowfall last night, light snow continued today, and the snow on the road was deep enough to cover half of a small egg. As the emperor traveled in his palanquin, it wasn't long before the golden handrails were covered with a thin layer of frost from the drifting snowflakes. The grand eunuch quickly handed the emperor a jade hand warmer. After receiving it, the emperor suddenly asked, "Has it been sent to Xiaoyang Palace?" The grand eunuch, knowing who the emperor truly cared about, quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the Internal Affairs Office specially sent 17 or 18 styles of jade hand warmers for Lady Rong Pin to choose from." Upon hearing this, the emperor frowned slightly, but the grand eunuch added, since Lady Rong Pin wanted very small hand warmers, the Internal Affairs Office was worried they couldn't meet her requirements, so I took the liberty to have them make only warm jade ones. They are small and delicate, without charcoal, so they won't hurt the little princess's hands. The emperor's frown eased, and he nodded slightly to the grand eunuch. "I always trust you to handle things." The chief eunuch smiled and said he dared not, secretly astonished. In the past, whenever the Empress Rong criticized luxurious items, the emperor always expressed his dislike for her extravagant lifestyle. He never expected that when it came to the little princess, the emperor would smile and praise her. He needed to elevate the little princess's status again. At that moment, the imperial carriage arrived at Xiaoyang Palace. The chief eunuch got down to call for people, and soon the main door of Xiaoyang Palace was slowly opened by the palace attendants. The emperor stepped down from the carriage, and as he crossed the threshold, he was startled by the scene before him and nearly stumbled. In the front courtyard, there were more than 10 snowmen of various sizes, all carved in the shape of the god of wealth. The emperor could recognize them at a glance because each snowman wore different styles of the god of wealth's clothing and hats. They held or cradled jade ingots, raised jade rui, or hung strings of colorful jewels. The entire courtyard was surrounded by a sea of emerald green. At first glance, it looked like a canopy of green clouds. The emperor was struggling to contain himself. He walked into the inner hall with a dark expression, and the accompanying palace attendants dared not make a sound. The door to the side hall was pushed open by the chief eunuch, and the emperor was met with a wave of warmth as he entered. He was ready to have a serious talk with Empress Rong, telling her to properly care for the little princess and not impose her own tastes on her. Not everyone liked the flashy things she did. But before he could express his anger, he heard an excited voice. "Oh my, the beautiful brother is here."
La la la, im sofapi.
Beautiful brother? If it weren't for the emperor's cold gaze, Empress Rong would have almost burst into an odd laugh. Wu Yu also tried to maintain a composed expression. Fortunately, the emperor was used to such expressions from the little one, So he understood that Yuan Ruan was very happy to see him. The emperor strode over and picked up Yuan Ruan, saying, "Do you miss me?" "Of course I do, big brother." Yuan Ruan cheerfully waved her little hands, moving her limbs happily, and even helped the emperor brush off the snowflakes from his shoulders. The emperor's anger dissipated significantly. He glanced around and smiled, saying, "Yuan Ruan is so good. Were you happy while I was away?" "Super happy. This place is so much fun." Hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly. He held Yuan Ruan and walked further inside, but then he fell silent. He had seen many things in his life. However, the exquisite little bed made of pure jade is carved with intricate designs of dragons and phoenixes. The 4 bedposts are piled high with green jewels, and even the bed curtains are made with golden threads inlaid with green pearls. Such luxurious and vibrant jade decor is something the emperor has never seen before. Everywhere he looks, it is all green. What is going on? Is it really necessary for everything to be so green inside and out? The emperor, dissatisfied, wanted to ask Rongpin to change everything, but then he heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts. "Every time I see it, I think the beautiful lady is very smart with money." So much jade was actually collected by her brother with her guidance before she entered the palace. The emperor was taken aback. Rongpin actually had such abilities. "If I grow up and start a business, can I invite the beautiful lady to be my advisor?" The emperor frowned. Then he heard Rongpin eagerly say, "Your Majesty, this little golden bed is something I had before entering the palace, and I didn't use any resources from the inner court. My brother is not one for common things, and those merchants are just idling at home. I thought that when the 7th princess and 9th princess grow up, those merchants could gift them some items to enhance their beauty, allowing them to still contribute." The emperor rubbed his temples in frustration. How could one be so indulgent? Just then, Yuan Ruan's thoughts echoed again.
Wow.
So the beautiful lady is planning so much for me?
I'm touched.
The system sighed. Even a real mother wouldn't do this. I'm starting to see her in a new light. Right? You think so too, don't you, system? The beautiful lady loves gold so much. Can you help me find some great business books? I want to work hard on my tasks. I want to give them to Rongpin. The system wiped away tears. This is what mutual love looks like. Rongpin's smile deepened. The emperor couldn't smile. He even felt a bit breathless. How could his little princess, his country's fortune, be attracted to such lowly business matters? And there were tasks. He shouldn't waste time on such trivial tasks. He should focus on national fortune tasks. By the way, there's also my brother. The beautiful lady said the new year is coming soon, so let's give my brother a red envelope. Red envelope, come on. The emperor was startled and looked down just in time to see Yuan Ruan's fair little face smiling at him, making a gesture with 2 small hands clasped together and shaking up and down in front of his chest. This adorable sight was almost too cute to handle. The emperor instinctively unfastened a small dragon-shaped gold pendant and some small gold and gem pieces for her. Yongpin was startled to see this. She didn't expect the emperor to give the piece pendant, which he had worn since childhood, to Yuan Ruan. It seemed she needed to value the little national master even more. It's a pity it's not jade, but it's still nice. The emperor. He amusingly pinched Yuan Ruan's cheek, saying, "You're picky even with gifts." At that moment, the emperor noticed Yuan Ruan smiling widely at Yongpin and waving her little hand excitedly. As Yongpin approached with a puzzled expression, Yuan Ruan giggled and placed all the jewelry, except for the dragon-shaped piece pendant, into Yongpin's arms. The beautiful lady loves jade jewelry the most. Hee, I earned this for you to spend. Yongpin was taken aback. She secretly glanced at the emperor, feeling both touched and a bit hesitant to move. The emperor almost laughed out loud. Was this giving flowers in front of the flower giver? However, the emperor maintained his composure and said nothing in front of Yuan Ruan. He even played a game with her for a while. When Yuan Ruan started yawning, the emperor signaled the maid to help her sleep and then beckoned Yongpin to come out. Yuan Ruan made a couple of sounds, and then both the emperor and Yongpin heard the system's voice. "Oh, Yuan Ruan, be quiet. Don't disturb them. This is adult time, understand? But it's still morning. Okay. I'll be a good child and sleep peacefully. The Emperor. Jongpin. Once the two arrived in the main hall, the Emperor ordered Yongpin to stop. Yongpin turned pale and nervously said, Your Majesty, I am also from a good family, and during the day here, the Emperor's lips twitched, but he didn't want to tell Yongpin that he could hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts. So he interrupted her and said, Yongpin, in 20 days, send Jiu'er to stay with the queen. Yongpin was taken aback and tried to argue, but the Emperor didn't give her a chance. After saying this, he turned to leave. Yongpin was furious, but didn't dare to truly anger the Emperor. She took a deep breath outside before going in. As soon as she entered, she saw the Emperor drinking tea and Yuan Ruan slowly turning over, rubbing her eyes. At that moment, a soft voice filled with confusion echoed. So soon? System. Indeed, having too many women in the palace is harmful. The Emperor almost choked on his tea, swallowing a big gulp. Yongpin felt a bit gleeful, maintaining a calm facade as she handed a cloth to the Emperor to wipe his mouth. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Frog fun. There's poison in this cup of tea.
Uffed.
The Emperor spat out some tea. Yongpin was shocked and rushed over to pat the Emperor's back. The Emperor was aware of his younger brother's strength and instinctively turned to avoid it, only to see Yongpin slap a gold ingot on the table, flattening it. Emperor.
Jongpin chúc cờ ác qua đi li.
Yuan Ruan covered her face. Yongpin is indeed incredibly strong. Luckily, Big Brother dodged in time, or it would have been disastrous. Quickly, can you check what kind of poison this is and how to cure it? The Emperor and Yongpin tensed up. As long as there is a name, the threat would decrease significantly. System. This is a type of sedative and aphrodisiac. It was placed by the visiting Lu Marin with the help of Wu Kaijin. The Emperor rubbed his temples. No wonder he felt a bit dizzy and hot. Yuan Ruan sighed in relief. As long as it won't be fatal. But why would Lu Marin put sedatives and aphrodisiacs in Yongpin's water bottle? Did she find out Big Brother was coming and want to sabotage him? System, no. She wanted to embarrass Yongpin, Xiao Yeye, or you, host. This way, she could claim that Yongpin is not good at taking care of children, allowing other concubines to take over.
Empedo, Jongpin.
Yuan Ruan was stunned, hugging her small self. I've only been in the palace for a few days, and I'm already part of a palace struggle. How nostalgic. Hearing that they had targeted Yuan Ruan with poison made the Emperor even angrier. Come here. The Emperor's expression was cold, his voice carrying a hint of ruthlessness. Bring everyone who visited Yongpin's palace today. The chief eunuch was taken aback. All of them? Even the concubines? The Emperor shot him a glance. The chief eunuch immediately fell silent and hurried out. Soon, Lu Marin, Wu Kaijin, and the maids who served them were dragged into Zhaoyang Palace, their faces covered in dirt and snow, crying out in distress. Passing palace ladies wanted to see what was happening, but upon seeing the chief eunuch leading the way, they quickly retreated to their quarters, not daring to say a word. Lu Marin and Wu Kaijin were thrown heavily onto the stone floor, their knees making a loud noise. After another round of cries, they struggled to kneel, repeatedly bowing to the Emperor seated above them. Your Majesty, we are wronged, they shouted. Hearing this only made Yongpin angrier. It was freezing, and she had ordered all the heating stoves from the courtyard to be removed, making the area even colder. The Emperor asked, Who instructed you to come here? Lu Marin and Wu Kaijin continued to bow, crying out, We don't know anything. We don't know anything at all. At that moment, the inner voice spoke again. It turns out it was Sister Lu Marin's idea, the idea of Lu Jiaoyi. No wonder, because only a consort like Jiaoyi can raise children. Yuan Ruan covered her face. I really am a woman too popular and deeply troubled. Emperor. Yongpin. The anger of the two was greatly diminished by Yuan Ruan's playful confidence. System, huh? Actually, Lu Jiaoyi's goal isn't really to raise you. She wants Yongpin to watch helplessly as she loses everything. Yuan Ruan,
Huh?
What grudge is this? System. Because Lu Jiaoyi found out that Rongpin harmed her child 3 years ago. The emperor's expression darkened, clearly not surprised by this information. Rongpin looked confused, then frustrated. When did she ever harm Lu Jiaoyi's child? She didn't even know when the other party was pregnant. Rongpin clenched her fists in anger, wanting to ask but fearing to disturb the ongoing revelation. She forced herself to hold back and wanted to hear what was going on.
Yuan Ruan. Ah, so it's revenge.
Every action has a consequence. You can't blame others. System. That's not entirely true. Host, here's the scoop. Lu Jiaoyi's child was actually harmed by her sister, Lu Marin. Lu Marin was jealous that Lu Jiaoyi gained favor early and had the 7th prince. Lu Marin didn't dare to kill directly, so she secretly used snacks to lure the 7th prince to fall into a small pond. After she ran away, Wu Kaijin, who shared the same palace, found the 7th prince and jumped in to save him, but couldn't reach him in time. Wu Kaijin was frantic. She saw Rongpin passing by the Imperial garden and secretly told Lu Marin that she saw Rongpin playing with the 7th prince. In the blink of an eye, the 7th prince fell into the water, and by the time she jumped in to save him, he had already drowned. Upon hearing this, Lu Marin quickly agreed, and they went to Lu Jiaoyi to report it. Lu Jiaoyi immediately went to the emperor to cry, but the emperor found no evidence, and it ended there. From then on, Lu Jiaoyi held a grudge against Rongpin. Emperor. So that's how the 7th prince died. No wonder no evidence was found back then. Rongpin was nearly furious. Although her family was not large, her brother was thriving in court and could silence the ministers of the Xia kingdom with just a word. So no concubine in the harem would dare to give her a hard time, fearing that their family would be scolded by her brother. To please the emperor, she climbed the ranks step by step, carefully playing the role of a pure person who loves boldly and hates fiercely, always working hard in the palace. Not only did she not harm others, but she also helped them. She wondered why things had suddenly changed when everything seemed fine before. It turned out that 2 foolish people had wrongly accused her. Once the accusation was made, even if the emperor never found evidence, he would still have a bad impression of her, meaning all her efforts over the years would be in vain. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She took out a whip and rushed towards Wu and Lu, striking them several times. Lu exclaimed, "What are you doing?"
Wu shouted, "Why are you hitting me?"
Lu covered her face, feeling both angry and wronged. "How dare you hit me? What have I done?" "I'm hitting you." She glared back fiercely. She wanted to speak directly, but realized that only she could hear her thoughts, and saying anything would make her seem crazy. So, she changed her words and said, "You wicked person, how dare you plot against the emperor? Hitting you is too light a punishment. You deserve much worse." At this, Lu and Wu, who had been arguing, became frightened. "Your Majesty."
"I'm innocent,"
Lu cried, kneeling before the emperor and pleading, "This is all a misunderstanding." She glared at Lu and said, "You still dare to argue? Let me tell you something before it's too late. I found out that you were the one who pushed the 7th prince down years ago." Lu trembled. "What? You're lying." "I have evidence," she replied coldly. "Let's see how Lu will deal with this. You might not need to worry about that because you could be accused of plotting against the emperor, which could lead to severe consequences for you and your family." Suddenly, Wu exclaimed, "So it was you. That day in the royal garden. You were there. You even threatened me, saying if I didn't listen to you, you would tell your sister that I was responsible for the 7th prince's death. You wicked person." Wu jumped up and began to hit Lu. The 2 of them got into a scuffle. Watching this, she felt a bit calmer. The emperor, feeling the tension, said firmly, "Enough." As soon as he spoke, the head eunuch quickly led the palace maids and eunuchs forward to separate the fighting concubines, while others tried to persuade her to stop. The emperor frowned and said, "Without talent or virtue, with a cruel heart, send her and all the others, including Lu Jiaoyi, to the Ministry of Rights for investigation and punish them accordingly." He glanced at the sparkling Yuan Ruan in his arms and paused, punish them according to their crimes. At the same time, warn all the palace ladies that this is a lesson. Anyone who dares to interfere with the little national master will be executed." The chief eunuch was startled and quickly replied, "Yes." The emperor felt increasingly hot and sleepy. It seemed that the effects of the tea were still lingering. He waved to Yuan Ruan and said, "Jiu'er is the most important little national master of the Great Xia. In 10 days, I will gather 100,000 citizens at Jiujun Mountain to prepare a heavenly altar for you." Yuan Ruan was already a bit confused upon hearing this, but the next sentence made her face almost freeze in shock. "At that time, Jiu'er will perform a ritual and announce it to the world." Yuan Ruan.
What? Me?
Perform a ritual in front of 100,000 citizens? Big brother. I'm only 8 months old. How can I perform a ritual? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Yuan Ruan protested, waving her little hands. But the emperor slightly closed his eyes, seemingly ignoring her. "System. Don't worry, Ruan. You can take off." Yuan Ruan's voice was filled with sorrow. "Take off? Just a centimeter off the ground? Wrong pin. Jiu'er can take off. Don't underestimate it. Even a short distance counts as taking off." Wrong pin's heart raced. She finally understood why the emperor treated Yuan Ruan so well. If even taking off is not a big deal, could the rumors outside the palace be true? This child is truly remarkable. System. Don't rush, Ruan. Maybe they just want you to go through the motions. Yuan Ruan. That's possible. But with 100,000 people watching, they'll see a baby just trying to lift her head? I won't be embarrassed. I'll feel embarrassed for Great Xia. I'm also part of Great Xia's destiny, and can't be looked down upon.
Clang.
The corner of the wooden table next to them was forcefully broken off by Rong Pin. Everyone. Yuan Ruan looked at Rong Pin in shock, who elegantly brushed her hair back and said gently, "Chunlan, this table has been broken for a long time. Let's take it down and fix it properly." Chunlan was stunned for a moment and quickly called for the eunuchs to come help take it away. Yuan Ruan continued to express her thoughts to the system. No wonder Xiao Yeye could become a counter-king in the future. This martial spirit truly runs in the family. Crack. Yuan Ruan turned around and saw Rong Pin putting something into her long sleeves. She smiled gently at Yuan Ruan and said, "Chunlan, go prepare some sweet soup. Jiu'er keeps looking at me. Maybe she is hungry." Wu Yu quietly walked over and discreetly kicked a small piece of tea cover that Rong Pin had crushed and dropped. "System, you're right. So, Yuan Ruan, what do you want to do?" Yuan Ruan, there are 2 weeks left, system. How many points do I need to activate the next phase of my ability? The emperor's eyes suddenly opened wide. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. Rong Pin struggled to contain her excitement and listened in. "System, let me check. It seems you still need, the wild person's task is actually completed. Now you have a total of 5 national fortune points. The next ability requires you to gather 8 national fortune points." Yuan Ruan clenched her fist. "It's not too far off. I need to work hard to trigger tasks." System, no problem. Not only was Yuan Ruan thinking this way, but the emperor was also very motivated and cooperative. However, triggering national fortune tasks was not easy. In the past few days, Wu Yu carried Yuan Ruan around the palace, even visiting the emperor's study during a small morning meeting, but they hadn't triggered a single national fortune task. Yuan Ruan felt exhausted. In Zhaoyang Palace, Yuan Ruan returned to her chamber and surprisingly found the emperor and empress chatting with Rong Pin. Wu Yu carried Yuan Ruan and greeted them. Yuan Ruan smiled and shared a warm moment with the 3 of them. Afterward, she complained to the system. "It's strange. National fortune tasks were coming one after another before, but now I can't find any. The sacrificial ceremony is approaching, and I'm getting anxious." The emperor and empress exchanged glances. The empress stepped forward and said gently, "You must be tired from playing. The Great Xia is vast, and the palace is large too. There's no rush. Haste makes waste." Yuan Ruan cupped her face. The empress is so gentle and makes a lot of sense. "Yes, to everyone, I'm still an 8-month-old baby. If I embarrass myself, I'll just pretend I forgot. Let my brother take the blame for me. The emperor found it both amusing and frustrating. He tapped Yuan Ruan's forehead and thought, "You only remember me when you need help." Seeing Yuan Ruan perk up, his mood lightened considerably. The emperor didn't expect Yuan Ruan to achieve anything remarkable during the sacrificial ceremony. It was just a routine process. System. To celebrate Yuan Ruan's newfound clarity, how about doing a daily task to relax? Yuan Ruan sighed. You really want me to take on tasks whenever you can. What do you have in mind? System. This is something you will definitely like. During dinner, there was some mischief, and the reward was a bucket of fried chicken. Enough for 5 people. Yuan Ruan was instantly excited. Fried chicken bucket. Let's do it. I want to complete the task. Seeing Yuan Ruan so excited, Rongpin became curious about what a fried chicken bucket was. The emperor and empress were about to leave when they heard a loud noise and paused. As a palace maid brought over a bowl of milk pudding again, Yuan Ruan tried to hit the bowl and chopsticks, but her short arms couldn't reach the edge of the bowl. Rongpin moved a bit closer to Yuan Ruan, and Yuan Ruan tried again to hit the bowl but couldn't budge it. Wu Yu. She secretly adjusted the bowl's balance. The emperor and empress pretended not to see this. Finally, when Yuan Ruan hit the bowl for the 3rd time, it tipped over. Just before it hit the ground, Wu Yu skillfully caught the bowl and also managed to catch all the sweet soup in the air. Yuan Ruan, what amazing skills! But she caught everything. Can the task be counted as complete? Wu Yu froze for a moment, but the second part of the sentence relaxed her. System. Completed. I've already sent the bucket of chicken. The chef is coming right over. Can't wait. The emperor, empress, Rongpin, and Wu Yu were all affected by her excitement, feeling a wave of anticipation. Moments later, a little eunuch ran over and said, Your Highness, the chef said there's a new snack in the tribute from the Ministry of Internal Affairs called fried chicken. Is this? Quick, bring it here, Rongpin said. Although the emperor was used to the sudden appearance of strange things, he felt a bit cautious seeing how the system could change others' memories and perceptions while interfering with the ministry. He looked at Yuan Ruan with an odd expression. Fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken. System. Host. Can we share the taste? I want to eat too. The emperor. He felt a bit foolish for being cautious just now. At that moment, the chef brought out the fried chicken on a plate. The golden, crispy, and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Even before tasting it, everyone's discerning taste buds were telling them that this plate of fried chicken would be delicious.
Yay! Come on!
Chicken leg. Wu Yu quickly grabbed a chicken leg and handed it to Yuan Ruan, who excitedly opened her mouth to take a big bite. She chewed and chewed with enthusiasm. Why can't I eat without teeth? System. Keep going, host. Think of that saying. With perseverance, a metal rod can be ground into a needle.
Just keep at it. Poof.
Rongpin almost laughed to death. She patted her chest, took a sip of water, and looked at Yuan Ruan, who was nibbling on a chicken leg with a confused expression. She said playfully, Ruan, you look so cute eating that chicken leg. I couldn't help it. Yuan Ruan squinted and waved her little hand. I'm truly loved by everyone. The queen couldn't resist picking up a fried chicken wing and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, So delicious. Wu Yu also brightened up. Within 3 seconds, she devoured the chicken leg, leaving only the bone. Yuan Ruan stared in disbelief. Wow, you have a great appetite. Rongpin also took a piece. The crispy texture and juicy flavor burst in her mouth, filling her nose with a rich aroma. After years of watching her figure, she couldn't help but take more pieces. Yuan Ruan was initially happy to recommend the bucket of fried chicken, but as she ate, she suddenly realized that despite her hard work, she still had a whole chicken leg while the others were quickly finishing the chicken wings. She looked at her intact chicken leg with tears in her eyes. That's all my fried chicken. The emperor, hearing the sniffles, almost laughed out loud, suddenly finding the chicken wing in his hand even more delicious. At that moment, news came from outside the palace that Rongpin's father, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was requesting to see her with his wife and daughter. Rong Pin's expression changed. Her father had only mentioned coming alone, so why did he bring his stepmother now? Just as she was about to refuse, Yuan Ruan immediately leaned in. Is Rong Pin's real dad and mom coming? They must be a beautiful family. System. No, that's not her real dad and mom. Yuan Ruan. Huh? System. Really, that's her biological father and stepmother. The beautiful girl's dad is coming to ask for help. She softened her heart this time, but she never expected to be betrayed by her father, becoming the scapegoat, and being disliked by the emperor. The rival concubines took the opportunity to make things worse, leaving her to suffer in a cold cave for 3 years before she died. Zongpin. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't sit still. She anxiously looked at the emperor, fearing she would be implicated again because of her father. Fortunately, the kind emperor did not get angry. Yuan Ruan. If I were Rong Pin, I would just ignore them and not go out. Rong Pin agreed. Since they didn't like each other, it was better not to meet. System. Exactly. Host, the National Fortune Side quest has been activated. National Fortune Side quest. Uncover one of the conspiracies of the mastermind and find the stolen funds for building the National Master's residence. Incomplete. Reward. National Fortune +3, Emperor. Behind the scenes? Could it be the person who once orchestrated the prince's death? Empress. Is this the National Fortune task that His Majesty mentioned? Zongpin. I don't know why, but it feels really impressive. Yuan Ruan, oh my house. My money. Beautiful lady, let's go. Rong Pin immediately stood up. This was a meeting that had to happen. 27 Zhaoyang Hall. Rong Pin's father, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, was anxiously pacing in the front hall. Accompanying him was a woman with a big belly, gently leaning closer, saying, "Don't worry, my husband. The princess is your biological daughter. She will want to see you." "You don't understand," the deputy minister said, looking troubled. "Her temperament is even more fierce than her mother's. She might refuse." Refuse what? Rong Pin, dressed in a red trailing dress, entered through the side curtain. Rong Pin's voice was cold. "Father, what do you want from me?" The deputy minister hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "Your Highness, the southern and northern kings sent envoys a few days ago with many gifts for the construction of the young national teacher's residence, but I checked the treasury a few days ago, and everything was fine. This morning, when I went to check again, things were missing."
What?
Rong Pin was shocked. How could things be missing? Did you catch the thief?
No.
100 gold bricks, 20 jade bracelets, and some other scattered jewels are missing, the deputy minister said urgently. The treasury is under my watch. It is guarded by hundreds of elite guards, and even the Minister of Revenue must be searched when entering or leaving. I haven't seen anyone digging a tunnel. We couldn't find the thief. What did the Ministry of Justice say? Rong Pin asked again.
They
haven't said anything, the deputy minister replied, pressing his lips together and lowering his voice. Your Highness, this matter is serious. Please don't let His Majesty know. Zongpin. Can she say that the Emperor is just on the other side of the wall listening? On the other side of the wall, the Emperor and Empress. Yuan Ruan almost laughed out loud. Rong Pin said irritably, Why did you come to find me? I can't judge cases or catch thieves. The deputy minister hesitated, then looked at the side room. The woman suddenly knelt before Rong Pin, tears falling. My husband can't say it, and I'm really scared, so I must shamelessly ask for your help. I hope your Highness can open the dowry treasury and give us a portion to cover this loss. In the future, we will definitely follow your Highness. Yuan Ruan was shocked to hear this. They are actually plotting to use the daughter's dowry. Still making empty promises. I thought he was a good father when he spoke up for Rong Pin. Rong Pin sneered. Speaking up for her? That's only because she still holds a rank. Yuan Ruan added, This father is the worst. If my brother uses such a minister, he won't be influenced by bad company. I hope he treats me the same way. Rong Pin was very angry but almost laughed when she heard that. The Empress also tried to hold back her laughter. Only the emperor. Even while watching, he had to take the blame. He should just send this minister away. Outside the hall, the Ministry of Revenue's deputy was tense.
Who is speaking?
Take another look. Is this really Rongpin's father? How surprising. The deputy was instantly speechless. Who is stabbing him in the heart again? He seems angry? He looks even worse now. Ugh, could it be that the beautiful Rongpin was switched at birth? The deputy. He clenched his fists. Since Rongpin was born, rumors about him being cuckolded never stopped, but he chose to believe it. Who would have thought he would hear such words in Zhaoyang Palace? Could it be that Rongpin really isn't his daughter? Both Rongpin and the deputy fell into deep thought. The side consort became a bit nervous. She gently tugged at the deputy and, seeing he didn't speak, she touched her belly and said, "Your Highness, please help my husband through this difficulty. If he rises in rank, it will also benefit you." After a pause, the side consort tugged at the deputy again and quietly mentioned Yener. A hint of hesitation crossed the deputy's face. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Your Highness, you have been in the palace for many years and have not given birth to a prince. Yener is younger than you and is skilled in medicine. Why not bring her into the palace to secure your favor?" Zhongpin. Just as the deputy was about to speak more about family ties, another thought echoed in his mind. Wait, weren't they here to seek help with the stolen tribute? Why are they now trying to sell their daughter for glory? Yet they seem to believe it themselves. Truly, they have reached the highest level of hypocrisy. Will my brother also? The deputy. Who is slandering him? The emperor's lips twitched slightly as he heard this familiar rhetoric. Could it be that the second half of the sentence would also put the blame on him? He suddenly picked up Yuan Ruan and whispered to the queen, "Recently, Prime Minister Li mentioned expanding the recruitment of talented individuals recommended from below. However, just from the fact that the Ministry of Revenue's official even cut the dowry of his daughter, it shows that the officials promoted through recommended for filial piety are of mixed quality. There's no need to expand the recruitment further." The queen nodded, trying to suppress her laughter.
Yay.
Brother, the messenger of justice. My future dowry is safe. The emperor felt both amused and exasperated. How could she be worried about her dowry at such a young age? Indeed, it seemed that Jiawar was right. His mood lightened. Outside the wall, the Ministry of Revenue official was confused. What messenger of justice? At that moment, a voice rang out again. "Have you found the missing treasury funds? I'm looking for Yuan Ruan. This official has too many rotten issues. Searching through them feels like digging for gold in a pile of waste." The Ministry of Revenue official was shocked. Rotten issues? What waste? He clearly had nothing on him. The official was on high alert, glancing around, when he suddenly noticed a faint candlelight behind the curtain. He wondered if someone outside was secretly talking and causing trouble. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Soon, he decisively walked next door.
Wait.
Rongpin called out. Seeing Rongpin blocking his way, the official became even more convinced that someone was indeed hiding inside. He ignored her and casually replied, "The prince born to Yener can always call you aunt, which is better than." As he lifted the beaded curtain, the Ministry of Revenue official froze in place. He wasn't scared by the words. He was shocked by the sight of the royal couple sitting next door. This couldn't be an illusion, could it?
Huh.
Are you scared? The emperor is here. The voice rang out again, startling him awake from his daydream. Noticing the emperor's gaze, the official felt a chill run down his neck, as if he could be dismissed at any moment. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live your Majesty." The Ministry of Revenue official knelt down trembling. "I pay my respects to you, your Majesty, and wish you peace." And me. Brother, give me a good introduction." The emperor. "You really know how to command me." The official was taken aback. "What? That mysterious voice is here too?" At that moment, the emperor spoke. "What? You ignore my child?" The official was shocked and looked up to see the emperor holding a small baby under her arms, lifting her slightly above his shoulder. The baby instantly became the tallest person in the room. She raised her chin slightly, looking as if she was waiting for a greeting. The official thought, could that previous voice really belong to this baby? Wait, the emperor's reaction. Can he hear thoughts? The official was so startled by this guess that he fell to the ground. After a moment, he got up and repeatedly bowed, saying, "Please bless the little princess. I deserve to be punished. It was my mistake in front of your majesty." The baby was taken aback, wondering, why did he kneel? Is my brother really that scary? The emperor's lips twitched slightly, thinking, why is he blaming me? He must have heard your thoughts. Indeed, the emperor realized from the official's reaction that he could hear the baby's thoughts. This intrigued the emperor. He hadn't expected anyone outside the palace could hear thoughts. What was the mechanism behind this? What were the criteria for it? The emperor fell into deep thought. The official's knees felt as if they weren't his own, but he still dared not move. After a long time, a side chambermaid, unable to wait any longer, entered and said, "Husband, why are you?"
Don't say anything.
Bow to His Majesty. The official quickly pulled the maid over and whispered, "Be careful, you're heavy." Just then, a voice echoed again. "System. Host, I finally found some relevant information. Look at these two being so affectionate. I suspect this person didn't actually lose the offerings, but is deliberately setting up a trap for the beauty." The emperor and the empress both frowned. The official noticed this and almost panicked. Don't speak carelessly in front of His Majesty. He is a well-respected person, recommended by 3 esteemed village leaders. How could he intentionally steal the offerings? The official felt anxious and wanted to confront the baby, but a warning glance from the emperor stopped him. At that moment, the baby curiously asked the system, What's going on? System, take a look." The baby scanned the area and her round eyes gradually turned into crescent shapes as she smiled. "Wow, how did you find that?" "Hidden in a big belly." "Everyone." The concubine who entered the inner hall first looked at the maid upon hearing this. She raised her eyebrows and pointed at the side room, saying, "You look unwell. It seems your pregnancy is unstable. I have a good female doctor who can check your pulse." The woman in the side room quickly covered her stomach, looking frightened. The official from the Ministry of Revenue didn't understand at first, but anxiously helped the woman, asking, "Did you fall? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but..." "My baby..." The woman weakly lay against the official, saying, "I'm scared. I want to go back to the doctor." The official began to understand, seeing the woman looking at him for support. He gritted his teeth and picked her up, saying, "Your Majesty, I deserve punishment, but my wife's health is fragile. I am anxious to return."
Suddenly, he paused.
The system noted, "I'm curious about how she managed to fake a pregnancy so convincingly. She must have hidden a lot of jewelry in her belly, and no one ever discovered it." The emperor's face darkened. How dare someone abandon their duties? The official turned pale. What? The pregnancy is fake? How is that possible? But if it were fake, it could indeed go undetected. He had relied on his status and hadn't allowed anyone to search his wife's body. The system commented, "This could be considered a betrayal." Also, considering he raised someone else's children, it shows that even the most pitiful can have their flaws. The official was shocked. Raising someone else's children? After a moment of confusion, he looked up at Rongpin, realizing that if she wasn't his daughter, then could his son also not be his? How many betrayals had his late wife committed? If that were true, then only the children born to him by the side room remained his. He had to protect her. The official clenched his fists and suddenly bowed, saying, "Your Highness, we both know certain things. That dowry should belong to my Liu family, if it can fill the gap left by your mother's past mistakes." A look of disgust crossed his face. "I will not hold it against you."
Rongpin scoffed. What?
Does this mean Rongpin isn't his blood relative either? So, none of the 4 children he raised are his? The queen nearly choked on her drink. This was shocking. The emperor glanced at the official, wondering if he was wearing any normal hats at all. The official was confused. What? 4 children? Could it be that the voice referring to a pair of children is not about the Rong siblings, but rather? The official didn't want to believe it, But the emperor and empress's trusting gazes proved that this mysterious voice carried a strong truth. He stared blankly at the concubine, unable to resist testing her. He suddenly asked, "Did you betray me?" In that moment, he saw the concubine's clenched fists, the brief panic on her face, and then her forced calmness as she said, "Husband, you are wronged.
Since
I married and came to the capital, I have been devoted to you." System. Haha, what great acting. She was once a famous courtesan in Huainan, redefining the idea of marriage. And since arriving in the capital, she has run into several former clients, using her charm to silence them. Well, saying she is devoted isn't entirely wrong, as her body and children don't count in that regard. Emperor. Empress. Even Rongpin gasped, shocked that not only was her identity fake, but she was also so flirtatious after marriage. The official. Everyone was stunned. A noble lady was not a noble lady, but a former courtesan? The children were all from past clients?
Yuan Ruan. Wow.
Is it all physical and not emotional? If she hadn't married, she would be a role model for us.
Empezo. Emper. Zongpin.
Sometimes keeping secrets is hard, like now when they had to hold back from scolding the mischievous child. System. Wait, it seems that Rongpin's father might not be an accomplice. His wife was actually introduced by a fellow townsman. Wow. That townsman was jealous of his success and beautiful wife, so he purposely bought a courtesan to ruin his family. The official. He felt like crying. The person he considered a close friend had been harboring jealousy all along. It seemed every time there were comments about Rongpin not resembling him, they came from that friend. Yuan Ruan was asking the system, "Look, if I find this gold, does that mean I've completed my national fortune task?" As soon as she said this, the emperor, empress, and Rongpin all focused their attention on Yuan Ruan. Just then, everyone was startled by a loud "ah" nearby. Turning to look, they saw the official forcefully tearing at the concubine's clothes. Yuan Ruan gasped and covered her eyes. The world is getting worse, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. The emperor, the empress, and the concubine. If your big eyes behind your fingers weren't rolling around, this would be more convincing. The concubine barely managed to keep a piece of clothing to cover herself, but her fake pregnancy was completely exposed. She knelt on the ground, begging the official to forgive her this time for the sake of her children. The official didn't even look at her. "Your Majesty, I, your humble servant, have acted improperly in front of you." The official knelt before the emperor, crying with a runny nose, "I hope your Majesty can see that I have been." The concubine suddenly focused on the concubine Rong and exclaimed, "Husband, believe me. Don't trust others. What use do I have in stealing gold and silver as a mere woman? It was your daughter, concubine Rong, who directed me. She needed some money to help her rise in rank, so she threatened me." Concubine Rong. She jumped up and said, "Your Majesty, I would never do such a thing. This is absolutely false." The concubine cried out confidently, "Concubine Rong, please help me and admit it." The official hesitated and looked at concubine Rong. Just then, the system commented, "This person is talking nonsense. That money was never given to concubine Rong. She secretly sent it to the official's hometown friend. She is just trying to smear the beautiful lady." Concubine Rong sighed in relief. The official. How could there be a connection to his hometown friend? He was even angrier. Concubine Rong watched the official with glee, feeling quite satisfied and relaxed. Yuan Ruan was worried and complained to the system, "If she keeps slandering, even if my brother finds out it has nothing to do with the beautiful lady, he might still hold a grudge against her. Concubine Rong is so good to me. Is there any way to resolve this crisis?" Concubine Rong felt touched. The system replied, "Ruan, as a baby, you can't do much. Why not try being a bit mischievous? For example, in certain situations, if you cry loudly, only smiling when the emperor holds your left hand and concubine Rong holds your right." Concubine Rong's mouth twitched slightly. "That's unnecessary." The emperor's veins were bulging. "System, if you can't give advice, just be quiet." To avoid future troubles, the emperor walked directly to concubine Rome, took her hand, and said, "I believe, my beloved, you would never do something so despicable. This woman must be slandering you." Concubine Rome, being clever, immediately felt touched and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Thank you for clearing my name." The concubine was left speechless. What just happened? She thought that bringing up Rong Pin would make the emperor angry and shift his focus away from investigating the gold and jewels, but she didn't expect the emperor to trust Rong Pin so much.
This
doesn't make sense. Wasn't it said that Rong Pin was not favored? Could it be a trick? Or maybe the emperor isn't as suspicious as he seems. It's frustrating that the emperor's attention hasn't been diverted. "I'm sorry, I couldn't complete the task." Yuan Ruan was clapping excitedly.
Wow.
"Brother, you are so wise and have defeated the plot. I don't need to step in anymore." Amazing. The emperor felt relieved. Yuan Ruan. "Wait, Your Highness, I found the location of the gold. Does that mean I have to complete my task? Is the reward coming?" The Ministry of Revenue official? "What reward?" The Empress, Rong Pin, and we looked over with interest. System. Ruan. It doesn't show as completed. Either the location of the hidden gold isn't accurate enough, or you must recover the jewels and expose the mastermind's plot to finish it. I see a progress bar showing 30%, and there's a note saying true and falsely Kue. Ruan, could this be a hint? Yuan Ruan held her face. It could be, but I'm not sure yet. Let's wait and see. The emperor was not surprised by this conclusion. He had already planned to have the intelligence department work quickly with Yuan Ruan to find the gold. He waved his hand. Delay no longer. Strip them of their official titles and exile them far away. All involved in the theft of tributes will be interrogated and their homes searched. The men will face 3 years of labor. Yenna was shocked to hear about the home searches and severe punishments for the men. She cried, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent. I'm willing to serve in the palace." Before she could finish, the Ministry of Revenue official covered her mouth harshly, saying, "Be quiet. Just staying alive is the Emperor's mercy. If you drag me down with you, I might as well end you now." Yenna looked at the emotionless concubine in pain and knelt, saying, "Mother, please save your daughter. What about your son? Can you really bear to lose us?" The concubine trembled.
Slap. Slap.
The Ministry of Revenue official struck both the concubine and Yenna, angrily saying, "You ungrateful wretches. Why are you still crying? You deserve this." After hitting them, the official suddenly turned and knelt before the emperor, crying with snot running down. "Your Majesty, I have an elderly mother to care for. Please spare my life." His sudden change from arrogance to humility was oddly comedic. The emperor, impatient with the lengthy discussion, waved his hand. The chief eunuch immediately brought in guards to drag away the family of 3, who were stubbornly refusing to leave. "Daughter, daughter," the official shouted desperately. Rong Pin turned away coldly. "You are heartless. I am your biological father. You are only doing this because of your mother's affair." At this point, the official realized it was all a misunderstanding. He suddenly fell silent and gave a complex look at the quiet Rong Pin before being pulled away. And so, the farce came to an end. Rong Pin held Yuan Ruan tightly. If she had once seen Yuan Ruan as a means to an end, now all those thoughts were gone. Holding Yuan Ruan, she felt a deep sense of peace and comfort. Yuan Ruan snuggled against Rong Pin. "Dad had no choice, but I can choose. And you picked the 2 strongest." Rong Pin couldn't help but laugh. This clever little one. If she still cared about her father's unfairness, she might have jumped into a river years ago. She was just thinking about how to share this good news with her brother. At the very least, they needed to invite the great shaman to perform a ceremony to honor their mother's spirit. Seeing Rong Pin smile made Yuan Ruan even happier. The 3 of them had a simple lunch when suddenly, the chief eunuch rushed in with news. "Your Majesty, there is urgent military news from Hongyu, sealed with the Crown Prince's seal." The Empress immediately looked at the Emperor. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Bring it to me." The chief eunuch quickly handed over the small, unsealed copper container. The emperor opened it and, after a moment, burst into laughter. Good. Very good. The empress relaxed, leaning back on the concubine couch, appearing uninterested. Is it news for my nephew? Let me see. Seeing the chubby little face looking at him eagerly, the emperor pinched her cheek and said, Your brother the crown prince has uncovered Chengu's plot. In 7 days, he will return home. How about you stay with me for a few days until your brother comes back?
No, no.
I don't want to leave. I want my jade bed. Yuan Ruan nodded and then shook her head, babbling in frustration. Rong Pin quickly said, Your Majesty, I specially made a little bed for the princess. She has been looking forward to it. Why don't we wait for the crown prince to return to the capital, and I will bring the princess over to celebrate. The emperor saw Yuan Ruan's appearance, but since the grand ceremony was about to take place, he needed to test how far he could hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts and what conditions were required. Then bring her here. The emperor paused and continued. Also, make her a small bed. Use the best materials from the inner palace. Don't let my little daughter be treated poorly. Concubine Rong quickly replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, I have. Don't be so honest, beautiful lady. You should take advantage. Concubine Rong, and the empress couldn't help but chuckle. The emperor. So, am I just going to be the one being taken advantage of? On the 7th day, the horizon suddenly revealed a cloud of dust. Following that, a group of black iron cavalry charged out, kicking up the dust as they raced towards the sun. An hour later, in Qianqing Palace, the emperor held Yuan Ruan in one arm and joyfully patted the prince's shoulder, who had not yet removed his armor, saying, Good, good. You've grown. The prince cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your guidance, father. He smiled, revealing his previous gentlemanly demeanor. At this, he waved to Yuan Ruan. Did you miss me, little sister? Yay, yay. Yes, dear nephew. Thanks to you, the wild man's task was completed. Sending love. Sending love? The prince was confused, but seeing Yuan Ruan smiling and hearing about the task completion, he knew it must be something good. The emperor said, Tell me what's happening with the Xiongnu. No, let's wait until we get to the library. The young officials are discussing the heavenly ceremony there. You can also bring up your Xiongnu issue and let them brainstorm together. After saying this, the emperor carried Yuan Ruan outside.
Yay!
Brother is finally taking me out for some fresh air. I don't want to stay in Qianqing Palace anymore. The prince. Why is the little princess coming along to discuss the heavenly ceremony? The words library seem ordinary, but it is actually a place that can accommodate hundreds of people. When Yuan Ruan was carried inside by the emperor, she was captivated by 2 groups arguing passionately. They sat facing each other, nearly equal in number. On the left, a handsome scholar stood up and declared, If our great Xia cannot successfully reduce the feudal lords, we will perish. On the right, a beautifully dressed man scoffed. The late emperor said, When brothers work together, their strength is unbreakable. Our great Xia is surrounded by hungry wolves. If the capital is in danger, the lords will come to our aid. If we reduce the feudal lords, great Xia will be doomed. A government official sitting at the main seat stood up and said, Please pay attention, everyone. Today, we will not consider ranks or ages. The topic is the upcoming Earth and Sky ceremony for the Grand Master of the Great Xia Kingdom in 7 days. Feel free to speak your minds. A handsome young man on the left, dressed in scholar's robes, scoffed, Don't even mention it. An 8-month-old child as the Grand Master? It's embarrassing for me as a commoner, but it's a huge disgrace for the Great Xia. I'm worried the Great Xia might fall. A well-dressed young man on the right nodded in agreement. I'm also ashamed to discuss this. A classmate of mine from the Shu Kingdom sent me a letter asking if the Great Xia is going mad before its downfall.
System. Wow.
Scholars arguing, always mentioning, the Great Xia will fall. The Great Xia is doing well. Back off. The people in the library. What was that sound? Who dares to mock everyone in front of them? Several young people stood up in anger, but when they turned around, they saw the emperor and the crown prince looking at them with strange expressions. Your Majesty, peace be upon you. Prince, may you be well. A group of 30 to 40 people knelt down in unison. The few scholars who had mocked the great Xia were sweating nervously. Yuan Ruan curiously peeked out and noticed that among the dozens of people, she didn't see anyone dark or overweight. Yuan Ruan thought, what handsome faces. All young people. Looks like my brother has a thing for looks. Everyone. Several people in the kneeling crowd hurriedly raised their heads, looked around, and quickly lowered them again. The emperor observed closely, realizing that these people could hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts. He subtly signaled the chief eunuch to note down the names, ranks, and titles of those who had looked up. System. Yuan Ruan, not a single ugly one. I suddenly remember that since ancient times, emperors have liked beautiful young men. They also enjoy candlelit conversations. I see that the young man in the green outfit has a good figure, and the one in white has a nice shape. Some of the kneeling people couldn't help but cough. The man in white showed no reaction, but the man in green, after a moment of surprise, suddenly knelt down in a more exaggerated S shape. The emperor closed his eyes in slight annoyance and waved his hand. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone stood up. The emperor's arrival made the library feel a bit tense. The emperor glanced at the crowd and said, if you don't want to discuss the Grand Master's Earth and Sky ceremony, then let's talk about the alliance between the Xiongnu and the Qin Kingdom against the Great Xia, which was cleverly resolved by the Crown Prince. System. This descriptive phrase. It seems the emperor can't help but show off his child. Emperor. Crown Prince. The people below exchanged glances, some even looking panicked. Some people with quick minds suddenly remembered the special reminder they heard before entering the library. No matter how strange the words you hear, do not reveal the truth. They realized what was happening and calmly cooperated, saying, as expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, brave and wise, able to foresee and solve problems from afar. The Crown Prince shook his head and said, that hasn't been resolved. The issue is that the eldest prince acts too ruthlessly. Competing with the people for profit and committing injustices will lead to his downfall. System ruthless? Is he called a tyrant like your brother? Emperor. The Crown Prince suddenly paused. Below, there was another wave of coughing as people wiped their sweat, wondering who had made that bold statement. Yuan Ruan glanced at the Crown Prince, curious about his silence. At that moment, a man in blue clothing suddenly cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, regarding the eldest prince's absurd actions, I feel it is unfair for His Majesty. His Majesty never competes with the people for profit. Punishing criminals is merely strict. The title of tyrant should be given to the eldest prince instead. Emperor. Others. Boo, flatter. Yuan Ruan looked at the man in blue in surprise. Yuan Ruan. Is this what professional officials do? He really knows how to flatter. I wonder if my brother falls for this. The man in blue felt nervous and tried to be serious. I'm not flattering, Your Majesty, trust me. Others looked at the man in blue with schadenfreude. Flatterer, exposed and punished. The Crown Prince quickly moved past this topic and continued with the main issue. He said, when the eldest prince forcibly took resources from the tribes, he angered several elder leaders of the alliance tribes. Although their tribes are small, they hold great prestige. With their support, nearly half of the tribes have expressed their intention to support the second prince. Plus, with our secret financial assistance, the second prince's influence has surged, and he can now almost stand on equal footing with the eldest prince. The second prince has also sent a special envoy to seek a good relationship with our great Xia.
Great.
Everyone stood up to praise. However, the only problem is money, the Crown Prince said softly. If we want to continue supporting the second prince, it depends on whether the Ministry of Revenue can provide the funds. The Deputy Minister of Revenue stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, Your Highness, due to recent wars, the treasury is quite empty. Yuan Ruan came here hoping to find clues for completing the National Fortune side quest, but nothing had triggered since arriving. She yawned in the Emperor's arms, not very interested in these state affairs. System. Hey, speaking of money, Erwan. Suddenly, a rumor about the prince appeared. It might just solve the money problem. The emperor and the prince. Especially the prince, who felt an ominous premonition. Others who could hear thoughts. What is this rumor? What solution does this mysterious voice have?
Yuan Ruan. What?
System. When the prince went to the Xiongnu to get coal, he caught the eye of a wealthy female mine owner. She really likes the prince and is quite infatuated with him. If the prince is willing to spend more time with her, she might offer him not just money, but even her life. Many people turned to look at the prince. The prince felt embarrassed. Why does the system have to tell my sister about this? The emperor also cleared his throat and frowned. The system's words were quite disrespectful to our royal family. Yuan Ruan, huh? A female version of a strong CEO? Is she very wealthy?
System. Yes.
She owns 2 huge mines and earns about 20 million taels a year. Everyone. How much? Did you say how much? 20 million taels? That's way more than the annual tax revenue of our country. So what if she's older? Rich ladies, look at me. I'm strong and can handle anything. System. Wow, exciting. This female CEO is actually pursuing love. She's outside the palace, preparing to beat the drum to call for the prince. Yuan Ruan was shocked. What? She's so decisive? Yes. She's bringing a betrothal gift to beat the drum and demand the prince take responsibility. The emperor. Beat the drum. Doesn't that mean the whole country, no, even the 5 nations will know? The prince's eyes widened in shock. Responsibility? What does that have to do with him? His reputation would be ruined, and he would want to escape. Yuan Ruan. Why did my nephew run away? Everyone. He probably didn't want to be the laughingstock of the capital and rushed to the place where the drum was being beaten. At the West Market of the capital, in the morning, officials would come to post the court's policies, and at noon, someone would be dragged there for execution. Occasionally, someone would beat the drum to call for justice. People are naturally curious about gossip, so even after the market hours, the place was bustling with activity. That day, a woman with dark skin, slightly curly brown hair, and wearing a long red dress approached the big drum, carrying a huge wooden box in her left hand and a large stick in her right, looking very determined. A man wearing a jade crown and dressed in white rushed forward to stop the woman, saying, "You can't hit the drum, really. It's the drum of injustice. Please wait, I'm trying to find a way for you to see the prince. Don't think you can keep fooling me." The curly-haired woman pushed his hand away. "You've been stalling me for so long, from the Xiongnu to the Great Xia. I want to see the prince, that heartless man." "Stop talking. Please be careful with your words." The man's voice sounded close to tears. After the words "heartless prince" were spoken, a crowd suddenly appeared in the market, whispering to each other. "Oh my, is this a long-distance chase for a husband? The prince has only been crowned for a few years. Has he been on the battlefield too long? What is he looking for? What do you know? A woman 3 years older than a man is like holding gold bricks. Look at that woman. She's covered in gold. She's holding a mountain of gold." The prince, rushing over, turned pale upon hearing these remarks. The young officials who had followed the emperor to see the commotion held their breath, staring intently at the woman in the distance. However, a few young men who had come out without understanding the situation asked in confusion, "Why are we looking? What's special about the person beating the drum?" The shocked deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue replied, "Didn't you hear?" "Hear what?" the young man asked, looking bewildered. Just as the deputy minister was about to speak, he was pulled aside by the deputy minister of war. The deputy minister of war whispered, "Some people can't hear, but that's not the main point. The prince's wealthy supporter has come, and it looks like something good is about to happen. Shouldn't our military funds increase as well?" The deputy minister of revenue took out an abacus to calculate, coldly replying, "Get lost." The prince's face darkened. He had never had any real relationship with this woman. He didn't want to be assumed to have one. "Guards, arrest those 2 who are spreading rumors." With the prince's command, the palace guards rushed forward. The couple had some skills, but seeing that they were sent by the prince, the woman only struggled briefly before obediently stepping forward, while the man sighed and lowered his head. "Your Highness." The man knelt, his voice trembling. When the prince's aura was fully unleashed, his expression was cold, resembling the emperor beside him, instilling fear in others. The prince stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar. "Is it you? Do you know that slandering the royal family is a death sentence?" The prince glared at him coldly. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Suddenly, the woman broke free from the guards and stood in front of the man, facing the prince's anger. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. He was just forced by me to find you, innocent one. Come, stab here, you heartless person." Saying this, she pointed a guard's knife at her own neck. The guard, hearing her call the prince heartless, didn't dare to actually hurt her. Everyone. A young official couldn't help but whisper, "Your Highness, it's normal for young people to be flirtatious." "Yes, Your Highness. I'm sure the princess will understand." The prince was so angry he looked like he might explode. You woman, when did I ever?" The woman shouted, "That day you came to discuss the coal issue, you were drunk, and I took you to your room." "What? Are you from the Great Xia, and can't admit what you did?" The prince was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned to look at the man kneeling on the ground. Yuan Ruan was very excited, but the system suddenly hesitated. "System, a Ruan? Why doesn't this woman know she slept with the wrong person?" Everyone. "Wait, she slept with the wrong person? Does that mean the woman has no connection to the prince?" Yuan Ruan was shocked, as if a cantaloupe had turned into a watermelon. "What? She's not the prince's real partner?" "System, no. She liked the prince, but she actually slept with the man kneeling on the ground. The emperor. The prince." Tears filled his heart. Finally, someone was clearing his name. The young officials exchanged awkward glances, especially the one who had advised the prince, wishing he could erase what he said a minute ago. "How could I be so foolish?" Only the Minister of Revenue looked desperate, as if he saw his gold bags running away. "Yuan Ruan, what? How could there be such a misunderstanding about the prince?" Everyone. "Now we are curious too." System. This man is from a wild background. To fulfill his own ambitions, he pretended to be the prince to get close to this wealthy woman. They both drank, and in the dark, a misunderstanding happened. Everyone. Is that even possible? A story like this wouldn't be believable. Some poor officials suddenly thought about whether they should also impersonate a noble to gain favor. Yuan Ruan, This still feels strange. Can't this be explained easily? At this moment, everyone felt it was a bit subtle. Indeed, it wasn't that big of a misunderstanding. System, Ruan, listen to me. Yuan Ruan, wait, I can't hold it anymore. I need to use the restroom first. Everyone. What? This mysterious person needs to use the restroom too? Suddenly being so down to earth, they were a bit taken aback. The emperor quickly ordered a maid to take Yuan Ruan to wash up. The mysterious voice suddenly stopped. At that moment, those who couldn't hear the voice asked in confusion, "Why are you all standing still? Why did the prince suddenly stop acting?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the Minister of Revenue looking at him thoughtfully and suddenly said, "You really can't hear it?" The man thought the Minister of Revenue was crazy and couldn't help but reply, "Hear what? The sound of birds and flowers?" Saying this, he pulled another young official over and asked, "Can you hear it?" The young official shook his head in confusion. The Minister of Revenue examined them closely and said, "It's a selection. It seems this is the true intention of His Majesty in bringing me here today." The man? The Minister of War nodded along. "I observed that officials below the 6th rank cannot hear it." The man? What? Is there rank discrimination? All the young officials below the 6th rank who couldn't hear the voice looked disheartened, as if they had been struck by an arrow. At that moment, everyone who could hear the voice realized that today was specially arranged by the emperor to test who could hear and who could not, and to understand the difference between them. The mysterious voice came from the soft little baby, showing how cautious the emperor was and how much he wanted to protect the little princess. As everyone was thinking, the familiar voice returned, "I see. Now I understand this situation." Everyone staggered. "What do you understand? Did you finish the fruit by yourself? What about the rest of us in the fruit field?" The young officials anxiously stared at Yuan Ruan. Yuan Ruan. She smiled slightly and waved her hand, saying iya iya. Everyone almost fell over. This was not the time to act cute. Just then, the curly-haired wealthy woman said, "This is my betrothal gift. Let me show you my sincerity." After saying that, she boldly dragged over a huge box she had brought and dumped its contents out. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't gold or jewels, but stacks of documents. As everyone was puzzled, the Minister of War was about to disdainfully say that the Great Xia never used the currency of the Chu state. Just then, they suddenly heard the voice, "Sister Ruan. This wealthy woman is love-struck. These are actually land deeds and specific maps for mines. This must be worth a fortune. What is this? Such dazzling treasures?" The deputy minister of the military stumbled and almost lost his balance, nearly drooling. The deputy minister of revenue was about to rush over but held back his excitement, grabbing the military deputy's elbow. "If you can get it, I'll give the military department a raise." The military deputy rolled his eyes. Get lost. If he really got it, it would all belong to the military department. He didn't need to share with you. Everyone looked at the crown prince in unison. Why not just pretend? It's just adding another concubine. That's not impossible. Crown prince. He is the crown prince. He can't let them see him that way. He turned back to his father in frustration, only to find his father looking thoughtful, which almost made him laugh in anger. With a strong sense of crisis, the crown prince said, "You seem quite clever in business, but I didn't expect you to be so clueless. Do you even know who you sleep with at night? It's not me. It's the child of Morong, who came with you to Daxia." Yuan Ruan widened her eyes in surprise. So the nephew knows the truth. Wait, could it be that his previous actions were all part of a plan? Trying to catch someone off guard? Everyone. What plan? Catching someone off guard? Is there more to this? The emperor, with experience in drama, quickly assessed Morong's features and noticed he didn't seem to have blue eyes or any resemblance to him. At that moment, a curly-haired woman frowned. Impossible. His Highness the Crown Prince is well-read. He cannot be disguised by an illiterate wild man. After a pause, her tone carried some disappointment. "I thought you people from the Central Plains read more and understood the principles of honor and responsibility. I didn't expect your education to be so lacking. System. Arwan. As the saying goes, heartless people are often well-read. You can't have a bias against education." Yuan Ruan, Everyone. How strange. This is the first time hearing that being well-read could lead to discrimination. Morong, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed and said earnestly, "Your Highness, though I was born in the countryside, I have never touched your women. If you don't believe me, I am willing to die to prove my loyalty." Everyone hesitated. Yuan Ruan, oh no. Saying he would die to prove his loyalty would definitely put the blame on the nephew. Men don't have the same concept of chastity. System. No, there's a way. Just remove his shirt. Everyone. What? There's a way? Can men also prove if they are pure? The prince knew that the system never spoke carelessly, so he gave a glance to the deputy minister of justice beside him and then said, "Our great Xia treats people with kindness and righteousness. There is no need for you to die. The Deputy Minister of Justice is a talented judge and has a way to verify your true identity." The Deputy Minister of Justice looked confused for a moment, but quickly realized that the prince wanted him to use the system to take action. He said loudly, "Your Highness, it's simple. Just remove his outer garment." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in surprise. Removing his outer garment can tell if he is a pure one? Hey, take off yours so I can see. Get lost. What's that to you? It's about whether I've been to a brothel. System, That person actually said that. It seems they really know something. The Deputy Minister of Justice, hearing the mysterious voice, felt increasingly pleased and continued, "Removing his outer garment will verify your purity." System, what? In ancient times, they could actually verify purity? How advanced? Young officials. They looked at the Deputy Minister of Justice in disbelief. The Deputy Minister stumbled and quickly changed his tone, saying, "Verifying your purity is naturally out of the question." Everyone. You sure changed your tune quickly. This statement caused an uproar among the common people. Can't verify purity? Then how can we tell if he has been with a girl? Must be talking nonsense. Sir, you need to provide evidence. The Deputy Minister of Justice was sweating profusely, wishing he could slap himself. He regretted speaking out so boldly. He looked anxiously at Yuan Ruan, trying to sound casual. As for the reason, this evidence. Yuan Ruan's system, the Deputy Minister of Justice, is still being mysterious. What's the reason? System. What evidence is needed? Murong-ji, to please a girl, often engages in some unusual activities. The girl has a special light purple nail polish that usually looks washed off, but in dim light, it shows faint blue patterns. If the Deputy Minister reveals this, it would be solid proof, but he probably looks down on explaining it. The young officials, who were originally just watching the excitement, suddenly understood and couldn't help but look at the Deputy Minister of Justice with jealousy. How lucky he is to be in the spotlight. The Deputy Minister was almost in tears. It wasn't that he looked down on it, he just didn't know. With a grateful heart, he recounted the system's explanation in a formal manner and then had someone forcibly remove Murong-ji's clothing. Kneeling on the ground, Murong-ji calmly took off his clothes. In the sunlight, nothing was visible, but when the Deputy Minister of Justice brought him into a dark room, there were purple and blue scratches on his back, looking like claw marks or whip marks. The crowd gasped, realizing the Deputy Minister's words were true. A curly-haired woman hesitated and approached, saying, "How did you get those?" Murong-ji's tears suddenly fell as he replied, "I really don't know. I'm just a commoner who carries coal for a living, but I often get chased away with a whip. Maybe that's when I got these scars." The curly-haired woman stared at him for 2 seconds and said, "You are lying." Murong-ji still looked pitiful and angrily called out to the prince, "Your Highness, if I haven't done anything, then I haven't. But if you need me to admit it, I can." The curly-haired woman ignored him and bowed to the prince, saying, "Your Highness, I am not someone who cannot let go. If you can provide more evidence to prove I was wrong, I will admit my mistake. If you can't, you must give me an explanation." The crowd thought, this woman is quite straightforward. The system noted, "Unfortunately, the lovesick girl is quite rational, but she has fallen for this rebel's trick." The crowd, who were initially enjoying the gossip, were shocked.
Who are you talking about?
Rebel? Wait, is this what the system meant by catching a turtle in a jar? The young officials widened their eyes, some rolled up their sleeves. The emperor waved his hand, and over 100 hidden palace guards appeared, surrounding all possible exits. The prince's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Seize this rebel who dares to overthrow the great Xia." The curly-haired woman was stunned. Murong-ji's face showed clear panic for a moment, but he quickly stepped in front of the woman and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I am just a commoner. Thanks to your kindness, I am helping transport coal to the western regions. I have no one with me and no money, so how could I be a rebel? Your Highness, you are kind-hearted. Why accuse me without reason and ruin your own reputation over personal feelings?" The prince replied, "You dare to argue." "I do not dare to argue," Murong-ji bowed again. "But if you accuse me without cause today, tomorrow and the day after, countless common people will be forced to admit to things they did not do." The crowd gasped. How dare this rebel try to sway public opinion? Young officials have little experience and are feeling anxious. Many are secretly glancing at Yuan Ruan, hoping the mysterious voice will give another hint. Oh, can a semen DNA testing device be used? No, it's been too many days. A semen DNA testing device? Could it be a divine artifact? If even a divine artifact can't help, then there's no way to do it. Hearing this, the young officials felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The crown prince's expression darkened. The emperor silently glanced at everyone, finally focusing on the crown prince. After all, he is young and still needs more guidance. Thinking this, the emperor lightly raised his hand, and the palace guards nearby immediately appeared, drawing their swords. The citizens, who had been discussing, suddenly ran away as if they had seen a great threat. With another wave of his hand, The guards either raised shields, held long swords, or drew bows, ready to charge and capture the enemy. A curly-haired woman suddenly moved sharply. Quick. Run.
What?
Murong-ji almost collided with the curly-haired woman.
Ugh.
The curly-haired woman suddenly clutched her stomach, bending over in pain.
Ah.
I just remembered another way. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Everyone who could hear thoughts looked at Yuan Ruan. The emperor gently pressed down on Yuan Ruan's little head and shot a glare at the group of young officials who couldn't control themselves. The young officials quickly averted their gazes, pretending they hadn't heard anything, and began discussing different topics. However, their attempts to cover up their thoughts seemed nonsensical to the lower-ranked officials who couldn't hear thoughts. The young officials ranked 6 and below looked confused, silently shouting, "What's wrong with you all? We are in a serious situation trying to catch the traitors, and you're talking about family matters?" Yuan Ruan was unaware that she had unintentionally caused a divide among the officials. She was still actively complaining to the system. Murong-ji is really like the missing her of ancient times. He wants to seize the Zhou family's fortune, so he teamed up with Zhou's brother to set a trap. As long as he brings Zhou to the crown prince from afar, he can frame the crown prince, have Zhou killed, and then split the fortune with Zhou's brother to fund the restoration. But he didn't know Zhou was pregnant when he planned this. Zhou only found out yesterday. Everyone. What kind of devil is this person? The crown prince was almost knocked over in anger. He frowned and said sternly, "Murong-ji, when you contacted Zhou's brother to divide Zhou's resources and planned to use me to harm her, did you ever think that Zhou is already expecting your child?" Murong-ji suddenly froze. What? Only 5 times. It's impossible for her to be pregnant. The curly-haired woman stopped abruptly. How do you know it was 5 times? Murong-ji immediately fell silent, then opened his mouth and no. He regained his composure and said stiffly, "Don't believe him, Zhou." "I'm not." The prince said, "You can stay in the capital until the child is born to confirm." Murong-ji whispered, "He must be lying to you, trying to protect his own reputation." Zhou clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "You really think I'm a fool?" With that, she suddenly punched Murong-ji. Caught off guard, he flew back and crashed into a nearby empty vegetable basket. Zhou rushed over and tore open his shirt. "Everyone.
All right.
There really is this red mark. Our clan leader despises unfaithful men, so our daughters have been nurturing a special creature since childhood. After 3 years, a red mark appears on the woman's palm. Once united with a man, the creature will transfer to him. If I die, he will die too. There's no antidote." Zhou's eyes flashed with anger and mockery. "I hurried here to explain things privately to His Highness for his own good, but I didn't expect it to be you. Everyone." This revelation was shocking. Is this really happening? But soon they realized that Zhou's brother must have known, but chose not to mention the risks, planning to take all the wealth for himself. The prince's supporters looked at him with relief. "Thankfully, you uphold your honor, or your life would depend on a woman, and the throne might be lost." The prince. Murong-ji struggled to get up from the ground, stunned for 2 seconds, and then showed a fierce expression. "You're lying to me. This is impossible." The curly-haired woman coldly stabbed her own palm with a knife, only letting out a muffled sound. In the next moment, Murong-ji cried out in pain on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yuan Ruan gasped and covered her face. "Wow, there's such a fantastical setting. I want one too." System. You are the fortune of the Xia kingdom. In the future, you will have countless powers. Who would dare to bully you? You could eliminate them without anyone knowing, so you don't need such small tricks. The young officials, hearing about the kingdom's fortune for the first time. They exchanged glances, understanding why the emperor appointed the young girl as the national advisor. They also realized why some officials stopped opposing her after causing a stir. System. Murong-ji is a descendant of the royal family of the Kingdom of Ji, which was destroyed 100 years ago. He has always wanted to restore his country but has ended up in a tribe with only 50 people left. He plotted to harm the Zhou family to gain their wealth, but now he has become someone they can easily control, which is his own doing. Emperor, Crown Prince. How could someone who has become a wild man for 100 years have the confidence to restore a country with a woman's wealth? The crowd looked at Morongji with a hint of disdain. The deputy minister of revenue wrote quickly, "It seems we can suggest to the emperor to clear out the wild people near Daxia, bringing them in to pay taxes." The deputy minister of justice shook his head. "Before taxing, we need to consider the laws of my department." Yuan Ruan was unaware that Daxia was already planning how to deal with the wild people. She looked at the small task that appeared in the system and silently complained, "System, my nephew is really smart. It's no wonder this is an alternate dynasty. Perhaps the things I thought could improve the country's fortune are all here. This world might be much more advanced than I imagined." The emperor smiled slightly. "Yes, the little goddess won't be disappointed here." The crown prince smiled faintly. "I feel unexpectedly happy to have the little goddess's approval." The young officials also felt good, enjoying the praise for their country. Indeed, it was more advanced than the little goddess imagined. Maybe this world already has potatoes yielding 4,000 pounds per acre. The crowd smiled slightly. "Yes, indeed." What did you say? 4,000 pounds of potatoes per acre? What kind of crop can yield such a terrifying amount? The deputy minister of agriculture sat down in shock, his hands trembling over his abacus, almost shouting at Yuan Ruan, "Little goddess, we don't have potatoes yielding 4,000 pounds per acre. There might also be water-powered spinning wheels producing 100 pounds of fabric daily." Everyone. What? 100 pounds per cart daily? Currently, producing 1.25 bolts of fabric per person is already impressive. How many times has that increased? Now, not only the Deputy Minister of Agriculture was excited, but almost everyone began to feel thrilled. Fabric in this era symbolizes money. Many places do not accept cash and directly use fabric for transactions. In other words, Yuan Ruan was saying she could print and produce gold. Who wouldn't be excited about that? Even the emperor couldn't help but reach out and say, "Child, we haven't done it yet. How about we create one together?" The system's voice was also confused. "I don't know. Logically, the current productivity should be around the Han Dynasty, but their verification methods seem quite advanced. So I'm not sure. Maybe with so many worlds combined, something has changed." Yuan Ruan suddenly smiled. "No worries, I'll just focus on the national fortune task. As for the potato weaving machine, I'll give up for now and see what else the Xia kingdom needs." The crowd almost shouted, "No. Little princess, don't give up. Our great Xia doesn't have that yet." The system nodded in agreement. What a pity. Such daily tasks that can help boost national fortune are rare. Daily task: perform self-slapping in front of 10 people. Reward: potatoes. After successful potato planting, national fortune points will be calculated based on the potato coverage area plus N. Yuan Ruan said, "It's fine, I doubt anyone would want to do such a task." Before she could finish, the system almost glitched at the scene before it. Yuan Ruan was also stunned. A young official suddenly cried out, "I just remembered that I let a woman down like Morongji. I was wrong. I'm sorry," and started slapping himself. Another one, confused for 2 seconds, said, "I was wrong. I let down 2 women," and also began to slap himself. Someone watching was speechless, thinking, "Come on, you guys are saying you let down 1 and 2 women. I can't say I let down 3. What excuse can I use?" His mind raced, and he started slapping himself. "Darn, it's so itchy. There must be bugs on my face. What's happening? Is this a confession from scumbags? Are they under a spell?" The crowd responded, "Yes, yes, you cast the spell on them." The emperor ordered someone to write down the names of those who actively slapped themselves for future rewards. The prince, who was originally gloomy, couldn't help but laugh at the scene. To avoid the common people thinking that the officials of Great Xia had gone mad, the prince cleared his throat and said, "All right." The young official stole glances at Yuan Ruan. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Daily task: perform self-slapping in front of 10 people. Reward: potatoes. After successful potato planting, National fortune points will be calculated based on the potato coverage area plus N. Task completed. It actually got completed just like that. I'm a bit confused now. Yuan Ruan stared blankly at the group. Who isn't? System, isn't this a bit strange? It went too smoothly. Everyone. Our hearts are racing. The Emperor is already thinking about how to steer the conversation back on track. The system firmly states, it's not surprising. The main character falls off a cliff and doesn't die, but instead finds a legendary martial arts manual to defeat their enemies. You are the nation's fortune. So things going smoothly is expected. Yuan Ruan. That's true. I haven't been given any invincible powers or laser weapons. I'm still quite weak. Everyone. No, little goddess, your abilities are not weak at all. Compared to laser warriors, you are truly a blessing for millions in the Great Xia. Curly-haired Lady Zhou quickly composed herself and respectfully asked, Your Highness, do you have evidence regarding Morongji's plot to harm me with my brother? The prince glanced at her and replied, You should investigate it yourself. That's right. There were signs all along. Lady Zhou quickly regained her composure, her voice turning sharp. Your Highness, I humbly request to borrow 100 soldiers to swiftly return to the west and punish the traitors. Many young officials frowned. The Deputy Minister of Justice was particularly angry at this person who nearly accused the prince, scolding, Lady Zhou, you are slandering the prince and colluding with rebels. Go reflect in prison. You still want to? These gifts are an apology to your Highness. I hope you'll accept them. Lady Zhou said, cupping her hands. The Deputy Minister of Justice couldn't dismiss his harsh words anymore. Thousands of tons of ore. Well, that might not be impossible. Once I return and deal with the family traitors, Lady Zhou continued with a downcast expression, I am willing to offer all the 100 tons of ore I've mined to the Great Xia, hoping to reduce my family's punishment and exchange for some good farmland and household registration, so we can live peacefully in the Great Xia. Everyone. How much? 100 tons of ore? No wonder she can conduct neutral business between the Xiongnu, Great Xia, and Chen Kingdom. Her financial power is indeed formidable. The Deputy Minister of Justice quickly retracted his harsh words and forced a gentle expression. Don't worry, this will be enough to reduce the crimes committed by you and your family. When will you come to Great Xia to hand over the ore to His Highness? When will it be handed over to the Ministry of Revenue? The Deputy Minister of Revenue bent down and squeezed in, pulling out a small abacus. How many people are in your Zhou family? You need to report that to me, as I will arrange your household registration and farmland. The Deputy Minister of Justice frowned and grabbed the Deputy Minister of Revenue, lowering his voice. What are you doing? This is to apologize to His Highness. Then His Highness can't take it all for himself. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue replied softly, if she seeks protection from the Great Xia, she cannot avoid the Ministry of Revenue. Yuan Ruan watched the scene and suddenly sighed with the system. System, is she planning for her whole family to farm? Will the famous Zhou family big saber still appear? Everyone. What famous saber? What is the Zhou family big saber? System. It might be delayed for many years, or perhaps another country will have it first. Yuan Ruan. What a pity. According to what you told me, after the crown prince died and the Great Xia was attacked by the three kingdoms, it was still Queen Wang who, due to her friendship with the Zhou family, managed to obtain a large number of Zhou family big sabers. With one strike, it could cut through bronze swords, iron swords, and fine armor. After the Great Xia army equipped this weapon, they became incredibly powerful and made the enemy flee in panic. Everyone. What? Is this Zhou family big saber really that powerful? A weapon that can cut through armor with one strike? The Deputy Minister of War's breathing suddenly quickened. No soldier could refuse a divine weapon. System agreed. Yuan Ruan is right. If it weren't for the weak internal affairs of the Great Xia that year, we could have easily swallowed the Shu Kingdom. Everyone. What? So strong? Can it destroy the Shu Kingdom? The Crown Prince suddenly clenched his fists. He turned to look at the Emperor and noticed the Emperor's pupils constricting, clearly shocked by this news. At that moment, Yuan Ruan's stomach growled. and the emperor immediately ordered a maid to take her back to eat. Seeing her walk away, the crown prince decisively said, "Zhou family, I know your family has been a weapons family for many years and is currently researching the big saber, right?" Zhou was a bit shocked. "Your Highness, how do you know about my father's work?" He replied, "Our great Xia never competes with the people for profit. As for those ores, just deliver what can redeem your family's sins. There's no need to farm in Great Xia. Your Zhou family has developed weapons in the past and will continue to do so." The young officials nodded in agreement. "Yes, don't come to farm. We don't need you." The deputy minister of war couldn't help but add, "I really like the old man's concept of the big saber. If you succeed in the future, please send me one to have a look."
Hey,
"Don't be sneaky. Why should you get one first? It should be offered to His Highness. Get lost. You flatterer." Zhou stared in disbelief as the young officials fought over a project that no one in the Zhou family had hoped for. Since she couldn't hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts, she completely misunderstood the situation. She believes this reflects the kindness inherent in the people of the Great Xia, fully embodying the idea that a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. Compared to those who tried to harm her for her money, how different she is. Zhou suddenly teared up and said, "Why are the people of Great Xia so good?" Everyone was taken aback. "All right, I promise to live up to everyone's expectations and study the Zhou family's great sword." Zhou looked determinedly at everyone. "I have one request." Everyone nodded eagerly. "Go ahead. As long as you don't want to farm, we'll do anything you ask. Just hurry up and create the Zhou family's great sword. I hope my whole family can join Great Xia." Zhou performed her family's rituals and then knelt before the emperor for the first time, bowing her head. "I sincerely ask for your permission, Your Majesty." Everyone. Just then, Yuan Ruan returned with milk and was stunned by the scene. Wow, what kind of protagonist is this big brother? He hasn't done anything, yet others are bowing to him. He's gaining a master weapons family. The emperor patted Yuan Ruan's little head, laughed heartily, and said, "All right." Zhou thanked him again. The emperor said, "The migration of the Zhou family is a big deal. I will arrange it." He glanced around, seemingly considering. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but continue to complain to the system. No wonder the plot wants to get rid of the big brother. If he doesn't die, Great Xia will surely get better, and this Chu country, where several pairs of main characters stay, won't develop at all. Everyone. Several pairs of main characters? What does that mean? System. Makes sense, makes sense. Host, look over there. Yuan Ruan leaned forward. Several young officials couldn't help but lean in too, curious about what caught the little goddess's attention. Hiss, that sharp thing, could someone be trying to assassinate? Everyone. They quickly looked over, and indeed saw a dark object flying toward them. In an instant, the emperor protected Yuan Ruan in his arms. The prince stood in front of the emperor. Almost half of the young officials rushed toward the emperor and the prince, with some shouting wildly, "I'm coming! I'm coming!" The onlookers were confused. What's happening? Are they crazy? The captain of the guards responsible for protecting the emperor and the prince was startled. If the emperor hadn't stopped him, he would have almost ordered the guards to take down those crazily charging people. Misread that. It turns out to be bamboo shoots. The people who were rushing toward the emperor and the prince stumbled and fell one after another. Wow, the officials of Great Xia. So lively. Everyone's gaze turned to Yuan Ruan. Looking at her soft, round face and big, bright eyes, the complaint "it's because of your nonsense" was swallowed back, and the mix of emotions had to be kept to herself. Just then, the official at the front brushed off the dust, stood up, and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, is the prince all right?" The emperor acknowledged the official's loyalty with a nod. When Longzhong is loyal and brave. What reward do you want? When Longzhong bowed, "I dare not ask for reward. This is what I should do." The emperor replied, "Those who do well deserve a reward."
speak.
When Longzhong bowed again, "Your Majesty, I do not seek a reward, but may I exchange this reward for the return of a talented person to the court?" The emperor squinted slightly. "Who?" Yuan Ruan leaned forward and happened to see a red mole on the official's forehead. She thought, is that the strict official? He's already getting close to the second prince? The idle second prince at home. Her thoughts and spoken words coincided almost perfectly. Everyone's expressions suddenly became a bit complicated. When Longzhong's heart tightened and he quickly knelt, saying, I admire the second prince's abilities, and I have no private friendship with him. Everything is for the sake of the great Xia. No private friendship? Haven't they crossed that line yet? Everyone immediately perked up their ears. What line? Please elaborate. Yuan Ruan yawned. I'm hungry, craving fried chicken, but nothing tastes good anymore. System. My poor Ruan. When you turn 3, I'll give you fried chicken every day. The young officials leaned awkwardly, wishing they could shout. No. The feeling of being interrupted while eating melon is too uncomfortable. When Longzhong sighed in relief and continued, Your Majesty, the second prince previously used an ancient method to help a family find their lost plow ox. I believe the second prince is kind and wise. It would be a pity for him to be idle at home. System. Interesting. So the second prince was behind a case of injustice caused by a dead plow ox. Does Ruan want to hear more? What? It involves a case of injustice? As soon as this was said, when Longzhong's words got stuck in his throat, the young officials perked up their ears again. Please, little goddess, show some interest. Yuan Ruan suddenly felt a chill down her back and instinctively said, Tell me more. Once, the second prince went out to show off and gain a good reputation. He happened to see 2 families fighting over a plowing ox, each claiming it had wandered away from their home. The second prince remembered a story and decided to tie a rope around the ox, letting each family pull on one end. The family on the left, dressed in fine clothes, quickly let go of the rope, crying that they couldn't bear to part with it. So, the second prince awarded the ox to them. Most people thought this was fair. However, the crown prince frowned slightly, deep in thought. The emperor chuckled and shook his head. Yuan Ruan furrowed her brow, feeling something was off. Isn't it strange? The wealthy family likely knows this story too. Many suddenly understood. Yes. If the story is well known, the rich family probably had seen it and knew how to respond correctly. The truth was that the ox belonged to a poor family, but since the judge was the second prince, the officials who knew the truth were afraid to overturn the decision. The poor family lost their ox, and within 6 months, the husband fell into depression and passed away, leading to the family's demise. Yuan Ruan remarked, It's true that when the top is crooked, the bottom can only be askew. The others were silent. The emperor and the crown prince frowned deeply. The kind-hearted crown prince quickly arranged for a trusted aide to go to the Ministry of Justice to review all the cases judged by the second prince, ensuring that any wrongful decisions would be corrected and compensated. Dr. Wen took a deep breath, realizing that while he couldn't praise intelligence anymore, he could commend kindness. He said, 3 years ago, during the floods, the common people were very upset. The second prince personally donated 50,000 taels of silver and was even gifted 10,000 umbrellas by the victims when he left the disaster area. The emperor's expression softened slightly. He remembered how, 3 years ago, the second prince returned from outside the palace, exhausted and crying, saying he felt guilty towards their mother but couldn't bear to see the country suffer, so he sold many of his mother's dowries to gather the money for donation. The crown prince also recalled the second prince's compassionate nature, his heart softening. Though my brother has personal flaws, he has indeed contributed to the country and the people. Public and private matters should be viewed separately. The young officials also showed agreement. Just then, a voice of surprise broke in. Wow, I can't believe this. Not only is the second prince bad, but he's also extremely greedy. Everyone was shocked. Dr. Wen felt a sense of foreboding rising within him. The system, they have no idea where this 50,000 taels of silver came from. 3 years ago, 200,000 taels sent for disaster relief mysteriously disappeared. When the relief officials went to the disaster area to investigate, they found that the local magistrate had embezzled the relief funds. Fearing exposure, the magistrate bribed the relief officials, but they remained resolute. In desperation, the magistrate conspired with his servant to poison the relief official. After the official was poisoned, the matter was immediately reported to the second prince. Although the second prince could have saved him, he chose not to, waiting for the official to die before sending troops to pressure the magistrate. Then he took the 200,000 taels for himself, donating 50,000 to the court and keeping 150,000 for himself. The emperor and the crown prince both were so angry they gritted their teeth. This villain, this scoundrel, to harm loyal officials is to undermine the foundation of the great Xia. Young officials. So infuriating. What a terrible prince. Thankfully, they did not rush to support the second prince. The official felt uneasy as he watched the emperor and crown prince's faces turn furious. He regretted mentioning the second prince here. He had put the second prince in a difficult position. The official bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I believe the second prince is not inherently bad and cares for the great Xia. If there are any inappropriate actions, it is likely due to being misled by those around him. The system, what a touching brotherhood." Wipes tears. The official? Wait, he is not that close to the second prince. Where does this brotherhood come from? Everyone turned to look at the official, amazed that he was so familiar with the prince. No wonder he was so eager to help. Yuan Ruan was also curious. What? The system. The official grew up in a poor family. He had a childhood friend sold to the second prince's residence as a maid. They kept in touch, especially in the past year, but he doesn't know that his friend has long since died. The second prince discovered their correspondence and, needing someone from the Ministry of Justice, decided to use the friend's identity to communicate with the official, manipulating him to do various things. The official. What? Yunyang is already dead? So, the one he has been calling brother and writing love songs with is a man? The official's face turned pale, and he suddenly felt sick. Yuan Ruan was startled and turned back. The official is not in good health. Isn't the second prince deceiving him? The system, yes. And quite skillfully. So later, the official couldn't help but act impulsively. What? Act impulsively? The young officials gasped in shock. Yuan Ruan's pupils shook, and her inner voice echoed again. But it still doesn't make sense, system. It says here that when Longzhong, the most famous strict official under the second prince, has been diligent for 5 or 6 years, confiscating properties and destroying families, killing countless people. How could he not realize that the little girl he sleeps with is actually a man? The young officials. What? When Longzhong is actually a strict official? Wait, let's set this revelation aside for now. The system previously mentioned brotherly love and forceful advances, but we haven't crossed that line yet. Could it be that when Longzhong's target for those advances is the second prince? But that can't be right. No one could confuse genders like that. Or is it possible that he really has been swayed? In an instant, the officials closest to when Longzhong quietly took a step back. When Longzhong felt extremely embarrassed and furious, trembling all over, clenching his fists, wishing he could rush into the second prince's residence to fight. The emperor and the crown prince turned pale. They suddenly wondered if it was still possible to remove the second prince from the royal family tree. Hiss. The second prince has made such a huge sacrifice? Everyone. What else could this sacrifice be? The emperor was starting to lose his composure. No, it can't be. System. The second prince has indeed made a big sacrifice. To keep Wen Longzhong calm, he secretly sent a beautiful woman who resembles Wen Longzhong's little girl to meet with him. Sometimes, he even personally stood guard at the door. Hiss. Wait. So it wasn't the second prince who was taken advantage of, but rather he sent a beautiful concubine for Wen Longzhong? Thank goodness. Or not. Everyone held their breath, their pupils shaking. They've seen people being cheated on, but never like this. He even stood guard at the door? The emperor first sighed in relief, but then clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could punish this disgraceful son of the royal family. Even when Longzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuan Ruan was so shocked her mouth could fit an egg. What? He actively sent a concubine to the other party? Wait. Why was he standing outside the door? System. It says here that the second prince felt embarrassed and didn't dare to send anyone else. Moreover, after sending the woman, he stood outside feeling sad, encouraging himself by saying, Han Xian endured humiliation, and Gojian endured hardships, so if I can endure what others cannot, I can achieve great things. Everyone. If they weren't afraid of being punished by the emperor, they would have almost laughed out loud. What kind of foolish thinking is this? Do Gojian and Han Xian know you're using their names like this? The emperor was so angry that he almost fell over. No wonder the system said the future of the great Xia would be in chaos. It was all because the second prince was not very bright. The emperor turned to the crown prince and asked, "Is the teacher of the second prince not good?" The crown prince shook his head in confusion and quietly replied, "They are all respected individuals." Yuan Ruan was also taken aback for a moment and added, "No wonder. 10 years later, the second prince ended up causing a terrible fate for the scholar." So that's how it happened. The young officials who were watching felt a chill down their spines. How ruthless. The scholar clenched his fists in anger. How unfair. He was completely deceived and became a victim. Why did he deserve such a fate? That second prince must not be allowed to get away with this.
System, yes.
Yuan Ruan suddenly paused and asked the system in confusion. Wait, there was no male-male relationship throughout this. Why did you mention brotherly love and breakthroughs? System, let me give you a few examples. No matter how outrageous the second prince's orders were, the scholar followed them all. For instance, in the first year, when the second prince couldn't stand being controlled by Prime Minister Li, the scholar single-handedly plotted to eliminate Prime Minister Li's entire family. Prime Minister Li's son froze in shock. What? My family was sacrificed just like that? When the second prince ascended the throne and needed money, he hinted to the scholar, who then exploited the witchcraft case to make a fortune. The first target was the Minister of Revenue, whom he accused of embezzlement. When the minister refused to pay, the scholar raided his home. The Minister of Revenue, who thought his small family business would escape disaster, was stunned. I've worked hard all my life, and now I'm being forced to face a raid? Later, he accused the Minister of War's deputy of treason and raided his home. The deputy minister, who had been mocking the Minister of Revenue, suddenly turned pale. I've been loyal to my country, and now I'm being falsely accused. System, let me see. The second prince was wary of the third prince's reputation, so the scholar accused the third prince of conspiracy. This seemed to be the catalyst that forced the third prince to rebel. In the end, the third prince successfully took the throne. Everyone. Finally, some good news. The next emperor will be the third prince, right? No need to wait for the next generation. Seeing how foolish the second prince is, he might help the third prince ascend sooner. Oh wait, no. Since the emperor and crown prince can hear thoughts now, the future will definitely be very different. The system. Minister Wen has been acting arrogantly in court for years. The second prince knows that Minister Wen uses his power for personal revenge, yet he suppresses the reports from other officials about him. He tolerates everything about Minister Wen, who obeys all of the second prince's orders. The second prince even sends beautiful concubines and takes the initiative to guard the door. Isn't this closer than brothers? Everyone. Are the officials just part of your brotherly play? The young officials first expressed their gratitude to Yuan Ruan. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your information, we might have lost our lives. Then, they glared at Minister Wen, rolling up their sleeves, and some even secretly kicked him a few times. Minister Wen felt overwhelmed. He had made so many enemies right after entering politics and was considering whether to retire early. A scholar who was friendly with Minister Wen stepped forward, kicked him, and suddenly bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, Minister Wen is inexperienced. He claims the second prince has been blinded by his servants, but he is the one who is truly blind. I humbly request permission to show the evidence of the ongoing investigation against him." Everyone.
What?
The scholar is investigating evidence against the second prince? Yuan Ruan was surprised. No wonder the plot first targeted the elder brother. Powerful people surviving means many uncertainties. At that moment, everyone saw the scholar seemingly pull something out of thin air for Minister Wen. Everyone quickly understood. This is a reasonable false testimony. The emperor looked at the sweating Minister Wen and said meaningfully, "You know what to do now, right?" Minister Wen immediately knelt and said, "I swear loyalty to your majesty, ready to sacrifice everything." The young officials. "Your majesty, do you still want to use him? He is a cruel official who has confiscated countless properties." The crown prince was not surprised by the emperor's choice. The future may involve confiscations, but that hasn't happened yet. More importantly, this information shows that this person is powerful enough. It also completely prevents Minister Wen from siding with the second prince. Sure enough, the emperor calmly said, "The relocation of the Zhou clan will be your responsibility." Minister Wen was almost in tears. "I accept the order. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Yuan Ruan sighed. Is the second prince's capable aide being transferred just like that? As long as the elder brother is around, any plotline can change. The system was curious. Oh, the second prince and Minister Wen communicate through letters. Now that it takes months for messages to travel back and forth, I wonder how they will maintain their connection. Minister Wen felt goosebumps. Retreat. 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 Minister Wen left with the Zhou family. The crown prince brought back good news about the conflict with the Xiongnu and the Chen state. The treasury's money shortage was partially resolved by the minerals contributed by the Zhou family, and he received potatoes. He also confirmed he could hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts. Even though he hadn't found clues about the national fortune mission, the emperor was still in a good mood. He waved his hand and invited all the court officials to a nearby tavern for a banquet. The young officials were naturally excited. The emperor held Yuan Ruan as they entered and happened to overhear her casually chatting with the system, saying, "Cooking is a man's best beauty treatment." Although the emperor didn't understand what beauty treatment meant, he guessed it was a good thing. When he was a prince, he had once cooked soup for the late emperor and received much praise, so he suddenly had the idea to express his appreciation for Yuan Ruan in the same way. He asked the crown prince to hold Yuan Ruan while he went to the tavern's kitchen. After a while, dishes started coming out of the kitchen. The emperor hadn't arrived yet, so the crown prince and the others didn't touch their chopsticks. Soon, everyone was stunned as the emperor personally brought a bowl of fish soup to feed Yuan Ruan. The young officials were about to marvel at witnessing the emperor personally feeding fish soup for the first time. The system exclaimed, "Wow. Host, this is the fish soup made by your big brother." The young officials were shocked. What? The ruthless emperor not only fed her personally, but also cooked the fish soup himself? Yuan Ruan's eyes widened. "Ah, I have to taste this. The white soup looks rich and delicious." The emperor smiled and offered her a spoonful. The system asked, "How is it?" Everyone leaned in with curiosity. Yuan Ruan paused for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "After eating this fish, I feel like this fish really died in vain." The emperor, his hand holding the spoon, trembled slightly. The others burst out laughing. The crown prince looked up at the sky to hide his expression. The deputy minister of justice took deep breaths, trying not to laugh. The deputy minister of works thought of the most tragic things in his life to hold back his laughter. The deputy ministers of rights and revenue exchanged glances, one praising the soup's richness and the other the aroma, singing praises about the fish soup in harmony. Yuan Ruan was dumbfounded. No wonder officials are good at flattering. They can do it effortlessly. The system said, "Hee hee. Ah, our Ruan is so happy watching the show that she forgot to claim her potato reward. I'll do it right away." The officials immediately perked up. Potatoes. The yield of thousands of pounds of potatoes is coming. The emperor and the crown prince shifted their attention back. After a cup of tea, a little over half an hour, nearly an hour later, those who heard the inner thoughts were hoping the potato wouldn't move, while those who didn't hear the thoughts noticed that the emperor, the crown prince, and their colleagues weren't moving, so they naturally wouldn't either. The cold wind blew, and everyone's stomachs were nearly full, their legs were numb from kneeling, and they couldn't help but steal glances at Yuan Ruan. "Little goddess, is the potato coming today?" Yuan Ruan sneezed and wondered, "Why are my brother and nephew still here? Is something big going to happen at this tavern?" Everyone looked at her with disappointment. "No, we are just waiting for you." System, I don't know. It's strange, I ordered a treasure chest, but why hasn't it arrived yet? Yuan Ruan leaned forward, her weak voice tinged with worry. What if someone snatches it? After all, there are no words on the treasure chest. What if someone takes it? System, impossible. I mixed it in with the tribute. Who would dare touch the Emperor's tribute? But something does feel off today. I'll check with the gossip system.
Yuan Ruan, okay.
The others nodded in agreement. That made sense. Normally, no one would dare touch the tyrant's things. Could it be that someone from another country was checking? Just then, a sharp explosion was heard. Ah, my box. The tribute collided with another cart and flipped over, and the owner of that cart actually snatched it away. What should I do? If the potato is lost, we can't plant it. Everyone.
What?
The seeds that yield thousands of pounds could be lost. Several officials immediately stood up, clenching their fists. Yuan Ruan's lazy voice spoke up. Don't panic. Maybe the Great Xia already has potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes.
Stay calm.
Everyone. Could it be that besides potatoes, corn and sweet potatoes are also high-yield crops? No, we have nothing here. Hurry up. Your Majesty. The Deputy Minister of Revenue suddenly stood up, pulling someone nearby to run down, then quickly returned, speaking rapidly. There's a big problem at the East Gate. A minor official just came to snatch the tribute. I request to go investigate the culprit. The court officials looked at the Deputy Minister of Revenue in surprise. Quick reaction. Randomly grabbing a passerby to spread the news. The Emperor reacted even faster, quickly getting up and carrying Yuan Ruan out of the private room. The Crown Prince followed closely behind. The Emperor and the Crown Prince mounted their horses, while the officials with horses got on theirs, and those without horses started running. This scene caught the attention of the crowd, and many people leaned in to see what was happening. From a distance, a wave of black was rushing toward the East Gate. Soon, the Emperor and the Prince arrived on horseback. They tightened their reins and saw a girl dressed in fine clothes with a white flower on her head, directing two young servants who were carrying several items out. As she walked, a young official rushed up behind her, pleading, "Wait, miss. You've taken the wrong box. This is meant for the Emperor." What do you mean it's for the Emperor? This is something that fell from my carriage. I know my own things. The girl, who was less than 4 feet tall, glanced back disdainfully and said with a hint of arrogance, "Don't block me. Do you know who my father is?" "Who is he?" the Emperor asked sternly from his horse. The girl didn't turn around and proudly declared, "My father is Yu Hongyu, the Minister of Agriculture." Yu Hongyu, who had just rushed over excitedly, stumbled and fell to the ground. The other officials nearly burst out laughing, some looking at him with pity. Those close to Yu Hongyu quickly whispered, "You've got a daughter who's causing trouble for the Emperor. Quick, take your troublesome daughter away." Yu Hongyu, his face flushed with anger, shouted, "I don't have a daughter." Everyone was confused. What was going on? Was there another big story unfolding? Someone even blurted out, "Yu Hongyu, are you sure? Maybe you should go home and ask your wife." Get lost. Yu Hongyu angrily kicked out, missing the others and almost twisting his own waist. Yuan Ruan, surprised, held her face and said to the system, "Did you hear that? Yu Hongyu said he has no daughter." "So who is she?" The system replied, "Let me check." "Wow, she's an imposter." Everyone was shocked. An imposter? Who would dare impersonate a court official's child? Yu Hongyu sighed in relief, glad it wasn't his wife causing trouble. Yuan Ruan gasped, "Tell me more." The system explained, "It's not that she's pretending. Her biological father is pretending to be the Minister of Agriculture. He married and had children outside, so she believes she is his legitimate daughter." Everyone was astonished. This was even more shocking than impersonating an official's daughter. An official's identity could be faked. Yu Hongyu's expression darkened further. Someone had impersonated him and had a family? His daughter was already this old. The Emperor and the Crown Prince frowned, wondering if the other officials in the capital were just decorations. Were they really that foolish to be deceived like this? The Emperor was about to order Song Wei to investigate when he heard Yuan Ruan's curious thoughts. Why did that person pretend to be an official? Was it just to marry and have children? Didn't he do anything else? The system replied, let me check. His real name is Urgu, a lazy troublemaker who pretended to be an official to make money. He and some like-minded individuals set up tolls in areas where the government was not paying attention, tricking many merchants out of their money. But within 6 months, they were caught by undercover officials. Everyone nodded at this but soon became puzzled. How could they be caught in less than 6 months? What about the 7 or 8-year-old daughter? Yuan Ruan asked, what happened next? The system replied, then they were recruited by the officials of the Great Xia dynasty. The emperor nearly fell off his horse. Everyone was confused. Recruited by the Great Xia officials? This was alarming. Wait a minute. Was this not just a random event? Was there a hidden mastermind behind it? As everyone was excitedly speculating, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind.
Hey, who are you?
How dare you block our young lady? A butler dressed in black and white, with a white flower pinned to his chest, arrogantly raised his head. Do you know who our master is? He is the official in charge of agriculture. Do you not fear the trouble you are causing by blocking us? Everyone looked at the official in charge of agriculture, Yu Hongyu, trying to suppress their laughter. Yu Hongyu could not hold back his anger and shouted, you bold fool. Even the Minister of Revenue would not dare to speak like that. What are you? How dare you speak to our master like that? The butler pointed a finger. Move aside. Don't delay us in mourning for our master, or I will take you down with one finger. Yu Hongyu found this absurd and nearly lost his temper. Mourning? I wasn't aware of that. Yuan Ruan suddenly got excited. System. Is this a clue for the National Fortune Mission line? True and falsely Kue? The emperor and the crown prince immediately focused intently. Such humiliation. Yu Hongyu angrily drew a sword from a nearby guard. Let me see how you can take me down with one hand. Hearing the words my official, the butler's arrogance faded a bit. He then carefully looked Yu Hongyu over and said, since we are colleagues, you should understand our master's sorrow and mourning. Yu Hongju's face turned pale with anger. Don't say those bad words in front of me. I am Yu Hongju, the deputy of the agricultural ministry. You have been deceived by a fraud.
Pah!
Shameless scoundrel. The steward looked at him with disdain. I have seen the master discussing important national matters with the governor at night, helping the people in disaster areas by opening the granaries to send food. How could I be wrong? Everyone looked at Yu Hongju in surprise. Yu Hongju felt dizzy. This fraud was so convincing, but he didn't have the authority or status for such things. You're talking nonsense. How could a deputy of the agricultural ministry take on such heavy responsibilities? That's reckless. So you're not my father. You're not the deputy of the agricultural ministry, another girl pointed at him. My father is tall and handsome, not someone like you who could pass for a short cucumber. You're just jealous. Yu Hongju was furious. He shouted back, how am I a short cucumber? I am a proper 7-foot man. System. What's 7 feet? He barely reaches 7 feet with 3 shoe lifts. The other officials couldn't hold back their laughter at this revelation. Several of them started to sneak glances at Yu Hongju's shoes and noticed that the soles were indeed very thick. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was friendly with Yu Hongju, covered his mouth to suppress his laughter. Yes. He's not jealous. Yu Hongju was momentarily speechless. Yuan Ruan, ha. Look at his expression. It seems like his height being questioned has really hit him hard. The emperor. He had originally been too lazy to pay attention to these small characters, but seeing Yuan Ruan and the system laughing so hard that they forgot about the true and false Li Kue task, he waved his hand. The palace guards immediately rushed over and quickly captured the two and the servant. The big and small ones glared at each other, struggling desperately. The little girl shouted loudly, don't think you can just grab anyone. I know the governor's name is Wuda. He was the only filial son recommended by the old village chief 8 years ago, and he is only 34 this year. Are you saying the governor is also a fake? Yu Hongju was about to say that he must be fake. Wait, he suddenly found that name a bit familiar. Yu Hongji turned sharply to look at the Deputy Minister of Revenue, who was trying to hold back laughter. Everyone else quieted down and turned to look at the Deputy Minister of Revenue. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, seeing that the other was still laughing foolishly, couldn't help but say, "I remember you are called Wuda because you were recommended by the village chief for being a filial son, right?" "Yes, but I'm not the governor." The Deputy Minister of Revenue suddenly let out a loud cry. "Oh no! That thief not only stole my experience, but also changed my official title? How shameless!"
Uffed.
How can it get worse than this? I must endure. Everyone was trying to hold back their laughter. Even the prince and the emperor struggled to keep a straight face. At that moment, a voice echoed again. "System." However, the official from the Ministry of Agriculture is quite unfortunate. The fraud pretending to be him is very malicious. To trick more money, he deliberately allowed his wife and daughter to bully people in the county, causing several families to be ruined. In the end, that fraud just walked away. One man secretly followed the girl to the capital and wiped out the official's entire family. Everyone gasped in shock.
What?
His whole family was wiped out. What kind of disaster is this? Some other disguised officials began to feel anxious, fearing they might encounter such a vengeful person. The official from the Ministry of Agriculture trembled, especially worried when he noticed the girl had arrived in the capital, anxiously scratching his head, afraid that the man had already found his home. At that moment, the butler, who had been detained for a long time, sensed something was wrong and said weakly, "Everyone, you are all my master's colleagues. In this capital city, we see each other often." The official from the Ministry of Agriculture kicked him down to the ground, shouting, "Get out of here. I am the official from the Ministry of Agriculture. I will never allow my family to bully the people or act corruptly." His voice was loud, clearly hoping that anyone seeking revenge would hear him. The butler and the little girl were frightened, and the girl cried out for the first time. The official from the Ministry of Agriculture desperately looked to the emperor for help. The emperor understood his concern. He was relieved that he didn't have such a troublesome child and said seriously, "Take them away for thorough questioning. Announce to the public about the group of frauds impersonating officials so that all the suffering people can report to their local authorities and seek justice." At that moment, the onlookers began to discuss. "This is hilarious. She claims to be the daughter of the official, but her real father doesn't even recognize her. How dare someone impersonate an official and have a family outside? The child is already this big? What a sin. It is a sin. Just look at that girl's temper. It's clear the fraud wasn't a good official. I wonder how many innocent people have been bullied." A person among the common folk looked as disheveled as a beggar, with red eyes, glaring at the steward. He took a deep look at the official from the Ministry of Agriculture and then limped away. At that moment, the system popped up again. "System. Erwin. The gossip has been updated. Look, on his way back, the official will be stopped by a beggar who wants to report something. The official warmly welcomes him, offering food and clothes. The beggar suddenly sheds tears, saying his family has no luck and has never met a truly good official. Then he throws away a hidden dagger, bows a few times, and leaves. The official was stunned for a second but quickly realized that the system meant the avenger would spare his family because of his kindness. So, that person was here too? That's great. The official couldn't wait to prepare a carriage home, thinking it would just be a simple process. The others looked at the official, with some secretly clasping their hands, congratulating him on escaping a disaster. Yuan Ruan. Wow, that's wonderful. The official is really nice. Good people are rewarded. System. Erwin is right. That person has turned dark, believing that most officials are corrupt. He thought about not wiping out the official's family, but still wanted to take one life to balance things. However, the official's warmth and kindness moved him, and after struggling several times, he gave up. The official. His steps to rush out faltered. What if the other person struggled in the wrong direction? He needed to bring more servants next time. At the same time, he excitedly and subtly bowed to Yuan Ruan, planning to have his mother prepare some rare toys for the little girl to show his gratitude. Other court officials noticed the official's actions, and some wanted to get closer to Yuan Ruan, thinking it might help them avoid any disasters. The emperor seemed to be deep in thought. It appeared that the system's gossip could change based on circumstances. No wonder the previous gossip about concubine Rome included his presence. The emperor then said seriously to Songwei, "Take them away and interrogate them thoroughly, especially the several princes." Songwei replied, "Yes." System. Erwin, the emperor is clever but guessing in the wrong direction. The one using underhanded methods is not the princes, but his son. Everyone. What? There's even a prince involved? The others instantly put on a calm expression, as if they hadn't heard anything. The emperor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, just relieved that he didn't have a troublesome son. Who is this scoundrel? Yuan Ruan's inner voice echoed. This matter involves a prince? Could it be the second prince? System. Hey, Ruan, you're really smart. It's him. Didn't we say those disguised officials were taken in by court officials? They were recruited by the second prince's confidants. A few years ago, the second prince wanted to compete for the throne, but was short on funds. When the officials reported this, he came up with a cunning plan to use these officials to find the daughters of wealthy merchants in remote areas as mistresses, aiming to deceive the merchants of their wealth and ultimately cut them off. Everyone. The young officials exchanged glances, shocked. This is too despicable. The crown prince gasped, furrowing his brow. How could my younger brother do such a thing? The emperor's face turned green with anger. He had never heard of such lawlessness, feeling utterly humiliated. He shouldn't have sent the second prince to the Imperial clan court. He should have sent him to the prison instead. Yuan Ruan widened her eyes. This is outrageous. System. Yes. Just take Yu Hongyu's family as an example. Suddenly called out. Yu Hongyu's face darkened. System. The second prince had a con artist memorize Yu Hongyu's background and then sent a few people to follow them, both to protect and to spy. This young lady's family was deliberately spoiled to the point of being unruly. Then the con artist made up an excuse to go home for a funeral and immediately arranged for the young lady's family to be convicted and their home raided. The local officials gained a good reputation, and the second prince profited from it. Everyone realized. Officials in the Great Xia had to be evaluated every year, and solving major cases could earn them high marks, leading to promotions. If the second prince used the method of catching bullies to entice those officials, even if they noticed some issues, they would cooperate. The deputy minister of rights sighed heavily, muttering, "It's over. It seems all the officials who received excellent ratings in recent years will need to have their records reviewed repeatedly. With such a heavy workload, who can escape this? It's exhausting." But before he could finish, a familiar person pressed him down. Following the panicked gaze of the other person, the deputy minister of rights saw the emperor's face had turned so dark it could drip ink. System. However, this second prince is somewhat clever. Not only is his scheme well laid out, but his follow-up is also quite brilliant. He arranged suitable escape plans for everyone. He sent the deputy minister of rights concubine and son to the deputy minister's hometown. The reason was that the deputy minister's wife was fierce, and he didn't dare bring his concubine home, so he secretly left them in his hometown. His family there actually helped keep it a secret. Deputy minister. What? How dare they say I'm afraid of my wife? Why would my family believe that? All this money is mine. The others didn't want to laugh, but they couldn't help but feel curious about the drama. He also sent the beautiful concubine and son of the deputy minister of war to his house, claiming that the deputy minister had sacrificed himself for the country and was a great hero. Poor deputy minister, he didn't even know he was being honored back home. The deputy minister of war, who was laughing, suddenly stopped, shocked to find out it was about him. Honored? Hey, I'm still alive. The deputy minister of rights, who had been mocked earlier, sneered. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Are you just not a cheerful person? The most ridiculous part was the emperor. Everyone gasped in shock. The second prince actually dared to make up stories about his own father? What excuse could he give? No one would believe that the emperor was afraid of his wife and had to settle in his hometown. His method was to go incognito, visiting women, and seizing properties along the way. Haha, I'm going to laugh myself to death. I bet half of the tyrant's reputation comes from the second prince using his name to seize properties. Let me count. A total of 18 concubines. So filial. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The emperor was so angry that his fingers trembled. He glared and saw a sea of heads and the shoulders of the officials shaking with suppressed laughter. Yuan Ruan burst out laughing. Haha, such filial piety. I can't take it anymore. Yuan Ruan's face was full of excitement. Brother, since the side quest from the National Fortune task is about the real and fake Li Kuei, could the second prince know where the gold is hidden? If you see the second prince, can you get him to spill the location? Emperor. Oh, right. With a system like this as a cheat, questioning someone with a bit of reputation would be much easier. System. There's a possibility. But I heard the second prince has been taken to the ancestral hall, so it's hard to reach him. Yuan Ruan, how about I secretly write a letter to my brother to report this? System. Yuan Ruan, you're only 9 months old. You can't even hold a pen. The brainstorming session about Yuan Ruan and the system was clearly leading to the second prince. The emperor and the court officials understood this well, but the emperor didn't want to involve Yuan Ruan and the system this time. He wanted to protect the royal family's dignity a little longer. The crown prince noticed his father's complicated feelings and said softly, Father, although we have found out that this matter involves my second brother, it's getting late. I request to take ninth sister back first. The emperor's eyes lit up. Yuan Ruan. Oh my. Is my nephew really that capable? He even found a clue about the second prince? Wait, I don't want to go back. Seeing the opportunity to gain national fortune points so close, Yuan Ruan clung tightly to the emperor's cloak, desperately turning away from the crown prince's embrace and refusing to leave. Brother, take me with you. I need to complete the national fortune task. I want to shine at the heavenly altar. Brother, I'm not going. The young court officials were shocked. National fortune? The ability that makes the little national fortune want it so badly must be amazing, they thought, feeling a sense of longing. Several bold officials noticed Yuan Ruan's reluctance to leave. The leader, facing the emperor's stern expression, said earnestly, Your Majesty, I have heard that the little national teacher understands astronomy and geography and can avoid misfortune. Since she just had a meal, why not let her investigate the case with us to help her digest? Others chimed in, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, children need to play outside to grow healthy. Why not take her along? If Your Majesty is worried about care, I have raised 3 siblings since childhood and have plenty of experience with children. Your Majesty, I have raised many children in my family, so I am more suitable to take care of the little national teacher. As the young officials' conversation drifted further off topic, they were about to argue over who could take better care of the little national teacher. Enough. The emperor pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. The young officials fell silent instantly. The emperor looked down at Yuan Ruan, who was clinging to him with wide, eager eyes filled with hope. Finally, the emperor sighed in resignation, picked up Yuan Ruan, and mounted his horse. They rode swiftly toward the ancestral hall. The young officials hurried to find horses, and soon there were more people than horses. Under the astonished gazes of the citizens of the Great Xia, one horse carried 2, even 3 people, galloping down the street. The young officials tried to keep up behind the emperor, even as they felt his occasional stern gaze. They pretended not to notice. They couldn't help it. The royal family's affairs were just too enticing. The little divine abilities of the young national master are too tempting. The Imperial clan court must take action. The Imperial clan court is the organization that manages matters related to the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. It oversees all documents exchanged between the royal family and the vassal kings, as well as internal affairs concerning the royal family and vassal kings, educates the children of the royal family and vassal kings, and confines family members involved in royal-related crimes. Since many of its elders are from the older generation of uncles, they hold significant power and often disregard the emperor's authority. When the emperor arrived, he was immediately confronted by an elder uncle who said, Your Majesty, I've heard that all things of spirits and protect their young. This is the first time I've seen a prince enter the Imperial clan court 3 times in a month for a minor mistake. The emperor felt a bit embarrassed. Second uncle, there are reasons for this. The second uncle snorted, but when he saw the officials accompanying the emperor, he stopped being sarcastic and said, "Rest assured, your majesty, as your nephew, we have not mistreated the young second prince." Yuan Ruan curiously leaned in to look and whispered to the system, "I've never seen my brother so obedient."
Who is this old gentleman?
Second uncle.
What voice is that?
Before he could question it, the emperor quietly slipped him a small note. Second uncle brought it closer to read, and after finishing, he found it absurd. National fortune? Can hear thoughts above the 6th rank? Confidential? He was about to say he wasn't old enough to believe in such strange things. System. He is the most trusted brother of the late emperor. In his youth, he was strong and became the most valiant general, but after suffering serious injuries while rescuing the late emperor from a defeat, he became frail and eventually left the battlefield to become the late emperor's strategist. Without him, the late emperor would not have been able to threaten the crown prince with a knife and seize the throne. Emperor.
What?
My father became emperor, like that? The young officials leaned back in shock. What? Is that true? They don't want to hear this. Can we pretend we didn't hear it? Cough, cough, cough. The second uncle coughed repeatedly. He was starting to believe the emperor's words because the records of the late emperor's usurpation had long been destroyed. Most importantly, he was the only one who knew the detail about the late emperor threatening the crown prince, as everyone else present had died. Yuan Ruan clicked her tongue. Dynastic changes are truly bloody. This part must have been buried.
System. Exactly.
They forced the historian to change the history books overnight, claiming that the former crown prince, unable to bear the burden, voluntarily passed the throne to his brother. Sigh. The truth of history is buried in dust. Everyone. It hasn't been buried. You just brought it up, and everyone heard it. The second prince suddenly glared fiercely at the young court officials outside. The officials felt a chill down their spines. The emperor quickly gestured gently to the second prince to calm him down. After a moment, the second prince turned back. Yuan Ruan looked confused. Why is everyone silent? Are you all putting on a silent play? System. I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of welcoming ceremony? The young officials wiped their sweat. Yes, yes, yes. Almost led them to a terrible fate with this welcoming ceremony. The second prince gave Yuan Ruan a deep look and strode inside, but not far in. He heard the sound of music and the drunken calls of come, drink, and fill it up. Everyone turned the corner to see a fair-skinned man in luxurious clothing, tapping a bowl with chopsticks in one hand while pouring wine for himself with the other. In front of him were 6 dancers in light clothing, twirling gracefully. Ahem, ahem. The second prince coughed a few times. The musicians and dancers immediately stopped and retreated. The emperor looked seriously at the second prince and said, "Uncle, I want the second prince to reflect on his actions." The second prince awkwardly stroked his beard. The previously drunken second prince suddenly began to cry, crawling to the emperor's feet, bowing and saying, "Father, father, I am also your biological son. Why are you so cruel to me? Why did the empress send me to the ancestral hall 3 times? What did I do wrong?" The emperor's expression darkened. "You've already had an affair with the crown prince's concubine and had a child. How can you even ask if you did something wrong?" Hearing this, the second prince softened again and said, "Your Majesty, you have already named the empress's son as the crown prince. You shouldn't be too biased." Then, the second prince looked at the crown prince and patiently said, "You are the crown prince and should be more tolerant of your brothers. Our country faces enemies on all sides. Only by uniting the princes can we resist everything." The crown prince's expression was also not good, but he couldn't voice what he had heard from Yuan Ruan. The second prince earnestly defended the second prince, who, still a bit tipsy, added, "Since grandfather passed away, second uncle, you are the one who cares for me the most." Hearing this, the second prince felt even softer-hearted and, seeing the emperor still cold-faced, couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, this is your own son. The emperor had a serious expression. The country and its people are important. At that moment, Yuan Ruan raised her small face and said, "Why does Uncle Wang support the second prince so much? Is it just because they both have the number 2? Could they be father and son?" The young officials were shocked. Wow. Little national master, that's bold. The emperor and the crown prince looked alarmed. Little national master, don't make wild guesses. That's impossible. Uncle Wang was taken aback. What are you saying? I would never betray my brother. Please don't spread rumors about me. The slightly tipsy second prince looked confused. What was that sound? The system said, no. Uncle Wang and the second prince are not in that kind of relationship. The young officials showed a hint of disappointment. The emperor, crown prince, and Uncle Wang all looked relieved. However, the next moment, everyone's expression stiffened at the system's next thought. To be precise, the second prince has a better relationship with the second princess. Yuan Ruan exclaimed, "Oh no. Could it be those two?" Everyone perked up their ears. The system clarified, no. Uncle Wang feels guilty and somewhat intimidated by the second princess. Uncle Wang pretested, no. I'm doing just fine. Please stop saying such things. The others couldn't help but sneak glances at Uncle Wang. At his age, it's impressive to have such a beautiful partner at home. The system added, the second prince is very charming. Every time he visits Uncle Wang, he manages to cheer up the upset second princess, avoiding family conflicts. The young officials were disappointed. They found this ordinary storyline uninteresting. Uncle Wang regained his composure, feeling a bit smug as he looked at the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, your second son is very filial. If you truly don't like him, I would be happy to take care of him." He then patted the second prince on the shoulder. The tipsy second prince nervously clutched the fabric and chuckled awkwardly. "You uncle, I think I misheard." Seeing this, Uncle Wang leaned in and whispered details to the second prince. The second prince's brows twitched, especially when he heard little national master, mind-reading, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The system laughed. Haha, so filial. The second prince not only helps calm the second princess's anger, but also her other feelings. He often invites opera troupes for her, and she loves the leading male role. Uncle Wang froze in shock. Emperor. I knew I shouldn't have brought Erwan here. Eating our own family's gossip is too much to handle. Crown Prince. Is my second brother handing out green hats? Not only for himself, but also introducing others to wear them. Young officials.
Wow.
Did they just hear that the second prince introduced a performer to the second princess to sleep with? Someone whispered, "Isn't that a bit too much filial piety?" Just as he said that, the second royal uncle shot a furious glare at him, making him stumble and fall to the ground. Yuan Ruan covered her face, wanting to complain to the system about how strange the world is. Then she heard a roar like an old lion. "If it weren't for the emperor informing me, I wouldn't have known how wicked you are. Is this how you treat me? Emperor? Is this blame being thrown at me?" Yuan Ruan turned her head and saw the second royal uncle grabbing the second prince, his huge fist landing on him. Yuan Ruan. Oh my! The second royal uncle is going all out, still strong as ever. It seems he already knows the new princess has been unfaithful. Wait, I was wondering why my brother and nephew brought a group of young officials here. Could it be to support the second royal uncle in catching someone in the act? Young officials. No, they just came to enjoy the gossip and see the spectacle. However, since the main course hasn't been served yet, they are already quite satisfied. The second royal uncle grew angrier. He had treated the second prince so well, taking care of him in the ancestral hall, only to end up with this result. He pointed at the second prince and said, "How dare you do such shameless things, disturbing my household? 30 lashes and 5 months in prison. Do you have anything else to say?" System. I must defend myself here. The green hat situation is true, but isn't the second prince's residence peaceful again because of this? The second royal uncle awkwardly recalled his fierce wife, but when he heard someone in the crowd chuckle softly, he immediately shot a glare. The young officials quickly avoided his gaze, and even the emperor subtly looked away. The second prince clenched his fists, suddenly kneeling and bowing his head, saying, "I have wronged my second grandfather. I admit my mistake. I accept this punishment." Everyone. No one expected the second prince to admit his guilt so quickly. The deputy minister of war whispered, although he spread rumors about my demise and offered incense, "I must say, this decisive admission of guilt is indeed commendable." Yu Hongju, feeling wronged, quietly said, "That's because he can probably hear it too." The Minister of Rights replied, "Just because he can hear it doesn't mean he can't find a reason to lie." This courage to take responsibility is something many people should learn from. The emperor glanced at the crown prince and said, "You can handle the interrogations about the hidden silver." The crown prince nodded. Yuan Ruan was pleased to hear this and immediately spoke to the system. "Yay! Once my nephew finds out where the gold is hidden, will my national fortune task be completed? System, can you check?" The second prince, who was slowly getting up, was anxious. He had already confessed. Why were they still talking? Suddenly, he stumbled and shouted, "Father, I have something important to say." But no one paid him any attention. Everyone was focused on Yuan Ruan, who was paying attention to the system. The system responded, "Let me see where the second prince has hidden the wealth he has gathered in recent years."
Ah.
The second prince suddenly leaned and bumped into a nearby pillar, causing blood to flow from his forehead, shocking everyone. Young officials rushed forward, and the angry uncle of the second prince also crouched down to check on him. Even Yuan Ruan, who was resting on the emperor's shoulder, leaned over to look. However, the system was not interrupted.
Wow.
The second prince has actually raised a large number of male entertainers. Everyone? Male entertainers? Does the second prince's family have many oxen to raise?
What's so surprising about that? Yuan Ruan. Huh?
Why is he raising male entertainers? The system replied, "To win over the wives of officials in the great Xia dynasty." The emperor nearly stumbled. The crown prince, who had just helped the second prince, suddenly let go, allowing him to sit back down. The young officials, who had been enjoying the royal gossip, were shocked. At first, they couldn't believe their ears, but once they realized what was happening, they almost screamed. What on earth? The second prince actually found a group of men to charm their wives? The Minister of Revenue couldn't hold back and rushed forward, exclaiming, "You. Is pretending to be me and marrying a concubine not enough? You even went out to find a bunch of men to charm my wife? If it weren't for the crown prince informing us, how long would you have kept this up? Do you want our families to be ruined?" Crown Prince. Wow, this time the blame for the information fell on him. The young officials nearby felt the same way, saddened by what they heard and moved to tears. Zhuo Zhongyan stepped forward and pulled Yu Hongyu, whispering, "Calm down. After all, he is a prince. We don't want to bring trouble upon ourselves." The Minister of Revenue turned his head, unable to hold back his tears. "You don't have a wife. You don't understand. I'm having a hard time." For the first time, Zhuo Zhongyan felt grateful that he had spent 3 years in mourning for his father and hadn't married. Although it felt a bit unkind, it was quite enjoyable to watch others' troubles. Just then, the voice in his mind spoke again. "Yuan Ruan. System. Why is the second prince doing this?" System. The second prince's main goal is to make money. He needs detailed information about the officials of the Great Xia, so he has these male entertainers charm the officials' wives and concubines to gather information, which he then uses to arm con artists to successfully deceive the daughters of wealthy merchants. For example, for certain unmarried officials, he would send male entertainers to entice their mothers or aunts. Everyone. If you want information, just gather it properly. Using such underhanded methods is too despicable. Zhuo Zhongyun, who had just been relieved not to have married. No, it can't be. Yuan Ruan. But something still feels off. Although Great Xia is open-minded and people of all ages can go out, if strange men frequently visit one's home, it would surely raise suspicions. System. You're right. But don't forget about the theater troupes. Wealthy families in the capital often invite theater troupes to perform at their homes. Those male entertainers hide among them. The other young officials were stunned, starting to think about how many times they had invited theater troupes in a year. The Minister of War suddenly paused, whispering in surprise, "My wife seems to never invite theater troupes to our home." Seeing the other's delighted expression, the Minister of Revenue poured cold water on him. "Well, she often goes to watch plays with my wife." The Minister of War's smile instantly froze. Zhuo Zhongyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mother had indeed enjoyed watching plays these past 2 years and often invited theater troupes to their home. Could it be that his mother was involved too? Yuan Ruan didn't notice the whispers among the officials. She found it absurd. This sounds like something from a story. Wow. Why did Zhuo Zhongyan suddenly rush at the second prince, shouting and fighting? Zhuo Zhongyan, his face flushed, charged forward. He was a scholar and not physically strong, but the drunken second prince was ready to fight. The two exchanged blows back and forth. Yuan Ruan. Wow, the other officials aren't even stopping them. I even saw someone secretly cheering them on. As soon as she finished speaking, the Minister of War, who had been secretly trying to help the second prince, turned and noticed the Minister of Revenue slowly retracting his foot. Yuan Ruan, I understand now. Today, the elder brother and nephew discovered the problem. Everyone isn't just helping Uncle Heir catch a cheater. We are all here to catch a cheater together. How tragic. The rival is right under their noses, sleeping with their women, in their beds, and taking their money. Young officials. That hurts. Can we stop thinking like this? It's really heartbreaking. Yuan Ruan. So, can you see where he hid the money? System. Of course. The emperor and the crown prince stopped watching the commotion and focused on Yuan Ruan. Hearing this, the second prince was unexpectedly punched in the face by Left Zhongyun. But he didn't fight back and clenched his fist. It's over. They are all going to be taken down together. System. The money is in the capital. Everyone. How bold. Where could such a large amount of silver be hidden? System. In the private storage of a daxiao official who is involved with a cowherd. Young court officials. They could hardly believe their ears. They charmed their wives and hid dirty silver in their homes. This is both a betrayal and a heart-wrenching blow. The emperor and the crown prince were also stunned. They didn't expect the second prince to come up with such a harmful and selfish scheme. It can be said that if the truth hadn't been exposed, even if someone found out that the second prince was behind it, it wouldn't matter. Because he had no dirty silver on him, he couldn't be convicted. Moreover, the second prince could use this dirty silver to threaten those officials who had hidden dirty silver in their homes, making them defend him. Otherwise, he would report them for being accomplices. Yuan Ruan's little face was also stunned. No wonder the second prince could become the next emperor after forcing the elder nephew to death. He is both cunning and means. Second prince. What? He could have been emperor? But soon, his expression darkened, and he cast a deep glance at Yuan Ruan and the crown prince. Darn it, it's impossible to have. No, there's still a chance. He still has a trump card to play. Young court officials. Oh my, such a wicked person could actually inherit the throne? Their lives would be so difficult. The entire lineage of the daxiao officials might be cut off. At that moment, the deputy minister of war suddenly trembled, glancing between Yuan Ruan and the second prince. Finally, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "Your Majesty, I have also seen the information about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Therefore, I have one more thing to ask. I hope the second prince can tell the truth. When did he send someone to my residence?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and soon someone exclaimed, "Child, the Deputy Minister of War just had a pair of twins recently." The Deputy Minister of the Household looked at the Deputy Minister of War with pity, but soon he lost even that feeling. Because Yuan Ruan curiously asked the system, "Right. System, how long has this plan been going on?" System, it's been about 5 or 6 years. 5 years and 9 months. The cold voice of the second prince echoed at the same time. Now it wasn't just the Deputy Minister of War who was in shock. All the court officials were in an uproar. This was nearly 5 years, and which official family in the capital wouldn't have 1 or 2 newborns? Especially among this group of young officials, if anyone went 4 years without having a child, their families would pressure them to take a concubine. How many families were involved in this? The deputy ministers of rights and war rushed towards the second prince, and even the second uncle sat on the second prince to prevent him from getting up. The crown prince saw the second prince looking distressed and turned to look at his father, only to find the emperor seriously studying the dragon design on a pillar.
Yuan Ruan. Wow. So many?
This could really become a scandal for the great Xia.
System. Let me check.
Although it has taken a long time, not every family is involved. Many women only need emotional support and don't want to sleep with them. They find it troublesome. Everyone? Why would this become a scandal for the great Xia? The deputy minister of war was the first to shout, if anyone spreads this outside today. He made a gesture of cutting a throat. The other officials nodded in agreement. Who would want to publicly announce their embarrassment? They would definitely put a stop to it right away.
System.
A Ruan won't do that. First, there aren't many officials of that age involved. Second, most of the women only require emotional support and are too lazy to sleep with them. They find it messy. Moreover, in such a scandal, everyone would keep it a secret and not talk about it. Yuan Ruan. Even if only 3 are involved, when their children get married, how will they choose husbands or wives? What if they end up with the same father? This will definitely come out, and they will have to figure it out. Young officials. The same father? This statement hit them like a lightning bolt, leaving them stunned. The deputy minister of rights shouted, "Ah, you're cutting off my bloodline." The beaten second prince finally understood why the officials were so furious. He shouted, "No. I made sure they all followed the rules." System, no. Previously, it was said that the second prince is a clever person. He knows that if he disrupts the bloodlines of the officials on such a large scale, even if he becomes emperor, he will be pulled down. So those performers always brought along a protective measure before their encounters. Afterward, they would trick the ladies into drinking the honey water they personally brewed, commonly known as a preventive potion. Just as the inner thoughts ended, the punch aimed at the second prince suddenly stopped. He took a heavy breath and glared at the person above him, saying, "What are you looking at? I know my limits."
Bah.
You think you have a reason? Uncle Wang scolded, giving the second prince's head a couple of light taps. Others rushed in, and the scene became chaotic again. The emperor and the crown prince stood with their hands behind their backs, observing the situation while studying the cobwebs on the wall. Yuan Ruan was not very interested in the second prince being hit. Her attention was fully on the system panel. System, how's it going? Have I completed my national fortune task? System, hee. Progress is at 95%. I suspect the money is hidden with the second prince. Just wait, the results should come soon. Everyone. The second prince felt uneasy. Wait, what is a national fortune task? What does it have to do with him? Yuan Ruan. Oh yeah, big brother, nephew.
Charge.
Yuan Ruan's chubby face was full of anticipation as she leaned on the emperor, tugging at his hair and pointing at the second prince. The emperor and crown prince then turned to look at the second prince with very serious expressions. The second prince, who had been calm despite being hit, suddenly felt a chill. He quickly knelt down and said, "Father, big brother, I was just confused for a moment." The father replied coldly, "It's too late. Even if the pillars of the great Xia forgive you, I cannot forgive you for disregarding the country's interests and harming its pillars." As soon as he finished speaking, the young officials, who had been worried that the second prince would escape punishment due to his noble status, felt their blood boil, their faces flushed, and tears in their eyes. "Your Majesty," the deputy minister of war suddenly knelt down, "I have devoted my life to serving you, and will die before you." The deputy minister of revenue, initially moved, glanced at the deputy minister of war with disdain and also knelt down, saying, "Your Majesty, I serve the country, and I will repay it with my service." The deputy minister of rights also bowed his head and said, "A scholar dies for a worthy cause. I am willing to give my all for your Majesty." The second prince knew just how ruthless his father could be. Terrified, He suddenly recalled the system's mention of the national fortune task and the location of the gold and silver. He gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a belly band from his arms, holding it high and saying, "Father, I will redeem myself." Everyone. Some scholars turned red in the face, pointing at the second prince. "This is disgraceful, truly disgraceful." The emperor's face darkened. He didn't want to hear another word from the second prince. With a wave of his hand, the palace guards stationed outside rushed in quickly. They were momentarily stunned to see the second prince holding up the belly band, but soon moved to capture him. Wait. The second prince hurriedly tried to explain. "The silver is marked on this belly band. It's the account book." Everyone. Just then a voice echoed. "System. Erwan, National Fortune Side Quest. Uncover one of the hidden conspiracies and find the stolen funds for building the national teacher's residence. Completed. Reward. National Fortune +3. You did it. Your new power is coming." The emperor, who was about to order the second prince to be dragged out, paused. Everyone's attention suddenly shifted, their eyes bright with anticipation. Completed? What could this new power be? Yuan Ruan's big, round eyes sparkled. "Hurry. Let's see what it is." System. Wow. Let me see. This power is great. You can control lightning now. The others were left speechless. What? Control lightning? They couldn't believe their ears. The court officials turned red with excitement, unable to resist stealing glances at Yuan Ruan. No wonder the emperor regarded her as the national teacher. Such a power was simply unbelievable for the mortal realm. The emperor straightened his back and sternly glared at the officials, holding Yuan Ruan with his back to them. Yuan Ruan was also surprised. What? She activated such a powerful ability as her second one? After her initial shock, she hesitated. System. This won't be as troublesome as taking off, right? System. Erwan, no matter how troublesome, it's still lightning. This is nature's divine punishment. Just imagine using this move at the heavenly altar. You would practically ascend on the spot. Yuan Ruan imagined it for a moment and felt a thrill. I really want to try it. The young officials looked on eagerly, thinking, just try it. The usually composed crown prince couldn't help but gently tug at his father's sleeve. He whispered, "Father, are you tired? Why not let me hold ninth sister?" He wanted to see up close. Seeing this, Uncle Wang approached and lightly coughed, saying, "This little girl looks just like a child of Guanyin, radiating extraordinary charm. How about I hold her?" Even the second prince, who had just been complaining about Yuan Ruan, now avoided eye contact and kept glancing at her. Who could resist the temptation of watching someone control lightning up close? Certainly not the crown prince, Uncle Wang, or the second prince. The emperor felt a surge of excitement but knew that Yuan Ruan and the system would never perform in front of so many people. Sure enough, the system popped up, passionately advising, "Yuan Ruan, calm down. It's one thing to do this privately, but are you sure you want to expose yourself in front of so many? What will happen during the national ceremony? If you can't gain new powers, you won't make a big impression." Yuan Ruan replied, "That makes sense. But I still want to try. Maybe I'll just strike the second prince first." The second prince exclaimed, "What? Why me?" Everyone stared in shock. They didn't expect the second prince could be used like this. The system nodded eagerly. "Yes. Others might think it's divine punishment. I just checked the task details and realized that the National Fortune task focuses on the second prince because he is one of the turning points for the decline of the Great Xia's fortune." Everyone gasped. What? The second prince is actually causing the decline of the Great Xia's fortune? The emperor looked coldly at him. Maybe we should just get rid of him. We don't need another son. We can always have more. The second prince panicked. What have I done to deserve this? Can we please stop talking about me? Yuan Ruan asked, Wait, if we capture him today, will the Great Xia's fortune not decline anymore? The system replied, No. Other countries have their own destined individuals, but Great Xia is a gathering place for misfortune. Without you, it's doomed. Killing one second prince won't help. Many more second princes will arise to weaken the national fortune unless you raise it above 200. And by the way, the second prince is really something else. For instance, the main characters from Shu will start a war against Great Xia because of him. The emperor and crown prince stumbled in shock. Uncle Wang, confused, accidentally pulled out one of his whiskers. Everyone turned to look at the second prince. You could spark a war between nations? Yuan Ruan asked. Why is that? The system explained. It's because the second prince is the beloved of the main female character, her white moonlight. After the heroine of Shu Kingdom escaped, the hero of Shu believed she fled for the second prince. In revenge, he decided to attack the Great Xia. Chen Kingdom and Xiongnu saw an opportunity and joined the attack on Great Xia, which suffered heavy losses. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know whether to criticize the foolish hero of Shu for starting a war or to blame the heroine of Shu for her poor judgment. How could such a worthless second prince be considered a shining star? The second prince, noticing the disdainful looks from others, showed his first confused expression of the day, almost shouting, I don't want to be this shining star. I don't even know who she is. Yuan Ruan. So, imprisoning the second prince means ruining his chance to save the heroine of Shu? Then the hero of Shu won't attack Great Xia? System, no. The second prince never intended to save the heroine of Shu. In fact, he accidentally took credit for saving her while waiting for someone, which is why he became her shining star. Now that he can't leave, there will be no follow-up. The officials looked at the second prince with disdain. As expected, this is typical of you. The emperor, however, was deep in thought. Since killing one second prince would lead to more problems, it would be better to let him follow the original path for better control. At that moment, Yuan Ruan yawned. The emperor suddenly said, Uncle Wang, please take care of the verification of the hidden silver on this list. Uncle Wang bowed. I understand. The emperor then addressed the other officials. I will handle today's matter seriously. You may return to manage your own affairs. The officials hurriedly bowed. Yes. The emperor's gaze fell on the pleading second prince, who was still trying to plead. Father, I am your own son. I am willing to make amends. The emperor narrowed his eyes and said, You should be stripped of your title and imprisoned for life. But I will give you a chance. The second prince was overjoyed, but the next moment, he was stunned by what the emperor said. What? He had to actively be obeyed. A day later, the capital of Great Xia seemed to have undergone a huge change. Outside the capital, countless theater troupes were raided by the soldiers of Great Xia. The female performers were unharmed, but all the male actors, like martial artists, were taken away, with few returning. Those who didn't return faced a fate of being exiled to the borders to build walls. Once the liveliest theaters along the river in the capital, now they all kept a low profile, not even daring to light lamps at night. Within the capital, on East Chang'an Street, where the nobles lived, even though every household had their doors closed, the soldiers of the Great Xia occasionally moved things in and out through the side door, and the loud arguments coming from the main house proved that the situation was quite chaotic. Nearby, the states of Chen and Shu, as well as the lords of Great Xia, were all paying attention. Has there been a coup in the upper ranks of Great Xia? Could it be that the emperor has passed away? Did the second prince seize power from the crown prince? However, the ministers of Great Xia are still loyal and patriotic. Even with the capital in such disarray, the Minister of Agriculture is still focused on researching new species. If any high-ranking officials of Great Xia heard this, they would only scoff and spit in disdain. Who has time to look for trouble? They were already overwhelmed with verifying the identities of those who had affairs and counting hidden silver, which required appointments just to get in line. If the second prince heard this, he would be furious. At that moment, he was wearing a jade crown and a white fox fur coat, looking handsome and dignified, while he was waiting for the lady from Shu that the system mentioned. Yuan Ruan had just returned to the palace and was enjoying the pampering life of being adored by Consort Rong and the seventh princess. Meals were served to her, clothes were brought to her, and 4 palace maids surrounded her for spa treatments. It was quite comfortable, but she couldn't find a moment alone to play with her new abilities. On the third day, at 3 in the morning, the day they were to head to Mount Jiujun, the emperor suddenly arrived at Jiayang Hall with officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Astronomical Bureau. Yuan Ruan was pulled out of bed by Consort Rome. Yawning, she looked up and saw a crowd of people and heard the emperor saying, "Consort Rome, please step aside. Soon we will be at the altar of heaven and earth at Mount Jiujun. Let the officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Astronomical Bureau get familiar with Jior." Yuan Ruan felt a jolt. Oh no, are they going to teach me the rules? Although she had heard about it from her colleagues, it was the first time the people from the Astronomical Bureau had heard her thoughts and couldn't help but glance at her. Why are they staring at me? Are they trying to figure out how to help me with the ceremony? I can't do it. The officials from the Astronomical Bureau nearly laughed out loud. The emperor sighed. Adjust the position of the altar of heaven and earth according to Jior's habits, so it's more convenient. Yuan Ruan instantly felt relieved. She was the one in charge. She calmed down. The officials from the Ministry of Rites began to observe the direction Yuan Ruan was moving. The Astronomical Bureau officials measured her hands and legs. After about half an hour, Yuan Ruan was carried to a small, charming waterfall with 2 fragrant lotus lamps on either side, and her little bottom was splashed by the falling water. The palace maids bent down and retreated to stand 3 meters away in front of the white curtains. Yuan Ruan reasonably suspected this was a smaller version of the cleansing bathing ritual before the ceremony. But she was happy to finally have some time alone. After a while, a sudden loud bang, and yay, erupted from the bathroom. The palace maids were startled and quickly rushed inside. Princess Jiao, Princess Jiao. Someone call the doctor quickly. Cough, cough. Yuan Ruan popped her head out from the stream, showing her wet self, playfully making iya sounds. The palace maids finally calmed down and hurried over to wipe her off. Princess, don't move around. Water in your ears can be uncomfortable. Yuan Ruan pretended to be lively, but her voice was filled with complaint as she spoke to the system. System, you said it controls thunder and lightning. System. Ruan, isn't this thunder and lightning? Though it's a bit smaller and finer. But look at that shining purple, that. Yuan Ruan looked at it with disappointment. Is that small? It's barely 3 centimeters. I thought I would see a dazzling display of fireworks. Now it feels like I'm left with a dead lighter. The system was sweating. Well, host, this thunder and lightning will definitely have its uses. Yuan Ruan wanted to complain more, but suddenly there were hurried footsteps outside.
Is you okay?
Yuan Ruan looked up and was gently picked up by the crown prince. Seeing the worry on his face, she immediately began to pat his cheek playfully.
I'm perfectly fine.
Just a bit embarrassed. The crown prince was taken aback. Embarrassed? He first seriously checked Yuan Ruan's body, confirming she was fine. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood. He tentatively said, Sister Jiao will soon appear at the heaven and earth altar. Aha! I'm so nervous. I'm going to embarrass myself. The crown prince understood and, holding back a laugh, sighed deliberately. It's a pity the heaven and earth altar is built so high and far away. Even if I'm in the front row, I might not be able to appreciate Sister Jiao's grace.
What?
There's such a good thing. The crown prince picked up Yuan Ruan and patted her little head. Don't be afraid being up there alone. Once the priest finishes reading the blessings to heaven and earth, Sister Jiao can come back. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the little one in his arms calm down. He found it both amusing and helpless. Our little national fortune, though young, has a strong sense of pride. Thinking of this, the prince added, Ninth sister is truly the little national master. You just need to stay safe up there, no need to worry. Father arranged this heavenly altar for you to enjoy the treatment you deserve, not to prove yourself. Yaya. Yuan Ruan hugged the prince tightly. The palace maids helped Yuan Ruan change into the ceremonial outfit for the heavenly offering, finally wrapping her in a white fox fur, making her look like a fluffy little fox. Very cute. Just then, a deep musical sound suddenly echoed from outside the door. Yuan Ruan, almost unable to move in the white fox fur, struggled to sit up and saw that all 8 doors at the front were slowly opening. On both sides outside the doors stood a group of palace guards wearing white fox hats and silver armor. Hundreds of officials wearing tall mountain crowns, with writing knives at their waists, dressed in red and green wide-sleeved robes, stood to the side. In the center stood the emperor, dressed in a yellow dragon robe and wearing a crown, directly facing Yuan Ruan. Behind him was a ceremonial sedan chair carried by 8 people. At that moment, the music stopped. The head of the astronomical bureau held a jade tablet and loudly recited some blessings for heaven and earth. After he finished, he first bowed to Yuan Ruan and then to the emperor. The deep sound echoed again. The emperor stepped forward confidently. So many people. He heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts and smiled. Is this a lot of people? The emperor picked up Yuan Ruan and said, "Let's go," then stepped onto the sedan chair. The chief eunuch shouted, "Lift the sedan." As the sedan was lifted, hundreds of court officials bowed in unison, shouting, "Long live the emperor." After bowing, the officials got onto different ox carts, following the sedan chair as it moved forward slowly. Yuan Ruan had never seen such a grand scene and couldn't help but lean against the emperor, looking outside. She noticed that on both sides of the sedan, there were tall knights in armor guarding the way. The carts were all painted black, with blue canopies decorated on top, and many fierce beast fangs, claws, and weapons of the Xia kingdom were placed on the sides. At this moment, the palace gates were fully opened. Outside the palace gates, Chang'an Street was filled with people, a sea of black heads bowing in respect. Besides the sound of cartwheels and horse hooves, there was complete silence. The grand procession moved in an orderly manner through the crowd, appearing particularly solemn and imposing. Yuan Ruan was speechless for a moment. When she turned to look back, she noticed that after the sedan chair passed, many of the common people stood up and began to follow the procession forward.
Wow.
This is really impressive. The emperor adjusted the tilted hat on Yuan Ruan's head and said softly, "Little Joer, pay attention. You will only enjoy better things in the future."
Yuan Ruan. Wow.
Brother, you are my number one. System. No wonder the plot keeps trying to get rid of your big brother. Just look at this person's style and ambition. They are clearly capable of great things. Yuan Ruan, no way. With such a big scene, I can't mess up. System, help me think of more tricks with lightning. Not only was the emperor curious, but the crown prince, Prime Minister Li, and Prime Minister Wang in the following carriage also showed surprised expressions. Prime Minister Li lowered his voice and said, "Your Highness, is this the person my son mentioned, the one who saved the Li family from disaster and prevented our downfall?" In response to Prime Minister Li's teasing, the crown prince helplessly clasped his hands and said, "That is indeed the little national teacher. However, there's no way we would face such a fate." Prime Minister Li, the older Prime Minister Wang said, looking steadily at Prime Minister Li, "Be careful with your words in front of the throne. Do not be disrespectful." Prime Minister Li paused, nodded with a smile, and said, as expected of Prime Minister Wang, who has served 3 emperors with dignity and propriety, "Even the second prince wouldn't dare to target your family." The crown prince watched the 2 prime ministers with concern, just as he was about to intervene when he heard the system's voice again. "System, with lightning, a small spark can ignite a fire. How about you perform a show with a fire on Mount Jiujun? It would definitely be impressive." The 3 of them leaned back in shock. This is not good. Prime Ministers Li and Wang, who were almost about to argue, stared straight ahead in the carriage. "Yuan Ruan, it's too dry in winter. Everyone will burn away."
No.
Everyone let out a sigh of relief. "System, lightning. Let me think. Oh right, there are already dark clouds. In 2 hours, there will be a thunderstorm. Water conducts electricity. Why not let the people of Daxiao experience what it's like to be shocked? That would highlight your abilities." Everyone, this is ridiculous. We want to see magic, not end up harmed by it. Prime Minister Wang nervously looked at the crown prince, frowning deeply. "This system is truly troublesome. Your Highness, the little national teacher is extraordinary, but still young and needs guidance." The crown prince quickly replied, "Sister Jiao is naturally talented. She won't act recklessly. Just then, Yuan Ruan's voice echoed in her mind. What? This would still wipe them all out. The crown prince gave Prime Minister Wang a reassuring look, but the next moment, his smile froze on his face.
Wait.
In this stormy weather, your words have inspired me. All right, let's do it this way. Li and Wang, who had never dealt with Yuan Ruan, suddenly changed their expressions. The crown prince's hair stood on end. What inspiration? Fire? Electric shock? Ninth sister, it's all fun and games, but don't joke with the lives of the people of Daxia. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at Jiujun Mountain. As Yuan Ruan was carried down from the carriage, she saw a crowd of officials in front and thousands of common people behind. Before she could feel nervous, the emperor picked her up and walked up the steps. After about 99 steps, they reached a flat area. This place was made of pieces of white jade, looking pure and flawless. There were 4 dragon pillars over 2 meters high at each corner, with unlit candles on top. In the center of the white jade was a bronze vessel with 3 incense sticks. In front of it were some small sheep, pigs, and calves. The grand priest, dressed in a white silk robe, was adjusting his manuscript, while the head of the astronomical bureau held a compass, calculating the positions of the stars. The emperor placed Yuan Ruan on a soft mat in the center and put the crown, reserved for the national master, on her head. At that moment, thin smoke rose, and the offerings began to be prepared. The head of the bureau suddenly approached and said, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Yuan Ruan felt a tightness in her heart. I'm a bit nervous. Hearing this, the emperor paused and pinched her cheek gently. Just take a nap. It's just a formality. Yuan Ruan perked up. No way. The national master has a high status in Daxia. My brother must work hard to gain the officials' approval. I can't embarrass him. I need to earn their trust. System. Go for it, host. Do more. The head of the bureau stumbled, nearly in tears. Your Majesty, we all trust you. The little national master is truly deserving. He looked at the emperor with pleading eyes, as if saying, "Please persuade this mischievous child not to cause trouble." Yuan Ruan was a bit confused. In fact, her thoughts were quite loud, not only heard by the crown prince but also by several carriages carrying officials behind them, all deeply worried about this ability. So, when the head of the bureau heard the system's advice to use her powers more, it felt no different from a terrifying declaration. The emperor merely shot a warning glance at the head of the bureau. Take care of Jiwa and do your job. With that, he turned and slowly walked down the steps. As soon as the emperor stepped off the jade staircase, the officials rushed forward. Your Majesty, the old prime minister said with a worried expression as he looked at the emperor. The young national master is truly deserving of his title. Could we possibly cancel the heavenly ceremony today? Simplify it a bit? The emperor replied calmly, absolutely not. Prime Minister Li clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, even if we do not cancel the ceremony, with the heavy rain coming, could you please move to the pavilion 100 meters away? The court officials immediately gave a thumbs up to Prime Minister Li. This was a good idea, as staying further away would be safer. The emperor shook his head, saying, I will stay here. Prime Minister Li knelt down and bowed deeply, saying, Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven of Great Xia. Your safety is crucial for the peace of Great Xia. Please, I urge you to move. The other officials exchanged glances and also knelt, saying, Please take care of yourself, Your Majesty. Move to the pavilion. The emperor's expression turned cold. The young national master represents the fortune of Great Xia. If I fear even the national fortune, how can I be an emperor? If you all doubt the fortune of Great Xia, you might as well resign and return home to seek other opportunities. The officials gasped in shock. They knew the emperor favored Yuan Ruan, but they never expected him to defend it so firmly. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The prime minister, who had once been the crown prince's tutor, took the opportunity to address the crown prince. Your Highness, if I fear even the national fortune, how can I be an emperor? If you all doubt the fortune of Great Xia, You might as well resign and return home. Why were their emperor and crown prince being so stubborn? They weren't against the young national master. They were just suggesting a safer position. Just then, a strong wind swept through, carrying dry leaves with it. The previously slightly sunny day was suddenly covered by thick dark clouds, completely blocking out the light. The clouds rolled in various shades, the treetops rustled in the wind, startling birds to scatter in flight. It felt like the beginning of a disaster movie. The officials were instantly terrified. Wait, young national master, didn't you say we should wait for the heavy rain? It hasn't rained yet. Please don't rush into using fire or lightning. The high priest, who was about to recite prayers, nearly stumbled down the stairs in fear. The deputy minister of revenue quickly caught the high priest and whispered, "We all know the young national master is powerful, but the sky is getting darker. Hold on, hurry up, finish the prayers quickly. Our lives depend on you." The high priest shivered, but his gaze was determined. "I will finish before the heavy rain comes. We can't let lightning strike us all." The prime minister and others nodded seriously. The emperor glanced at them in silence, too lazy to say more, as he trusted Yuan Ruan. The attention of the court officials was focused on Yuan Ruan, so they did not notice that among the thousands of common people who had gathered to watch, some men wearing headscarves were holding small daggers, their expressions fierce. These men exchanged glances and slowly squeezed out of the crowd without making a sound. At that moment, the voice of the high priest rose above the howling wind. The common people were also covering their hearts with their hands, ready to chant the familiar blessing for longevity along with the high priest. Meanwhile, the deputy supervisor was preparing to light the 4 candles on the dragon pillars. This was a tradition for the ascension of the national master, which had been followed for hundreds of years. Whenever a national master ascended, it had to be during stormy weather, lighting the candles to observe if the flames on the dragon pillars would be extinguished. If they went out, it would signify bad luck and that the national master was unfit for the position. However, for nearly 100 years, everyone had installed windshields on the dragon pillars, and the flames had never gone out. In an instant, a gust of wind blew, and the candle held by the high priest suddenly extinguished. The court officials and the common people were stunned, looking at each other in confusion. The emperor furrowed his brow, casting a stern glance at the supervisor. "Send someone up immediately. I don't want to find out who is causing trouble." The supervisor immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing. "Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare." The crown prince was also displeased, his usually gentle face showing a hint of coldness. "Father, I will get to the bottom of this matter." The court officials panicked, quickly kneeling and saying, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, we absolutely have no such intentions." The emperor and the crown prince stood alone. The rebels hidden in the crowd became excited. Just as the emperor was about to scold them, he suddenly heard a court official exclaim, "What is the young national master doing?" The emperor and the crown prince looked up in unison. With a crack, a silver dragon appeared in the sky. It illuminated Yuan Ruan, who had been lying down in the central position, now sitting up, having removed his fluffy white fox fur and raising his chubby right hand. In an instant, a silver dragon descended from the sky. Several court officials instinctively protected their heads.
Bang!
The flame on the western dragon pillar was suddenly ignited with a whoosh. Everyone. What? What did we just see? The young national master reignited the candles with lightning? But how could that be? Who could do such a thing with lightning? This must be a coincidence. An illusion. Everyone was still in a daze. In an instant, a slender silver dragon's tail flicked.
Snap!
The candles on the eastern dragon pillar were lit by lightning. Everyone. It was real. This time, no one doubted it, and they didn't even dare to question it. Thousands of people nearby knelt down, hands on their hearts, looking up with deep devotion, praising loudly, "Bless the national master. Bless the great Xia. Bless the national master. Bless the great Xia." The court officials also bowed their heads slightly in admiration towards Yuan Ruan. The emperor and the prince smiled. The people of Great Xia were mesmerized by the scene before them. So, no one noticed the fearful and anxious expressions of the few men in headscarves standing among the kneeling crowd. Two of the men, standing close together, couldn't help but grab the wrist of the person next to them, whispering, "Boss, this. This seems to be the baby that your third brother used as bait. Boss, if you have this ability, why did you throw her away?" The leader of the rebels shot him a glare, thinking if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let this happen. The man continued, "Boss. Now everyone is kneeling, we stand out too much. Should we also? Get lost. I'd rather go home and kneel to women than kneel to this heartless tyrant." The rebel leader noticed one of his subordinates was hesitant and raised his dagger high, shouting, "Charge with me." At the same time, a sharp voice seemed to pierce everyone's eardrums. "Be careful. Big brother. Nephew." The emperor and the prince were startled. As they turned, they saw dozens of men wearing towels and holding daggers rushing towards them. The palace guards quickly rushed forward, forming a human shield, while guards in the back drew their bows, and those in front raised their spears high. With a sharp crack of thunder, Yuan Ruan's voice echoed again. "Oh no! Big Brother's guards are too quick to react. Don't raise your weapons so high. I might accidentally hurt our own people." The emperor, the prince, and the court officials. They didn't know how Yuan Ruan planned to help. But after witnessing a miracle, almost everyone felt excited and instinctively chose to trust Yuan Ruan's words. The emperor ordered directly, "Lower your weapons." The prince added, "Lower your shields." Officials of rank 6 and above shouted in unison, "Lower your weapons. Lower your shields." At this, the palace guards were stunned. The nearby common people were also confused. Even the expressions of the attackers hesitated for a moment, but the leader of the rebels, along with the second and fourth in command, charged straight into the area blocked by the palace guards without hesitation. "The tyrant!" the rebel leader shouted. The emperor looked expressionless at the rebels so close to him. He could even see their blood-red eyes and menacing smiles. But the emperor remained unfazed. The captain of the palace guards could not hold his ground any longer. He furrowed his brow and drew his sword. Other officials instinctively moved closer to the emperor. These actions happened almost simultaneously within a second. In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, struck down from the sky, hitting the rebel's raised dagger. "Ah!" This was not the rebel leader's scream, but the terrified shout of the fourth in command beside him. The struck rebel leader froze in place, still holding his dagger high, as silver-blue arcs of electricity danced through his hair and clothing. In the next second, he fell straight to the ground. After the rebel leader fell, the second in command suddenly raised his dagger and silently lunged at the emperor. Crack! The silver-blue lightning struck him, without hesitation. History repeated itself. The man stiffened and fell. Everyone. If lightning ignited a candle, inspiring admiration and awe, then lightning striking a person filled many with fear. Even the officials couldn't help but move a bit closer to the emperor, worried that the young national master might accidentally strike them while targeting the bad guys. The prince, after his surprise, laughed. "Father, you're just telling me how to keep the little princess safe. It seems you worried too much. Ha ha ha. Her strength is her own matter. We, the great Xia, must maintain our stance." The emperor was in a good mood, stepping over the charred body without a second thought about the assassination attempt. "She is our little fortune and my little princess." The prince and the officials were momentarily stunned, then sighed in admiration. The officials of the great Xia remained calm, while the rebels were anxious. "Dead. Someone is dead." One clever rebel suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Run. The national master of Great Xia is using lightning to strike people. Everyone run. We need to get close to the national master to be safe." As he shouted, the other rebels echoed his cries. The officials changed their expressions. With such malicious intent, if thousands of rebels charged, even unarmed civilians would face great disaster. "Protect the emperor." The minister of war rushed forward. At that moment, dark clouds rolled in, and several bolts of lightning twisted through the clouds like white dragons. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of blue and white light. In the next second, a deafening roar of thunder filled the air. At the same time, silver lightning poured down like a heavy rain. With each bolt that struck, figures collapsed to the ground. Almost everyone was frozen in fear. Except for the emperor, the prince, and a few high officials, the other court members instinctively covered their heads with their hands and crouched down. The common people, who had been stirred up by the rebels, were trembling and quickly knelt back down, remaining still in a position of respect. After a while, the storm passed, and rays of sunlight began to shine through the dissipating clouds. Everyone looked up at the sunlight, their expressions a bit dazed. Suddenly, the deputy minister of rights performed a deep bow and shouted, "The national master commands the thunder god. With great powers, we bow in respect." The court members, awakened by the deputy minister's praise, followed suit and bowed, chanting, "The national master is mighty. The great Xia is mighty." The common people quickly joined in, shouting, "The national master is mighty. The great Xia is mighty." The emperor and the prince exchanged smiles. Just then, a voice echoed softly, "My ears are almost deaf." Look at everyone's reaction. The effect is great.
System. Yes.
Host, I didn't expect you to be so good with physics, using electromagnetic force to summon and repel lightning so skillfully. You even punish the bad guys. Haha, you are the brightest star on the street. Now just finish the show you originally planned.
Yuan Ruan, the clouds are almost gone. This
system, it has to have a beginning and an end. Since you designed it, go ahead and give everyone a real show. The cheering court members suddenly paused. No, this is enough to open our eyes. System, don't encourage the young national master recklessly. The officials from the Astronomical Bureau exchanged glances with the Taizhou faction, urging them to go stop it, but the Taizhou officials shook their heads and encouraged the Astronomical Bureau to go ahead. Other court members urged both sides to proceed. Just then, a sharp clap of thunder rang out again. The sound was crisp and not frightening. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw several bolts of lightning curving through the sky, gliding past the western and eastern dragon pillars, forming a giant heart 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Yuan Ruan's round eyes blinked with a smile, and her chubby fingers crossed in a heart shape. He sending love. The court members, though they didn't understand what sending love meant, they felt the cheerful sentiment in Yuan Ruan's voice was very kind. So everyone raised their right hands and made heart gestures towards Yuan Ruan. In less than 2 days, news spread far and wide that the new national master of the Great Xia could control thunder and summon divine punishment. The people of the 5 nations were in an uproar. Those with some wealth and connections in Xia were eager to pack their bags and visit the Great Xia to see if they could become disciples and gain some of that divine energy. Ordinary folks, especially those living near Xia, stopped fighting among themselves and only asked about the young national master. They bombarded each other with questions. Is your national master really only 9 months old? Can he really control thunder? Thousands of people saw it. Can he really summon divine punishment? When the people of Xia saw friendly faces, they proudly described the events, saying things like, "A silver dragon soared through the clouds," and in an instant, with a flick of the young master's hand, the traitors were struck down by divine punishment into the depths of hell. Everyone listened in fascination. Occasionally, a skeptic would chime in, my national master can pray for rain." The people of Xia replied calmly, "Our national master can strike down your national master." The skeptic was momentarily speechless, and then said, "My national master can turn beans into soldiers." The people of Xia casually responded, "We can strike them all down." After a few exchanges like this, the skeptic, seeing their calmness, couldn't help but say, "Well, as the saying goes, heaven is jealous of talent. Who knows how long such a person can live?" This truly angered the people of Xia, and they rushed forward to give the skeptic a good beating. While the common folk were in such a frenzy, the leaders of the other 4 nations were also discussing the matter. The Xiongnu were busy vying for power, The eldest prince scoffed at the idea of divine punishment, while the second prince, who had private contact with the crown prince, sent a special envoy to Xia with gifts for the national master, subtly hinting that the crown prince should send money soon. The neighboring Chen and Shu nations had friendly relations with the lords of Xia. When they hurried to inquire, the lords expressed their ignorance and disapproved of the Xia royal family choosing a baby as the national master. The higher-ups in Chen and Shu felt reassured and did not take the young national master seriously. The farthest away, the fourth prince of Chu sought out the bald national master of Chu for advice. The bald national master first stated, "I have practiced for a long time. Concepts like immortality and thunder spells are mere tricks to deceive the senses. Your Highness, you cannot let a few failed assassination attempts on the Xia Emperor lead you to focus on these mystical things. You must focus on completing the trials set by His Majesty and quickly take over the Xia kingdom to earn great merit for the position of crown prince." The fourth prince pondered for a moment and sighed, "Thank you, national master. I have never failed consecutively in anything, but I have been a bit impatient." The bald national master squinted and said, "Your Highness is a rare person with good fortune, usually getting what you wish for. It's surprising that you have already failed twice. I will write a letter to the Longhu Daoist Temple to find out which Daoist friends have recently entered the Great Xia. Additionally, in 4 months, during the spring of next year, it will be the Xia Kingdom's turn to host the Spring Festival for the 5 kingdoms. I will personally go to Great Xia to take a look." The fourth prince was delighted and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, national master." The other 4 kingdoms were in turmoil. The capital of the Xia Kingdom was filled with joy. They witnessed firsthand and spread the word, all holding the Great Xia's young national master in the highest esteem. Some clever painters had already created portraits of Yuan Ruan, selling them to others so they could hang them in their homes. Not only did the common people admire the national master, but the ministers of the Great Xia were also restless. The next day, during the morning court, the emperor silently scanned the memorials presented by the ministers. After a moment, he closed the memorial in his hand and threw it to the ground. "Ha, look at your reasons. You want the young national master to stay at the Astronomical Bureau? The Grand Blessing. Even suggesting he sit in the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Revenue." The emperor found it amusing. After a pause, he slammed the table. "What? Are you eager to seize the national fortune for yourselves? Relying on national fortune, are you all useless? If you dare to entertain any other thoughts and taint the national fortune, don't blame me for treating it as treason." The ministers quickly knelt down, trembling and bowing their heads. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The emperor stood up and coldly glanced at everyone. "Joer is the national fortune of Great Xia and my daughter. How can you interfere in raising the princess?" The ministers immediately fell silent. The emperor, filled with anger, ordered, "Dismissed." The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to let the emperor be angry alone, fearing he would grow more upset and demote officials. Li, the chancellor, who was most favored by the emperor, was the first to follow, with Wang, the chancellor, closely behind, and the 6 ministers following suit. Thus, the emperor strode ahead while the ministers hurriedly followed in small steps. The grand eunuch had seen this scene before and quickly ran to the emperor's side, remaining silent. The ministers moved like chicks following a hen, walking back and forth in the main hall corridor. As they completed the 3rd lap, the emperor suddenly stopped, and a covered carriage halted ahead. "Ah, big brother, you still look so impressive today." The officials instantly understood why the emperor paused. When Prime Minister Li saw the 7th princess carrying the young national teacher out of the carriage, he quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "I greet the 7th princess and the national teacher. May you both be well." Wu Yu slightly nodded in return, while Yuan Ruan waved her small hands and said, "This person looks so cheerful." System. Don't underestimate him. He is known in history as Li Banchao of the Great Xia. The emperor's deep gaze turned toward them. Prime Minister Li stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, desperately signaling with his eyes that it wasn't true. The officials behind him, who had been jealous of Prime Minister Li's favor, now took pleasure in his predicament, thinking, let's see if the emperor is wary of you. Li Ban Chao. Yuan Ruan remarked, Big Brother can actually tolerate such a powerful minister. System. Haha, he's not the kind of powerful minister you think. Prime Minister Li has only one son but over 20 daughters, most of whom have married into the officials of the Great Xia. He is like half the father-in-law of the court, hence the name Li Ban Chao. The emperor. Other officials. Prime Minister Li awkwardly sighed in relief. Although he was sad about having only one son, at least he wouldn't lose his head. Yuan Ruan laughed, haha. Half the court's father-in-law. So won't these people be like brothers-in-law in the future? Prime Minister Li single-handedly turned the Great Xia court into one big family. Impressive. The officials looked strange, especially the political rivals who exchanged glances, nearly wanting to laugh out loud. Prime Minister Li thought, little ancestor, please stop thinking like that. The in-laws will be scared away. System, not really. Prime Minister Li's eldest daughter will take care of her husband, and he will retire to his hometown. Prime Minister Li almost spat out blood. Impossible. That can't be. Everyone. What? Another scandal? Li's daughter murdered her husband? Just as Yuan Ruan was listening, she saw Prime Minister Li suddenly kneel before the emperor and bow, saying, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to attend to. The emperor nodded in understanding. Go ahead. Prime Minister Li took off running. Yuan Ruan thought, maybe this is the last time we'll see him. System, it's possible. Although his daughter keenly discovered her husband was a spy and turned herself in after the incident, he did recommend this person to the emperor and holds an important waterway project. The emperor. The officials. Prime Minister Li, running quickly, suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. Yuan Ruan, hiss. How did you fall? Are you crying? Everyone. It must be extreme fear and deep anger. Prime Minister Li suddenly knelt and said, Your Majesty, I am truly loyal to the Great Xia and have no disrespect. However, I recently discovered that my eldest son-in-law, who is a water department official, is acting suspiciously. I do not want to wrong anyone, but I fear for the interests of Great Xia. Therefore, I asked my daughter to keep an eye on him. This morning, she said she would uphold justice for Great Xia, even against family. At this point, tears fell from Prime Minister Li's eyes. Other officials. No wonder he became Prime Minister. He cleverly used the Little National Master's prophecy to express loyalty while portraying himself and his daughter as righteous people in front of the Little National Master. Given the emperor's concern for the Little National Master, he wouldn't easily harm those deemed good in the Little National Master's eyes. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed, System, I didn't expect this from Prime Minister Li. It seems everyone has a sense of conscience. Yuan Ruan, yes. After hearing this, Prime Minister Li quickly looked at the emperor and noticed his stern expression had indeed softened. He sighed in relief. He was saved. At that moment, the emperor said, I understand. Young officials. As expected, the emperor spared Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister Li prayed fervently in his heart. Thank you, Little National Master. Thankfully, there's still the Little National Master to save me. He hurriedly rushed outside. Yuan Ruan. System, they've discovered the spy. Why hasn't the National Fortune Task responded? Is the spy not significant enough? System, no. The National Fortune Task has a triggering mechanism. You must see the person with your own eyes to have a chance to trigger it. If the person is not in front of you, or if you don't notice them, you won't know if you can trigger the National Fortune Task. Yuan Ruan, what? I must see this person. I want to go. Thinking this, Yuan Ruan pointed at Prime Minister Li's departing figure, saying yay yay. Wu Yu heard the thought and immediately said, Father, my 9th sister will move to the Empress's palace the day after tomorrow. I would like to spend more time with her. May I go out of the palace? Yuan Ruan immediately looked at the emperor with her big round eyes, her hands clasped like a lucky cat. Big brother, I want to go out. But the emperor was still worried. Yuan Ruan made quite a splash when she became the national advisor in the Great Xia, attracting attention from all around. The emperor worried that if she left the palace, she might be in danger. At that moment, The crown prince happened to walk by with his officials. He didn't catch everything, but he sensed Yuan Ruan's anxious desire to go out and take on her responsibilities. He lowered his voice and said, "Father, Jiu'er is eager to go out and have fun. I have many people who can accompany her. We can't keep Jiu'er locked in the palace forever." The emperor had thought about doing just that, but he couldn't bear to see the excitement in Yuan Ruan's eyes. The emperor replied, "Then I will join the little princess on her outing as well."
Yay!
My dear nephew, the other officials thought, it's no wonder the crown prince is the heir. He's clever and will do well anywhere. The crown prince smiled gently, took Yuan Ruan's outstretched hand, and lifted her up. He couldn't lift her. Looking down, he saw Wu Yu tightly holding onto Yuan Ruan's leg, staring at him with wide eyes.
Ouch!
The crown prince and Wu Yu quickly let go. Just as Yuan Ruan almost fell, Wu Yu, trained to react quickly, caught her back in his arms. "System, Ruan, are you okay?" The emperor, crown prince, and Wu Yu watched anxiously as Wu Yu's small hands trembled slightly. Yuan Ruan said, "That was exciting. No wonder kids love to play toss. I want to do it again." The three of them sighed in relief. Prime Minister Li led the way, followed by the emperor and the officials, who lined up behind them. Yuan Ruan said, "Sheer, can you see if you can find the daughter's location from his news?" Prime Minister Li suddenly looked tense. The other officials perked up. "More news? Here it comes, the most interesting part. System, let me see." The first piece of news is about his eldest daughter. On January 3rd, Isn't that today? His eldest daughter is having a meal with her husband at a tavern? Isn't that at the cosmetic shop on the left side of Prime Minister Li? Then his daughter holds up a bowl of medicine and says, "Husband, it's time to take your medicine." Yuan Ruan, wait, that sounds just like a line from Water Margin. Everyone. At that moment, the officials had followed Yuan Ruan's thoughts to the cosmetic shop on Chang'an Street and heard the exact same words. "Husband, it's time to take your medicine." Everyone turned to look as a graceful and beautiful woman walked by carrying a basket. In front of her, a man was buying a hairpin for women and turned back with a smile, saying, "Madam, thank you for your hard work." This was indeed the person Yuan Ruan and the others were looking for, the daughter of the Minister of Water and Prime Minister Li. Yuan Ruan, system. Did we trigger the National Fortune mission? System. Yes, we did. Let me see. This is strange. Everyone was startled. What was strange? Was there a problem with the National Fortune mission? System. Main National Fortune mission. Prevent the Minister of Water from drinking poison and dying. Incomplete. National Fortune +8. System. Ruan, this is odd. Isn't this person a spy? Why is the mission to protect him? And it adds 8 points. How ridiculous. Emperor. Court officials. It really is ridiculous. National Fortune Mother, don't you love our great Xia anymore? Yuan Ruan was also very surprised. Is this true? Protecting a spy? Wait, Madame Li's medicine has already been delivered. My National Fortune mission. The court officials were still confused, unsure if they could intervene, since the emperor despised spies from other countries. After the matter was resolved, the emperor might not hold the young national master accountable, but he could easily blame them for helping. The emperor was indeed conflicted, but he did not refuse when he noticed the crown prince reaching out. Just then, Wu Yu discreetly tossed a small stone. Madame Li gasped, and the medicine spilled on the ground. The Minister of Water quickly stepped forward to hold her hand, worriedly asking, "Are you hurt?" The beautiful woman shivered slightly and shook her head. The Minister of Water and his wife approached the emperor to pay their respects. Yuan Ruan thought, "System, take a look at the Minister of Water's charm. What makes him so special to the national fortune?" System. All right, let me check. This person is quite impressive. Everyone. What do you mean impressive? Yuan Ruan, tell me more. System. This Minister of Water is a spy sent by the old emperor of the Chu Kingdom. His original mission was to sow discord among the western lords of Great Xia and find opportunities to divide the country. So, he initially built a good reputation in the territory of the Western Lords. However, the Western Lords are quite cautious and do not rely on outsiders. Coincidentally, Prime Minister Li, who was responsible for disaster relief in the West, heard of his talents and took him under his wing. Prime Minister Li.
Ah.
Can we skip over this? I don't want to hear about my own troubles. System. After the old emperor of the Chu kingdom received the news, he was even more pleased and assigned the director of water affairs to handle the internal strife in the Xia kingdom. The Xia kingdom had suffered from water disasters for a long time, and this director of water affairs came from a family that managed water control. To exhaust Xia's resources, he volunteered to build a massive canal project that could permanently solve the southern water issues. The emperor agreed. The emperor clenched his fists in anger. He had always admired the director of water affairs for his diligence, lack of greed, and significant talent in managing water disasters. Because of this, the emperor promoted him to his current position. But who would have thought he was not acting for the good of Xia, but rather to use the people's resources? He deserved punishment. Other officials glared at the director of water affairs with cold eyes. No wonder the southern region, despite the large project, still faced water issues every year. It must be due to his harmful construction. He deserved punishment. Prime Minister Li looked at him in anger and despair, recalling the recent losses from the floods. It was over. He feared not only his daughter but his entire family would suffer. Only the director of water affairs looked confused. He even bowed to Prime Minister Li and asked, "Why do you look at me like that, father-in-law?" Everyone. Could he not hear them? Yuan Ruan is the fate of Xia. This person, despite having a 6th rank status, should not be able to hear. Yuan Ruan suddenly understood. So that's it. I see why the fate task let this person go. Everyone in Xia. No, you don't understand the fate of a small kingdom. Once a flood starts, thousands of victims cry out, and countless people are displaced. Such a person, even if talented, should be punished. System. Yes. This person is somewhat like Zhenghua from history. Although he has bad intentions, what he does is actually very beneficial for Xia. Everyone. What does it mean to have bad intentions but benefit Xia? Yuan Ruan. I suspect the methods designed by the Director of Water Affairs to manage floods are extremely effective. But once he was discovered to be a spy, Xia completely abandoned this plan, and the flood issues continued. System. Ruan is very clever. In later years, someone uncovered the flood management plan designed by the Director of Water Affairs, successfully reducing Xia's annual floods to once every 8 years. That person sighed, saying if only the Director of Water Affairs could personally oversee the modifications, perhaps they could control the floods to once every 20 years. Everyone.
What?
The annual flooding can be controlled to once every 8 years, or even possibly every 20 years. Does the Minister of Water Control really have such skills? Some court officials began to have different thoughts. However, they still did not dare to act, as the emperor despises spies the most. The officials glanced at the emperor and noticed that his expression showed no signs of improvement. Suddenly, the emperor approached the Minister of Water Control. As a spy for the state of Chu, recommended by Prime Minister Li, you intend to use a grand water management project to undermine my great Xia. Is that true or not? The Minister of Water Control turned pale and remained silent for a long time. Then, feeling guilty, he looked at his wife, only to be slapped hard by her. Madame Li knelt before the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I discovered some clues about the spy a month ago and copied all the letters exchanged with the state of Chu into a locked cabinet in my room. However, I was afraid of implicating my father, which is why I did not report it in time. I hope Your Majesty can spare my father's life, considering I have presented evidence." After speaking, Madame Li bowed deeply. The Minister of Water Control looked shocked and confused, then also knelt and said, "Your Majesty, please spare the children." Before he could finish, Madame Li punched him hard. Madame Li angrily said, "Don't you dare mention my son. I should have poisoned you, the spy, long ago." The Minister of Water Control instinctively looked at the broken bowl of medicine on the ground, his face turning pale again, and he fell silent. The Emperor closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again with a cold expression. Yuan Ruan thought, "It's over. My brother has probably already figured out that the other party is a spy. The officials are likely outraged." The officials' mouths twitched slightly. They were originally outraged, but now they felt conflicted after hearing your words. The Crown Prince hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Minister of Water Control has made many mistakes, but he is talent, and the stability of the country is." The Emperor suddenly turned his head and glared at the Crown Prince, speaking slowly. "Crown Prince, allowing him to live will only encourage other nations to send spies with arrogance. It will lead my great Xia to be nailed to the pillar of shame." The Crown Prince choked on his words. Yuan Ruan thought, "My brother is really angry. It seems the mission is truly in trouble." Hearing this, the Emperor exchanged a glance with Yuan Ruan, and the words of severe punishment almost came to his lips, but he changed it to a milder death sentence. He said to the head of the palace guards, "Remove his official hat and clothes, throw him into prison, and we will question him in the spring." Just then, the system emitted a loud sound. "Ah. Host, I clicked on another piece of information about him, and finally understand why the National Fortune task favors the official from the Water Department. It's not just him. His servant brother, whom he adopted 10 years ago, is also key." Yuan Ruan, what does this mean? Everyone else also turned their attention to this servant brother. What power does he have that is valued more than preventing water disasters? The Emperor paused and looked over with curiosity. System. After the brothers were executed in the Water Department, the elder brother vowed to avenge him. He actively sought refuge with the fourth prince of the Chu Kingdom. In the following 5 years, he led troops to conquer half of the Shu Kingdom, achieving great military success and becoming the top general of the Chu Kingdom. The younger brother also wanted revenge, but thought the Chu Kingdom was not a good place, so he joined the Chen Kingdom instead. He was also a military genius, leading 5,000 men and defeating the Western Xiongnu, forcing them to cede a large portion of their territory to Chen. Eventually, the two brothers met on the battlefield between Chen and Chu, resulting in one death and one injury, after which they disappeared. Due to their significant achievements in 7 years and their tragic exit, they were later referred to as the most talented military twin stars of the time. Yuan Ruan. Oh my gosh! Their characters must be inspired by Wei Qing and Sibling. No wonder the Great Xia Kingdom wants them. If we could win them over, wouldn't the world be ours? People from the Xia Kingdom. What? Twin stars of military might? What does the Xia Kingdom lack the most? Strong generals. The only notable general, Wu Yi, barely ranks 7th among the many generals of the 5 kingdoms. Now that we know there are 2 twin generals capable of expanding territories, who wouldn't be excited? Even the Minister of Revenue, worried about finances, took out his abacus, preferring to carefully calculate the supplies for the generals rather than haggle over compensation after a defeat. The court officials looked at the Emperor in unison. Your Majesty, 1 can handle 2. 3 is greater than 1. Perhaps you should consider it. The Crown Prince stepped forward, bowed to the Emperor, and said, Father, I hope you will think it over. When one person speaks up, others will follow. The officials clasped their hands and said, Your Majesty, we hope you will reconsider. Yuan Ruan. Wow, he's quite the spy. I didn't expect the official from the Water Department to be so well-liked in court. Could my task be saved? System. This person is simply everyone's favorite. But your elder brother is a tyrant who resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement and despises betrayal. I doubt he will keep him. Emperor. The Emperor first ordered the head of the palace guards to arrest the official from the Water Department. Then he returned to the Hall of Mental Cultivation in silence, without speaking to anyone. He sat quietly for an entire afternoon and later called the Empress for a late-night discussion by candlelight. In the deep of night, the Empress, feeling very sleepy, handed a flower to the Emperor and said, When you're unsure, why not let fate decide? Your Majesty, tear the petals. One petal for mercy, one petal for punishment. Whatever is left at the end, that's what you should do. The emperor frowned and replied, That's nonsense. The empress yawned and said, It's a suggestion from the young national teacher. If you don't want to, then forget it. The emperor choked up, Only you would disregard me like this. I wouldn't dare, the empress quickly said, massaging the emperor's shoulders. As she continued, she fell asleep. The emperor was speechless, silently looking at the flower for a while before tearing off a petal. Outside the palace, the chief eunuch spent the whole night searching for flowers to present to the emperor. He really wanted to complain, Your Majesty. If you enjoy tearing petals, why not let me bring them all at once? Sending one every tea time is really strange. The next morning, Yuan Ruan was groggily lifted into a carriage. When she opened her eyes again, she found the sun shining brightly and realized she was in a strange yet familiar place. It was strange because of the maids and the palace decorations, but familiar due to the jade scattered all over the bed. Princess Seven approached, sporting dark circles under her eyes, and whispered, Ninth sister. Mother said the empress cannot compete, but the noble consort still has a chance. I will come to get you early. Yuan Ruan immediately touched her cheek and thought, I will miss you. Kisses. Wu Yu's cold face broke into a smile as she gently pressed her cheek against Yuan Ruan's and said, The empress is currently with the officials' wives and will return in 2 hours. I will stay with you first. After saying this, she took a bowl of milk porridge from a maid and personally fed it to Yuan Ruan. Ugh, it's a bit fishy. Hearing this, Wu Yu paused and playfully said, Ninth sister frowned. It must be fishy. She had the maid go back to the small kitchen to make a fresh bowl of porridge. As Princess Seven continued to feed Yuan Ruan, she also shared details about Yuan Ruan's daily habits with the attending maid. The maid was surprised by the extensive information and eventually had to write it down with a brush. Yuan Ruan felt touched and, after finishing the milk, couldn't help but give Wu Yu another kiss, thinking, so thoughtful. I can't bear to part. System. Indeed. But the empress should be good too. Look at the decoration in this room. All centered around jade. Even your jade bed has been moved here. The queen must have asked concubine Rome about you, and will definitely pay attention to you. Yuan Ruan nodded happily. Wu Yu played with Yuan Ruan until lunchtime, and when concubine Rome came to call them, Wu Yu said she would come back later and left. Yuan Ruan asked the system, has the main national fortune mission been completed? System. Not yet. But there are no signs of failure. That official is probably still in jail. Yuan Ruan rolled on the bed. What a pity. That was 8 points. If I could get that, I would be closer to the next ability. The system sighed. Yes. Speaking of abilities, I remember how you used level 1 electromagnetic forces to create visual effects that even level 9 abilities couldn't achieve. Impressive. The future king of power. Yuan Ruan chuckled. After taking a nap, a palace maid carried her out to exercise. Seeing the maid bending down to help her walk, Yuan Ruan started to sweat. She pushed the maid away and leaned against the wall, slowly moving to strengthen her legs. Suddenly, she heard a noisy commotion ahead.
Charge. Charge. Go.
You useless servant. You're weaker than a dog. Yuan Ruan peeked around the doorpost and saw a boy about 8 years old in a fine robe, holding a wooden sword and riding on a crawling eunuch. In front of them were a small cat and dog, barely hanging on. Yuan Ruan was furious. This naughty child needs to be taught a lesson.
System. Yes.
Teach him a lesson. The boy turned around, his face cute but his smile was quite malicious. He sneered, Who is this clueless child? A nearby young eunuch hurried over to talk to the boy. The boy's expression changed slightly. He urged the eunuch below him to come closer, glanced at Yuan Ruan a few times, and said, You are the little national master. Come over and sweetly call me fifth brother, and I'll let you play with my mount. Yuan Ruan smiled slightly and reached out her chubby little hand. The fifth prince clicked his tongue, so spoiled. He also reached out, but the next second he screamed, shaking all over, his hair standing up like a hedgehog. The eunuchs had never seen such a scene. One hurried out for help while another kept bowing and begging the little national master for mercy. "You just wait." The fifth prince, looking furious, glared at Yuan Ruan and said, "How dare you treat me like this? Father will definitely punish your whole family." "How dare you?" A deep voice suddenly boomed. All the palace maids and eunuchs, who were still standing, quickly knelt down. The emperor, dressed in his royal robe, strode in without even glancing at the pleading fifth prince. He picked up Yuan Ruan and said, "The fifth prince has a bad temper. Did Jior get hurt?" The fifth prince nearly spat blood in anger and shouted, "Father, I didn't do anything. I was just trying to greet her, but she shocked me." Yuan Ruan was very displeased. "If he hadn't been tormenting animals in the garden, I wouldn't be so angry." The emperor's expression darkened, and he slapped the fifth prince across the face. "Still trying to argue? I saw you mistreating animals again. Go kneel in the ancestral hall, and you can only get up when you realize your mistake." The fifth prince trembled. "Father, I didn't." The emperor ignored him and walked away. Once the emperor's figure disappeared, the fifth prince, who had looked pitiful just a moment ago, turned and slapped a few eunuchs in frustration, saying, "Didn't I tell you to hide properly?" The eunuchs looked at the already clean floor, confused about how the emperor found out, but they didn't dare to speak up. Meanwhile, the system chimed in. "Yuan Ruan did well. That naughty kid needs to be shocked every time he misbehaves." Yuan Ruan, yes. System, that kind of naughty kid definitely has secrets. Do you want to know, Yuan Ruan? Yuan Ruan, of course. Wait, why did my big brother bring me to the meeting hall? Oh no, my nephew, Minister Li, and Minister Wang all look serious. Why is the water department official kneeling in the center? System, let's put the other secrets aside and focus on this. At that moment, the three princes looked at Yuan Ruan, their expressions puzzled. The crown prince stood up and said, "Father, what is this about?" The emperor rubbed his forehead and replied seriously, "I have other plans, but..." System. Host, haha, I have updates on the water department official's secret. Your big brother found a substitute for him to face punishment at the main gate, and the water department official will live in hiding for the rest of his life while building canals. This way, his brother will also serve the great Xia. Emperor. Great. You've said everything I wanted to say. What else can I say? The three princes suddenly understood, looking at the emperor's somewhat speechless expression, and they struggled to hold back their laughter. Yuan Ruan, my nephew's intelligence system is really impressive. System, have I completed my national fortune mission? System, no, the national fortune task release mechanism is a bit rigid. When a substitute dies, it seems like they are truly gone. However, Brother Xiaotong belongs to Daxia, and in the future, meeting them will surely inspire better national fortune tasks. Yuan Ruan, okay then. System. Actually, the emperor doesn't need to use a substitute and doesn't need to be so wary of Du Shui's doctor. He didn't become a spy willingly. A small trick can completely win him back. Emperor, Crown Prince, and two others. What? The other party didn't become a spy willingly? There's a way to win him back? Is there really such good news? Yuan Ruan, huh? No way. He has been lurking in Daxia for a long time. System. It's true. Du Shui's family has been responsible for building water channels in Chu. Due to a flood, his family was made a scapegoat and was eventually exiled 3,000 miles away. The old emperor of Chu wanted to exploit him, threatening his sister's life, which forced him to become a spy in Chu. According to the information, 3 months ago, he secretly brought his sister back to Daxia and killed the contact person from Chu. However, his actions raised his wife's suspicions. Yuan Ruan, oh no. I suddenly don't know what to say. How tragic. The crown prince quickly looked at the emperor, his eyes filled with excitement. Prime Ministers Li and Wang also looked at the emperor, their faces showing, "Your Majesty, this can be used." The emperor narrowed his eyes. After a moment, he handed Yuan Ruan to Prime Minister Li, who was confused for a moment but quickly took her and held her securely. The emperor glanced at the crown prince. The crown prince knew it was time for his intelligence department to step in. He stepped forward and handed over a folded blank memorial. "Father, I have found some information." The emperor pretended to read it. After a while, surprise, confusion, doubt, and hesitation appeared on his face. The crown prince and the prime ministers who knew the truth couldn't help but secretly praise, "Your Majesty, great acting." At this moment, the emperor approached the dazed Du Shui's doctor and said, "I have confirmed that the king of Chu used your sister to threaten you, forcing you to lurk in Daxia. 3 months ago, you secretly brought your sister back to Daxia and killed the contact person from Chu. Did you do this to become a citizen of Daxia and live a peaceful life here?" Yuan Ruan was surprised and covered her mouth. "Wow, how impressive. You found out all this information." The system felt a bit frustrated. "Ruan, your elder brother and nephew are really well hidden." The system's deduction mode was fooled. No wonder these men, who keep trying to kill each other in the plot, are so hard to deal with. "I really feel like I'm just talking to myself here." Yuan Ruan proudly said, "Humph, my big brother is amazing." The emperor smiled gently, but soon his smile froze. Yuan Ruan continued, "Also, my big nephew, seventh sister, Prime Minister Li, and Prime Minister Wang are all very impressive." The emperor's lips twitched as he couldn't help but pinch Yuan Ruan's cheek, thinking how clever she was at such a young age. The crown prince covered his mouth to hold back laughter. Prime Minister Wang looked at Yuan Ruan and then at Prime Minister Li, suddenly lowering his voice. "Huh, she's younger and sweeter than you. You have a competitor now. This trick won't work for you anymore." Prime Minister Li smiled without sincerity and replied quietly, "I don't understand what you mean, Prime Minister Wang. The little princess is not only the national teacher of the Great Xia but also the emperor's beloved princess. I care for her too much to see her as a rival." Prime Minister Wang chuckled, "As long as you're happy." Prime Minister Li fell silent. The doctor kneeling on the ground looked dazed. His first words were, "Wasn't it supposed to be 1,000 cuts? I must still be dreaming in prison." The emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. The crown prince stepped forward and said clearly, "Doctor, have you thought this through?" After recognizing the crown prince, the doctor seemed to snap back to reality, his body trembling as he said, "Your Majesty, do you really want me to stay in the Great Xia?" The emperor replied, "I thought about how to deal with you all night. If heaven wants you to stay, I don't want to keep you. I originally intended to." At this point, the emperor glanced at Yuan Ruan and changed his mind, saying, "Since heaven favors you, I am willing to give you a chance to decide. If you truly wish to be a citizen of the Great Xia, then in half an hour, tell me what you heard here." The doctor was confused. "Of course I want to be a citizen of the Great Xia, but what did I hear?" The emperor smiled mysteriously. The crown prince and the others understood. Only those who genuinely believe they are subjects of the Great Xia and hold a rank of 6 or above can hear the national teacher's true voice. If the doctor could hear it, it meant he sincerely wished to submit to the Great Xia. Such talent could certainly be put to good use. Yuan Ruan and the doctor shared the same confused expression. "System, what should I listen for? Heaven's will? But isn't that me? Could it be that the Great Xia has 2 destinies? System, let me see. No, the previous ruler met a terrible end. No. He gave all his power to you, so it's impossible for him to return. Could it be that your Majesty was deceived?" The emperor smiled proudly, surprising you all, as he often does. The crown prince noticed the emperor's mischievous expression, feeling both surprised and amused. Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang focused their gaze on the head of the water department. Especially Prime Minister Li, who was eager to give a hand signal, worried that the other person might not hear Yuan Ruan's thoughts, as his daughter's grandson's life depended on this person. The head of the water department suddenly widened his eyes in fear. "Do you all have?" Prime Minister Li was overjoyed and rushed over to cover the other person's mouth, lowering his voice. Good. Remember what you just heard, and repeat it in front of His Majesty later. Prove yourself." The head of the water department was stunned, blinking in hesitation, "So you all can." He looked up and happened to see Prime Minister Li's subtle gesture, the emperor's softened expression, and the crown prince's friendly nod. So that mysterious voice means that the great Xia recognizes him? The head of the water department suddenly let out a heavy sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. System. Yuan Ruan.
Oh my.
What happened? Completed. Main task of national fortune. Prevent the head of the water department from drinking poison. Completed. National fortune +8. Yuan Ruan. You can add 8 points to the national fortune. Yuan Ruan. It doesn't matter. People should live with a bit of dullness. System. How many more do I need for my next ability? System. Not far off, dear. Just 22 more. You can quickly gather them by mixing in political events with your big brother. But seriously, your big brother trusts others a bit too easily. The emperor frowned slightly. He was not gullible, but rather cautious after thorough verification. Yuan Ruan actually shared the system's concern, but upon hearing the system, she immediately said, "No. My brother has the confidence of a sage. He trusts those he employs without suspicion. He must have his reasons for doing this." System. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Jiu'er understood his thoughts and knew he had his reasons. At that moment, the emperor's gaze fell on Yuan Ruan, recalling what the system had just said about mixing in political events to trigger national fortune tasks, and he seemed thoughtful. The next day, in the Great Xia Court Hall, with the announcement His Majesty has arrived, the court officials knelt down, shouting, "Long live, long live, long, long live." The emperor slowly approached the high seat from the side, lifted his robe, and sat down, saying, "Be at ease." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the court officials replied as they stood up. As they rose, the officials were shocked to see the Minister of Water Affairs standing in the hall again. His face was pale, and he hadn't changed his official robe. He had returned to his position right after being released from prison. The officials whispered among themselves, and even those who had been friendly with the Minister of Water Affairs hesitated to speak to him, fearing the emperor was testing them. Before they could voice their doubts, the emperor dropped another surprising announcement. He said, "Starting tomorrow, the young national teacher will attend court with me." The officials gasped, "What? Wouldn't that be a daily embarrassment for everyone? This seems inappropriate. Your Majesty, the national teacher, is only 9 months old. What is the point of her attending court?" protested an official who had previously faced criticism. The emperor replied coldly, "You know she is the national teacher. She can understand astronomy and geography and participate in state affairs. Why shouldn't the young national teacher attend court?" The official's mouth twitched, and he bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I meant that court matters are complex. It would be better to wait until the young national teacher is older to participate." The official thought to himself, other national teachers usually start at around 40, having earned respect through their experience. They can certainly offer valuable advice. But the young national teacher is so small, even if she has some abilities, she probably doesn't even know what farming is. Wouldn't it be ridiculous for her to give advice? The Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Yu Hongyu, who had benefited from the national teacher's wisdom, was the first to speak up, saying, "You underestimate the national teacher's abilities. Many recent state matters only made significant progress after her involvement. Are you denying the young national teacher's contributions to our country?" The official was momentarily speechless. He couldn't deny that point, but he still muttered, "There's no need for her to attend court. She could share her thoughts afterward." "How can you not understand the importance of acting quickly?" Yu Hongyu exclaimed, nearly poking the official in the nose with his finger. "I think your injury was not just physical. It seems your judgment is also impaired." The official was furious and looked around for allies, but he noticed that his colleagues seemed swayed by Yu Hongyu's words. This made him even angrier, and he couldn't help but say, "No matter how difficult the affairs are, we can overcome them with our own abilities." "But what about the embarrassment? Are you really willing to face that in court?" The officials gasped in shock. Once, a scholar who had heard rumors about his rival stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe matters of state can wait until after our morning assembly. We can select some issues to present to the young national teacher, so it won't cause any delays." The Minister of Rights, with his white beard, also bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I support the scholar's words. The national teacher is still young and may not be able to sit still here. It would be better to summarize everything at the end." The Minister of Works rubbed his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, I support what both gentlemen said. This morning, well, the weather is gloomy without sunshine, which is not suitable for the young national teacher to attend the assembly." Other court officials were taken aback. Was the Minister of Works confused? Was he just making excuses? But the next official to speak seemed inspired by this comment. The Minister of War said, "Your Majesty, I have heard from my wife that infants need more than 6 hours of sleep until they are 5 years old. Otherwise, they may not grow well and are not fit for morning assemblies." Before he could finish, his subordinate, a doctor from the Ministry of War, interrupted him. The Minister of War turned around to see the doctor looking helplessly at him, whispering, "Uncle, our royal princes sleep at the hour of the pig and wake at the hour of the tiger after they turn 3, all tall and graceful." The doctor barely held back from saying, "Are you foolish?" The Minister of War was taken aback, cleared his throat, and continued, "One more thing, Your Majesty. Some royal matters are too private for me to hear. The Emperor, the Crown Prince." Their expressions were clearly stunned. The other officials nearly burst into laughter, thinking, as expected of the Minister of War, still sharp and decisive. The censors felt secretly pleased, thinking, everyone despises the rumors. Surely the Emperor will be cautious. Just then, Prime Minister Li stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I support your suggestion for the young national teacher to attend the assembly." Upon hearing this, the other officials glared at him. The Minister of Revenue, who was friendly with him, whispered in confusion, "Prime Minister, this matter is not something just anyone can handle. You should understand this well, as you have been affected the most." Prime Minister Wang chuckled coldly and said, "This reminds me of a saying from the young prodigy, 'Because I have been rained on, I will tear apart others' umbrellas.'" The other officials looked at Prime Minister Li with disdain. "Yes, you are that kind of person, hurting others without benefiting yourself." Prime Minister Li chuckled and said proudly, "As long as it benefits the great Xia, what does it matter if I suffer some losses?" The court officials were shocked. How infuriating. He managed to impress everyone again. The hall fell silent, and Prime Minister Li turned to the director of the water department and asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" The officials looked at each other. The director stepped forward and said, "The young national advisor is far more valuable in court than we are. She can discern loyalty from treachery and identify who truly wishes to join Great Xia and who might betray us." The officials were stunned. Are they really going to praise the young national advisor without any preparation? She doesn't have the ability to hear their thoughts, so how can she tell? The director seemed to sense their confusion and continued, "For example, if she asks everyone to step forward, those who remain in place are either of low rank or spies. I am an example of that." The officials were speechless. So, he means that only loyal officials of rank 6 or above can hear the young national advisor's thoughts. Some officials wanted to question this, but then realized he was a former spy giving a first-hand account, so they didn't pursue it further. Suddenly, Prime Minister Li slapped the director on the back and said angrily, "Are you foolish? Why say so much detail? This could alert the enemy. Hurry and apologize to His Majesty." The Emperor, sitting above, added, "It's fine. Knowing everything won't change anything. It's better if they retreat on their own." Prime Minister Li pretended to understand and bowed, saying, "I am short-sighted compared to Your Majesty. You are wise." The Emperor suddenly laughed heartily, stood up, and said, "Li Aiqing is already much better than most. As you said, the young national advisor will attend court tomorrow. It's settled." The officials were astonished. This flatterer managed to gain praise once again. After the Emperor left, the officials surrounded Prime Minister Li. An official friendly with Li couldn't help but whisper, "What are you thinking? I really don't understand. Didn't you suffer enough from the previous scandal?" His daughter's family almost faced disaster. Prime Minister Li calmly replied, "The scandal isn't frightening. Being held accountable is. I have successfully landed on my feet. I wish you all peace and happiness." He smiled and bowed to everyone before turning to leave. The officials were taken aback, nearly exasperated by Li's attitude. How shameless. As they watched Prime Minister Li leave, some followed him out while others gathered to discuss, looking at each other in confusion. Suddenly, Marquis Chen whispered, "Are you afraid of scandals?" Others exchanged glances and nodded. The Marquis of Qing narrowed his eyes and said, "That won't work for His Majesty, but what if the little princess is unwilling? I have a plan." The court officials quickly gathered around. The Minister of Revenue expressed concern. "Marquis, His Majesty values the little national teacher greatly. We must be careful with this method." I know what I'm doing," the Marquis of Qing said, lowering his voice. "This trick is called catering to her interests and giving gifts." The officials were taken aback and asked, "Gifts?" "Yes." The Marquis of Qing slapped his thigh. "You all have children at home, right? Kids love fun and games and can't stand sitting with adults for too long. If we give the little princess some of the things children enjoy, I bet she won't mind skipping court." Several officials' eyes lit up. The Minister of Rights couldn't help but say, "But the little national teacher is not like other children. She must have seen all the good things." The Marquis of Qing rolled his eyes and replied, "If you played kickball and hunting since you were little and were given a chance to keep your salary while skipping court to play more, would you be happy? And besides, how could His Majesty blame us for this?" The Minister of Rights fell silent and nodded. Seeing this, the other officials immediately began brainstorming. "I have the latest model of the iron-eating beast from the south that kids love. I'll send it to the little princess."
Huh.
"I have a 12-piece white jade Luban lock set that my daughter loves. I'll bring that too. It will surely charm the little princess." "I heard the little princess likes jade. I have a set of 12 flying jade fairies that wear golden thread clothes and jewelry. I'll send those. She will definitely forget about court." As they spoke, the officials chuckled, reaching a consensus. In the afternoon, Yuan Ruan was lazily basking in the sun in the Imperial garden. At that moment, a palace maid in green hurried over and bowed, saying, "Ninth Princess, there is a congratulatory gift from the Hanlon scholar for you." Yuan Ruan was surprised. A gift for her? She reached out, and the maid immediately picked her up and headed to Kuan Ning Palace. Upon arriving at Kuan Ning Palace, 2 palace guards were moving large boxes stacked as high as half a person, while several of the queen's maids were counting and registering. When they saw Yuan Ruan approach, they all bowed and said, "Ninth Princess, here are sugar paintings, a rattledrum, and—" Yuan Ruan looked around. Everything was beautifully crafted little trinkets, including a set of cute panda models in various poses. Yuan Ruan stared at the panda in surprise, covering her mouth. The palace maid cleverly handed her a small panda model. When Yuan Ruan touched it, she exclaimed, "Wow! This black and white panda model not only looks similar, but is also fluffy to the touch. It even comes with a long robe, a skirt, bamboo, and a little hat, making it especially cute." No one in Huagua could resist the charm of the national treasure, especially not the panda-themed dress-up. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but hug it and play with it. Just then, the 5th prince walked by with a small panda model. He was about to pass by, but noticed that Yuan Ruan had a set of panda models he had never seen before, so he approached her. The palace maid bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." The 5th prince nodded and said, "Hey." After a pause, he huffed and added, "Ninth sister, your 5th brother has come to see you." "Who gave you that iron-eating beast?" "Let me see." Yuan Ruan didn't even lift her eyelids. The 5th prince raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the maid attending the little princess stood up and said, "Your Highness, this is a gift from the Hanlon scholar to the 9th princess." The Hanlon scholar, just a 6th rank official. The 5th prince sneered, "Ninth sister, let's trade iron-eating beasts for a bit. I won't hold a grudge about what happened before." Yuan Ruan tilted her head and made a couple of sounds at the maid. If she weren't worried about accidentally hurting the maid, she would have zapped him again. Although the maid couldn't read minds, she was very perceptive. She quickly picked up Yuan Ruan and said to the 5th prince, "Your Highness, the 9th princess is tired. I will take her back now. Get lost." How dare you block me? The fifth prince glared at the maid, then turned to Yuan Ruan. Don't get too proud. This is the first time father has taken in a princess. He finds you interesting, which is why he treats you well. But father values his duties above all. Once he gets bored in a few months, you, a princess without a mother, will have a hard time in the palace. But you can give this to me and oh, that thing you used to do last time too. I can share a little with your mother. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. Are you really giving away the concubine like that?
Does she know?
The maid was both amused and helpless, quickly saying, Your Highness, the ninth princess is still young. She may not understand these things. Besides, the ninth princess is the little national teacher, so she is a bit different. Ninth sister doesn't understand, but you should? You will definitely follow her. If she falls, how will you fare? Shouldn't you think about your own future? The fifth prince crossed his arms as he spoke. He coldly looked at the suddenly silent palace maid and continued, So what if the little national master has that title? The past national masters were all respected by the important officials in the court. And what about the ninth princess? She only received some small gifts from the sixth rank. What does that count for? In the future, she will still have to rely on my mother. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder he is a royal child. At such a young age, he already has these clever thoughts and skills. At that moment, another palace maid in green rushed in, looking very surprised, and said, There are many carriages outside, all bringing gifts for the ninth princess. The ninth princess, the Minister of Justice specially sent a box of congratulatory gifts. Here are 2 boxes of gifts sent by the Minister of Works, including jade 9-link rings and Huarong Dao. Ninth princess, the Minister of Rights sent a box of jade bracelets and a box of white jade animal sculptures. Fifth prince, the green-clad palace maid added, Ninth princess, the Marquis of Chen was sent a letter saying these are small gifts to congratulate you on becoming the national master. As long as the ninth princess likes them, the Marquis hopes to have the honor of continuing to send gifts. I've never seen a princess so respected and valued. Truly, she is the little national master. Fifth prince. Yuan Ruan almost laughed out loud. She felt like she heard the sound of the fifth prince being embarrassed. When Yuan Ruan turned back in a good mood, she happened to see the fifth prince leaving in a huff with a dark expression. The palace maid holding Yuan Ruan chuckled softly but said nothing more, only whispering, It's strange to have so many congratulatory gifts. Did the adult say why? The green-clad palace maid replied, They only said it was to celebrate the ninth princess becoming the little national master.
Ah.
It seems someone mentioned that the little national master will attend court tomorrow. Perhaps the adults are happy to work with the ninth princess? Yuan Ruan was startled and couldn't help but say to the system, What? I'm only 9 months old. Am I really going to court already? The system sighed nearby. Wow. I'm surprised too, but even more surprised that they are so eager to work with you. Truly, the little national master has great fortune. Yuan Ruan replied, Hee hee. Since they sent so many gifts, I have to show my appreciation. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, Yuan Ruan was pulled out of bed by the palace maid. The empress looked at the sleepy Yuan Ruan with concern and yawned. Look at this dazed look. The emperor is really pushing the ninth princess too hard. Should I say something? No way. They are praising me so much. I have to be energetic and go. The empress recalled the inquiries from the duke and the marquise, her expression twitching slightly. Did the ninth princess misunderstand something? But she saw the big, energetic face of the bun, and the queen smiled with a hint of mischief, thinking it was fine to let the misunderstanding continue. After all, the officials wouldn't dare to upset Jiawer. Yuan Ruan, having enjoyed her milk pudding, happily arrived at the Golden Lawn Hall. By then, the morning court session was already well underway and nearing its end. Yuan Ruan's absence surprised some officials. Those who had participated in the gift-giving event wore proud expressions, subtly informing the unaware officials that it was their contribution. However, the next moment, Yuan Ruan finally appeared, having been delayed by an upset stomach from overeating. At the same time, everyone heard a familiar voice. Here I am. Hee hee. The main character always appears last. I'm a little nervous. System, there are so many people. Ruan, do you want to eat a snack to calm down? Officials. A chorus of coughs filled the hall as the officials turned their attention to Yuan Ruan. She was taken aback and waved her little hand at the officials. This is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works who gave me the jade 9-ring gift. Wave back. Oh, and this seems to be the Minister of Rights who gifted me the white jade animal sculpture. I should smile at him more. And here's the Marquis of Tsinghua, who brought me the most gifts, sending you heart emojis. I really didn't plan to come, but thinking of all the gifts you gave me, I had to show up. The officials felt a lump in their throats. What should we do? Sometimes being clever backfires. Under the Emperor's knowing yet amused expression, the officials named by Yuan Ruan nervously forced smiles. They silently looked at the Marquis of Tsinghua, who had suggested the idea, the silence deafening. The Emperor personally stepped down, bending to lift Yuan Ruan into his arms, saying, Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Yuan Ruan widened her eyes and said to the system, if there are any hints, let's see if there's anything that can trigger the national fortune task. System, okay? Let me check. The officials, who had just eagerly stepped forward, instinctively took a half step back, fearing they would be the first target of the system. At that moment, Yu Hongyu, the Vice Minister of Agriculture, bravely stepped forward under the admiring gazes of the officials, excitedly saying, Your Majesty, I have something to report. The potatoes we planted a month ago have yielded an incredible harvest. Each vine can produce around 6 fruits. This quantity completely exceeded the Emperor's expectations, and he almost lost his grip on Yuan Ruan, instinctively clenching his fist.
What?
The officials were equally shocked, responding, There are really that many? Yuan Ruan was surprised. System, don't potatoes take a few months to mature? How can they be ready so early? The system replied, Let me check. They used too much nutrient solution from the box, which made the potatoes mature faster. Without those nutrients, it would still take a few months. The crowd felt relieved. As long as the yield didn't decrease, a longer planting time wasn't a big deal. Among them, an elderly man with one arm was particularly excited. He tightly grasped Yu Hongyu's shoulder and exclaimed, What did you say? 1 vine has 6 potatoes? That means the yield per acre could be thousands of pounds. Yu Hongyu winced in pain. Yes. General, please let go. My shoulder is about to break. The yield really is that high. Plus, when cooked, they are very filling. The old general became even more excited. Great. With this as a staple food, there won't be any famines in the future. At that moment, the right censor suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. Yesterday evening, while I was inspecting the potato planting, I happened to see the official from the Ministry of Agriculture digging up potatoes. My horse, being greedy, ate one, and later it got sick. These potatoes are toxic and cannot be eaten. The officials gasped, What? Toxic? But they didn't doubt Yuan Ruan. Instead, they looked at the right censor in disbelief. Are you crazy? Didn't you participate in the ritual? How can you question the young national teacher's abilities? Yuan Ruan yawned and thought, How can the delicious potatoes of Great China be toxic? Did someone eat sprouted or green-skinned ones? That shouldn't be possible. Yuan Ruan mentally reviewed the possible causes of poisoning. The one-armed general felt more confident and stepped forward, asking the right censor, Where's your evidence? Did your horse eat the potato and get sick, or could it have eaten something else? The right censor hesitated. Yu Hongyu added, Potatoes not only have a high yield, but they are also easy to cook and very filling, though the taste is a bit plain. The right censor glanced at Yu Hongyu. The one-armed general looked at Yu Hongyu disapprovingly and said, As long as it fills our stomachs, why worry about the taste? Just then, Yuan Ruan's thoughts echoed again. Potatoes are not plain. They are delicious. If you stir-fry sliced potatoes on an iron plate and add some spices, the crispy and spicy flavor will make you want to eat more. There's also my favorite dish, pork with potatoes. Just add some salt and let them stew together. I miss it so much. It's such a delicious meal that's easy to make. Yuan Ruan got excited just thinking about the food and couldn't help but recall the flavors and aromas in detail. The officials almost drooled, and several of them had rumbling stomachs, clearly hungry. Suddenly, the right censor-in-chief spoke up. "Old General, I can confirm that the horse only ate potatoes, and after 2 hours, it had an upset stomach. I believe potatoes should not be promoted." The officials looked at the right censor-in-chief in confusion. "Colleague, how did you become a high-ranking official with such poor judgment?" At that moment, Yuan Ruan thought, "This person is quite serious, but it's good to have such diligent officials in the Great Xia." The system responded, "True. If there are concerns about toxicity, encouraging more tests will eventually show that potatoes are good." The officials paused at Yuan Ruan's words. "Wait, is this person trying to attract attention to the small nation's fortune? To gain some favor?" Just then the system said, "Yes. R1, I just scanned the area, and there's currently no indication of a national fortune task. But there are many people here. Do you want to take a look?" The officials' expressions changed slightly. Yuan Ruan replied, "Yes. Let's choose this right censor-in-chief first. Is there something?" The system responded, "Yes. And it's quite unexpected." The right censor-in-chief suddenly looked up, his expression very complicated. The officials exchanged glances, enjoying the situation. "You wanted to show off, and now you've hit a wall." Yuan Ruan urged, "Tell me." The system explained, "R1, you know many dramas have plots where men disguise as women, right? Like for gathering intelligence or assassination." Yuan Ruan replied, "Yes, there are many such stories." Wait, could he be working during the day and dressing as a woman for assassinations at night? The officials gasped in shock, looking at the right censor-in-chief in disbelief. Is he really that bold? The system clarified, "No. The censor-in-chief. He does it willingly. He has a naturally high-pitched voice and loves to sing. In the Great Xia, there's a day off every 7 days, and whenever it's his turn, he dresses as a woman and sings on a flower boat by the river in the capital. He sings beautifully and even has a stage name because of it." The officials were stunned. What is going on? Born with a unique voice? Dressed as a woman? Singing to the point where others thought he was a performer in a flower house? And even had a stage name? They all turned to the right assistant minister, shocked, thinking, "Wow, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What a scene. This is so embarrassing." Yuan Ruan showed a surprised expression. "Wow, is it that exciting? I'm a little curious. Did this person ever run into colleagues while performing?" System. "Of course. Haha. That's the funny part, and there's a whole story behind it." Yuan Ruan. "What? Who is it?" The officials. Suddenly terrified, they all began to recall. "No, it can't be me." System. "Hee, it's the person who just had a confrontation with the right assistant minister. Lord Yu Hongyu." The officials sighed in relief. Glad it wasn't them. Then they all turned to Yu Hongyu, excited to hear more. Yu Hongyu leaned to the side, unable to suppress a cough, looking at the right assistant minister in disbelief, thinking, "We may disagree on politics, but did you really have to embarrass me like this?" Yuan Ruan. "Ah. The last time he almost faced disaster was because of him, and now he's in trouble again. Luckily he doesn't know, or else he'd have to go to a temple to pray for good luck." The officials nodded in agreement, looking at Yu Hongyu. "Did you hear the advice about the small country's fortune? You should go and clear the bad luck." System. "Hee, it's not as simple as you think, R1. A few years ago, when the right assistant minister was disguised as a woman, he caught the attention of Yu Hongyu. When the right assistant minister tried to escape from trouble, he ran into some thugs, and Yu Hongyu came to the rescue. They ended up drinking together for a while, but Yu Hongyu never crossed any lines, just complained about the frustrations of official life. After getting married, he never sought out the right assistant minister again. However, the right assistant minister became infatuated and couldn't let go, which led to their rivalry in the court." Hee. The emperor and the crown prince gasped in surprise. The officials covered their mouths. "Wow, is it really that thrilling?" "It seems to be true." After Yu Hongyu's wedding, the right assistant minister became increasingly sarcastic, always finding fault with him. It turns out love turned to hate. Yu Hongyu's face turned pale and then flushed, avoiding the right assistant minister's gaze. Yuan Ruan gasped, "Oh my, this is something else." The system replied, however, the right assistant minister knows how to keep his distance. He understands that after marrying Yu Hongyu, the man is not interested in other men and does not disturb him. That said, I must mention that Yu Hongyu is a man worthy of admiration. His wife passed away a few days ago, and he worries that his new wife might mistreat the children. He will have to raise his siblings alone in the future. Yu Hongyu froze. Yuan Ruan cupped her chubby little face and couldn't help but observe Yu Hongyu. At that moment, Yuan Ruan noticed that the expressions of the court officials were becoming increasingly strange, as if they were hinting at something to each other. Yuan Ruan felt a bit curious, but she didn't know that the officials' curiosity was almost palpable. Just as the system finished saying that Yu Hongyu was a man worthy of admiration, the right assistant minister suddenly stepped forward and said slowly, "So now you understand how I feel, right?" The officials were shocked. What a big revelation. They all had the same thought in their minds. Could it be that the right assistant minister did this on purpose? Did he want to encourage the young national teacher to reveal this information? He wasn't afraid of embarrassment because his goal was Yu Hongyu. Thinking of this, the officials became even more excited to watch the drama unfold. They enjoyed the gossip and wished they had some snacks to munch on. Some older officials sighed. The world is changing, and young people are getting bolder. Yu Hongyu felt the right assistant minister's gaze and felt a chill, closing his eyes. Everyone was engrossed in the gossip, and the court fell silent for a moment. After the emperor and the crown prince finished their discussion, they noticed Yuan Ruan looked puzzled. The emperor quickly clapped his hands and pointed to an official, giving him a chance to speak and prevent Yuan Ruan from becoming suspicious. This time, he pointed to the deputy of the Astronomical Bureau. The deputy had just finished hosting a ceremony for the national teacher and had nothing to report. However, he was afraid to remain silent, worried that Yuan Ruan would lose interest and expose something. The deputy thought hard and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, the other day, the Taoist priest from Longhu sent a letter, hoping to consult with the young national teacher." The officials scoffed at this. Our national teacher can control the elements and is far too busy to spar with some minor Taoist. They should decline. Only Yuan Ruan looked very seriously at the deputy. Just as the deputy was about to finish speaking, a voice from outside announced that the Grand Eunuch had urgent news from the Grand National Teacher of Chu concerning the upcoming Spring Festival among the 4 nations in April. Spring Festival, also known as the Agricultural Festival, is one of the most important ceremonies for the agricultural-focused nations of Xia, Chen, Shu, and Chu. When the announcement from the Grand Eunuch arrived, the emperor immediately ordered the letter to be presented. After a quick glance, he suddenly chuckled coldly. It seems the Grand Master of Chu is both curious about Jiao and wants to test her. The court officials looked on with curiosity. The emperor handed the letter to the deputy of the Astronomical Bureau, who was reporting at the time. After a brief look, the deputy said, "The Grand Master of Chu believes he is too old to properly host the Spring Festival ceremony in April. Therefore, he hopes to gather the Grand Masters from the 4 nations to discuss and decide who will lead this year's ceremony." Additionally, at first, the officials thought this was reasonable. Changing the host for the Spring Festival was not uncommon. However, the next statement made their faces turn grim. The deputy continued with a serious expression, "Whichever Grand Master wins will host this year's Spring Festival." The officials believed in the power of Yuan Ruanlei, but the Spring Festival also required debating skills. How could a 9-month-old baby compete in such discussions? It seemed impossible. The officials immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, murmuring among themselves, "Why should this happen? 4 nations, once a year, praying for good weather. Why should we lose our rightful ceremony? This is outrageous. Do they think there's no one in the Great Xia? No way. We cannot agree to this." Yuan Ruan was initially confused about why the officials were so angry. Until the system gave her a comparison, it was like finally winning a bid to host the Olympics, only to have the organizers unjustly take it back at the last moment. Yuan Ruan instantly felt the frustration. How unfair. Why should she lose what was rightfully hers? Yuan Ruan thought. System, how many points do I need for the next ability? System, you still need a lot. R1, you're not thinking of participating, are you? You can't even sit steadily. How can you participate? Maybe it's best to skip this time. The officials agreed with the system. However, Yuan Ruan's voice echoed, I am the Grand Master of the Great Xia. If I don't participate, who will? The officials were taken aback. Yuan Ruan continued, I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. I'll try hard first. Who knows, the next ability might let me speak or have some other useful effect. System, check how many points the potato has given me. System, let me see. The potato has given you 18 points. Amazing potato. After this, you still need 4 more points. There's hope. Even if there are no new abilities, haha, Erwan, you may not be able to speak, but you can make them speechless. Yuan Ruan, haha. You're naughty, but I like this idea. If I lose, and if they play fair during the spring festival in Daxia, I won't cause trouble. But if they don't play fair, then I won't follow the rules either. The court officials suddenly understood. Right, why be afraid? If we play fair, we might lose, but if we break the rules, we will definitely win. System, yes. Let's go. Erwan, let's work hard to meet people. We need to find the national fortune tasks together. Yuan Ruan Wu. The court officials also perked up. The young national master is so motivated, we can't fall behind. If we have to face embarrassment, so be it. We must find a way to gather everyone in front of the young national master to support her. Let's go. Yuan Ruan and the system excitedly discussed their plans, and then she couldn't resist her body's need for rest and fell asleep. The emperor carried Yuan Ruan to the side hall of the Golden Throne Hall, and before leaving, he said, dismissed. The court officials bowed. We bid farewell to your majesty. However, after the emperor and the crown prince disappeared, the court officials did not leave. They exchanged glances and stood in silence. Duke Cheng suddenly spoke, Everyone, I want to gather everyone to discuss the young national master. This concerns all of us. The Minister of Rights was the first to clasp his hands and say, I'm sorry, Duke Cheng, but I cannot continue to give the young national master trivial gifts. This time, I will withdraw. Duke Cheng narrowed his eyes. Before he could speak, the Minister of War stepped forward and said, I also don't plan to continue. Since the young national master is so motivated, it's just a little embarrassment. If we face it, we face it. It's better for the young national master to have energy. I will also withdraw. The Minister of Revenue nodded in agreement, indeed. In the face of the national fortune of Daxia, personal reputation and safety can be disregarded. Other officials who had participated in Duke Cheng's plan also stepped forward, ready to express their withdrawal. Duke Cheng was nearly furious and pounded his chest, shouting, Why are you all in such a hurry to express yourselves in front of me? Do you think I can't tell what's important? The officials looked at each other with strange expressions. Seeing their lack of trust, Duke Cheng waved his hand and said loudly, I hope to gather everyone to find a way to help the young national master quickly find a national fortune task that can earn 30 points. Nothing else. The court officials were surprised. Is this the same Duke of Chenghua who used to enjoy pleasure and had a troubled household? An old general with a missing arm, familiar with him, clapped his hands and said to everyone, no matter what you think inside, as long as we all work in the same direction, that's enough. Let's discuss what kind of opportunity we need to help the young national master with his task. A member of the Astronomical Bureau spoke up. I remember the system mentioned that the young national master needs to see certain talents to trigger his task. Since the Taoists from the Longhu Dao Temple are coming for a sparring match, why not set up a competition in Chang'an Street? This way, we can attract many people.
Ugh.
No way. The young national master is not a performing monkey. I disagree, said the Minister of Rights, rolling his eyes. If we really want to gather a large crowd, we could just hold a celebration. Yu Hongyu, who was initially planning to leave, hesitated for a moment and nodded, I agree. Since we have a bountiful potato harvest, Why not hold a ceremony to honor the young national master for the potatoes? This way, he will surely see many people. The right deputy censor, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. I agree. Yu Hongyu was momentarily speechless. Several court officials began to glance at each other and chuckle. The Minister of Revenue noticed the strange atmosphere and couldn't help but say, "Gentlemen, I remember the system mentioned that only those who catch the young national master's attention can trigger the task. So, I believe it's not enough just to be seen. We need to spark his interest. If we hold a ceremony, the young national master saw so many people at the Tiandi altar on Jiujuan Mountain, but it didn't trigger his task." The Minister of Justice nodded. "That's a good point. Do you have any other suggestions?" At that moment, a gentle voice came from outside the hall. "The Minister of Revenue is right. We should choose someone who can catch Jiujuan's attention and is likely to trigger the national master's task." The court officials were surprised and turned to see the crown prince walking in, with the emperor himself ahead of him. "Your Majesty, long live! Your Highness, the crown prince as well." The officials all bowed. The emperor glanced at everyone and asked, "Have you come up with any ideas?" This time, no official dared to speak up easily. Knowing the emperor valued the young national master and fearing they might say something offensive, the emperor scanned the crowd again, his gaze landing on the Duke of Chenghua, who was still trying to hide at the back. "Duke of Chenghua, all the various schools of thought in Chang'an respect you and say you have the most clever ideas. What do you think?" The Duke of Chenghua was startled. "I hid at the back. How could he still see me?" He quickly knelt down and smiled wryly. "Your Majesty, what am I to suggest? Anything?" The emperor replied slowly, "Well, if you think that way, I remember you have 2 sons who are of age. It seems like it's about time for them to inherit their titles." The other officials stifled their laughter as they looked at the Duke of Chenghua. The Duke thought, "Your Majesty, you still hold a grudge against me for encouraging officials to send gifts to the small nation. The title is the Duke's source of income." He took a deep breath and bravely said, "Your Majesty, I just wanted to offer a suggestion. My sons are just right to participate in the selection of the princess's husband." "Yes." The Duke, who had been stumbling over his words, suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This month is just right for selecting a husband for the second princess. The talented young men come from the great Xia officials and noble families. If we can let the young national teacher participate in this selection, wouldn't that give us a chance to trigger a national fortune task?" The officials were shocked. They had never thought of such a bad idea. Is the Duke trying to ruin someone's marriage? Several officials whose sons were also participating in the selection couldn't hold back their anger, glaring at him. "What do you mean? Don't think your sons are safe. You have 2 of them. What about me? Both my sons are in it. Their reputations are mixed, but I am selfless." The Duke of Chenghua shot back, "Or are you worried that your family is not peaceful and afraid the young national teacher will find out something? If that's the case, why not just withdraw from this selection?" The others were furious. The current princess's husband could hold office and participate in politics. Marrying the princess is like having a shield in front of a tyrant. Who would want to give up such a life-saving charm? They continued to scold the Duke of Chenghua. "The second princess is the queen's legitimate daughter, the crown prince's sister. Selecting a husband for her is a national matter. How can you interfere recklessly?" The Duke completely ignored them and bowed to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, selecting a husband for the princess is a national matter, and finding a national fortune task for the young national teacher is also important for the country. Hey, combining these 2 national matters is both serious and lively. How wonderful." The officials without sons in the selection showed interest, and someone quietly cheered. "The Duke makes a good point. This is for the greater good." Those participating in the selection were even angrier and spat. "What greater good? It's just because the opportunity didn't fall on you." The 2 sides argued endlessly, and finally, the ministers looked at the emperor, clasping their hands and saying, "Your Majesty, we await your wise judgment." The crown prince nearly laughed out loud. What a ridiculous judgment. The emperor. Now the pressure was on him. The emperor hesitated. His daughter was important, his reputation was important, but the stability of the kingdom should be even more important. Half an hour later, the emperor first sent Yuan Ruan back to Kuan Palace. After Yuan Ruan fell asleep, the emperor approached the empress and asked, "Empress, can our second daughter hear the little national master's thoughts?" The empress lazily rested her chin on her hand. She can. The princes and princesses under 10 years old in the palace cannot hear thoughts. Those over 10, except for 2, can hear them. I have already instructed those people to keep quiet. As for the palace ladies and many little princesses who have not been seen, we cannot count them yet. The empress originally wanted to say that the 2 princes and princesses who couldn't hear thoughts seemed to have shown hostility towards the little national master, but without enough evidence, she swallowed her words. The emperor held the empress's hand. "You have always been my wise partner. Thank you for your hard work. Additionally, I want to discuss something important with you." Then, the emperor recounted the events from the court today, especially how the ministers wanted to use the selection banquet for the prince to trigger a national fortune task. The empress frowned slightly. Letting the little national master participate in selecting a husband for the second princess? Were the ministers of the Great Xia still eavesdropping? What about her daughter's privacy? Your Majesty, I have an objection. When it came to her daughter's lifelong happiness, the empress couldn't help but sit up straight. Even though the little national master has immense power, she is only 9 months old. Once she starts gossiping, it won't distinguish between good and bad. This could lead to embarrassment.
Wait.
Gossiping without discernment. The empress suddenly thought of a key point. The biggest fear in selecting a son-in-law is choosing a bad one. But which bad person in Great Xia could escape the all-seeing eyes of the divine system? This was much more reliable than sending someone to investigate. Most importantly, the little national master was kind-hearted and untouched by worldly rules. Her involvement would purely be for her daughter's benefit, without any political motives that could cause her daughter distress. Thinking of this, the empress's eyes brightened, and she changed her tone. Your Majesty is wise. I believe it would be better to let the little national master directly choose a husband for the second princess. This time, the emperor's eyes widened in shock.
What?
The empress's sudden change of attitude made the emperor doubt if he had heard correctly. After a while, the emperor said, "Does the empress mean to let little Jiu choose a husband for little heir directly, without consulting me first?" The empress nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." The emperor almost laughed in disbelief. Ridiculous? The orders of parents and the matchmaker's words are important. What place does that leave me? The empress lazily lay back down and said, "While the orders of parents and matchmakers are true, there are also fated pairs in this world, which is what makes a good match. Little Jiu is the fortune of de Xia. Her choosing a husband for little heir is like heaven bestowing a marriage upon him. Isn't that better than the emperor having a say?" Of course, she didn't say that last part out loud, but the emperor understood her implication and looked speechless. The emperor asked, "Empress, are you really going to let little Jiu decide little heir's match?" The empress got up and massaged the emperor's shoulders, yawning, "Your Majesty, I believe our daughter will understand my good intentions." The emperor thought for a moment, and just as he was about to discuss it further with the empress, he found she had fallen asleep again. The emperor. In the end, he agreed. Yuan Ruan was still unaware that the de Xia court was debating over her. She had been enjoying her time in the palace for nearly 11 months. One morning, she woke up to find the empress and the second princess hugging her, and then the second princess quickly took her seat in the palanquin. Still a bit sleepy, Yuan Ruan saw the second princess sneakily give her a pair of very precious jade bracelets, clasp her hands together in prayer, and whisper, "Please, little national teacher, bless me to choose someone I like. I beg you." Yuan Ruan. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Yuan Ruan felt hesitant to accept the jade bracelets. She felt unworthy of the title of little national teacher. However, what Yuan Ruan didn't expect was that the second princess's sudden behavior was just the beginning. After getting off the carriage, Yuan Ruan was stunned by the empress's actions and words. The empress gave her a flower crown and also clasped her hands in prayer, saying, I hope to share in the fortune of the little national teacher and find a suitable husband for my second daughter." Then she told the maid holding the little princess, "This flower crown should be given to whoever the little princess wants. It must not be given randomly, as this is for the future husband." The maids, unable to hear the thoughts, were bewildered.
What?
Did they hear that right? Choosing a husband was this casual? The maid hesitated to take the flower crown and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, do you mean? Whoever the little princess chooses, I should give it to them. Do we not need to consider anyone else?" The palace maid was ready to cheat in secret. However, the queen shook her head calmly and said, "Let Joer decide everything. You don't need to listen to anyone else but her." The maid was trembling, wondering if she was just a pawn caught in a dangerous palace struggle. Yuan Ruan also looked confused. "Wait, Queen, are you serious? You're really leaving everything to me? The happiness of the second princess's future is just casually handed over to me?" She couldn't help but complain to the system. "A flower crown, just for me to throw away? What if the maid misunderstands and accidentally gives it to a eunuch?" Suddenly, the second princess felt a bit anxious and quickly looked at the queen. The queen's eye twitched, and then she immediately chose the most perceptive maid who was also the best at the throwing game to replace the one holding the flower crown. The system responded, "Yes, Ruan, people in ancient times were really superstitious. Just because you are the national teacher, they trust you. Luckily, they believe in you. You're the real deal. You're reliable." The queen nodded slightly, agreeing with this. At that moment, the three of them reached the entrance of the Imperial garden. Before they could go in, they heard the sound of string instruments and a deep, magnetic male voice inside. Even Yuan Ruan, who wasn't usually affected by voices, felt enchanted and quickly looked around. The queen noticed that as Yuan Ruan perked up, the bushes at the back of the garden seemed to rustle, and shadows moved behind the small bridge's rockery. She couldn't help but think how these officials managed to find such a hidden spot in the garden. Then, the three of them walked around the corridor and entered. Inside, there were about 30 to 40 handsome young men, some sitting and some standing. When they saw the queen, the princess, and Yuan Ruan enter, they all stood up and politely bowed. Once they were standing straight again, Yuan Ruan took a closer look. Wow! Each of them was tall, at least 6 feet, and they all had attractive features, each uniquely handsome. Yuan Ruan thought, "Wow, with so many to choose from, I'm nervous. I need to pick carefully. System, bring them all to me." The system replied, "Okay." The queen and the second princess exchanged a glance and sighed softly. The young men and officials, who could hear their thoughts, felt tense, hoping the young national teacher would notice them while also fearing she might reveal their secrets. They were filled with mixed emotions. At this moment, the eldest princess approached, first greeting the queen and casting a curious glance at Yuan Ruan. Then she took the second princess's hand and smiled. "You're getting married. All these young talents from the great Xia. I'm really happy for you, dear sister. You can live freely now." The second princess smiled awkwardly. Elder sister, yes." The queen glanced at the eldest princess with a look of disapproval and then turned her attention back to the young lords standing straight. She softly said, "You all don't need to be too formal. Today is just a flower viewing banquet." Suddenly, the system chuckled. "Flower viewing? That's right. These young lords can indeed be called handsome men. I knew the state of Chu was planning to attack the Xia kingdom, not just for land, but also for the beauties here." The others who could hear the thoughts were stunned. Yuan Ruan laughed at the system's comment. "Huh, that's true. They all have their own charm. I just hope I don't mix them up later." The queen was momentarily taken aback by this and whispered a few words to her trusted maid. The maid stepped forward and asked the young lords to introduce themselves briefly before showcasing their talents. The young lords exchanged glances and naturally lined up, starting from the left to introduce themselves. "I'm from the capital, a member of the Central Secretariat, Wu Buyu. I'm from Huizhou, Deputy Supervisor of the Shangling Garden, Zhou Qian. I'm from Yongcheng, Commander of the Wuqing Military, Li Huai. I'm from the capital, Li Dongyang." As Yuan Ruan listened, her expression became somewhat subtle. Just then, the system remarked, "Haha, they sound a bit like KTV male models announcing their names." The others who could hear the thoughts were shocked. Although they didn't know what KTV meant, they understood the name announcement part instantly. The scholar who was about to announce his name suddenly froze, unable to say a word. But soon, he was hit on the back by a shoe thrown from the bushes, causing him to pause and continue stiffly, "I'm from the capital, a scholar, Chung Weining." The Duke of Chung, who had thrown the shoe, retracted his foot and quietly said to someone nearby, "This kid almost messed it up." The Minister of Revenue beside him wrinkled his nose in disdain and said, "Both your sons are here to compete? That's not good." He mainly wanted to say, "Can that illegitimate son of yours really participate?" The Duke waved his hand. "I originally only wanted my eldest son to come, but since my wife was causing a fuss at home, my kind-hearted eldest son let the younger one tag along." The Minister of Revenue curled his lips and thought he had seen favoritism before, but never to this extent. He didn't want to comment on other people's matters. Unexpectedly, the Marquis of Qing spoke up quietly, "I am usually shy and fear that the young national master will reveal some of my past secrets. But my eldest son is of good character, talented and kind-hearted, though he suffers from being of lowly birth." With a sigh, the Marquis continued, "I was thinking that if these qualities could be shared by the young national master, I would be willing to put my pride aside and ask for permission for my son to inherit my title. What do you think, Minister of Revenue?" The Minister of Revenue was taken aback and thought it was not a good idea, turning away from the Marquis. While the two elders chatted, over 40 young gentlemen in the Imperial Garden had finished their brief self-introductions. Yuan Ruan was about to tell the system to share the news when the Queen's chief maid clapped her hands, signaling the young gentlemen to return to their seats and perform their talents in order. Yuan Ruan was surprised to hear this. "I thought that in ancient matchmaking banquets, young people would gather to play games and drink to build relationships. I didn't expect that here, the only unmarried woman is the princess, and the rest are showcasing their talents. It feels a bit like a selection for the Imperial harem." System. Indeed, the great Xia princess has quite the presence. The crowd, who could hear each other's thoughts, found the description strange but oddly fitting. The emperor looked at the queen in silence, thinking about how she had cut corners during the selection process, directly copying the harem selection, and now the young national master was critiquing it. The queen felt embarrassed but thought to herself, "How inefficient are matchmaking banquets. Even holding several wouldn't guarantee finding a suitable match for my daughter. It's better to have a comprehensive event and use the extra time to rest." At that moment, the young gentlemen began to showcase their talents in the order they had introduced themselves. The first to perform was the scholar Wu Buyu. He wore a jade crown, a crescent white robe, and a white fox fur shawl. His gentle features gave him a cool and refined appearance. After bowing and greeting, he said warmly recently, "I have been reading at home and noticed the beauty of the winter plum blossoms falling in the snow outside my window. I wrote a poem to express my feelings." With that, Wu Buyu began to recite his poem. Yuan Ruan's knowledge of classical poetry was average, but seeing others nodding and getting lost in the moment, she realized the poem was quite good. Yuan Ruan couldn't help but exclaim, "The first one is a heavyweight talent. He's even a 6th rank official. This is worth watching. Come on, let's see." System. All right. Let me take a look. Haha, this was written by an outside ghostwriter. Everyone. What ghostwriter? Yuan Ruan. Huh? This person is using fake work and has questionable character. We definitely can't choose him. Wu Buyu. Wu Buyu, who was reciting poetry, started to stumble over his words. Finally, he forced himself to finish the poem, quickly bowed, and sat back down, looking embarrassed. Hearing this, even though the crowd didn't fully understand the deeper meaning, they still guessed the real implication based on the context. With such a big reveal right at the start, the officials with sons participating in the selection looked increasingly uneasy. The officials who weren't involved in the princess's selection couldn't hide their glee. If they weren't afraid of being caught by Yuan Ruan, they would have rushed out to watch openly. System. Ruan, there's so many suitors, we can't keep up. Let's pick and choose. If their skills aren't good enough, we'll pass. Yuan Ruan, The next suitor, Zhou Qian, could hear their thoughts. His mother had prepared a special piece for him. Seeing the previous person's embarrassing moment, Zhou Qian quickly switched to a more conservative piece. To avoid drawing Yuan Ruan's attention, he played a very basic tune, even slightly off-key. Everyone. Zhou Qian's father was twitching at the corners of his mouth, wishing he could scold his son. You played it so badly. Even without the little national teacher exposing you, I'm going to be embarrassed. Yuan Ruan had never heard music from this world, and thought playing the guqin was very impressive. Plus, Zhou Qian was quite handsome, so Yuan Ruan couldn't help but say, this one is also good. Mainly because he's good-looking and plays well, I'll give him a chance to impress. While Zhou Qian was playing, he accidentally hit the wrong note. I'm just playing the basics. Please don't give me a chance. You don't have to watch me. However, while Zhou Qian was anxious, the system quickly revealed another scoop. Alright, let me see. Haha, Zhou Qian is actually quite impressive. He's a skilled swordsman and can't really play the guqin at all. But his mother heard that the princess likes suitors who can play, so she made him practice 2 pieces intensively. One is the basic piece he's playing now, and the other is a self-composed piece she bought for him.
Haha, to cheat.
The piece he bought might not be practiced well yet, so he played a beginner's song. Hearing this, the crowd tried hard to hold back their laughter. No wonder after Wu Buyu's incident, Zhou Qian started borrowing long swords with tassels everywhere. When he couldn't borrow one, he was pushed onto the stage and gave up, playing basic piano pieces. It turned out he had no choice. Zhou Qian's ears turned red as he played, and the music sounded quite gloomy. His father wore a pained expression, thinking he shouldn't have tried to please others. Now it was truly embarrassing. But soon, Zhou Qian's father calmed down. A court official who didn't get along with him whispered, "At least he can sit still." Zhou Qian's father replied calmly, "I expected there would be trouble before coming. Now that I hear it, it's not so bad. Don't laugh. Even if you don't see him today, the young national master will eventually meet your sons. I don't believe all your sons are perfect." The officials felt uneasy, their expressions tense. At that moment, Yuan Ruan's thoughts echoed again. Did buying the sheet music not help? Well, at least it's better than the one who recited poetry. Wu Buyu, once again mentioned, gritted his teeth in frustration. He was just unlucky to be the first on stage, but he couldn't be mad at Yuan Ruan. He could only glare angrily at Zhou Qian. The system commented, "That's true. I feel sorry for him. He clearly excels in martial skills, but chooses to avoid them." Yuan Ruan yawned and wondered, really? Is he that impressive? Look closely at him. Double eyelids, fox-like eyes, skin so fair it shines. Can he really be a sword master? Ugh, I've already encountered 2 fakes, and he lacks masculinity. It feels like the new generation of young men in the Great Xia is a bit superficial. I'm a bit disappointed. The system responded, yes. It seems the men are a bit too delicate, with femininity overpowering masculinity. The people of Great Xia were shocked.
What?
Wait, today is just a special situation. Usually we are very masculine. Young National Master, please don't be disappointed in our Great Xia. The emperor's face was already grim, and after hearing Yuan Ruan's thoughts, he became even angrier. He stood up and looked at Zhou Qian, who was playing the piano like he was fluffing cotton, and said, "Stop. What are you playing?" The 6 arts of a gentleman include not just music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also horsemanship and archery. Our Great Xia is surrounded by enemies. We need a martial spirit among the people. If everyone focuses only on poetry and art, how can we survive? As candidates for the prince consort, you must lead by example and become a role model for Great Xia. Guards, come here. The head of the guards bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am here." The emperor coldly said, "Go and bring a batch of weapons from the armory. Select 10 elite fighters to face these young men in 3-on-3 matches. Any man who cannot dodge more than 30 of your attacks, regardless of his status, should be taken away." The officials hiding behind the rockery and bushes grew anxious. Some wanted to jump out and protest, but nearby, others quickly silenced them with two sentences. Do you want to disappoint the small nations regarding the Great Xia? If you can't dodge 30 attacks, how will you expect the princess to save you in the future? With the emperor's command, the palace guards and young men quickly began selecting weapons, removing their cumbersome robes, and preparing to face each other. Finally, they successfully formed teams, and the 6 of them stood on the relatively flat ground of the Imperial garden to begin their battle. The sound of swords and spears clashing echoed. The staffs whirled with impressive force. Some formed formations to engage the palace's elite, while others showcased their individual bravery, attacking anyone in sight. One fighter wielded his staff so fiercely that he even struck his own teammate, displaying an overwhelming presence. Of course, these situations were rare. More often, the scholars tried various tactics when facing the elite, typically keeping their distance and attempting to persuade them to abandon violence with words. If those attempts failed and they found themselves in close quarters, they resorted to all sorts of antics to win, such as pulling hair or tripping each other, all while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. They would even secretly complain afterward, acting particularly aggrieved. They all kept smiling, maintaining an air of elegance beneath their antics. It was especially amusing. Yuan Ruan nearly laughed herself to death at their antics. Even the system, while searching for outstanding young men, found itself distracted by the antics of a few characters. It wasn't that high-quality martial arts films weren't appealing. Rather, the chaotic and humorous scenes were simply too captivating. The emperor and officials initially felt embarrassed, but seeing Yuan Ruan laugh so joyfully made them feel at ease. Just then, the system caught wind of another amusing character. This one is too much. That Hamlin editor secretly told a palace guard he was a weak scholar, trying to bribe him for safety and asking him to go easy. The other party agreed, and then, Hamlin Xiaojuan hit him with a stick, and the opponent instantly fell down, After winning so quickly, Hamlin Xiaojuan regretted giving money, feeling too weak. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, everyone who could hear it froze. Hamlin Xiaojuan didn't expect the system to notice him. Holding the stick, he saw people around him instinctively covering their backsides, leaving him at a loss. The officials hiding in the bushes were struggling to hold back their laughter. Someone whispered, "This kid is clever. He would be great for our Ministry of Justice to punish criminals." The Duke of Qing shook his head, saying, No. We need someone flexible and resourceful for our external affairs. The two almost started to argue when someone said, "Let's find out who this Hamlin Xiaojuan is. Does anyone recognize him?" The officials looked at each other, shaking their heads, and no one nodded. Then someone added, "Lord, I remember your youngest son is also Hamlin Xiaojuan. Could it be him?" The Duke waved his hand. "Impossible. He can't even handle a simple task. My eldest son is more capable. He's also Hamlin Xiaojuan." At that moment, Yuan Ruan's thought echoed, "This is hilarious. System, who is this brother who seriously underestimates his own abilities? Let's see if he's handsome. If so, he should be a candidate. System, all right, let me check. Hamlin Xiaojuan, Chen Weining." The Duke's eyes nearly popped out. What? It really is his youngest son? Suddenly, the system emitted a loud sound.
Ruan.
The National Fortune task has been triggered. This person actually triggered the National Fortune task. Everyone, this move is effective. The National Fortune task really triggered. Yuan Ruan instantly perked up. Tell me more. System. National Fortune side task. Let Chen Weining marry the second princess. Not completed. National Fortune points +1. My goodness, is the Duke of Cheng's youngest son really this amazing? Everyone, how talented is this kid that marrying a princess can earn a point? The Emperor and Empress both turned their attention to Chen Weining. The second princess's face turned bright red. Chen Weining felt shy, and the slender man behind him placed an arm on his shoulder, smiling and saying, "You really are lucky, brother. It seems father was right. If I don't strive, I will always fall short of you." Chen Weining was silent for a moment and said, seriously, brother, let's compete fairly. Cheng Ian's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. Who are you competing with fairly? His gaze towards the second princess was filled with determination. Yuan Ruan exclaimed, What? What kind of destined relationship is this for Chen Weining? System. Let me see.
Wow.
Chen Weining is the male lead in a forbidden romance. Exciting. Everyone.
What?
What did you say? Forbidden romance? The Duke of Chenghua was confused. Chen Weining was also confused. Cheng Ian smiled but pretended to block Chen Weining, saying, Brother, I don't have a wife, and the only one left in the mansion is my father's concubine. TSK, she's getting old. I didn't expect you to have such a preference. Chen Weining turned pale and glanced at the second princess, anxiously waving his hands. I'm not. I didn't.
Don't say that.
At that moment, a young man who was friendly with Chen Weining whispered, the little country's fortune didn't mention anything about the present. Uncle and niece can also be considered forbidden.
Cheng Ian was taken aback.
At this time, Li Dongyang, who was friendly with Cheng Ian, couldn't help but ask, What are you all talking about? He looked at Chen Weining with disdain. You're actually that kind of person? The other three recalled the emperor's forbidden decree and immediately fell silent. Seeing that Li Dongyang wanted to ask more, Cheng Ian smugly whispered, Be quiet. I'll tell you after you get promoted. Li Dongyang. Just then, a voice echoed in their minds. System. Uncle-niece romance. Spanning over 10 years, they finally succeeded after many hardships. Cheng Ian's smile froze on his face.
Yuan Ruan. Wow.
Unethical but exciting. Tell us more. The onlookers nodded. Exactly. Unethical, but we want the juicy details. System. Cheng Ian used some tricks to become the prince consort. But after the princess married him, she was unhappy. Later, she found out that Chen Weining was her savior and secretly loved her. However, both were initially proper people, bound by etiquette. In the end, Cheng Ian had health issues and couldn't have children. He feared the princess would expose him and lose his title, so he secretly arranged for the princess to be with Chen Weining, and she became pregnant with his child. After learning about this, Chen Weining felt very guilty and was tormented. After a year of sadness, he left for Shu and only returned after the princess divorced, then invented many amazing tools. The country's fortune likely valued him because of his inventions. Emperor and Empress. The two people looked at the second princess in disbelief, one in front and one behind her. The second princess was so angry that her face turned red, and she waved her hands repeatedly. The onlookers were shocked. What? Impudent? Cheating on yourself? Unexpectedly becoming a father? After all that effort, the position of prince consort is gone? And now there's something that could attract national attention. This was too much information to handle. The crowd was like excited squirrels in a field, jumping around and sharing gossip while trying to avoid drawing attention from Yuan Ruan, afraid they might miss some juicy details. Some even rushed to Cheng Ian to confirm. Is it true you can't do it? Cheng Ian was shaking with anger. Chen Weining sent the onlookers away, feeling complex and awkward. He looked at Cheng Ian and said, You. What about me? Cheng Ian showed no fear, instead gritting his teeth. Now everyone knows I can't. He paused and continued, The position of prince consort is completely out of reach for me. You should be happy, right?
Ha.
Chen Weining was silent for a moment and said, Seriously, my brother saved me, so I can listen to father and not compete with you for the title. Cheng Ian couldn't suppress a smirk but replied coldly, Words alone aren't enough. You need to come with me to the ancestral hall to sign and confirm this. Dongyang, you will witness this. Chen Weining and Li Dongyang both nodded. However, the three couldn't sneak away because the system suddenly blared. Host, I have 2 more pieces of gossip. This brother is really not good to his younger brother. Cheng Ian stiffened, wanting to pull Chen Weining away, but was stopped by Chen Weining's friend. The other officials looked towards the Duke of Chenghua. The Duke of Chenghua, hiding in the bushes, looked embarrassed, as if defending his eldest son, muttering softly, No, it can't be. My honor is very well behaved. Just a few days ago, when we wanted to choose a concubine for him before his wedding, he was hesitant. Suddenly remembering the earlier topic, he fell silent. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Cheng-Ian used to be a flower thief. Everyone gasped. The eldest and second princess covered their mouths in shock, their eyes filled with disdain and fear. The emperor stared intently at the bushes, his gaze almost lethal. The colleagues of the Duke of Chenghua, who had just heard his musings, widened their eyes in disbelief. The official sitting across from the Duke couldn't hold back their laughter, whispering, well behaved. A concubine is not good.
Ha!
Seeing this, the Duke of Chenghua's face turned red with embarrassment. He couldn't believe his ears. That gentle and shy eldest son in front of him was actually a thief. Yuan Ruan was very surprised. What? Is that really true? Isn't he weak? Don't they check the background of suitors for the princess? System. Yes. It's that outrageous. The queen must have sent someone to investigate. But Cheng-Ian lived in his hometown until he was 18 and was a chubby guy with a beard. He didn't dare harm good women and disguised himself as a servant to sneak into brothels. The women from those places couldn't report anything useful to the authorities, which is why Cheng-Ian managed to hide for so long. Later, because he slept too much, he became weak and lost weight. That's why the people sent to check on him in the capital found nothing. Everyone. What a scandal. A thief in the brothel? Without paying? From the bushes, a court official couldn't help but whisper, Lord, you should find a chance to repay that money later. The Duke of Cheng's face turned red with embarrassment, stammering, yes. The system continued. Let me explain more. Cheng-Ian is quite the troublemaker. He almost got caught once back in his hometown and used the Duke of Cheng's name to escape. The Duke is foolish. When he sent the steward to handle the situation, he actually believed it was his younger son's fault. Everyone.
Wow. How shameless.
Cheng Wei-ning looked at Cheng-Ian in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly. His friends kept urging him to punch Cheng-Ian, but he was afraid of drawing Yuan Ruan's attention and held back. Seeing the situation, Cheng-Ian whispered, Brother, I was scared that time. Don't forget, I helped you get the chance to attend the suitor's selection banquet. Just then, the inner voice echoed again. Yuan Ruan. He really treats his brother poorly. System. This is just the beginning. His good reputation now comes from taking credit for his brother's achievements. Previously, Cheng Wei-ning secretly saved the second princess once. Cheng-Ian, feeling jealous, claimed the credit and pretended to be generous in front of the Duke, saying he would take his brother with him. In the end, he used that credit to become the prince consort. The second princess gasped, gripping the queen's hand tightly, nearly in tears. The queen, who had been relaxed, sat up straight, her eyes fixed on the talented young man with a fierce gaze. Cheng Wei-ning raised his fist, ready to confront him. Li Dongyang was confused and wanted to help, but he was pushed aside by other young lords. He was eager to speak, but someone quickly covered his mouth. Cheng-Ian, hiding with his head down, whispered, Brother, I went because I was worried you weren't doing anything and might miss your chance. Once I got there, they recognized me right away, and I couldn't refuse.
I didn't.
Oh no, ouch. Yuan Ruan gasped. What? This was supposed to be the original prince.
Ugh.
Too bad I didn't see what he looked like. I need to cross him off the list first. System, yes. There wasn't time to see his skills. It was all about martial arts. Cheng-Ian sighed in relief, but when he tried to move back, someone kicked him out. At the same time, a young lord deliberately said loudly, Hey, Cheng-Ian, it's not even New Year yet. Why are you bowing to the little national master? Cheng-Ian was furious inside. These jerks were bullying him just because of his status as a commoner. He pretended to look pitiful at the Duke of Cheng hidden in the bushes. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, the system spoke again. System. Oh my, Cheng-Ian has also triggered a national fortune task. National fortune points +2. Wow, the Duke's younger and older sons are both impressive. Everyone.
What?
Both are impressive? Could this person really trigger a good national fortune task? Cheng Ian was overjoyed and proudly looked at Cheng Weining, thinking, I have 2 points. I'm better than you. The officials looked at the Duke of Cheng, and someone couldn't help but ask quietly, is there a secret recipe for having sons? The Duke of Cheng had a dark expression but replied quietly, my eldest son grew up in the countryside and was a bit mischievous, but he should be good at heart, otherwise, he wouldn't have triggered. However, before he could finish, his expression froze. Cheng Ian, who had been overjoyed, also froze. System. National Fortune Side Task. Let Cheng Ian remain a commoner for life. Not completed. National Fortune Points +2. Yuan Ruan exclaimed. What? What did Cheng Ian do wrong? He was stripped of political rights for life by National Fortune. Onlookers. They didn't understand why Cheng Ian was feared by National Fortune. To put it bluntly, even the second prince, who caused significant harm to the daxia, especially in politics, didn't receive such treatment. The officials couldn't help but look at the Duke of Cheng again. What kind of terrible person would his eldest son become to earn national fortune points just by being a commoner for life? System. Let me see. Oh my, Cheng Ian really has a serious problem. This person actually led 30,000 soldiers into a swamp to earn merit for survival. 30,000 soldiers were buried alive. Everyone. What? This person caused 30,000 soldiers to be buried alive? The emperor, who was sitting above, suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp as an eagle, his whole body trembling with anger. The military leaders sitting behind the bushes and rocks turned red, instinctively clenching and unclenching their fists. Cheng Ian felt dizzy and fell to the ground, his face filled with fear. The Marquis of Cheng was also terrified, completely ignoring his beloved son. He cautiously peeked at the emperor, then trembled at the fierce look in his eyes. It was over. This time it was really over. These disturbances caught Yuan Ruan's attention, and he wondered, why did my elder brother stand up? What is he looking at? Tonger, did you hear any noise? System. No, let me see what the situation is. The official shivered. Don't look. If the system reveals we've been eavesdropping nearby, many things will be hard to hide. At that moment, several officials turned their gaze to the Crown Prince, and coincidentally, the Emperor looked at him too. Crown Prince. I see. It's time for him to take the blame again. The Crown Prince suddenly stood up and said, Father, I have something to report. The noise just now was not from spies but from our officials. Earlier, the head of the palace guards made a commotion while selecting weapons, which caught the attention of the officials. When I arrived, I saw they were worried about the performance of the soldiers, so I took the liberty of bringing them to the outer corridor to wait. I hope Father will forgive me. The Emperor looked at the Crown Prince with appreciation. Indeed, his storytelling skills have improved. He nodded and said, Let them come in. The officials immediately adjusted their clothes, helping each other brush off leaves and dirt, then went to the back corridor, each pretending to enter for the first time and bowing, saying, Your Majesty, we took the liberty to come in, and we hope for your forgiveness. Yuan Ruan suddenly understood. No wonder my elder brother stood up. It's all for the children. The hearts of parents are truly pitiful. The system silently looked at the scene behind the bushes and rocks, finally nodding. Yes, they are adaptable. Everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Ruan continued, Tonga, why could he lead 30,000 soldiers to their doom? Tell me, maybe I can find a way to give my elder brother a hint. Hearing this, the Emperor felt his anger dissipate by half. No wonder he is my child. I'm touched. System. According to the predictions, this plan was created by your older brother to recruit more generals in response to the war with Shu. He called together talented young generals from the military families to discuss strategies for the war. The Cheng family is from a military background, and Cheng Ian, as the heir, attended the meeting. But didn't Cheng Weining leave for Shu? To show off, Cheng Ian claimed that Cheng Weining was his spy in Shu and that he had obtained detailed information from him. Yuan Ruan, so your brother believed him? He gave him an important task. System. Your brother didn't fully believe it. He just wanted to give face to the Cheng family and allowed Cheng Ian to join as a junior general. However, the Chung family trusted their son too much and ordered the old generals to listen to Chung Ian. But the old generals ignored him, and Chung Ian, feeling resentful, secretly drugged the old generals. While they were resting, he forcibly took 30,000 men to sneak into Shu through the marshes, calling it a surprise attack. Unfortunately, they encountered heavy rain, and the 30,000 men got stuck in the marsh and were ultimately buried by a mudslide. Onlookers. Even though they had heard it once before, the crowd couldn't hide their anger upon hearing it again. Those who had previously felt some pity for the Chung family now looked coldly at each other, with some making gestures that implied, "You brainless accomplice." Chung Weining was especially furious. Those generals were his childhood friends, and now they were gone. Taking advantage of Yuan Ruan's turn back, Chung Weining quickly covered Chung Ian's mouth and dragged him over, stepping heavily on him while delivering several hard slaps, causing him to faint. Chung Weining's fierce expression and strong presence made even Li Dongyang hesitate to intervene, only symbolically trying to stop him a few times. Nearby, the onlookers formed a wall to block Yuan Ruan's view, while secretly giving Chung Ian a few hits. Yuan Ruan, this person is even more detestable than just talking big. He is completely talentless and stubborn. I think the key issue lies not with your brother, but with the Chung family. System, exactly. Let me see. TSK, this Chung family head is also someone who favors his concubines over his wife. Let's not discuss those matters today. Yuan Ruan, after the prince's banquet, the Chung family had plans to submit a petition hoping to have his eldest son inherit his title. Yuan Ruan first disrupt his title, then slowly plan the rest. If he dares to propose giving Chung Ian a title, you should strike him down. Yuan Ruan, that's right. Say it a few times, strike a few times. I don't believe he can keep being stubborn. The onlookers were still upset. Not enough. Why not just get rid of this troublemaker for good? Chung Guoho was secretly happy to have saved his life, but he kept a pained expression on his face, afraid that others would notice his good mood and then beat him up in anger. Yuan Ruan sighed again. System. How about we just drop the task of pairing Chung Weining with the princess? With a father who favors a concubine over his wife and a brother who is not very smart, no matter how good Chung Weining is, he isn't really a great match. The queen finally smiled and turned to look at the emperor. The emperor frowned slightly, seeming to be swayed. Some court officials believed the princess should marry. After all, it was a matter of national fortune, and they had already heard her wishes. The princess would definitely not suffer as she did before. However, another group of officials held reservations, whispering, "In the end, this is the little national teacher's task. Her happiness is what matters most." Those who insisted on the marriage hesitated, realizing how right that was, since the core of the national fortune task was the little national fortune. Only Chung Weining looked dim, his expression lost and anxious. System. What? So those top-notch farming tools won't be available early? Chung Weining is supposed to be the best agricultural tool master of our time. Are you really not going to do it? The onlookers were shocked. What? Wait a minute? The most advanced farming tools? The top agricultural tool master? Chung Weining was also confused, especially noticing the hungry looks from the officials beside him, wanting to say, "Wait, I've never worked in the fields. I can't even lift a chicken." Yuan Ruan was also surprised. Huh? His character is that impressive? Wait, then there's no need for marriage. Just let him handle the agricultural tools in the Ministry of Works. The officials from the Ministry of Works were all smiles, nodding in agreement. The Ministry of Revenue officials wanted to shout, "Little national teacher, you're mistaken. Our ministry mainly deals with agriculture." System. No. He needs to get married to be successful. Listen to me. Everyone. They had only heard that one needs to be trained to succeed. This was the first time hearing such a statement. Everyone perked up their ears. They wanted to hear why marriage was a must. System. First of all, Chung Weining is a love-struck person. Everyone. Love-struck? What does that mean? Yuan Ruan. Chung Weining is love-struck? System. You mentioned before that he has a crush on the second princess, so he likes her and will be loyal to her in the future, right? System. Not just loyal. After he left Shu Kingdom feeling hopeless, his eyes were filled with stories, and he had a unique, broken charm. Many bold women liked him, and one even tried to use a love potion on him. Chen Weining almost harmed himself in despair. Everyone.
What?
He almost hurt himself down there? That's intense? Even the queen, who initially opposed him, couldn't help but look at Chen Weining. This guy seems a bit lovesick. A friend of Chen Weining patted his shoulder and whispered, "No wonder you usually dislike changing clothes, but today you dressed so nicely. Brother, I have faith in you. A good match is a gift from heaven. Don't act impulsively." Chen Weining's cheeks turned red instantly. He wanted to sneak a glance at the second princess on the platform but hesitated, nervously fidgeting with his hands. Yuan Ruan. Well, he is lovesick, but what does that have to do with his identity as a master in agriculture? System. It matters. It matters a lot. After Chen Weining left the Marquis's residence for a few years, the second princess discovered something and reported it to the queen. The queen was furious, and not only had the second princess separated from Cheng Ian but almost harmed him as well. This is also why the Marquis of Cheng desperately sought connections to place Cheng Ian in the army, hoping to redeem himself with military achievements. But as you know, Cheng Ian ended up sacrificing the lives of 30,000 soldiers. The surrounding officials glared at the Marquis of Cheng. The Marquis of Cheng was too ashamed to lift his head. The emperor was no longer angry with the Marquis. He was too lazy to argue with a commoner. Instead, his gaze fell on the queen, surprised to see her showing such decisiveness. The system continued. After the princess's separation, she married a few more times, but none of those ended well. For example, during her second marriage, her husband took her on a trip and left her behind when they encountered bandits. Onlookers. What a strange person. Is there really someone like that? This person has the power to compete with the Marquis of Cheng for the emperor's order to eliminate 9 clans. The emperor and queen were furious. Who dared to bring such disaster upon their own family?
Yuan Ruan, what?
Such a coward? Who is this person? System. I think his name is
Li Dongyan.
Everyone instantly turned to look in one direction. At that moment, Li Dongyang was crouched down, preparing to help Cheng Ian up. Seeing everyone staring at him, he looked a bit confused but stubbornly said, "What are you looking at?" "This is the emperor's banquet for selecting a son-in-law. Even if you look down on illegitimate children, you shouldn't." Others thought to themselves, no wonder people of similar kinds gather together. They quickly turned their gaze away. These two were rushing to their doom. Yuan Ruan. "Oh, I don't know." "So, what happened next? Did Chen Weining save the princess, and then they got together?" System. Chen Weining did save the princess, but they didn't end up together in Shu. The princess felt both touched and angry with him. When Chen Weining learned that the princess had divorced, he was overjoyed. He noticed the princess was sad while weaving cloth, worried she might hurt her hands, so he invented the first foot-powered loom and sent it to her. This innovation greatly advanced the textile industry in the Great Xia and the other 3 countries, causing a stir. Yuan Ruan was astonished. He invented a foot-powered loom just because he was worried about the princess hurting her hands? That's impressive. Everyone. What? The spinning speed can be several times faster? No wonder it caused such a stir among the 4 countries. They were already struggling to contain their excitement. The emperor and the crown prince couldn't help but look at the second princess. They didn't expect their daughter/sister to have such a captivating presence. Officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue looked at Chen Weining with eager eyes, as if saying, "We welcome you to explore agricultural innovations. Hurry up and show us." Chen Weining looked the most confused. He had studied the classics since childhood, but he was unfamiliar with agriculture. He had never even been on a farm, so how could he create a loom? System. That's right. He was trying to cheer up the princess, and after discovering his great achievement, he rushed to the Great Xia Palace to propose. But the queen had PTSD from the Qing family and immediately rejected him, saying, "My daughter can marry anyone, Why must it be your Chung family? Yuan Ruan. I can understand a mother's love. After all, once married, they would live together, which involves not just the couple but also their families.
System. Exactly.
But it didn't stop there. Chen Weining continued to wait and work hard for a chance to marry the princess. The queen, fearing rumors of a girl marrying two brothers would spread, quickly arranged another marriage for the second princess. Chen Weining was heartbroken and resigned from his position, returning to Shu to drown his sorrows in drink. Later, during a drought in Great Xia, the princess was captured by angry bandits while going to her new husband's post. Yuan Ruan. Oh no, I hope she's okay. The system, there was a situation. Chen Weining rushed to negotiate with the bandits, initially offering himself as a hostage to exchange for the princess. However, the bandits refused to release her and demanded that the emperor provide them with a continuous supply of water in return for her freedom. The Great Xia was suffering from drought, and the court was unwilling to expend so much manpower and resources for the princess. Concerned for her safety, Chen Weining worked through the night studying ancient texts and surveying the geography. He discovered a method to access underground water in arid regions, similar to a canal. This could benefit hundreds of thousands of people and farmlands in Great Xia. Shocked, the bandits thanked Chen Weining and then released the second princess. Everyone.
What?
What did you say? Chen Weining was able to find a way to access underground water in a drought area to save the princess? This is something that local farmers would honor him for. No wonder even the bandits let her go. They had no choice. The court officials were restless, especially those who had been sent to the northwest drought area and had not been promoted since. They quietly squeezed next to Chen Weining, with one pleading softly, "Come to me. I will promote you." Another whispered, "Don't listen to him. Come to me, I'll give you my position, and you can take some credit." A third person, feeling anxious, said, "Come to me, I don't want any credit. Just take me with you when you get promoted. I can't stand this life anymore." Chen Weining felt crowded and helplessly said, "Gentlemen, you don't need to rush to offer me rewards. I've never even been to a drought area and know nothing about canals." The officials looked at him with determination. "The fate of the nation says you can do it. You definitely can." Even the second princess, who had initially been a bit resistant to Chen Weining, was stunned. Who wouldn't be moved by someone so wholeheartedly protecting them, especially in an ancient society where polygamy was common? She couldn't help but grasp the queen's wrist and softly asked, "Mother, who is that person?" The queen was clearly taken aback and took a moment before softly replying, "The prince consort." Cough. "Chen Weining is over there." Yuan Ruan was surprised. "Oh my. This really amazes me. He could do this for the second princess. No wonder they call him love-struck." The system. R1, this isn't enough to show his love-struck nature. There's more impressive and explosive to come. Everyone.
What?
Isn't that enough to show his infatuation with love? Can it get any more intense?
Yuan Ruan. Huh.
How can it get more intense? System. Well, it's a long story. After Chen Weining saved the princess, his fame grew. The emperor asked him what reward he wanted, and he said he wanted to marry the princess. Now, both the emperor and empress hesitated, but the second princess was unwilling. Yuan Ruan, why?
System.
She has some worries and feels unworthy of Chen Weining, so she stubbornly refuses to marry anyone. Chen Weining remained devoted, working hard and never giving up.
Then,
funny things happened. The second princess became the most sought-after princess in the kingdom. Yuan Ruan, huh?
Why?
System. Haha, they think Chen Weining is so infatuated that marrying the second princess is like getting a bonus. Not only are there many suitors from our kingdom, but even men from Chen and Chu disguised as wealthy merchants are coming to propose. Yuan Ruan, haha. It feels like they see Chen Weining as the princess's dowry? Everyone. Huh. You can't deny it, there is some truth to that. The court officials looked at Chen Weining, their teasing expressions almost overflowing. Chen Weining's face turned red, and he whispered, "Go away." At that moment, Yuan Ruan suddenly said, "Strange. Isn't there a next step for the matchmaking banquet?" Everyone seems to have been quiet for a while. System, right. Why are some still here eating seeds? The court officials glared at the young man who was secretly munching on seeds. The emperor looked at the crown prince. The crown prince took a deep breath, realizing he needed to come up with a clever idea again. He directly pulled over two somewhat confused officials from the Imperial Medical Institute and said, "Father, the people from the Imperial Medical Institute have checked the young men's conditions. The seriously injured have been taken away, and the lightly injured have been treated." The emperor looked at the crown prince's fake decree with satisfaction and nodded to the young men below. "Yes, you are all good young men of our kingdom. Please continue with the previously planned process." The young men who couldn't hear the seeds lined up voluntarily. Those who could hear the seeds were reluctant to leave. They didn't want to go too far and miss out on the seeds. But no one dared to disobey the emperor's orders. Soon, music started, and the young men began to showcase their skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Just then, Yuan Ruan's inner voice echoed. "Oh, no wonder it stopped earlier. It turns out the elder brother sent the medical staff to check on the young men's injuries. I knew he was very reliable."
System, yes.
"Your brother is really caring and gentle." The officials were almost stunned by the words, "really gentle." Especially after noticing the emperor's pleased smile above, the officials' faces twitched, and some even wanted to say, "Your Majesty, do you remember the people executed at the East Gate Market over the years?" System. "All right, I'll continue." Yuan Ruan, wait. Who is this gentleman? His sword dance is both soft and strong, like a celestial being, so beautiful. Don't interrupt me. I need to focus on this. System. Okay. Onlookers. No, this isn't the main point. It's so frustrating to be halfway through. You really love watching sword dances, so I'll arrange one for you every day. Will that work? However, Yuan Ruan couldn't hear this and was completely absorbed in the sword dance. The onlookers dared not disturb her, and eventually, they all turned their attention to the gentleman performing the sword dance. Their expressions were filled with longing, as if watching a captivating consort who distracted a king from his duties. Until the dance ended, Yuan Ruan was still savoring it, and the system couldn't help but say, "Yuan Ruan, are you no longer interested in the gossip or me?" Everyone.
No.
Please stay interested. We beg you, little national master, to remain interested. Yuan Ruan chuckled and quickly reassured, "No. I'm just watching. Look, not only am I captivated, but everyone else is too, which proves I have good taste." Ahem. As she spoke, she suddenly felt like a bad person and quickly interrupted herself. "You continue, please." System. "Okay, I believe you." So, the queen saw that the princess was always gloomy and called her cousin to keep her company, hoping to match them up. However, this cousin was involved in agriculture and made a big mistake. Suddenly, there were widespread rumors that the princess brought misfortune to her partners. Chen Weining was furious and immediately got motivated to fight back. He diligently studied agricultural books and finally improved a plow design, sending it to her with a note saying the princess was blessed and would protect those around her. Yuan Ruan.
Wow.
He could figure out the most advanced plow just from reading? This person. His agricultural talent is truly remarkable. Everyone. Wow. The legendary advanced plow? This plow is actually praised by the little national master? The officials looked at Chen Weining with growing interest. System. Exactly. With the introduction of the improved plow, who can compete with him? Thanks to his great efforts, not only did the princess turn her fortunes around, but her cousin also successfully avoided imprisonment. Yuan Ruan. Wow, such an open-minded person. For the princess's reputation, you're even willing to bring out your rival? I'm shocked. The crowd was also astonished. The performer of Phoenix Seeks Phoenix turned in surprise, almost breaking a string on his instrument. Everyone looked at Chen Weining in disbelief. They had seen people who were overly eager in love, but never someone willing to go this far, even helping their rival. This kind of love-struck behavior is truly surprising. System. Yes, and it's not just once. I've heard of Su Shi having bad luck and letting his brother help. This is the first time I've seen potential suitors having bad luck and letting their rivals help. It's hilarious. If the second princess hadn't ended up happily married to Chen Weining, I would really suspect he has a thing for being humiliated. Yuan Ruan. He really does. I'm crying. Chen Weining's face turned bright red as he shook his head repeatedly, silently saying, I didn't. The crowd, including Chen Weining's friends, looked at him with a mix of suppressed laughter and strange expressions. On the high platform, the queen lazily leaned back in her chair and asked softly, Daughter, what do you think of this person? The second princess bit her lip, her face slightly flushed and looking a bit troubled. I feel very complicated.
I'm curious.
The queen understood, sensing some affection. She looked at Chen Weining again. An official from the Ministry of Revenue squeezed into Chen Weining's circle. Not daring to speak loudly to avoid Yuan Ruan's attention, he tightly held Chen Weining's hand and shook it up and down vigorously. Other officials, pushed aside, were unhappy and squeezed back in, lowering their voices. No cutting in line. It's first come, first served. The official from the Ministry of Revenue pushed in like he was going for a rebound, sneering, Forget first come, first served. The winner takes all. At that moment, an official nearby interjected quietly, I think you're all missing the point. To say something shameless, whoever becomes the second princess's husband can command Chen Weining. Honestly, I really want to be the second princess's husband, not for anything else, but to have someone who is steadfastly willing to support me. As soon as he finished speaking, several officials showed interest. In the court, who wouldn't want someone reliable to back them up? Chen Weining turned pale. Just then, Yuan Ruan's thoughts echoed. No wonder the nation wants to give him a chance. They don't want chaos, just a smooth path. But what about his brother who will inherit the throne and his biased father? Marriage isn't just about two people. I need to think this through. The system. Should we electrocute those two brothers? Or maybe just break a leg? Everyone. What is wrong with the system? Why is it so domineering? The prince quietly said to the emperor, Father, is the system being too extreme? Should we help from the side? The emperor looked puzzled. Will it? Haven't we not confiscated their property? The prince. The emperor coldly replied, If they can't pass this small test, why should they marry my daughter? Many officials subtly glanced at the Duke of Tsinghua, their eyes suggesting they were eager to watch the outcome. The Duke of Tsinghua was so scared he was sweating, and finally, he made a decision. The Duke of Tsinghua glanced at his two sons and suddenly calmed down. At that moment, the young men on stage were performing, while Yuan Ruan's gaze kept drifting to Chen Weining. Chen Weining tried to stand tall and look reliable, but Yuan Ruan would look away again. The officials in the audience looked around, but their eyes always landed back on the Duke of Tsinghua, who remained silent and still. After all the performances, when Yuan Ruan was about to present a flower crown, Chen Weining became anxious. He had admired the second princess since he entered the palace as the third prince's companion. He didn't want to have any regrets. He took a step forward and exchanged a knowing glance with a friend beside him. That friend understood and stepped forward, loudly saying, What? You are presenting this evidence to prove that you saved the startled second princess, not your brother Qing Ian, right? How could your brother set you up like this? Chen Weining was surprised by his friend's loud voice and felt a bit awkward, but he firmly replied, Yes. If my father cannot give me justice, I would rather leave the Duke of Tsinghua's residence with my mother and start anew. Everyone. Why is he suddenly making false claims? Suddenly, an official slapped his thigh, exclaiming, What a talent! With this statement, he reasonably exposed Qing Ian's true nature, allowing Chen Weining to decide to leave the Duke's residence, which eased Yuan Ruan's worries about an unreliable family environment, effectively helping their romance. Just then, the system's voice echoed, Oh my. It turns out Chen Weining has evidence to prove himself. Host, your previous worries about your unreliable father and brother causing trouble are gone. Vote for him. Vote for him. This is a heavenly match. Yuan Ruan, But will the Duke agree? The officials all turned to look at the Duke of Tsinghua. Hurry and agree. At this moment, the Duke of Tsinghua surprisingly calmed down, stepped forward confidently, knelt before the emperor, and said, "Your Majesty, I did not want to discuss my family matters here, but my younger son has mentioned fairness, so I will explain everything at once. I request permission for Cheng Weining to inherit my title." Cheng Weining looked at the Duke in disbelief. His father valued the title above all else, and only then his elder brother. Even if he wanted to punish his elder brother, why pass the title directly to him? Wouldn't it be better to name him as the heir? The court officials were shocked. The emperor narrowed his eyes, ready to nod in agreement, but unexpectedly, Yuan Ruan's voice echoed again. "Isn't there a big mistake here? You said the Duke was advocating for Cheng Yian to inherit the title and treated him well, leading to the tragedy of 30,000 soldiers. Why does the Duke want Cheng Weining to inherit the title now?" The system was puzzled. Strange, it shouldn't be like this. The court officials stared at the Duke with wide eyes. "Look, you're raising suspicions. Quickly fix this mess." The emperor also narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" The Duke suddenly broke down in tears and said, "I was foolish. When I thoroughly investigated the flower boat troop, I was initially pleased that I was not involved. But I didn't expect that the owner of the troop had an affair with my concubine 20 years ago. Cheng Yian, he is not my biological son." The court officials were stunned. "No way, is this true?" Yuan Ruan exclaimed. "System, why didn't you mention such a big revelation?" The system replied, "I didn't know. But the Duke certainly has many secrets. I just didn't have time to uncover them." Cheng Yian, just regaining his senses, shouted as if struck by lightning, "This is impossible. My mother and you were childhood friends. She would never betray you." The Duke coldly replied, "It is true. I didn't want to believe it either. This was uncovered while investigating the second prince's matter through his informants. I didn't want to accept it, but when the crown prince came to me, he said his informants found the same thing. With the crown prince and the second prince as witnesses, I cannot doubt it." The crown prince's lips twitched slightly. This was a familiar way of shifting blame. The court officials were also stunned. Got it. The Duke is just making this up. This self-sabotaging decision, disregarding his son's reputation, showed he was ruthless. No wonder he could become a duke. For a moment, the emperor was taken aback by the Duke's desperate words. But soon he realized that the Duke was using his title and reputation to try to save Cheng Yian's life. After a moment of silence, the emperor nodded. "I understand. Marquis Cheng, since that's the case, please take your son home to settle family matters and come back tomorrow to formally request the title." Cheng Yian shouted in fear. "That's impossible, father. Is it him? Is he the one deceiving you? You must know." The Marquis of Cheng slapped Cheng Yian, causing him to roll his eyes. He turned his head and dryly said to Cheng Weining, "Your father doesn't know." He trailed off, unable to finish. "Come back early. Your mother and I will be waiting for you at home." Cheng Weining replied with a simple "hm." As the Marquis left, everyone secretly watched Yuan Ruan, just in time to hear the system's thoughts. "System, I didn't expect the second prince to be somewhat useful in this situation. Yuan Ruan, he was just lucky. The real credit goes to my nephew. This is great. Without the troubles from a bad father and brother, I can focus on giving out flower crowns. Here, throw one." Thinking of this, Yuan Ruan pointed in Cheng Weining's direction, happily making sounds. In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned to look at her, the maid being watched. She widened her eyes in confusion, but fortunately, Cheng Weining stepped forward eagerly. The officials nearby could hear the thoughts and instinctively took a step back, revealing Cheng Weining completely. The maid was steady. With a toss, Cheng Weining reached out his hands as if they were handcuffed, catching it securely. He looked up happily at the second princess. The second princess blushed slightly, feeling that his gaze was just like the little dog the crown prince had given her. Just then, the system's cheerful voice rang out. "National Fortune Side Quest. Ensure Cheng Yian remains a commoner for life. Completed. National Fortune points +2. National Fortune Side Quest. Marry Chen Weining to the second princess. Completed. National fortune points +1. System. Yay or Ruan. We're just 1 point away from the next divine ability.
Yay.
Ruan, you yawned. It's time to rest. We'll push for more tomorrow. The onlookers sighed in relief upon hearing the tasks were completed, as if they had just finished a marathon and could finally relax. System. Oh my, look at the second princess and Chen Weining. Their gazes are practically sparkling. Everyone immediately leaned in to look, their expressions filled with teasing warmth. The second princess and Chen Weining both blushed deeply. Yuan Ruan. Mutual affection is wonderful. I feel like I've done something great. Chen Weining and the second princess exchanged smiles, both filled with gratitude as they looked at Yuan Ruan. Indeed, without the ninth princess, their future would have been full of challenges. System. But I suddenly remembered something. I think the task about national fortune was not set up correctly. Yuan Ruan, what do you mean? Everyone couldn't help but listen closely. System. You see, every time, the princess faces danger, and Chen Weining invents groundbreaking products to save her. Now that he is happily married to the princess, he won't face any challenges anymore. Can he still invent those amazing farming tools? Yuan Ruan. That seems true. A beautiful place can turn into a hero's grave. Everyone. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, especially those working in the West, all focused intently on the flower crown in Chen Weining's hands, their faces showing thoughts of should we create some trouble to add some excitement? Chen Weining held the flower crown tightly. In the following days, at dawn, Yuan Ruan was pulled out of bed by the palace maids. At first, she could stay awake, but after a few days, she began to feel drowsy. Forget about gossiping about court matters. Even a single word from the system made her want to roll over and complain. The court officials were pleased with this. To ensure Yuan Ruan could sleep longer and avoid distractions, the officials lowered their voices significantly. The emperor noticed that the recent reports had become quite dull, so he allowed the officials to continue this way. However, the change in the officials seemed strange to the eunuchs and palace guards who couldn't hear their thoughts. The eunuchs whispered among themselves, wondering why the officials were speaking in such soft tones. Had the emperor changed his preferences? Or had the officials collectively lost their edge? They seemed even more peculiar than the eunuchs. Until the system occasionally read the eunuchs' thoughts, Yuan Ruan almost laughed out loud, prompting the officials to return to their original tones. Seeing that Yuan Ruan was really struggling to stay awake, the emperor decided to let her come to court whenever she wanted, instead of every day. Yuan Ruan was thrilled and gave the emperor a big kiss, saying, "You're amazing. Not having to wake up early is just wonderful." The officials were also excited, as civil and military officials united for the first time, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." Yuan Ruan enjoyed several days of sleeping in and then eagerly went to court. As soon as she arrived, she felt the court go quiet for a moment. Confused, she looked up and saw a familiar figure she hadn't seen in several days, holding a memorial and speaking. "Yuan Ruan, oh? Is this Chen Weining? Why do I feel so tired?" System. Hiss. Yes. Those dark circles are so heavy. Is this what it's like to be a married man? It's like he's lost all his energy. Some people. Wait a minute. The wedding arrangements haven't even started yet. He's not married.
Could it be?
The expressions of the court officials suddenly became lively, and their gazes at Chen Weining were very meaningful. The emperor and the crown prince couldn't help but cough lightly, warning everyone with a glance to behave and not to think about his daughter/sister's future husband. Chen Weining nearly choked. He steadied his emotions and finished reading the memorial, then cast a resentful glance at the Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue before addressing the emperor. "Your Majesty, I would like to request leave to prepare for my wedding." "I have an objection." The Minister of Revenue suddenly spoke up. Yuan Ruan perked up. Wow. Why would he disagree? Is he trying to steal the bride? Could the Minister of Revenue be secretly in love with the second princess? System. Wow. Coming to court today was definitely worth it. Exciting. The Minister of Revenue was nearly speechless from Yuan Ruan's words. He coughed several times before bowing and saying, "Your Majesty, Lord Chen is extremely busy with official duties. If he takes leave now, the Ministry of Revenue will likely come to a standstill. Time waits for no one." The Minister of Works also stood up, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty, Lord Chen is exceptionally talented. He shouldn't be distracted by personal matters. Cough, cough. He should focus on his duties. Besides, the princess's marriage is managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, so there's no need for Lord Chen to take leave to handle it." Hearing this, the officials began to understand. It seemed that after the selection of the prince consort in the Imperial garden, both the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue had approached Chen Weining at the same time. Those dark circles likely came from reviewing the materials provided by both departments. The Emperor and the Crown Prince exchanged glances, feeling somewhat moved, as farming tools are indeed very appealing. Yuan Ruan, if someone is talented, they can't hide it. With such strong abilities and being so valued, it's no wonder he could become a leader in agriculture in the future. System. I was worried that if the princess didn't marry 3 times, Chen Weining wouldn't have the motivation to become a leader. But now I see I was narrow-minded. There's clearly a more intense challenge ahead. All the officials. System, tell us. They were anxious about this too. They feared that if everything went smoothly in love, the agricultural expert might not emerge. Otherwise, the ministries wouldn't have pressured Chen Weining to study so hard or suddenly opposed his request for leave to marry. Yuan Ruan, huh? What is it? System. Work, overtime, KPIs. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue value Chen Weining highly, so they must have set many tasks and goals. If Chen Weining cannot meet the requirements, he will have to work overtime, and that means he won't be able to go home to see the princess. To see the princess, he must work hard to meet his KPIs. For someone so in love, as long as the idea of going home to be with a princess is in front of him, he will definitely push himself. Yuan Ruan exclaimed in amazement. No one exploits like you do. Luckily, you only talked to me about it. Otherwise, I'd worry Chen Weining might get angry. The court officials were shocked. How clever. The Deputy Minister of Works instantly returned to a cheerful demeanor and playfully said to the Deputy Minister of Revenue, "What you said isn't right. The princess's marriage is also a national matter. It's not very considerate of you." The Deputy Minister of Revenue quickly nodded and pretended to be sincere, saying, "Your Majesty, I was just confused. Marriage is a big deal in life, and I should bless Lord Chen. With his talent and sense of responsibility, he will surely fulfill his commitments." After saying this, the Deputy Minister of Revenue winked at Chen Weining and clasped his hands, saying, "Lord Chen, don't worry. You can take your leave. When we go to the ceremony, we will bring gifts and the documents from this time." System, huh? Bringing gifts and documents? It's just like giving kids red envelopes and homework during the New Year. Yuan Ruan. So funny. Ha ha ha. Chen Weining's face twitched slightly. How shameless. I curse you all to be without wives. Humph. After the court meeting, the Crown Prince was about to leave with Yuan Ruan when suddenly the Grand Eunuch approached with a message. The Grand Eunuch bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Taoist priest from the Longhu Temple has come to see the young national teacher regarding the Spring Festival." Yuan Ruan rubbed her eyes. "Spring Festival? I can go." System. You can't. You haven't slept for several hours. You need to rest, or your health will suffer. The court officials were initially interested in the Spring Festival, but when they heard it might be bad for the young national teacher's health, they all opposed it. At that moment, the Grand Eunuch added, "Your Majesty, the people outside also say, he is the young national teacher's biological father." The court officials were taken aback. The Emperor. Yuan Ruan. My dad is outside? How come I didn't know? Yuan Ruan, system, is my dad outside? The court officials were shocked and stole glances at the Emperor, who had regained his calm demeanor and shook his head slightly at the officials. The court officials also calmed down. It was likely just a scheme. System. R1. A person's fate is not fixed. I can't just predict without seeing the person or key details. Sigh, am I useless? Yuan Ruan, no way. Once you see the person, you can predict their fate. That's amazing. You're the best. System. Wa Ruan, you're the kindest deity. I can confirm that you are your brother's real sister. Cough, cough. The emperor started coughing heavily. The officials looked at the emperor in confusion. Wait. Wasn't the little national teacher's background revealed before? The emperor's real sister? But the late emperor passed away years ago. So, was the late emperor's consort. Is the emperor's cough trying to interrupt this scandal? Thinking of this, the officials' expressions suddenly stiffened. The younger officials trembled in fear, while the older ones rubbed their ears, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Yuan Ruan looked at the emperor with concern. Brother, are you okay? You look like you're about to cough your lungs out. System. He's fine, probably just choked. The emperor remained expressionless, covering his face. The empress and her group took Yuan Ruan back to the palace to rest. The young officials wanted to continue gossiping but were ruthlessly sent away by the palace guards. In the Imperial garden, only the emperor, the crown prince, the 3 dukes, the cabinet, and the 6 ministers remained. The minister of war spoke first. Your Majesty, the Longhu Taoist temple has a close relationship with the Chu kingdom. They want to take the little national teacher as their father. I believe they come with ill intentions. We should drive them away. The emperor remained silent, and the minister of rights disagreed. No, we cannot. There are many scholars in the world, and 7 out of 10 come from the Longhu Taoist temple. The minister of war scoffed. I'm not afraid. Let them strike me with lightning if they dare. The minister of rights choked, angrily saying, Minister of war, do you not remember the saying from Xuanzi? Without propriety, nothing can be accomplished. Without propriety, a nation cannot be peaceful. As ministers of the nation, we cannot act so recklessly. Other civil officials nodded in agreement. The minister of war calmed down and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, I know they are fake, but our system has become quite insecure. What if they are very persuasive, and the little national fortune mistakenly believes them and aligns with them? What if our nation's fortune goes to another country? I cannot accept that. The sooner we send them away, the better. Upon hearing this, even the minister of rights fell silent. With the choice of the little national fortune at stake, the officials looked uneasy. The emperor turned to the crown prince. What do you think? The crown prince replied, Father, I believe both ministers have valid points. But there is no need for expulsion. We just need to keep the sorcerers in the capital and investigate their intentions before deciding on the next steps. The ministers suddenly understood and agreed that the prince had thought this through. The young national master is still a baby. Unless they summon someone to the palace, these sorcerers have no way to influence him, so it's fine to keep them for now. The emperor nodded in approval. The emperor decided, and that was settled. Meanwhile, several sorcerers at the Longhu Taoist temple sat facing each other, slowly sipping tea. One sorcerer suddenly asked friend Fong, Are you really the father of the young national master? The other sorcerers turned to look at Fong. Fong replied, The young national master was adopted by the Emperor of Great Xia as a princess during his western tour. We do not know the identities of the biological parents. Is that correct? The sorcerers nodded. Fong continued, We are eager to meet the Emperor of Great Xia, but we are being delayed. Is that right? The sorcerers nodded again. Fong said, So it doesn't matter what connections we have. As long as we send this message, the Emperor of Great Xia will definitely meet us. The sorcerers gasped. This seemed a bit outrageous. When, knowing Fong's methods were not always honorable, couldn't help but say, Fong, this is deceiving the Emperor and betraying trust. This could undermine our principles. Several sorcerers became anxious and spoke up. Fong, the Emperor of Xia is known for his cruelty and could destroy families. If he finds out we are toying with him, wouldn't that be? Everyone, please calm down, Fong said, raising his hand to quiet them. How do you view this young national master, who has suddenly emerged and is so young? The sorcerers exchanged glances and finally reached a unanimous conclusion. A child of just a few months cannot read or understand the Tao Te Ching. There must be someone controlling this young national master. Fong nodded. The person behind the young national master has elevated her so high. The master-student relationship is closer than that of a father. If he doesn't want to make us look foolish, he must come out and compete with us. This way, we will have a chance to meet him and see what he is really like. Wen gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. What Fong says makes perfect sense. They surely wouldn't want to lose this valuable asset they've created. It's truly damaging to our Taoist reputation to place a child in such a position for deception. Zhou, sitting on the right, scoffed. The Longhu Taoist temple could never have such a misguided disciple. Which small sect is in such a hurry to make money while also fearing trouble? The central figure, Fong, spoke slowly. We shouldn't underestimate this person. The Emperor of Xia is not easily fooled. Being able to command thunder under this person's watch shows they have some skills. When Fawn quickly added, I've heard it all. They say the little national master strikes down rebels with lightning. Ha! It's only because the rebels raise their iron swords high during storms. If not them, who else would be struck? When it comes to playing with thunder, who can compare to Fong? He can create thunder from nothing, with incredible destructive power. The other masters nodded in agreement. Zhou Fong shook his head and said, Indeed, the other side must have only learned the basics. When they meet Fong, they will probably kneel and pay respects to the master. Fong smiled lightly and said, Thank you, friends. The sooner we finish this matter, the sooner we can respond to the Grand Master of Chu. After saying this, Fong noticed some still looked hesitant. He narrowed his eyes and added, After we deal with the fake little national master, we need to decide which of you will go to the Great Xia as the national master. Feel free to share your thoughts. With this, those who wanted to retreat suddenly became more engaged in the discussion. Fong smiled gently. However, things progressed far beyond what the masters expected. 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. The masters drank a lot of tea, and continued drinking until they felt sick. By the 10th day, they could no longer hold back. When Fong slammed the table and said, I've had enough tea, and they only keep serving us tea. What is this? Are they trying to send us away with tea? Upon hearing this, many masters paused, realizing it might actually be true. When Fong's face darkened further, and he exclaimed, How absurd! We came here to help and save Great Xia from danger, yet we are treated this way. Great Xia truly doesn't appreciate our efforts. Are they planning to stop holding the Spring Festival? The masters grew even angrier, with some shouting they wanted to leave and forget about Xia. When Fong suddenly said, No, we can't just leave. If we do, that trickster might spread lies that we, the Dragon and Tiger sect, were scared and ran away. The few who had wanted to leave immediately fell silent. Zhou Fong stood up and said, If he is too afraid to show himself, it proves that the master behind him is insecure and not to be feared. Don't worry, I have a way to enter the palace and expose him. The masters looked at him eagerly. How will you do it? Zhou the alchemist said, I once went to a mansion to treat an old man who turned out to be the father of the noble lady. I asked him to recommend me. It's the only way to succeed. The alchemist suddenly understood and asked, But what reason will you give to meet them, and how will you expose their lies? Zhou the alchemist sneered and confidently replied, That man successfully recommended a baby as the national teacher, proving that the Xia kingdom believes in such things. I found a fair-skinned country girl who is pregnant and claimed that the baby she carries is the true child of destiny. If I create a stir around this, it will be more impressive than any baby's fortune. I'm already starting to disrupt their plans. I don't believe they can just sit back and not challenge me. The group of friends gave him a thumbs up, saying, Brilliant, truly brilliant. Go. Zhou the alchemist straightened his appearance and confidently said, Just wait for me for a day, no, 3 days. Everyone nodded in trust. Zhou the alchemist, filled with determination, sought out the noble lady's father, the city official. Previously, It was mentioned that the emperor, the crown prince, and several ministers decided to keep the alchemists at bay while secretly investigating the truth, but this was not widely known, at least not to the city official. Coincidentally, the city official had been struggling to manage his position effectively. Now, upon hearing Zhou the alchemist say that the pregnant woman he brought carries the true child of the gods, he hoped the official would help introduce him to the emperor. The city official was instantly intrigued. He didn't doubt Zhou. He was just thinking that if the emperor valued true prodigies, recommending a genuine child of destiny might please the emperor and earn him a promotion. With this thought, the city official asked his wife to request an audience with the emperor, deciding to discuss it with his daughter, the noble lady. In the Yuan hall, the official's wife had just entered the main hall when she saw the fifth prince throwing a tantrum, crying, "I want the iron-eating beast. I want that latest iron-eating beast." Nearby, palace maids tried to calm him down, but the fifth prince pushed them away, leaving them helpless and kneeling in plea. At that moment, the noble lady came down, gently asking Mother, "Is everything well at home?" The official's wife quickly nodded. "All is well, all is well." "Is the noble lady all right?" "This fifth prince is." The noble lady rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. After the banquet for selecting a husband for the second princess, many people have sent gifts to the ninth princess. The road in front of Kuanning Palace is bustling with carriages. My fifth son saw it and wanted some gifts, but the ninth princess is being stubborn and won't share, so my son feels wronged. The lady of the house frowned and said, "The ninth princess? The little national master?"
This.
After a pause, she handed the letter to the Empress Dowager. "Originally, your father wanted me to make this trip, and I felt a bit uneasy, but given the situation in the palace, you might as well introduce a few people." The Empress Dowager was surprised and intrigued when she saw phrases like pregnant with feelings, child of the gods, and introduction. She asked Mother, "Is this really true?" "The Master Zhou treated your father's illness and is a highly respected figure in the Longhu Dao Temple. It must be genuine," the lady of the house replied. The Empress Dowager nodded and waited to see her mother off. As soon as she returned to the palace, the fifth prince started to scream again. The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples and said to her trusted maid, "The fifth prince is very attached to the third prince. Go and ask the third prince to take him out for some fresh air." The maid hesitated and quietly said, "Your Highness, the crown prince specifically arranged for the third prince to study with the crown prince's tutor. If we call him back now, calling him back at the last minute might anger the crown prince and the officials of the Eastern Palace, and it could also affect the third prince's development." The Empress Dowager sighed and replied, "He is his brother. It is only right." The maid fell silent. The Empress Dowager's gaze returned to the child of the gods and softly said, "If this is true, having a competitor might at least make her behave a little better and stop bullying my fifth prince." Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager stood up and said, "I need to see His Majesty. You all take care of the fifth prince. Let him play, but don't let him hurt himself." The maids all bowed and replied, "Yes, we will see you off, Your Highness." Moments later, the Empress Dowager arrived at the Yangxin Palace, holding a carefully prepared box of fresh desserts. As she entered, she happened to bump into the emperor coming out, accompanied by the empress holding Yuan Ruan. The Empress Dowager bowed and instinctively avoided Yuan Ruan's gaze. At that moment, Yuan Ruan's inner voice echoed, "My brother is really busy. What is that delicious smell?" The emperor and empress both looked at the Empress Dowager's dessert box. The system chimed in, "Isn't it fragrant?" Do you know how the Empress Dowager rose to her position? "Your eldest brother actually loves sweets, but pretends not to eat them for the sake of his image." However, this little secret was discovered by the Empress Dowager, who is a great cook. Since then, she often secretly makes desserts to win him over, and the emperor enjoys having a place to indulge in sweets freely. Yuan Ruan replied, "Haha, my brother loves sweets. It's great that he can eat so much without gaining weight." System. Haha, Ruan, how did he get so fat? 1 drop of essence and 10 drops of blood, and there are so many palace ladies today. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor awkwardly pinched his brow and looked at Consort Da, saying, "Do you want me to help you send this box to the inner study of the Manhwa palace? I've said that the Imperial household department will take care of the prince's meals, so you don't need to worry too much about the third prince. You don't need to send it anymore." "Ganshorde?" "Empress?" Both were momentarily confused, but quickly reacted. The empress lowered her head to suppress a laugh, while Consort Da was so frustrated she nearly bit her teeth in frustration, saying dryly, "Your servant is just worried that the prince studies too hard and will go hungry. If your majesty doesn't mind, perhaps you could. I don't like sweet food." "Empress." The emperor said seriously, looking at the empress, "You can take it back and share it." Yuan Ruan. This situation is strange. Consort Da is clearly doing this for the child, and my brother doesn't like sweet food either. But it's fine. I'm the only one who heard it, and it's quite interesting. System. Phew. Thankfully, Ruan doesn't mind me. I will definitely work hard to find more about the emperor's secrets. The emperor, who had just shown a relieved expression, was suddenly choked up by the last sentence. The empress watched the emperor's sudden flurry of actions and how he ended up giving away the dessert while revealing secrets. She struggled to recall the hardships of her life to keep from laughing. System. Haha, I just happened to see a secret related to the emperor's harem, and it's connected to the empress. Yuan Ruan, what? I'm completely intrigued. The empress's smile froze. The emperor glanced at the empress with a half smile. Why aren't you laughing anymore? System. Ha, Ruan. Do you know why the emperor only wants gentle, caring, and well-educated consorts? The empress and Consort Da both curiously looked up. There are many beauties in the emperor's harem, but one strange thing is that no matter what the consorts look like, they all share a gentle and quiet demeanor. There have been wild speculations inside and outside the palace that the emperor must have an unattainable gentle ideal. The emperor's pupils shrank. Wait. I don't want this secret. Yuan Ruan. Don't keep me in suspense. System. This secret is related to your brother and the empress when they were young. The emperor rubbed his forehead. It was indeed this. He instinctively looked at the empress and saw her looking completely bewildered. His lips twitched slightly, and he stopped looking at the empress. Yuan Ruan. Wow, could it be that the emperor and empress were childhood sweethearts? For some reason, I suddenly thought of the story of Lan Yin and Sugua. System. No. Their relationship is different from what you see in the dramas. Once, your older brother often slipped away from his protector to play. One day, he accidentally wandered into a spring festival in a foreign land. It was quite chaotic. The queen was startled and turned to look at the emperor. The concubine also glanced at him. The emperor pretended to be serious and shook his head at the two women. Yuan Ruan was confused and asked, "Why was it chaotic?" The system replied, "Oh, I forgot to explain the local customs. First, let me clarify that although the Summer Kingdom is ancient, its culture is quite open. Both men and women can go out, and widows remarrying is common. They also have a custom from ancient poetry where if a man and woman like each other, they can spend a night together." Yuan Ruan exclaimed, "Really? Is it that open?" The system confirmed, yes. Otherwise, how could the second prince's performers tempt him? Anyway, the spring festival in the foreign land is even wilder. In spring, when everything comes to life, they drink together, and if they hit it off, they might even have outdoor encounters. Yuan Ruan was shocked and covered her cheeks, saying, "What? Did that happen to my brother?" The queen and the concubine exchanged worried glances at the emperor. He clenched his fists, looking determined, and shook his head again. The system added he didn't experience that, but it was close. Your brother was young and didn't know about the wild customs of the spring festival. When he was offered a drink, he happily accepted it and was then held by several strong women from that land. Luckily, they were open-minded but not aggressive. These women showed off their figures, but your brother was stubborn and wouldn't give in, even sweating profusely. The queen covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, but the emperor gently squeezed her wrist. The concubine, who had been smiling, straightened her expression upon seeing this. Yuan Ruan asked, "What happened next? Did the young queen come and they ended up together? The emperor and queen both flinched at her words, wishing they could pinch her for such silly thoughts. They would never act inappropriately during a spring festival. The system clarified, no. The young queen happened to pass by and saw the young emperor looking pitiful, so she had her guards rescue him. It was a classic case of a beauty saving a hero. The queen looked at the emperor in surprise, almost saying, "So it was you?" The emperor turned his gaze away, avoiding her eyes. The concubine lowered her head even more, gritting her teeth, surprised by such feelings. No wonder the emperor was especially indulgent towards the empress, never scolding her lazy nature, even in moments of anger. Yuan Ruan, so my brother once had something with the empress. I guess this is why he has a psychological barrier with bold women. Is there more? System. Let me look again. The connections between the emperor and empress are quite extensive. Emperor, empress. No. Please don't continue. The concubine was even more anxious than the empress, fearing the system would reveal more that could deepen their feelings. She became more determined to bring in a powerful sorcerer to share favor. So, she deliberately opened the box. This action caught the emperor's attention. The emperor said, "Concubine, what are you doing? Show me." The concubine paused and handed over the silk cloth from the first layer of the pastry box, whispering, "Your Majesty, my father mentioned a powerful sorcerer visiting our home. I thought if he has real skills, he could help as a national advisor." The emperor took the silk cloth and glanced at it. There weren't many sentences, but it briefly mentioned the pregnant woman's divine child. The emperor sneered, surprised that this sorcerer had some connections to sway his concubine. Just as he was about to refuse, Yuan Ruan's thoughts echoed. Wow. An ancient sorcerer? Can he fly? Are there martial arts manuals? After all, this is a fictional world with so many novels. There might be some outrageous settings. System. Well, you might be onto something. Using yourself as an example, I can't be sure. Yuan Ruan. I'm very interested. The emperor hesitated, thinking that since he had already figured out the other party's intentions, and since Yuan Ruan was interested, it would be good to see what the Longhu Taoist temple was about. He then changed the subject, saying, "All right. Have him come to the palace in an hour." The concubine quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." An hour later, the sorcerer Zhou confidently arrived at the side hall. Inside, the emperor, crown prince, 3 nobles, and 6 ministers were seated solemnly. Yuan Ruan yawned, leaning against the crown prince, her eyes fixed intently on Zhou. Zhou immediately noticed Yuan Ruan but disdainfully turned his head, pretending to casually look around for the mastermind behind this. However, after looking around, he didn't see anyone else who looked like a sorcerer. Zhou sneered, thinking, still hiding? Just wait and see. I'll show you some real skills and force you out. The prince spoke first. What evidence do you have that the pregnant woman carries the child of a god? Zhou Fengshe replied, Your Highness, because the child in her womb has special abilities, like seeing things beyond the ordinary and controlling objects from a distance. Everyone was taken aback. Controlling objects from afar, special sight, and ghost-slaying techniques? Even Yuan Ruan leaned in curiously. It sounded very professional. Zhou Fengshe gestured for the blindfolded pregnant woman to step forward. He chanted while shaking a bell with his left hand and forming hand signs with his right. The lit stove emitted blue smoke. Suddenly, the pregnant woman clutched her belly and began to cry out in discomfort. Yuan Ruan thought, is she about to give birth? Who will help her? The court officials, initially tense from the atmosphere, nearly burst into laughter at this remark. At that moment, Zhou Fengshe suddenly exclaimed, He sees it. He pointed in Yuan Ruan's direction, eyes closed, confidently declaring, the child of the god has told me. I see shadows behind her. That shadow follows her closely. Her body is not just one person, but 2. It can be driven away. The officials were stunned. The emperor frowned slightly. This mysterious talk reminded him of unpleasant memories. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System. Wow. Host, I just checked this person's background, and it says Zhou Fengshi once used divination to find a kidnapped child. Hiss. He seems very skilled, quite impressive. The emperor and the officials were shocked.
What?
The system said this person was impressive? Could he possibly see the true nature of the system and the small nation's fortune? The emperor subtly waved his hand. The head of the palace guards drew a sharp sword, focusing his gaze on Zhou Fengshi, ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, Zhou Fengshi suddenly pulled out a chest box from his robe and then drew a black flag from his sleeve. His expression was serious, and the gestures he made clearly indicated he was about to unleash something powerful. Just then, Zhou Fengshi moved again.
Ah!
What are you doing? The over 60 Grand Tutor charged forward like a hero. Zhou Fengshi was startled, and with a quick motion, he flung his left hand, causing the box to fall and the black chess pieces to scatter everywhere. In front of everyone, without anyone touching them, the chess pieces suddenly began to tremble and then started to bump into each other, slowly moving towards Yuan Ruan. The officials of the Great Xia were drenched in cold sweat. Even the emperor instinctively stepped in front of the young national teacher. Yuan Ruan was a bit surprised. Wow, I didn't expect my nephew to be so popular. They all stood in front of him to protect him. Crown Prince. No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm the one being protected. The system also stopped the background music. Yeah. Not a single person is protecting your brother. TSK, what kind of emperor is this? The officials suddenly felt awkward. The Minister of War and the Minister of Revenue, who were close to the emperor, quickly shifted a step, as if they were standing in front of him. The emperor glanced at the two with a blank expression and walked over to pick up Yuan Ruan. Just then, Zhou Fengshi suddenly shouted, "Don't move. There's resentment. Ha, look. My shadow soldiers are attacking the vengeful spirits hiding behind her." The black pieces kept moving, colliding and rolling over each other. Occasionally, red marks appeared on the ground, and it seemed like no one was controlling them, making it look quite impressive, as if a real battle was happening. The emperor and the officials became serious. System. Oh, so it was all a trick. Wait, before, Gua said Zhou Fengshi could find kidnapped children. It wasn't just luck or a setup, right? Let me check what this says. It turns out it's not luck, but some kind of fortune-telling. Yuan Ruan. Yes, there were many famous fortune-tellers in ancient times, like Su Mo Fu, Yuan Tiangang, and Lu Bowen. They have stood the test of time and are well known. As for this magnet, it's just a limitation of the era. Everyone. Magnet? What does that mean? But what does this little fortune-telling imply? Is everything okay? At this moment, Zhou Fengshi was still excited. It's getting more intense. There's great terror. System. Even though it's not about me, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being falsely accused of being the great terror. Yuan Ruan, it's fine, system. Watch how I handle this. Let's see how they respond. Soon, a few pieces cheerfully drew a heart shape. At that moment, Zhou Fengshi suddenly shouted, trembling as he pointed at the heart-shaped pieces, his face turning pale. Yuan Ruan found his reaction amusing and mischievously made the heart-shaped pieces bump into each other, moving towards him and then back, as if the pieces were dancing the tango. Ah! Zhou Fengshi's first instinct was to retreat, but he quickly shouted, "Hurry, and get my peachwood sword. I'll cut down these shadow ghosts." The officials exchanged glances, realizing this was just a prank by the little fortune-teller, so they did not move. What are you all hesitating for? Do you really expect a little girl to help? She's already possessed by the shadow soldiers. She's just a fraud. Zhou Fengshi scolded everyone. Everyone's expression changed, and the emperor's face darkened. Zhou Fengshi was still unaware, shouting, "Hurry. These ghost soldiers are very powerful. If we delay, it will be bang." Before he could finish, the captain of the palace guards pushed him to the ground. "Ah, let me go. Your Majesty." Zhou Fengshi struggled to turn his head toward the emperor. "Your Majesty, you must believe in our legitimacy. This person must be possessed by a ghost, afraid of being caught by me." Your Majesty, you can't treat me this way. My fellow disciples will come again. Seeing his crazy demeanor, the emperor felt a bit foolish for being so serious earlier. Just as the emperor was about to order him to be taken away, the crown prince, noticing Yuan Ruan's attention was on Zhou Fengshi, suddenly said, "This is not a ghost. This heart symbol is the exclusive mark of our national master, which was demonstrated to thousands during the celestial altar ceremony." Yuan Ruan thought, "Haha, I didn't expect that casual display at the celestial altar would lead to such a misunderstanding. But it's fine. We don't need to find a way to expose their false methods. System, haha, right? He looked just like a wolf when he was making threats. But if his fellow disciples come, will they deceive your brothers? After all, it's clear that ancient people were very superstitious." The emperor and his group exchanged smiles. "With you, a true immortal, here, we will never be deceived." Zhou Fengshi. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly shouted, "Debut! This is the exclusive mark of the young national master? A heart made of lightning, witnessed by thousands? This is impossible. You must be lying." The emperor was tired of the noisy voice and waved his hand, signaling the captain of the palace guards to drag Zhou Fengshi outside. Yuan Ruan looked over and saw Zhou Fengshi staring at him with intense curiosity and disbelief, still shouting, "Impossible. You are lying. No way." Yuan Ruan thought that since this person was going to have bad luck, he might as well be enlightened before it happened. With that in mind, Yuan Ruan playfully winked at Zhou Fengshi and made a heart shape with his hand. The chess pieces on the ground, which had stopped moving, began to vibrate, and soon, in front of everyone's eyes, the pieces reassembled to form a heart symbol. Although the court officials had seen this before, they still found it extraordinary, especially when they noticed that Zhou Fengshi suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at the love chess piece. The court officials felt a surge of pride in their hearts. "Ah!" Zhou Fengshi suddenly let out a loud shout. "It's wrong. It turns out, it was all wrong." After his outburst, he twisted and dove forward. Everyone was startled, and the palace guards who were trying to hold him back were pulled several steps forward by his sudden force. "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor!" The chief eunuch shouted sharply. Guards and eunuchs rushed in from both inside and outside the door. But in the next moment, everyone froze. Zhou Fengshi crawled forward, using his strong will to reach Yuan Ruan. He exclaimed, "It's you. It really was you just now. There was no hidden mastermind. The little national master is you." Yuan Ruan tilted her head in confusion. What is this person talking about? Hidden mastermind? System. Does he think you are just a puppet, and the real national master is someone else? The court officials were furious. What? They could accept not being believed, but how dare he not believe the little national master? What if the little national master got hurt by this? They were angry. Yuan Ruan. Just taking a salary without doing anything? He thinks too highly of himself. If only such good fortune could fall on me. The official stumbled. Zhou Fengshi suddenly shouted, "Little national master, you really can control things from afar and command the shadow chess. You must be the reincarnation of a great master from the Shushan sect. Little national master, I am the 6th-generation disciple of the Longhu Taoist Temple and the 13 talismans of Shushan. I sincerely request you to return to the rightful path." Everyone, the emperor and the prince, nearly twisted their waists from this shocking revelation. What is happening? Where did your previous strong resolve go? Why are you suddenly trying to build connections, hoping to take our little national fortune? Everyone became highly alert. Yuan Ruan, this is ridiculous. What is he thinking? I am not a reincarnated great master. System, haha. I remember how he came in so arrogantly, and now he is begging you to return to the rightful path. Especially with that eager look in his eyes, it's making me laugh. Everyone nodded in agreement. What is this sorcerer doing? What reincarnation of a great master? This is clearly the national fortune of our great Xia. Yuan Ruan, what should we do now? My brothers won't misunderstand anything, will they? Are you really not going to send me away? Everyone. Absolutely not. System, I'm not sure. Actually, I was thinking, should we develop some scholars to follow you? Scholars can be useful, especially those who focus on chemistry. Things like delicious tofu dishes and powerful weapons for battles all need them. If we research these, won't the country's fortune improve? Yuan Ruan. That makes sense. But there aren't many scholars in Daxia, and I can't teach them any skills. Let's talk about it when I grow up. Court officials. What? Scholars can be useful like that? Delicious tofu? Powerful weapons? These can improve the country's fortune? The court officials looked at the scholars with slightly changed expressions. The emperor gave the crown prince a glance. The crown prince stepped forward and said to the struggling scholar, "Do you think the young national master is legitimate? Then who instructed you to question him?" The court officials all turned to the scholar. To everyone's surprise, the scholar answered clearly, almost repeating the conversations among the scholars. Everyone. The crown prince couldn't help but say, "You just said everything? That was too fast." The scholar replied confidently, "It's all for the skills. I believe they can understand me. If they were here, they would do the same." After answering the crown prince, the scholar looked intently at Yuan Ruan. "Great one. I've said it all. When can I return to the temple with you?" Everyone retreat. 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 Forget it. Don't even think about it. Yuan Ruan. Wow. This circle of friends perfectly illustrates that a dead friend is better than a poor one. Everyone agreed. At that moment, Yuan Ruan yawned. Taking the chance, the crown prince said to the emperor, "Father, the ninth sister must be tired. I will take her to rest. As for the scholar, I think since he comes from the Longhu school, it's not suitable for him to go to prison. How about we keep him under house arrest?" The emperor nodded slightly. "All right." Yuan Ruan yawned again, and the crown prince took her to rest. The court officials exchanged glances. The crown prince's tutor spoke first. "Your Majesty, since the young national master said scholars have some usefulness, should Daxia start training them for future needs?" The emperor slightly nodded. Prime Minister Li suddenly said, "I don't think it's necessary." Prime Minister Wang glanced at him and said, "Oh? I suppose Prime Minister Li looks down on the scholars' little tricks." Prime Minister Li smiled and said, "Not at all. The old minister thought that since the Great Xia has no sorcerers and there are many in the Dragon and Tiger Temple and other countries, there is no need to train them here." The emperor suddenly looked up at Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister Li bowed and said, "I think since these people are aiming for the young national teacher, we might as well let them find their way in. Once they are in, those who catch the young national teachers I can stay." I once heard the young national teacher say something very fitting for now: "Make use of what seems useless." The crown prince's tutor said, "That's not right. Sorcerers see our great Xia as uncivilized and do not seek a place to learn the way. If they wanted to stay, they would have come already." Prime Minister Wang did not disagree this time and said, "The tutor is mistaken. They have come to our great Xia to cause trouble. Should we treat them with courtesy?" I agree with Prime Minister Li. Let the young national teacher see these people for himself. If he finds them useful, they can stay. Those who do not want to stay can be detained for questioning. The crown prince's tutor frowned and shook his head. "Wang, you are wrong. Have you forgotten what I taught you?" Prime Minister Wang clasped his hands and replied, "Teacher, times have changed." The crown prince's tutor said, "When cutting grass, you must remove the roots. It is better to eliminate them than to keep them locked up." Everyone. Prime Ministers Li and Wang nearly lost their beards in shock. "Tutor, I didn't expect you to be like this." The emperor suddenly laughed and stood up, saying, "All right, let's go with the flow and secretly spread the news about Sorcerer Zhou in the palace. If anyone else tries to come in through the back channels, let them come." The court officials all bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 days passed. The sorcerers gathered again, eagerly waiting. As they waited from morning until night, even the maidservants bringing tea were yawning, yet Sorcerer Zhou still hadn't returned, nor was there any news. The sorcerers were starting to feel restless. One sorcerer said, "Don't worry, I've sent someone to contact the local powers in the Great Xia capital. News will come soon." Just then, someone rushed in with news and exclaimed, Gentlemen, we have news. The sorcerers were excited. Is it good news? The emperor didn't trouble him, right? Is he still alive? The messenger shook his head repeatedly. He's alive. I heard he wasn't troubled and seems to have gained the national teacher's approval. It looks like he will become a guest of honor in Great Xia. They might even build a royal temple for him. Oh, this is wonderful news. The messenger noticed the sorcerer's expressions change from joy to stiffness as he spoke. But he quickly understood that it was a matter of fearing that his brother would suffer, while also fearing that his brother would enjoy great fortune. The man chuckled a couple of times, took the reward, and ran away. The room fell silent. Suddenly, a voice said, "While we worry so much, he seems to be doing well, colluding with others." When Feng Shui suddenly stood up and said, "No. His loyalty could harm us. We can't just sit and wait. Tomorrow, I will also go to see the Empress Dowager." A fellow scholar muttered, "Isn't he just rushing to pledge loyalty? If I pledge loyalty, may lightning strike me." When Feng Shui immediately swore an oath. The scholars were startled and fell silent. When Feng Shui then relaxed and said softly, "Be very careful. If he can win over Zhou Feng Shui, he must have considerable ability. The emperor may show favoritism." When Feng Shui took out a jade bottle and said, "Don't worry. Have you forgotten? I have always been successful with the king. Besides, I have a favor to repay to the emperor of Xia." The scholars suddenly realized and confidently said, "That's right. When Feng Shui has always been focused on the emperor. This time, we will return early from the 3-day appointment." When Feng Shui replied confidently, "Don't worry, I will be back in 2 days." After saying that, he strode towards the capital's governor. The governor of the capital once again delivered a letter to the Empress Dowager, and the emperor's chief eunuch also found her. "Your Highness," the chief eunuch bowed, "the emperor's message is that more is better." The Empress Dowager was taken aback. Could Zhou Feng Shui really have some ability? Thinking this, she carefully reread her father's letter and was shocked to look up and say, "This person, he once saved the emperor?" The chief eunuch was surprised and looked up. "Is that so?" His expression turned serious. "Your Highness, we must treat this person well." The Empress Dowager pondered. She didn't want to provoke the fortunes of the Xia kingdom, but also wanted to take revenge for her son. She quickly said, "Thank you for the reminder, eunuch. Chunlon, remember to see him off." Chunlon quickly agreed and secretly slipped some gold to the chief eunuch. The Empress Dowager tidied herself up a bit, read Wen Feng Shui's letter 3 times carefully, and then eagerly headed to the Yangxin Hall. At this time, a small meeting was taking place in the Yangxin Hall. The chief eunuch entered to announce, while the Empress Dowager waited outside for news from the emperor. She could vaguely hear the sounds of shouting coming from inside. Inside, Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang were arguing fiercely about how to manage the various princes of the Great Xia, their tension palpable as they debated. Prime Minister Wang is a staunch conservative. He believes that with enemies surrounding the Great Xia, it is absolutely unwise to weaken the power of the foreign kings, as this could lead to an invasion by the other 4 nations and the downfall of Great Xia. Prime Minister Li, on the other hand, is a radical reformist. He argues that if measures are not taken against the feudal lords, Great Xia will soon face disaster and bring about its own demise without any foreign attack. The Empress Dowager stood so long that her feet went numb, but she did not want to leave. "Greetings, Empress Dowager," a gentle voice from a palace made suddenly interrupted. Yuan Ruan thought, "Wow, the Empress Dowager's nose is red from the cold. Why is my brother leaving her out here? Did he forget?" Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was furious. Forget? The emperor had not sent her away during discussions about state affairs, which showed he trusted her. Just then, the door of the Yangxin Hall was opened. The chief eunuch stepped out and flatteringly said to Yuan Ruan, "Greetings, young national master. His Majesty is waiting for you." The palace maid bowed slightly to the Empress Dowager and took Yuan Ruan inside. The Empress Dowager exclaimed, "Wait, what about me?" "Empress Dowager, perhaps you could rest in the side hall first?" The chief eunuch suggested gently. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly and replied, "Since you have already informed His Majesty, I will wait here for his summons." "Well, Your Majesty, let me be honest with you," the chief eunuch said, lowering his voice, looking somewhat troubled. "After delivering the message, I have informed His Majesty 3 times, but each time he only said he knew and asked you to wait."
This.
The Empress Dowager's calm expression began to falter.
She said so.
"His Majesty has forgotten about me?" "Not at all, but His Majesty is very busy with state affairs," the chief eunuch replied with a smile, skillfully dodging the issue. "Moreover, he is concerned that the chaotic scene inside might distress you, so you should be understanding of His Majesty." Thinking of how Princess Jiao had entered without any trouble, the Empress Dowager's smile faded. In the end, she had to go to the side hall. At the same time, Yuan Ruan was embraced by the Emperor as he stood up. Prime Minister Li adjusted his hair, which had been messed up by Prime Minister Wang, and stepped forward to flatter. "Princess Jiao looks more lovely today, so round and charming." Yuan Ruan thought, "Wait, is he saying I'm chubby? Have I been eating too much lately?" The system replied, "My dear Ruan is so elegant. She is not chubby at all. He must be mistaken." Prime Minister Li's flattering smile froze on his face. Prime Minister Wang glanced at him and stepped forward, saying, "The jade you are wearing today is not big enough, Princess Jiao. I happen to have a new hairpin with me. If His Majesty doesn't mind, I would like to give it to the little princess." Yuan Ruan thought, "Oh my, what a precious treasure Prime Minister Wang is. The jade is big and impressive. Good. Very good." Prime Minister Wang looked at Prime Minister Li with a smug expression, as if to say, "I know what you like, and I'm the best at it." However, Prime Minister Li gave him a look that seemed to say, "Let's see how long you can be proud." System. R1, don't forget that Prime Minister Li also gave you a big jade bead a while ago, which you loved to wear every day. But recently, when you got a haircut, you found 2 rows of scars on your head. People might think you became a monk and got burned by 9 beads. Prime Minister Wang's smile froze a little. Prime Minister Li casually adjusted his sleeves, looking innocent. There must be a reason he didn't cater to Wang's preferences. The Emperor looked at his 2 prime ministers in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were fighting over land for the princes, and now they were competing to please the little princess. The change in mood was so sudden that the Emperor was left speechless. At that moment, the Emperor noticed the little princess's excited movements and her focused gaze on the large jade. He sighed, "Don't wear it on your head." After a pause, he waved to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch brought over a chubby panda carved from jade. The Emperor said, "Put the jade beads on this jade beast. It stays warm in winter and cool in summer, so R1 can cuddle it while sleeping."
Yuan Ruan.
Big Brother is amazing. It's worth it. System. As expected of the Emperor. So generous. Prime Ministers Li and Wang both looked at the Emperor, thinking, "Your Majesty, that's not fair. You've already become the father of a small nation, and you're still giving away treasures to gain favor. Can't you share a little with us?" At that moment, palace maids and eunuchs brought out delicious food from the great xia and placed it on the table. The maid serving Yuan Ruan was taken away by the chief eunuch. The Emperor held Yuan Ruan and fed her a spoonful of soft rice porridge, but soon, the bowl was snatched away by her tiny hands. Yuan Ruan almost buried her face in the bowl. The finest dishes often need only the simplest ingredients.
So delicious, so fragrant. System, wow.
It's delicious. Taste sharing is amazing. The Emperor smiled and helped Yuan Ruan hold the bowl. Yuan Ruan, strange, didn't Big Brother say today was a family feast? Why don't I see any consorts or princes? Just a bunch of officials? System, I don't know. Do officials count as part of the Emperor's harem? Prime Ministers Li and Wang nearly hurt their backs, thinking, "System, what are you saying?" The Emperor face-bombed. After so many experiences, he had grown calm about the system. The Emperor subtly gestured for the prince to come over in the side hall. The prince took a deep breath, hid his smile, and pretended to jog over as if he had just arrived at the palace. The prince said loudly, father. I apologize for being late. I know you have been working hard lately, so I thought of inviting Master Wen again, who once cured your back pain, to use his best medicine to help you feel better. He is waiting outside now. Prime Minister Li understood and said, Master Wen has come personally? He once cured my headaches too. Prime Minister Wang glanced at the three of them and praised, the prince is thoughtful. This man truly has real skills. The emperor looked at Yuan Ruan with interest and felt pleased with everyone's growing ability to support the conversation. Now, they would see if Master Wen would be a good match for Joer and if he would be useful. Yuan Ruan thought, system, treating headaches? I suddenly think of Brother Bien K. Could he be a big deal? System replied, we must check it out. He might be very useful. The emperor and his group subtly looked over. The prince was feeding Yuan Ruan some new roasted meat. Prime Minister Li took advantage of Yuan Ruan's distraction and whispered to the emperor, Your Majesty, I believe we should send troops to Wen's village soon. If Master Wen is unwilling, then. He made a gesture, as if to threaten. The emperor glanced at him. Yes, I share the same view. Prime Minister Li suddenly noticed that the head of the palace guards was missing and realized that the emperor must have made arrangements in advance. Prime Minister Wang calmly said, We should show respect first. After all, this man is a true master. Indeed, the emperor and his group valued Master Wen highly, believing in his real skills. That's why they had given the Empress Dowager the green light when they learned he was visiting and were now planning how to keep him around. At that moment, a white-haired, ethereal-looking Master Wen slowly walked in. He greeted the emperor and his group with a respectful gesture, appearing much more impressive than the previous one. Yuan Ruan looked over with interest. Master Wen glanced at Yuan Ruan and then said, Your Majesty, I have recently observed the tides of the sea, the sun, moon, and stars, and I feel that the energy of the human body flows like the tides and celestial movements, constantly repeating. I believe that if we can provide enough medicine for the body, allowing the energy to circulate continuously, wouldn't we be able to achieve immortality like the sun and moon? Master Wen's description of celestial movements was detailed, and the emperor and his group listened, captivated. The prince felt a sense of longing and couldn't help but clap his hands, saying, What you said is truly. Yuan Ruan, nonsense. System, nonsense. Nonsense. The prince accidentally repeated Yuan Ruan and the system's words. Yuan Ruan. Oh, my big brother has a good son. I thought ancient people would be completely obsessed with the longevity pill, but I didn't expect the prince to be so insightful. The future of the great Xia looks promising. System, yes. Look at the shocked expressions of the emperor and the court officials. Your big nephew is truly unique in his wisdom. Hearing their praise and noticing the growing intensity in several pairs of eyes, the prince licked his lips, feeling both awkward and amused. The scholar glared at the prince and said, Your Highness, why do you insult me? Have you forgotten that I cured the emperor's long-standing back pain? The prince touched the tip of his nose. It was true that the other person had saved his father, but just as he was about to apologize, he heard a voice in his heart. Yuan Ruan. Oh, this person has some skills? System. Let me see. I see. The treatment of back pain has nothing to do with him at all. In other words, if he hadn't interfered, your brother's back pain would have healed 6 months earlier. This person is really thick-skinned. Everyone was taken aback.
What?
But how could this be possible? The emperor's back pain had indeed recurred, but both times he sought treatment from the scholar. Although the second time was delayed by a year, it eventually got better. How could it be a random treatment? The prince was worried about his father's health and didn't want to reveal Yuan Ruan's presence, so he pretended to be mysterious and looked at the scholar with a cold gaze. As he stared, the scholar's eyes began to wander. The prince said stiffly, Insult? Scholar, you should know why I am treating you this way. Prime Minister Li looked at the prince in surprise. This was a clever way to trick someone. The scholar stiffened for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, saying, I don't know what you are talking about, Your Highness. The emperor and his entourage frowned slightly. Although the scholar had not admitted anything, his lack of confidence revealed that something was off.
System. Wow.
Your big nephew is really impressive. His information network is amazing. Yuan Ruan. Hee, as expected of my big nephew. Be quiet and don't spoil it. I want to see my big nephew show off. System. Alright, but it seems you've forgotten the old for the new. How sad. The prince nearly stumbled. No, let the system keep talking. If the system didn't give hints, he would be stuck here and would be embarrassed by the other person. The emperor noticed the prince's stiff demeanor and raised his gaze, realizing the prince was still inexperienced. The emperor said calmly, refusing to admit guilt will only make your punishment worse. Guards, take him to the dungeon. Prince. Yuan Ruan. Wen Fengshi. Prime Minister Wang and Prime Minister Li were also surprised and did not understand the emperor's intentions. However, Li Prime Minister soon settled back into his seat, and Wang Prime Minister appeared thoughtful. They each took a sip of tea and exchanged a knowing glance. Li Prime Minister hinted, experience always wins. Wang Prime Minister smiled and replied, no, this is like Jiang Taigong fishing. The head guard stepped forward to arrest Wen Fengshi. It was only when he was bound that he seemed to realize what was happening. He looked at the emperor in disbelief, but I am your savior. The emperor remained unmoved. He trusted in the nation's fortune. Wen Fengshi argued, but no one paid attention. Just before being dragged out of the palace, he finally lost his composure and shouted angrily, "Why are you arresting me? I am the immortal. You have been deceived by a false national master. Let me go." Emperor, prince. The guards ignored him, pulling him away faster. In the end, all that was left was, my master will come to rescue me. Yuan Ruan looked confused. What just happened? Wen Fengshi made a remark and quoted a classic line, then got imprisoned by the emperor? The system was also puzzled. I had doubts about my information. But seeing the emperor and prince's reactions, it seems the intelligence network in the Great Xia Kingdom is indeed impressive. The courtiers, no. It's just that we took your food. Yuan Ruan, sigh. Wen Fengshi is out of the picture. My big brother and nephew definitely won't continue discussing him. System, spill the beans. I'm so curious. In that moment, the prince suddenly understood and was filled with admiration. Father is amazing. That recent action was not because the emperor truly knew something, but rather to create a misunderstanding for Yuan Ruan and the system, using a strategy of retreating to advance, prompting the system to reveal more. System, At the crucial moment, it's still me, the system. Watch me uncover his series of tricks. Yuan Ruan. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. The emperor and his group also shifted their focus. After all, they had witnessed Wen Fengshi's miraculous rebirth and his ability to predict fortunes and cause great upheaval with his words. It was just that the small national fortune claimed the other party was a fraud. If it were someone else, who knows who would end up in prison? System. Actually, your brother will be tricked mainly because of the identity of the immortal that the other party has created. Yuan Ruan. So how does he do it? System. It's quite simple. The real first-generation Wen Feng master died over 100 years ago, but the title has been passed down by his descendants. The Wen Feng master who treated the emperor was the third generation, but he died a year ago after taking a pill. The current Wen Feng master is the fourth generation. He is only in his 20s and rarely goes out, even afraid to wash off the makeup he wears to sleep. Emperor. Crown Prince. 2 prime ministers. This is surprising. It sounds ridiculous, but upon reflection, it makes sense. The Wen Feng master seen 3 years ago had deep eyes and acted very calmly, unlike the one who entered the palace today, who was so emotional. If they are not the same person, it fits perfectly. Yuan Ruan. Wow, I've seen this kind of trick on TV before. Is the pill my brother took made from the blood of young boys and girls? Everyone. Wait, what are you saying, little national master? The emperor looked shocked, while the crown prince and the prime ministers wished they hadn't heard anything. System. That's not the case. The previous Wen Fong master was honored by emperors from various countries because he innovated in alchemy, creating the five-stone powder, which makes those who consume it feel like they are floating to paradise. Everyone sighed in relief. Yuan Ruan, huh? Isn't the five-stone powder worse? It makes people irritable, anxious, forgetful, and more likely to have sudden health issues. System. Exactly. The Emperor of Chen, who took it longer, has already passed away. The Emperor of Shu is bedridden, and the old Emperor of Chu is also nearing the end. Your brother has taken it for years and is only called a tyrant, which shows his health is surprisingly good. Everyone.
What?
In the past few years, the courts of Chen, Shu, and Chu have been in turmoil, and they even analyzed whether it was a coup. It turns out it was all because of the five-stone powder. The four were very angry, especially the two prime ministers. Thinking about the tense days under the emperor, knowing it was all the fault of the five-stone powder, they wanted to arrest all the alchemists selling the longevity pills. Yuan Ruan. No, I need to find a way to destroy the longevity pills. System, can you find out where they are? System. Ahem, actually it's not necessary. The previous Wen Fong master had some conscience and deliberately did not teach his son the techniques, hoping the immortals would end with his generation. His son, seeking comfort, still chose this path. Thankfully, the Imperial physician was skilled. Otherwise, your brother would have been paralyzed. Everyone. The system continued. However, because this guy is not good at his craft, the longevity pills he presented to the emperor were just coated with red powder, while the inside was merely a mix of glutinous rice and mud, at most causing some digestive issues. Everyone. For a moment, they didn't know whether to be angry or relieved for the emperor. Yuan Ruan sighed in relief. That's good to hear. But how is this unskilled practitioner still able to deceive those around him?
Wait.
Could the people from the Wen family village be involved? System. You are right. The Wen family village was poor until the practitioner gained fame, attracting many visitors, which made the village prosper. The head of the Wen family was overjoyed and believed the practitioner was essential. To draw more people seeking help, he willingly provided false certificates for the practitioner. Everyone. What a ridiculous village. Yuan Ruan gasped. Greed, indeed, as the drama shows. Wait. What about the convincing abilities the practitioner claims to have? System. Those are also staged. For example, if the practitioner says someone will face misfortune, they will set up a situation to ensure that happens. If the practitioner says someone will have romantic encounters this month, the Wen family village will send people to pursue them. Everyone. Is that really how it works? The system continued. The most outrageous incident was when the practitioner claimed that East River Village would face drought during spring planting and demanded money for rain. When they refused, it rained often in Xia, with no drought at all. The people from Wen family village secretly went to East River Village at night, sabotaging their water source until they agreed to pray for rain. Then they would fix the water source overnight, all to fulfill the practitioner's miracle. The three. Destroying the water source during farming. That's like murder. Prime Minister Wang almost rushed out to capture the practitioner for questioning, but the emperor held him back. The emperor took a deep breath, a fierce look in his eyes. With over 100 villagers cheating, it was no wonder the investigation yielded nothing. Thanks to Yuan Ruan, they would have never known they were deceived. The crown prince was furious. The practitioner had been recommended by someone under him and was someone he was tasked to investigate. He nearly caused harm to his father. Fortunately, there was still a chance to fix this. Thinking of this, the crown prince looked at Yuan Ruan with a softer, grateful expression. Yuan Ruan didn't notice the changes in the three people and was worried. Oh no. A whole village of scammers. Luckily, my big brother has found out about the scam and won't take the longevity pill anymore. System. Not really. There are many alchemists making longevity pills in this world. Just because one alchemist is bad doesn't mean your big brother won't take pills made by others. Unless you can prove that the longevity pills are toxic. But you, a little dumpling, can't prove that. Maybe you should just blow them up. Yuan Ruan. That makes sense. Have you found their location? System. Of course. A few bottles are locked in a wooden cabinet in the side hall of the Yangxin Palace, and one is inside the emperor's robe. A Ruan, aim and strike. These are flammable. Don't burn your big brother. Everyone.
Ah.
System. Why are you encouraging little Guiyun to do this? Striking wood or the emperor is not okay. Someone could get hurt. Yuan Ruan and the system were planning how to safely blow up the pills. The emperor and his group were very tense, desperately thinking of how to make Yuan Ruan believe that they would never touch the longevity pills again without raising her suspicion. At that moment, the chief eunuch suddenly entered and said, "Your Majesty, an urgent message from General Wu Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, the prince rushed forward. "Quick, bring it here." The chief eunuch was taken aback. The emperor and the others looked at the prince in confusion, and the prince glanced at the message, then turned to the emperor and said, "Father, General Wu Yi has achieved great merit, but he has a bold request. He hopes to get a longevity pill for his seriously ill grandmother." Yuan Ruan. That's not okay. The elderly could choke on it. Aim and blow it up quickly. The emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Prime Minister Li looked at the prince. "What are you doing, prince? You shouldn't mention the longevity pill at such a critical moment. It might provoke little Guiyun." Prime Minister Wang was even more shocked, looking at the prince. "Prince, your image is that of a kind person. You aren't planning to use the excuse of poisoning General Wu Yi's mother, are you? That's unethical." Just then, the prince took a jade bottle from the emperor's sleeve, shook it, and said, "Ah, this is the longevity pill." How did a few fall out? Coincidentally, the bright red longevity pills fell into the dove's beak.
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
The dove swallowed the longevity pill and flapped its wings in surprise. The prince closely watched the dove's condition, his fingers subtly touching its vital spot, while he casually said, "I'm sorry, father, I accidentally let one of the longevity pills slip." The emperor and the others immediately understood the prince's intention. He wanted to use the dove to prove that the pills were toxic. The emperor looked at the pigeon and said, "It was an unintentional mistake." Yuan Ruan. System. The pigeon ate it. Should I knock it out to prove the elixir is faulty? System. Hurry, hurry. The crown prince glanced at Yuan Ruan with relief. He had planned to secretly eliminate the pigeon but was pleased that Yuan Ruan shared his thoughts. The emperor and his group began to prepare their expressions of shock and anger. Just then, the pigeon stiffened and fell down. The crown prince stood up angrily and shouted, "What happened?" System. Great job, host, it worked. Yuan Ruan. No, I haven't even used my lightning yet. Oh my, did the pigeon really die from just one? System. You said this would only cause a stomach upset? The crown prince froze in place. Everyone, what? Did the pigeon really die from this? The others looked at the emperor in fear. Minister Li let out a cry and lunged at the emperor, shouting, "Your Majesty, you ate one too. You need to spit it out." Minister Wang and the crown prince rushed forward together. The emperor quickly dodged the three hands reaching for him and calmly said, "Stay calm, I am fine." Just then, a voice spoke in his mind. System. It's okay, I just checked. The pigeon wasn't poisoned. It choked on the elixir when it went down its throat. Everyone. Yuan Ruan. Is that so? Good thing my elder brother doesn't know. It turned out to be a fortunate mistake. I was worried, but if my brother was really in danger, it would have triggered a protective mission for him. System. Really? Did Ruan forget the plot twist from 12 hours ago? The emperor has faced many dangers on this journey, yet no protective mission was triggered. Maybe the fortune doesn't want to save a tyrant. Emperor. Everyone tried to maintain their expressions, pretending they hadn't heard anything as they began to eat.
Yuan Ruan. Golf. No.
I think it's because the fortune believes my brother is under my protection, so everything will turn out well, which is why it didn't trigger. The emperor felt warmth in his heart. His child was right. Afterward, Yuan Ruan had a simple meal and was sent back to Kunning Palace to rest by the crown prince. Later, the emperor held a small court meeting to discuss how to deal with the alchemist. The Minister of Rites suggested, "Your Majesty, The alchemist is indeed despicable, but he may be an isolated case. We should look into other alchemists. The Minister of War strongly opposed, saying, Your Majesty, I believe it is unnecessary. Among the two alchemists we have now, one has little ability and the other has extremely poor character. I think we should not waste our time on selecting alchemists. The Minister of Revenue added, but the young National Master mentioned tofu and explosives. The Minister of War replied, The young National Master also said there's no rush. We can wait until he grows up. Besides, now that the alchemist from Zhou has surrendered, if the young National Master suddenly wants to act, we have people who can be used temporarily. Upon hearing this, the court officials began to discuss among themselves. Some supported the Minister of Revenue, while others backed the Minister of War, leading to a debate filled with references. At that moment, the Crown Prince returned after delivering the message. The Emperor looked at him and asked, Crown Prince, do you support the Minister of Revenue or the Minister of War? The Crown Prince pondered for a moment and replied, Father, I do not agree with either. Everyone was not surprised by this answer, as the Crown Prince was known for his benevolence, and the officials expected him to take a neutral stance. However, the next moment, everyone was taken aback by his words. The Crown Prince said, The deceitful scholar has committed many wrongs. I believe he should be paraded through the streets, have his crimes read aloud, and face execution as a warning. At the same time, we should thoroughly investigate the alchemists within our territory. Those who break the law should be punished according to the law. As his words echoed in the hall, there was complete silence. The officials were slightly shocked. Execution? This was something the Crown Prince would say. After a moment, the Emperor laughed heartily and said, Good. Minister Li and the commander of the Imperial Guards. Both Minister Li and the commander stepped forward and bowed, saying, We are here. You will assist the Crown Prince in this matter, the Emperor instructed. Both Minister Li and the commander bowed again and replied, Yes. The Emperor nodded slightly and said calmly, By the way, it's not just execution. The Wen family is guilty as well. Their entire family should face execution and punishment for 3 generations. You may go. The officials trembled, feeling the familiar weight of the Emperor's decree. The Crown Prince was startled and wanted to speak, but Minister Li firmly held him back, and they both bowed to accept the order. That night, the Wen family estate was surrounded by a large group of soldiers. Meanwhile, the Empire abandoned its efforts to win over other alchemists and began investigations and expulsions, especially targeting those who claimed to be able to create elixirs of immortality. Once discovered, they were mostly found to be frauds and were sent to prison. 2 days later, the alchemists gathered once again, waiting for the Wen alchemist. As they waited, the Wen alchemist never appeared. The expressions on the faces of the alchemists were somewhat numb, and they even felt it was somewhat expected. Someone couldn't help but sarcastically say, You speak so confidently, but aren't you just jealous of others' good fortune, secretly enjoying wealth and luxury? As soon as this was said, many others agreed. One person slammed the table and said, I've sent someone to find out. No need to. At that moment, the messenger rushed in like a whirlwind and exclaimed, Everyone, I have news. The crowd remained calm, and someone said, I understand. It's good news, right? The messenger replied urgently, Oh no. It's not. The scholar was taken to the East Gate for a public display, and they say he'll be executed tomorrow at noon. The crowd gasped. What? A public display? Execution at noon? The first person jumped up and said quickly, Take me to save him. Leading the way, he hurried ahead while the others followed closely behind. When they arrived at the procession, they saw the scholar bound in chains, looking distressed and shouting for justice. The onlookers heard him crying out, and some shouted back, The scholar is highly skilled and respected, a famous figure. He must not be captured. Yes. There were those who doubted him, and their village was robbed clean. What? He is the renowned scholar from Wen village. We cannot let him be captured. My son didn't listen to me and broke his leg when he came back. The bound scholar, hearing these words, sighed louder. I have devoted my life to the path, never doing anything wrong. Before he could finish, An official stepped forward and revealed how the scholar's family had used deceitful methods to make people believe in his powers. The official then declared, "This is not the scholar, but Wen Li, the fifth descendant of Wen village. Someone, wash off his false appearance with a basin of water." The crowd gasped. What? The scholar looked panicked, and the others stared in shock. Soon, a small official climbed onto the carriage and roughly washed the scholar's face. In no time, his gray hair turned black again, and when he looked up, he appeared no older than 25. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone suddenly cried out, "Oh no, this is a fraud. I specifically sought your help. No wonder my sister wasn't cured. It was because of this trickster." As soon as these words were spoken, several villagers who had previously begged the scholar for help cried out in despair. "And my son's leg. It was you who broke it. You liar. My son-in-law's family was starved to death because of you." In an instant, the villagers glared angrily at the scholar, and a few hot-headed young people began throwing things at the prison cart. In their rage, the crowd turned their anger toward the scholar's present. At that moment, a scholar in a blue robe, leaning on a cane, rushed forward and stood in front of the angry villagers, trying to calm them down. The villagers recognized him as the limping scholar who had been providing free medical care in their region for 3 years, and they slowly began to suppress their anger and step back. The scholar looked at the crowd in disbelief and quickly lowered his head. Others awkwardly squeezed out from the crowd, ignoring the rotten vegetables on their clothes. They joyfully surrounded the scholar, exclaiming, "It's our senior brother. The esteemed scholar has been here all along. Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" The scholar maintained a steady smile. Just then, several men in distinctive uniforms approached and surrounded the scholars. The leader, dressed in fine clothing, stepped forward with a disdainful expression and said, "So these are the fraudulent scholars? Come, let's take you back to the government for a proper investigation." Someone nervously asked, "Senior Brotherly, what should we do now?"
Fool.
One scholar pushed him, "We should find the other scholar." Seeing the crowd losing hope, the scholar internally cursed the other scholar. He wanted to leave too, but he knew he couldn't abandon him without trying. Otherwise, his own reputation would be ruined, especially with Senior Brotherly present. He feigned calmness and said, "He has made a grave mistake." The other scholars looked at him anxiously. "But he is also my junior brother," he continued. "I will request to meet with the young national master and use our sect's unique skills to plead for his life." Some scholars were excited, while others hesitated. "That's nonsense. He deserves punishment for his crimes." One scholar shouted, swinging his cane. The scholar winced in pain but remained silent, respecting his senior's authority. Senior Brotherly replied steadily, "He has made a mistake, but it should not involve all of you. Do not panic. I will seek an opportunity to meet the young national master. The thunder techniques come from our sect, and even if we give up our unique skills, we can still ensure your safety." The scholar quickly added, "Yes, yes. I will go with my senior brother." Tears filled the eyes of the crowd. "Please. Just this once. Don't make us wait in vain again." As everyone eagerly awaited, Li Fengshi and Fang Fengshi left together. They were silent for a moment before Fang Fengshi spoke first. "Brother, I didn't expect you to return to your hometown." Li Fengshi replied, "Yes. A fallen leaf returns to its roots." Fang Fengshi asked, "How is the Shunshao sect developing in the Xia kingdom?" He hesitated, as he could see that the small temple from his childhood was still clean but quite run down. Fang Fengshi exclaimed, "It's so shabby?" "Brother." Li Fengshi shrugged it off, even smiling proudly. "Don't be fooled by its appearance. The alchemy materials are top-notch. Cultivating the mind and spirit isn't about looks." Fang Fengshi's mouth twitched slightly as he muttered, "If the appearance is poor, which noble would trust it?" He then looked at Li Fengshi with suspicion. "Which noble are you planning to approach for an introduction?" Li Fengshi laughed casually. "Don't worry, we'll go directly." Fang Fengshi was shocked. His brother was doing so well in the Great Xia. However, soon after, Fang Fengshi turned pale. Li Fengshi didn't go through any connections but went straight to the East Gate Market, beating a drum to make his case. The emperor initially didn't want to pay attention. But when he saw a message from the crowd saying, "A practitioner claims that all thunder techniques come from the Shunshao sect, and that the Shunshao Golden Fire heavenly technique is unmatched. The old Taoist is from Great Xia and has heard that the national master excels in thunder techniques and wishes to seek guidance," the emperor paused. The crown prince approached and whispered, "Father, the young national master has been struggling with his weak thunder techniques. Could this Shunshao Golden Fire heavenly technique be an opportunity?" The emperor nodded slightly. The crown prince had struck a chord with him. For the emperor, he didn't care much about how strong or genuine other practitioners were. He only cared whether Jia was interested and happy. The young national master had indeed complained about his weak thunder techniques, so it was worth a visit. At the same time, in Kunning Palace, Yuan Ruan was being held by the second princess, who was feeding her porridge. Yuan Ruan yawned, and the second princess whispered, I'm about to get married, and I'm so nervous. I wonder if he will like the blue handkerchief I embroidered for him. I don't even know what his preferences are." Yuan Ruan thought, "Is this what a woman in love is like? Her mind is full of what Lord Chen likes. System. At least it's two love-struck minds together. I see the melon. Lord Chen doesn't like blue. He prefers gold because that's the color the second princess has liked since childhood." Yuan Ruan. Oh dear. The second princess's face turned slightly red, and she quietly noted this down. Then she fed Yuan Ruan a piece of fruit and said softly, "I wonder what kind of woman Lord Cheng's mother likes. Someone lively or someone reserved?" Yuan Ruan burped. "But you're a princess. He should like you no matter what. Be confident."
Standtal.
System. Exactly. Lord Cheng only has eyes for her.
At home, he always gets his way.
Besides, his mother is sensible. She likes whoever her son likes. The second princess felt happy, and in her excitement, she took out some dragon beard candy from the nearby cabinet. Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. It was her favorite flavor. At that moment, the queen walked in and, with a sigh, ordered the maid to clear the table of snacks, saying, "Put that down. After a few visits, your ninth sister has gained some weight. Luckily, you're getting married soon." The second princess shyly pouted, "Mother." The queen coldly pushed the second princess's arms away and picked up Yuan Ruan to carry her out, saying to the maid, "Tell the kitchen to prepare lighter dishes and have the doctor check if there's any indigestion." The maid quickly obeyed and left. Soon, the doctor arrived, examined her carefully, and said there was nothing serious, just some indigestion. The queen frowned and commanded the second princess to stand straight, her expression stern. "Do you understand your mistake?" The second princess quickly lowered her head and said, "Mother, I'm sorry. I won't feed ninth sister so much again." Yuan Ruan and the system were surprised that the usually laid-back queen would get angry. Yuan Ruan. "Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just some snacks. She didn't give me anything like alcohol." The second sister is considerate and means no harm. The queen sighed. Many people could hear ninth sister's thoughts, and there were certainly many who wanted to please her for information. A strict ban couldn't be fully enforced. Thus, at the beginning, she had to set some unspoken rules. You can please ninth sister, but any flattery must be based on protecting her health. The queen knew the second princess meant no harm, but she couldn't allow her daughter to act this way. It was a warning. Thinking of this, the queen said calmly, "I will have a maid watch over you. You can walk and play ball with ninth sister, but you can only leave when she feels better." The second princess quickly replied, "Mother, I understand. I will pay attention from now on. I will accompany Jia to exercise." Yuan Ruan thought, "Wow, my second sister is bending over to help me walk. Her face is so red, and she's sweating a lot. She's so gentle and patient, and she's a rich princess. That Lord Chen is really lucky." The system said, "Yeah, it's a good thing that person is lovesick, otherwise he wouldn't deserve her at all." Yuan Ruan, "I used to be a firm supporter of consort Rome, but now I think it's nice that you're living with the queen." The second princess's face grew redder, almost steaming from the heat. The system continued, Yuan Ruan, we're just one national fortune point away, but it hasn't triggered. Is there a problem? Yuan Ruan replied, I don't know. Maybe I haven't met enough people? There are still the Empress Dowager, the late Emperor's consorts, and several princes and princesses I haven't seen. Could the opportunity be with them? The system said that's possible. Are they really that reclusive? Can't they meet anyone while strolling in the Imperial garden every day? The second princess seemed to ponder this. She bit her lip and suddenly picked up Yuan Ruan, whispering, actually, I really don't want to marry so soon. I wish there was a way to delay it. Yuan Ruan quickly reached out to touch the second princess's cheek, saying, don't worry. Your husband is lovesick. He's locked in. No need to be scared. The second princess held back a laugh. She was grateful to Jiawer for helping her find the perfect husband, so she wanted to share the burden too. She muttered to herself, at first, I wanted Lord Chen to pretend to be sick to delay the wedding for a few months. Yuan Ruan exclaimed, no way. That's not a good idea. The system warned don't. That could jeopardize the prince's position. The second princess smiled to herself and continued, but then I thought it might be bad if the doctors found out. However, I just saw the maids serving the Empress Dowager, and I remembered that the Empress Dowager and the late Emperor's consorts have gone to Wutai Mountain to pray. Can I use the excuse of wanting them to attend the wedding to delay it? Yuan Ruan gasped, what? The Empress Dowager and the late Emperor's consorts are praying? No wonder I haven't run into them. The system exclaimed, wow, what a great opportunity. Sorry, Lord Chen. The second princess felt confident but didn't stop the conversation. Instead, she continued to talk about other plans and people. Yuan Ruan and the system listened with great interest, both marveling at how being young allows them to enjoy the gossip. The second princess smiled to herself. After exercising in the Imperial garden for a while, suddenly, the chief eunuch serving the emperor and some palace maids from the queen's palace came running over. The chief eunuch bowed and said, I greet the second princess and the ninth princess. His Majesty urgently summoned the ninth princess, and I am ordered to take her to the Yangxin Palace. The second princess, feeling uneasy about the chief eunuch, took Yuan Ruan and sat in the sedan chair together. It was not until they arrived at the Yangxin Palace that she allowed a waiting maid to carry Yuan Ruan inside. Yuan Ruan waved goodbye to the second princess from the maid's shoulder. Then she entered the Yangxin Palace. Inside the hall, about 10 officials stood, all gazing out the window. Yuan Ruan was puzzled when suddenly she heard a loud rumbling noise. Everyone. A nearby small hill was blown apart. Except for the emperor, the crown prince, Li Fengshi, and Fong Fengshi, all the accompanying eunuchs and maids were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. The officials inside the hall could not hide their shock and whispered, this person. Wow, they can really create thunder in broad daylight. The power is quite impressive. It seems the National Master has never done this in daylight. Our young National Master is still learning. Once they master it, the power will surely be even greater. At that moment, the Emperor, the Crown Prince, and 2 ethereal-looking scholars slowly walked in from outside. Seeing Yuan Ruan, Fong Fengshi respectfully clasped his hands and said, this person radiates divine light. You must be the esteemed National Master of the Great Xia. I have long admired your name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Fengshi also clasped his hands and said, a pleasure to meet you. Yuan Ruan felt the friendly greeting and calmed down, returning a small bow. Just then, Li Fengshi proposed that His Majesty had verified the power of the thunder technique, and he was willing to offer the Shunshao Jinhua Tianding Dafa in exchange. He hoped the Jinyui would release the captured scholars, and he would immediately take the trapped scholars away from Great Xia. The emperor was about to nod in agreement when he heard Yuan Ruan's thoughts. Yuan Ruan. System. What did these 2 scholars just use? Is it gunpowder? System. It sounds like it. Impressive. With further research, stable gunpowder usage is just around the corner. The officials. Gunpowder? Is that the beneficial weapon the young National Master mentioned before? The Emperor and Crown Prince looked at Li Fengshi with deepened expressions. Yuan Ruan, what a remarkable figure. System, can you check if he has any national fortune tasks? System. Strangely, there are no triggered national fortune tasks. But this is gunpowder. If developed well, Great Xia will gain a powerful weapon, significantly boosting its national strength. The courtiers exclaimed, "What? Can it really improve the nation's fortune? That's amazing!" When the Minister of War heard the phrase, "Whoever we strike will fall," his body tensed, and his gaze toward the two alchemists changed from disdain to intense interest. Li, the alchemist, paused in stroking his beard, surprised by the attention. Yuan Ruan continued, "Gunpowder isn't just a weapon. It can also be used in mining, construction, and even for treating wounds. In other words, it has driven many industrial advancements, leading to many great inventions in the future, like flying airplanes and fishing boats that travel along the coast." As Yuan Ruan spoke, he began to reminisce about the major contracts he had signed, drifting off topic and discussing not only the benefits of gunpowder, but also unrelated innovations. However, the people of the Great Xia were unaware. They were excited by the new concepts and ideas Yuan Ruan casually mentioned. The courtiers couldn't help but start dreaming. The Minister of Revenue pulled out his golden abacus, his eyes sparkling as he frantically calculated. The Minister of Rights leaned closer to the window, gazing at a bird soaring through the sky, his arms slightly stretching as if imagining himself flying. The Minister of War, initially still, began to look more animated. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout and dashed out like a whirlwind, disappearing from sight. The palace maids, eunuchs, and alchemists were left confused. What just happened? Yuan Ruan was bewildered. "What's going on?" The system replied, "I don't know. Maybe the alchemist's gunpowder has left him stunned." Among them, the emperor and the crown prince remained calm. Noticing the puzzled looks from the others, the crown prince wisely reassured them, "Don't worry. He will be back soon." Amidst the confusion, hurried footsteps were soon heard from outside. In the next moment, the Minister of War returned, his hair standing on end and steam rising from his body, running back while glancing at the two alchemists, especially at Li, panting heavily. Li, the alchemist, felt a bit frightened and took a step back. At that moment, Li couldn't help but emphasize again when he could leave. The Minister of Works quickly looked at the emperor, his face showing, "Your Majesty, we can't let such a great figure escape." The emperor felt a headache coming on. A king's word is his bond. He had just made an agreement with Li. How could he go back on it now? Wait, he had agreed, but the crown prince had not. Thinking this, he took a brush from the side and quickly wrote a few characters on silk, then quietly handed it to the crown prince. The prince took the item with suspicion and looked down, his mouth twitching slightly. "Father, what are you thinking? Not only do you want him to cleverly keep the two alchemists, but you also want to figure out how to win them over, so they will wholeheartedly provide gunpowder formulas and further research for the Great Xia. Father, these two alchemists are not naive. How can we take advantage of them like this?" The prince looked up at the emperor in disagreement, but only saw the emperor's encouraging gaze. The prince thought, sometimes being the emperor's son feels quite helpless. He took a deep breath, quickly thinking about how to make the alchemists stay and willingly research. Forcing them to stay wouldn't work. He could only tempt them. But the alchemists were quite mystical, and ordinary rewards might not be very appealing. Wait, mystical? The prince suddenly thought of why the attitude of one alchemist had changed so suddenly. An idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly asked the two alchemists, "You mentioned before that the Divine Cloud sect is not only skilled in thunder techniques, but can also know the past and predict the future, right?" The two alchemists were taken aback, exchanged glances, and nodded slightly. "Indeed, we have some research in that area." Yuan Ruan widened her eyes. My nephew seems to be quite superstitious lately. But I can understand, since this alchemist has developed gunpowder, he might also have great skills in fortune-telling. System. Yes, some fortune-tellers are indeed impressive." The prince suddenly asked, "Then can you tell me who the next emperor of Great Xia will be?" Everyone.
What kind of question is that?
What's wrong with you, prince? The emperor was also stunned and began to wonder if he had put too much pressure on the prince, causing this reaction. Yuan Ruan. That escalated quickly. He just jumped to a life-or-death question. Is it really that explosive? System. Wow. What triggered my nephew? The two alchemists gasped, their mystical demeanor seeming to crack. They had seen questions about the future, but never had anyone asked in front of the emperor if they could ascend to the throne. Was this going to put them in a tough spot? Li the alchemist was silent for a while, then pretended to calculate with his fingers. He tossed the divination sticks into the air and let them fall to the ground. Looking down, he nodded and said, "Your Highness, your question concerns the legitimacy of Great Xia, but the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I can only say that the future signs for Great Xia are auspicious, full of vitality, and everything is reviving, which is very good. Your Majesty's name means rising, like the sun at dawn, shining brilliantly. Your Highness's name, Zirong, signifies the flourishing of all things, complementing each other perfectly, which is very auspicious." Yuan Ruan clapped and said, "This scholar is quite clever. He skillfully answered a difficult question in a lucky way." The system commented, "A cultural person skilled in magic has a way with words." The courtiers agreed, "Yes, yes." The prince smiled slightly and naturally applauded, saying, "That's right. Master Li is correct." Beside him, Master Fong narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Indeed auspicious. I cannot predict your Highness's future, but I can share a bit about your Highness's childhood. You faced a fierce beast, but were saved by a certain soldier who is currently serving in the East Palace. I wonder if that is accurate." Yuan Ruan thought, this scholar is stretching the truth. While nobles in ancient times enjoyed hunting, the prince likely has been saved, but making things up can lead to mistakes. If the prince doesn't agree, the good impression created by the previous scholar will be lost. The system noted, "Yuan Ruan is right. I think the prince is not easily fooled." The courtiers nodded in agreement, especially since the prince could hear their thoughts. He would not easily tolerate such deception. However, the prince did not react negatively. He applauded again and said, "That's right. Master Fong is very correct." Everyone was shocked and looked at the prince. "Wait, you can hear our thoughts. Why are you still praising him?" The emperor was taken aback by the prince's sudden response. Master Fong, who could not hear thoughts, felt secretly pleased. As expected, nobles who enjoy hunting will say such things. Master Fong was ready to continue and try to outshine Master Li. The prince stopped clapping and said, "No wonder both of you masters have led the Shunshao sect. You are both skilled in interpreting intentions and astronomy. Father, there are vacancies for the positions of the head of the Astronomical Bureau and the head of the Spring Bureau. Why not let these two masters take the positions?" The courtiers were confused. "What? Prince, have you lost your mind? Just because they praised you, you want to appoint them?" Yuan Ruan was surprised and clasped her hands. "Huh? Was the prince's earlier question just to win them over?" I don't know what to say." The system remarked, "The prince's emotional intelligence needs improvement. Although the two masters won't say it, they must have some complaints in their hearts." Once that was said, the crowd, who had been somewhat puzzled, instantly understood what the prince was trying to do. The crown prince appointed a sixth-rank official, which seems to be a way to test whether these two alchemists are worth winning over by seeing if they can hear the voice of the little national teacher. The emperor was silent for a moment before saying, "Yes." He turned to the chief eunuch beside him and said, "It's rare for the crown prince to recommend talent. Go and bring the official robes and tokens of the chief eunuchs." The chief eunuch quickly agreed. Li the alchemist and Fong the alchemist were stunned. They came to rescue their fellow disciples, not to put themselves in danger. Yuan Ruan was shocked and thought, "Is this how one becomes an official? There's no examination?" The system replied, Let me check." "Oh, right, there's no paper now. The Great Xia doesn't have examinations and still uses a recommendation system." "That makes sense. Yuan Ruan, do you want to bring out paper?" Everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to this. What paper? What examination system? Can this really enhance the nation's fortune? Yuan Ruan thought carefully and declined, "No. Thanks." The system asked, "Why not? Isn't this something that travelers love to do?" Yuan Ruan replied, "That's because those who bring out paper are already adults and don't have to suffer through studying anymore. Think about it. Before paper was invented, one could become a high official with just a wealth of knowledge, but how many words fit on bamboo slips? It's about 8 million characters. But after paper was invented, how much more do you need to read to become a high official? At least dozens of times more." At this point, a heavy expression appeared on Yuan Ruan's round face. "I've seen the study plans of the princes and princesses of Great Xia. My elder brother is very strict. If paper comes out, I'll have to read so many books. Isn't that just making things harder for myself? Let's wait 2 or 3 years. By then, I'll have more skills, and I can secure my position as the national teacher. Hee, if I don't want to study, I won't have to. Let them compete." The system responded, "Wow, that makes a lot of sense." At that moment, a clear contrast formed between the scholarly ministers and the less studious ones. The ministers led by the Minister of War closed their eyes and crossed their arms, thinking it might be better to hold off on this for now. The ministers led by the Minister of Revenue were extremely interested. They looked at the emperor, excited about the possibility of selecting more talented individuals. They wouldn't be overwhelmed with work. The emperor was most tempted. As the highest leader, he wished for a wealth of talent in Great Xia, but seeing Yuan Ruan yawning, he suppressed his impulse a bit. There was no rush. For now, he should cultivate Yuan Ruan's interest in studying. At that moment, the chief eunuch approached Li the alchemist and Fong the alchemist, holding the official robes and tokens. The two men looked at the official robes in their hands, feeling a bit disheveled in the wind. At that moment, they noticed a piece of cloth with writing on it. "No matter what you hear, do not be surprised, and do not speak casually." The two scholars looked confused. Just then, a token symbolizing authority fell into the hands of the elder scholar. Suddenly, the elder scholar heard a soft voice, but no matter the system, it seems that the elder brother truly cares for his nephew, easily agreeing to things. It looks like the succession will be smooth in the future. System. That's not certain. Kangxi cared for the crown prince, but in the end, he still deposed him and confined him. Conflicts between fathers and sons and rifts among family members are common in the palace. Yuan Ruan. That won't do. Both the elder brother and nephew must be well. Anyone who encourages them to turn against each other will face my wrath. Who is for it and who is against it? System. Exactly. You are the fortune of the nation, which is also a heavenly mandate. The emperor is the son of heaven. Wait. Is there a mistake in your generation? You could even be your elder brother's mother.
Haha.
Li Fengshi was alarmed.
What? Who is speaking?
How dare they say such rebellious things?
Cough cough. Clang.
Li Fengshi suddenly looked up towards the source of the voice, noticing some court officials were bowing down to pick things up, while others kept their heads slightly lowered and some were pinching their chins, as if trying to maintain a certain expression. He then glanced at the emperor and the crown prince, noticing the emperor appeared calm, while the crown prince looked a bit awkward at first, but quickly regained his composure. After noticing Li Fengshi's gaze, he subtly waved his finger at him. A thunderous thought suddenly flashed through Li Fengshi's mind. Could everyone hear? Wait, so this is the young national master. Is this their divine ability? Are they the fortune of the nation? Had he previously spoken so boldly in front of the heavens? Li Fengshi's legs went weak, and he sat down abruptly. Yuan Ruan curiously looked at Li Fengshi. Why did this elder scholar sit down? System. Osteoporosis, perhaps. He needs to go home and get some calcium. Li Fengshi slowly stood up, sincerely looking at Yuan Ruan. The national master of Daxia seems to possess endless wisdom. Being able to cultivate in Daxia is truly the best decision made in recent years. Yuan Ruan was taken aback. Why are you suddenly praising me? Your expression is so sincere. System. The previous scholar also liked to speak in a mysterious way to praise others. Perhaps all scholars are part of a praise group? Beside him, Fang Fangshi pulled at Li Fangshi's sleeve and whispered in confusion, "Why are you acting like this, brother?" Li Fangshi looked surprised and turned his head, speaking in a very low voice. "Did you not hear? Aren't you shocked?" Fang Fangshi frowned. "Brother, stop playing games." At the same time, he felt a strong sense of caution. Did something get secretly told to his brother that he wasn't aware of? No. He couldn't let his brother take the spotlight and replace the position he had worked so hard to achieve. Isn't it just flattering? He could do it even better and make more promises. Thinking this, Fang Fangshi quickly cupped his hands and said, "The young national master is exceptionally talented. This book, Divine Fire Techniques, might not be enough for him to learn in just a few days. Fortunately, the Divine Fire sect at Longhu Temple has many other secret techniques, not just lightning techniques, but also divine fire. National Master, Longhu Temple is a sacred place that all practitioners aspire to. I sincerely invite the National Master of Daxia to visit as an elder." The court officials looked at the two practitioners with disapproval.
Hey.
"What are you saying?" The Minister of War, known for his fiery temper, pointed at Fang Fangshi angrily. "If I hear you trying to take our young national master again, I'll deal with you." Li Fangshi was also startled. How could one try to tempt heaven? He quickly said to Fang Fangshi, "That's not appropriate at all." Fang Fangshi was taken aback and quickly feigned confusion. "Why be so petty, brother?" He then turned to Yuan Ruan and said, "National Master, look at your great talent. Even my brother is wary of you. If you come, I promise to fulfill all my commitments." The Minister of War was furious. "Humph. How dare you speak such nonsense?" If it weren't for the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Rights pulling him back, the Minister of War might have already been on top of Fang Fangshi, throwing punches. System. Ruan, this practitioner is quite something.
Yuan Ruan, a bit, yes.
But no matter what he says, I won't leave Daxia. Because I am the fortune of Daxia. Li Fangshi was once again stunned.
What?
You are the fortune of Daxia? No wonder Daxia doesn't appoint a national master. They have the fortune protecting them. The Minister of War, who was initially eager to fight, suddenly quieted down. He first bared his teeth at Fang Fangshi, then showed a proud smile. The other court officials also calmed down. All is well. Only Fang Fangshi looked confused, wondering what kind of silent play was happening here. At that moment, the emperor realized that Li Fangshi could hear thoughts while Fang Fangshi could not. He instructed a palace made to take Yuan Ruan to a side hall to drink rice soup. Prime Minister Li quietly leaned towards the emperor and whispered, "Your Majesty, Li Fangshi can stay, but this Fang Fangshi cannot hear. It would be better to revoke his official position and expel him from the country soon." The Minister of War disagreed and said softly, "This person is skilled with gunpowder. Expelling him would only benefit other nations." Prime Minister Li paused. The Crown Prince gently suggested, "There are many skilled practitioners of thunder and fire. We can't capture them all." The Minister of War insisted, "We should capture whoever we can. The little national teacher once said that reducing our enemies and increasing our own is very wise." The Crown Prince. The group did not avoid mentioning the two practitioners during their conversation. Fang Fangshi visibly panicked. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Suddenly, he knelt and said, "Your Majesty, you actually want a practitioner to assist and protect the little national teacher, right? I can do that. I have been a disciple for 20 years and am better at serving than my senior brother." The court officials remained expressionless. Li Fangshi sighed and also knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, knowing of the little national teacher's existence is a blessing for me. I wonder if I could have my junior brother assist the little national teacher after I take office." The court officials exchanged glances, realizing their earlier goal had been achieved. The emperor said, "All right." Li Fangshi was taken aback and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me and my junior brother to serve the great Xia." Fang Fangshi's heart was screaming, "I finally became the leader of the Shunshao sect. I don't want to stay here." But thinking of the fierce Minister of War, he fell silent again. Meanwhile, Yuan Ruan, satisfied, was brought back in by a palace maid. She happened to hear the announcement of Li Fengshi joining the Great Xia. Yuan Ruan. I haven't been gone long. What happened? How did he suddenly join the Great Xia? The system was also confused. I don't know. My senses are shared with you. Let me see what's going on. Oh, so that's it. Everyone else was aware of the situation except for Fengshi. The emperor and others were tense.
No.
System, don't look into it. What if you figure out their little secrets? System. Li Fengshi probably discovered the truth about his disciple's death. He wants to ally with the Great Xia for revenge. The emperor and the crown prince sighed in relief. Good. It's not our secret, so it doesn't matter. Let's watch calmly. The court officials all looked at Li Fengshi. We didn't see this coming. You old man are quite cunning, planning to use the Xia nation for revenge? Unexpectedly, Li Fengshi looked even more confused and shocked than they were. Yuan Ruan. Hiss. Could it be that his disciple was harmed by the people from the Longhu Daoist temple? System. Yes. It's the most common dramatic plot. The Longhu Daoist temple is large, made up of 7 mountain sects, but because sorcerers from the 5 nations like to rush to the Longhu Daoist temple, when there are too many people, resources become scarce, leading to more conflicts. A certain powerful figure in the Longhu Daoist temple, fearing the reputation of Li the sorcerer, wanted to push him out while securing resources for his favored junior, so he contacted Feng the sorcerer. Feng was angry that his master did not pass on the position to him, and he teamed up with that powerful figure to cause trouble. So, 3 years ago, Li the sorcerer's 2 most valued disciples. One was killed in an explosion while refining pills, and the other died after taking a tampered pill. Li the sorcerer, what? What did you say? His first and second disciples were lost for such ridiculous reasons? Li the sorcerer turned to Feng in disbelief, gritting his teeth and shaking with anger. Feng looked confused. After thinking for a moment, he gently clasped his hands and said, Thank you, senior brother, for helping me out just now. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother. You know to call me that, but how could you forget that I am your junior, who grew up watching you? Li the sorcerer's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to rush over, he was swiftly held back by the Minister of War, preventing him from moving. The Minister of War leaned closer to Li the sorcerer and whispered, Calm down. Hold it in. Wait until the 9th princess leaves before you act. Li the sorcerer. He suddenly calmed down and said softly, Don't worry, I won't do anything that would hurt my own people and please my enemies. The Minister of War was taken aback. Li the sorcerer gently pushed the Minister of War back a few steps, lifted his robe, and knelt before the emperor to pay his respects. Li the sorcerer said respectfully, Your Majesty, I would like to request a favor, to allow disciples from the Shenshao sect, no, not just the Shenshao sect, but any sorcerer who respects the Great Xia National Master, to come to Great Xia to cultivate and contribute to the nation. Everyone. Fawn couldn't believe his ears. This was an attempt to undermine the foundations of the Shenshao sect and the Longhu Daoist temple. He suddenly pulled Li the sorcerer, saying, Are you crazy? Before he could finish, he was silenced by the fierce look in Li the sorcerer's eyes. Yuan Ruan. This. He must know the truth now. System, exactly. Great job, Ruan. With such a powerful figure joining, once we really develop lethal gunpowder projectiles, it might boost the fortunes of Great Xia just like the successful cultivation of potatoes did. With gunpowder and cannonballs, the Great Xia will surely win battles and expand its territory again. Not only can we unlock the next level of abilities, but maybe even the one after that. Awesome. Erwan. We must get him to join us. Yuan Ruan, you keep making promises, but I'm interested. Let me think about how to make this happen. The court officials. You really know how to make promises. We haven't even finished the last one, and now you're making another big one. The officials all looked at the emperor. Please agree.
Please agree.
The emperor. The crown prince almost laughed out loud. It seems Yuan Ruan's presence has truly relaxed the officials. 6 months ago, who would have dared to pressure the emperor like this? After a moment of silence, the emperor said, Okay. Yuan Ruan, yay. Brother, let's celebrate. The officials, yay. The emperor is amazing. After the emperor and his group left the side hall, Fong Fong was still in shock. At that moment, he saw the expressionless Li Fong waving. Come here. Fong Fong snapped back to reality, walked over and growled, Senior brother, you've been away from the Longhu Dao for 3 years. How can you give orders without me?
Ouch.
Hey, don't hit me.
Ah.
Help. The eunuchs outside closed the door tighter to keep the noise down. Half an hour later, in the genie prison, a group of officials sat upright, looking tense, some nervously shaking their legs. One person closed their eyes and muttered, Jade Emperor, primordial heavenly venerable, spiritual treasure, heavenly venerable, earth deity. Please bless us. Someone next to them couldn't take it anymore and said, It's not about how many gods you ask for. If you ask too many, they might start fighting among themselves and forget about us mortals. That person fell silent. Just then, the door creaked open, and the officials looked on with nervous anticipation. In the next moment, their eyes widened in shock as they exclaimed in unison, It's you? What are you doing here? It was Zhou Fong, whom they hadn't seen for several days. Zhou Fong smiled and cupped his hands. It's been a while, everyone. Are you all well? Someone gritted their teeth and said, You traitor. You left us to enjoy yourself, and you still have the nerve to. Before they could finish, several officials covered their mouths. At that moment, a friendly official quickly approached Zhou Fong and asked, Can you tell us how the Great Xia plans to treat us? They can't keep us locked up forever, right? Zhou Fong replied gently, How could they keep you locked up forever? He saw that everyone's expressions had softened and then gently dropped a bombshell. The tyrant of the Great Xia Kingdom can't keep supporting those who do nothing forever. He will probably be taken down soon. Everyone was shocked. Is this even a reasonable thing to say? Zhou Fongshi continued, But there's no need for you all to worry. The national master of the Great Xia can control things from a distance. He is a powerful reincarnation for my sect. As long as you join my sect, I can naturally take my brothers out. Everyone was speechless. Switching to another sect was a big taboo, but now their lives were at stake. How to choose? Everyone had different thoughts. Just then, the door was pushed open again. A kind and familiar voice rang out. When has the Great Xia been so overbearing? As a person from Xia, how could I not know? Hearing the voice, everyone felt a sense of hope. Their eyes brightened, and they stood up together. Li Fongshi. It's Li Fongshi here to save us. Li Fongshi, you've come. Now I can finally relax. Li Fongshi is the most reliable. Of the 3-day agreement, only you have kept your promise. Wait, there's still one person missing from the 3-day agreement? Everyone was happily chatting when someone peeked out and asked their burning question, Li Fongshi, where is Fong Fongshi? Li Fongshi smiled gently. Fong Fongshi may have broken his promise. The person was taken aback, but seeing Li Fengshi's calm demeanor, they relaxed a bit and added with a hint of complaint, Did Fong Fongshi go back to the Shunshao sect to report? Li Fongshi shook his head. He committed murder and is probably facing justice now. Everyone?
What?
The wind was too strong? They seemed to have misheard.
Ha.
Zhou Fongshi suddenly laughed and looked at everyone. So, everyone, have you decided to join our Shushan sect now? Everyone. What's going on? Is this a threat? Zhou Daoyu, your words were quite inappropriate just now, Li Fongshi said, shaking his head at Zhou Fongshi, then gently nodded to everyone. Fong Fengshi's past crimes have nothing to do with the present. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhou Fongshi was no longer willing to give Li Fongshi face. His tone was sharp. Li Fongshi, this is the Great Xia, not the Longhu Daoist Temple. I was the first to recognize and support the national master of the Great Xia. Don't think you can boss me around just because of your seniority at the Longhu Temple. Li Fongshi chuckled lightly and said meaningfully, Zhou Fongshi, you are not from Xia. You do not understand the true power of the national master of the Great Xia. Zhou Fongshi laughed in anger, pointing at himself. I don't understand. The ability to control objects from a distance is a skill of our ancestors. The national master of the Great Xia must be a powerful reincarnation from our Shushan sect. How could I not understand? I think you are the one who doesn't understand. Li Fengshi shook his head. When you recognize yourself as a person of the Great Xia and rise to the rank of a 6th-grade official, then we can debate. Zhou Fengshi scoffed. What a joke. Who seeks the way while chasing after official titles? Just wait. I will surely gain the trust of the young national master more than you. Li Fengshi and Zhou Fengshi were arguing. At first, the other scholars were cheering for Li Fengshi, but as the conversation went on, their expressions gradually turned confused. Wait, this conversation doesn't seem right. Li Fengshi, weren't you on our side? Why do you both sound like two dogs arguing over territory, debating who is the master's favorite pet? This doesn't feel right. One scholar couldn't hold back and asked, Li Fengshi, do you also? Cough. Think highly of the national master of the Great Xia? Li Fengshi smiled and replied, it's not about thinking highly. The scholars sighed in relief, but their expressions froze when they heard Li Fengshi's next words. It's about allegiance. I will lead the Shunshao sect to the Great Xia. The crowd. What? You're making such a big move? Li Fengshi continued, I came here to reassure you all. Even if you don't change sex, as long as you sincerely wish to join the Great Xia, you are welcome. Everyone. Someone unwillingly asked, what if we don't join? Li Fengshi gently replied, then you will not know. I only focus on cultivation and do not participate in the bureaucratic operations of the Great Xia. Everyone. So, those who don't participate will stay here and deal with the Jinui? Isn't that a prison sentence? Zhou Fengshi suddenly interjected, I advise you, instead of sticking to a useless sect, you should join my Shushan sect. I was the first to pledge allegiance to the Great Xia, and I will certainly be valued more, with more resources. He also mentioned some benefits and treatments of joining the Great Xia. Some people were swayed, while others hesitated, looking at the smiling Li Fengshi. Half an hour later, except for a few scholars who were too scared to leave, most of them walked towards Zhou Fengshi and Li Fengshi, following them out of the genie prison. Once outside, servants led this group of scholars, who were starting to smell, to the nearby water hall to wash up. Left behind, Zhou Fengshi and Li Fengshi, with cold expressions, suddenly exchanged smiles. Zhou said with a smile, Li, your move is truly clever. Li gently waved his hand and replied, it's thanks to Zhou's impressive display. The two were enjoying a friendly moment. At that moment, the chief eunuch approached with a smile and said, congratulations to both of you. Also, the emperor has decreed that the sect with the most disciples entering the Great Xia to practice will become the direct lineage of the national master. Zhou and Li were momentarily taken aback. The chief eunuch continued, the emperor also mentioned that to support the young national master, Great Xia will provide additional resources, but only for those who join before entering Xia. He then handed them a bamboo slip filled with benefits, saying, I've said my piece. I hope you both take advantage of this. Zhou and Li opened the slip, and within moments, their eyes widened, and their breaths became heavier. Such wealth. It was truly overwhelming. The resources listed were beyond what any practitioner could handle. Great Xia values the young national master highly. Zhou and Li quickly composed themselves and smiled as they bid farewell to the chief eunuch. Li maintained a friendly smile, saying, rest assured, I am devoted to my practice and will not get involved in worldly matters, but I am a bit worried about the young one's ability with the alchemy furnace, so I will take my leave. Zhou replied kindly, not at all. I wouldn't dare to compete with you, Li. In that case, I will also head back. They exchanged cheerful farewells, but once they turned away, their expressions changed, and they almost dashed off. Gold and silver are just material possessions. But the best alchemy resources must be contested. Let's go. As the practitioners finished their baths and changed clothes, they stepped outside and were stunned. Banners waved and drums beat, with the crowd outside full of enthusiasm. On the left, the registration desk for the Shunshao sect had a disciple announcing, register now, and receive a fine alchemy furnace. The top 3 alchemists each month will also gain access to Li's secret lightning techniques. On the right, the registration desk for the Shushan sect had a disciple waving a chess piece. No need to show your results. Just come and receive the ability to control objects from a distance. This made many practitioners take a step back in confusion, wondering if they were dreaming. Every practitioner who exited the bath was immediately pulled toward the registration tables by the eager groups. As time went on, the practitioners trembled as they tightly hugged nearby trees and pillars, shouting at the top of their lungs, "I can join, but I won't change my sect. I can walk on my own. Stop dragging me." A few days later, the turmoil over the practitioners' recruitment spread to other countries. The common people were left in shock. The practitioners had always given the impression of being elegant and aloof, dressed in long robes, preferring solitude, and occasionally causing explosions from their alchemical furnaces. For the first time, the people saw groups of practitioners walking arm in arm on the streets, pulling and tugging at each other. Whenever a cautious practitioner was stopped, they would exclaim, "What? Is it really that good? Yeah, let's go, let's go." Soon, the once cautious practitioners would show satisfied expressions and walk away together. After watching for a while, curious townsfolk couldn't help but ask. This time, the practitioners were not proud at all. Instead, they eagerly shared the benefits of being a practitioner in the Great Xia, encouraging nearby wandering cultivators to join. The common people were excited. If it weren't for the high entry requirements, which demanded a deep understanding of Taoist texts, they might have rushed to sign up themselves. From this day forward, the young national master of Xia once again made a significant impact on the ears of the people. What kind of charm did this less-than-1-year-old master possess? First, he inspired the common people to promote him voluntarily. Now, he had the upper echelons of Xia investing heavily to recruit for him. This child, the national master, did Ji. The townsfolk were eagerly gossiping, while the leaders of other countries became restless, sending urgent letters to the Longhu Taoist temple. "What's going on? Are you closing down the Longhu temple? Why are your practitioners flocking to an 8-month-old national master? If you can't control your people, then capture them. If you need guards, come to us for help." The flood of questioning letters left the people at Longhu temple bewildered. Who would have thought? A group of practitioners led by the Shunshao sect boldly set out, claiming they would expose the false national master of the Great Xia and regain the trust of the royal family. Yet, in the end, not a single one returned. Not only did they not come back, but they also sent a messenger with 2 messages. "The young national master is amazing. I want to follow him. The Great Xia is a place of enlightenment, and the heavenly way is watching. Come quickly and join our Shunshao sect to create brilliance together. I won't tell just anyone." The elders of the Longhu temple were left speechless. In the Longhu Taoist temple, the man in the purple robe scratched his thick hair, looking confused. What happened? Why did Li Fengshi order the Shunshao sect to leave? Where is Feng Fengshi? We need him back to explain this properly. Another man in a blue robe shook his head. Explain? It will be too late when he returns. The Longhu temple will likely be emptied. I think we should expel the Shunshao sect and warn everyone that anyone who dares to join the Great Xia will never be allowed back into the Longhu temple. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated. The Longhu temple became a sacred place for practitioners from the 4 countries because it had no barriers. Anyone who wanted to learn magic or the way could come. The man in the yellow robe frowned. This isn't right. We must set an example. If we don't act, the Longhu temple will just be a pawn for the Great Xia's national teacher. The blue-robed man scoffed. This needs to be reported to the national teacher of Chu immediately. He must go to the Great Xia himself and ensure they can no longer hold the spring festival. The other practitioners remained silent. The purple-robed man shook his head. I remember the Empress Dowager of Great Xia trusted practitioners quite a bit at Wutai Mountain. I will write a letter to her. If she can provide a proper solution, we can let this go. If not, then we will follow Elder Zhao's suggestion. The blue-robed Zhao quickly stood up in agreement. Wutai Mountain in the hot springs of the back mountain, with soft sounds echoing. A black-clad eunuch respectfully handed over 3 bamboo slips to the figure in the hot spring. Delicate fingers took the slips. After a moment, a low voice chuckled softly. I've only been away from the palace for a few months, and Great Xia has so many interesting events. The little national teacher, not even a year old, can stir up such concern in the Longhu Temple. How amusing, truly amusing. Little Shizi. The black-clad eunuch suddenly appeared and bowed. Your servant is here. The Empress Dowager said, General Wu Yi is about to return to the capital. Send someone to deliver a gift to the little national teacher. The eunuch paused and softly replied, Your Majesty, the second princess, sent a wedding invitation. If we don't go, not necessary. The voice from the hot spring chuckled lightly, sounding a bit hoarse. My matters are more important. The eunuch suddenly thought of the appearance of the imperial concubine and instantly fell silent. Great Xia, capital city. Kunning Palace. At dawn, Yuan Ruan was lifted from her bed by a pair of large hands. With her eyes closed, Yuan Ruan shivered from the cold. New maid? Their dressing speed is so slow. The person holding her paused. In the next moment, Yuan Ruan felt herself buried in fur, her nose filled with the scent of animal skin. She struggled to open her eyes and lifted her head from the soft bedding, only to see the emperor looking down at her with a smile. Yuan Ruan, is it time to get up? Am I dreaming about the emperor? I want to sleep a bit more. Emperor, it's time to wake up, Ruan.
Ugh.
No, class, Yuan Ruan managed to mumble. The emperor replied naturally, no class today. We're just going to listen to a lecture. In fact, the emperor was more concerned about the papers and the examination system that Yuan Ruan was rejecting than about anything else. He suspected that this examination and the papers could help break the monopoly of knowledge held by the elite and meet his need for talented individuals from non-aristocratic families. The emperor remembered that Yuan Ruan rejected the papers because she didn't like studying. He couldn't understand why anyone would dislike reading. If you got tired of reading Mencius, you could take a break with the Book of Rites. If the great learning was too much, you could enjoy the art of war. If you were weary of the Book of Documents, you could relax with the Spring and Autumn Annals. It seemed so easy and enjoyable. How could anyone find it tiring? It must be that her previous study methods were wrong. So, the emperor decided to personally teach her to love reading and enjoy it, eagerly wanting to introduce papers and the examination system. At that moment, the empress came over, patted Yuan Ruan's head, and yawned. Your Majesty, isn't she a bit too young for this lecture? Maybe we should wait a few more years. The emperor waved his hand. It's not a formal class. We're just going to listen to the Spring and Autumn Annals. I will be there with her. She will surely enjoy it. The empress was speechless. Your Majesty, do you hear what you are saying? Who would enjoy getting up early for class? Yuan Ruan was shocked. What? Enjoy the Spring and Autumn Annals? Oh no. I'm not even 1 year old. I can barely say a few words. Is it really appropriate for me to attend a class on the 4 books and 5 classics right now? This is too much. A little while later, in the main hall, Yuan Ruan felt it was inappropriate, the teacher in the hall felt it was inappropriate, and even the crown prince and the third prince sitting in the hall felt it was inappropriate, but it didn't matter. The emperor thought it was just right. The other princes sat respectfully at their desks, while Yuan Ruan lay on the table, dozing off. Her face was pressed against the desk, occasionally twitching. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter nearby, quickly followed by a sharp intake of breath. Yuan Ruan didn't need to look to know that her brother had scolded some boy who was laughing. At this moment, the teacher on stage noticed that the little princess had arrived, and both the crown prince and the third prince seemed distracted, so he stopped discussing the Spring and Autumn Annals. The teacher mentioned that knowledge requires revisiting old lessons to learn new things. Then he began to talk about the Analects, saying, the master said, since you have come, you should settle down here. Yuan Ruan and the system commented, this is really like an ancient version of ear training. But ever since I saw the online Luanyu collection, I can't remember the true meanings of the Analects. The system replied, oh, what is this Luanyu? Tell me more. The emperor was a bit curious, as it was usually the system that informed Xiaojiu about things, and it was rare to see the system not knowing something. The crown prince first signaled the third prince to be quiet, and the third prince nodded calmly. The crown prince thought to himself, "Third brother is doing well, much calmer than his fiery temper when he was younger." Yuan Ruan added, for example, the explanation of this sentence, "Luanyu Confucius, since you are here, let's settle down." The emperor. The crown prince.
Ha.
Cough, cough, cough. The third prince turned red from coughing, as if he might burst. The crown prince quickly leaned over to help him breathe easier, whispering, "Third brother, be careful with your tea." He thought to himself that the third brother needed more exercise to help share the burden. Yuan Ruan, confused, turned her head. "Is that the third prince? Why is he coughing like that?" The system replied, "I don't know. I'm not interested in things I haven't encountered." "Oh, what you just said was so funny. Do you have more?" At this moment, the teacher on stage was saying, "The master said, to hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening." Yuan Ruan commented, "If I know the way to your house in the morning, you're done for by evening." The teacher continued, "The one who first makes the puppet will have no descendants." Yuan Ruan added, "The leader of this action has been beaten and will have no heirs." Cough, 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 cough. The emperor finally couldn't hold back and coughed a couple of times. The crown prince nearly laughed so hard he fell under the table, desperately pulling at his cheeks to hide his amusement. The third prince buried his head in his arms, shaking with laughter. The teacher interpreting on stage was a scholar of the 5 classics, holding a high position, so he was quite puzzled by the scene and couldn't help but come down to quietly ask, "Your Majesty, are you?" "Cough, it's nothing. I just choked." The emperor looked down at the soft, round face, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness for the first time. Seeing that both the crown prince and the third prince were a bit out of sorts, he didn't rush to let Yuan Ruan stay and continue listening, but instead carried her to the court meeting. Yuan Ruan had no energy and was internally singing and complaining that "I want to sleep to keep my skin nice. Ah, I want to sleep well."
Wow. Wow.
The system howled. Wow. The emperor nearly stumbled, and the next sentence made his face darken.
Yuan Ruan, ah.
"It's my dear mommy. It's been so long since we last met." System. "Yeah, look at mommy's big muscles, they've slimmed down. It's almost like a single door now. Poor thing. Let's see if anyone has mistreated him." All the officials. Whether anyone mistreated him is unknown, but hearing your words, he must be feeling quite hurt inside. The officials were initially a bit jealous. Why does Wu Yi get called mommy by the system and referred to as such by the small nation? Doesn't that put him above them in status? But when they heard the last sentence, all the officials held their breath, ready for some gossip. Wu Yi's body stiffened. Just then, the eunuch in charge of announcing shouted, "The court is in session." The emperor picked up Yuan Ruan and took a big step to the throne, casually placing her on the dragon chair. All the officials. The emperor remained calm, while Yuan Ruan, after sitting for a while, tried to climb onto the emperor's lap. "Oh my, this dragon chair is so uncomfortable. The emperor's lap must be better." System. "Ruan, find a comfortable spot first, then I'll share the gossip." The officials lowered their heads, trying to hold back their laughter. The emperor. He pinched Yuan Ruan's chubby cheek in annoyance. Even the dragon chair seemed to complain. The emperor asked the officials to present their matters. But the officials kept glancing at each other, occasionally sneaking looks at Wu Yi and then at Yuan Ruan, clearly reluctant to miss any gossip from the system. The emperor almost laughed in anger. He was about to casually call someone forward, but suddenly remembered the news from Songwei. The Empress Dowager had entrusted Wu Yi to deliver gifts and letters. Wu Yi was related to the Empress Dowager, which fell under the category of gossip the system could access. Since the system was paying attention to Wu Yi's gossip, mentioning the Empress Dowager here might trigger some new leads for the long-stalled investigation. With this in mind, the emperor said, "General Wu, you just came back from the Western Xiongnu. Share any information from your journey, like who you encountered that made you bring a message to me." Wu Yi froze, looking up at the emperor with a face full of disbelief. The officials first thought, yay. The emperor didn't call me to present. I can enjoy the gossip. But soon, they noticed Wu Yi's unusual expression. The officials held their breath. General Wu, why do you look so helpless? Could this gossip be about you and His Majesty? Yuan Ruan was a bit curious. Why does the male mom have that expression? What happened? Wu Yi noticed everyone was looking at him, paused for a moment, and said, Your Majesty, I was ordered to go to the military camp in Dong County, and I happened to meet His Highness, the Second Prince. He entrusted me to bring a letter to you. Yuan Ruan thought, Why is the Second Prince showing up again? Many court officials were shocked. The emperor's decision to use the Second Prince as bait had not been widely announced. They were unaware of the details and were internally shouting, Yes, why is the Second Prince here again? Wasn't he supposed to be punished? How is he still active outside? System. R1 haha, I understand why the male mom has that expression now. Initially, the emperor arranged for him to occasionally interact with the Second Prince and instructed him to report privately. Now, in the court, he is openly asking the male mom for the letter, which caught him off guard, and he hesitated before responding. Yuan Ruan exclaimed, What? The emperor was also taken aback. Oh no, there have been too many recent issues, and the Empress Dowager has been quiet for too long. He really forgot about the Second Prince. It's just unfortunate that the Second Prince sent Wu Yi with a letter. What a coincidence. It's all the Second Prince's fault. Yuan Ruan wondered, I thought even if he didn't die, he would be locked up in the ancestral hall for life. My brother is really letting down the officials who trusted him. Besides, if the Second Prince is exposed and allowed to roam free, won't he intentionally disrupt the fortune of our great Xia? Some young officials were indignant. Isn't that right? Not executing the Second Prince is one thing, but why should he be carefree outside? System. R1 haha, it's not the kind of carefree you think, haha. The Second Prince is really something. Some young officials suppressed their anger. Mainly, the system's comment about the Second Prince was intriguing to many. Yuan Ruan said, Hey, are you from Shandong? You love using inverted concepts. Get to the point. System, ahem. The Second Prince isn't just out for a stroll. He was sent by the emperor to use his charm. The officials. What? They couldn't believe their ears. The emperor remained calm. After learning that the Second Prince would become the beloved of the female lead in Shu country, he had planned for the Second Prince to go fishing. As for whether anything would be exposed, the system always took a laid-back approach and only pursued excitement, so it wasn't guaranteed to reveal anything. Even if it did, the emperor thought the crown prince was clever enough to handle it. System. Let me see how this is written. The main idea is that the emperor said, Death is too easy for you. If you dare to use a beauty trap to deceive the pillars of the Great Xia, then either you personally use your charm to make amends, or go to the East Gate Market and face a terrible fate. The Second Prince agreed to use charm to create chaos in Shu to save his life. In the original story, he saved the female lead of Shu and became her ideal, but now the female lead of Shu saved the strong yet broken Second Prince, still seeing him as her ideal. Whether they had heard the gossip before or not, the court officials were stunned. Everyone looked at the emperor with admiration. Throwing his own son out as bait. Impressive. The emperor smiled. Indeed, the system's drama was both touching and absurd. Yuan Ruan, wait. What does strong yet broken mean? Can you explain? System. Oh, let me check. Ha ha ha. The Second Prince. Handsome, and in Shu the culture is quite open. The old emperor of Shu particularly enjoys the southern style, so there are many southern-style establishments. The Second Prince was almost caught in one of these places. The crown prince nearly stumbled. The court officials widened their eyes. What? The Second Prince almost got caught in a southern-style establishment? Some officials who had been misled were close to tears. Such a good opportunity. How could they not see it with their own eyes?
Yuan Ruan, ah.
Did he end up in a secret place? System. Oh no. There's a note explaining that after the Second Prince flirted with many people, he focused on the naive and sweet female lead of Shu. However, since their feelings weren't progressing much, he intentionally set up a scheme. After the female lead saved him. Wow. This second prince is like a master of romantic manipulation. He even used lines like, "How could a broken person like me be worthy of love?" to connect with her, and their feelings grew in a small courtyard. Yuan Ruan. I'm amazed. The court officials. Amazed. Yuan Ruan. So now the female lead of Shu still sees the second prince as her ideal? Is this an irreversible plot? By the way, I remember the original story had a male lead from Shu. Will there be any revenge from him? Will Great Xia face misfortune from an invasion? The court officials were also tense. System. The romantic plot probably won't be easily broken. The male lead of Shu will definitely seek out the female lead, as it's part of the main storyline of a certain dramatic book. But as for other plots, haha, I have to admit, you are quite clever. Yuan Ruan, please tell me more. The courtiers, yes. Why keep us in suspense while eating melon? Hurry up. System. Haha, look here. The heroine from Shu asks who he is, and the second prince, with tears, says he is a noble from Chen, whose inheritance was taken by his half-brother. He vows to gather strength and return for revenge, to prove himself to his charming father. Haha, when you're out in the world, your identity is what you make of it. Yuan Ruan. Haha, that's good. This move is called diverting disaster. System. Haha, it reminds me of the 18 concubines he arranged for your brother. It's hilarious. Even in such a sad situation, he still remembers to make your brother wear a green hat. Truly persistent. The emperor's face instantly darkened. The crown prince tried to flatten his lips. The courtiers struggled to hold back laughter, originally funny at 100%, but with the emperor's past involvement, it became 100,000,000% funnier. Yuan Ruan, huh? What's wrong with the male mother? Why is he so red and sweating? System. Maybe he's worried? Scared? Look at your brother's dark expression. We don't know what rebellious words the second prince wrote in his letter. The emperor. What the second prince wrote was quite serious. The truly rebellious words are what you are saying. The emperor forced himself to maintain his expression and said, well, let's talk about his matters later. Do you have anything else to report? Many courtiers began to lower their heads and rub their faces, trying to regain stable expressions quickly. At this moment, the head of the astronomy bureau stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Grand Master of Chu has sent word, claiming he will personally come to preside over the spring festival this time. The courtiers were taken aback. The emperor asked, he is coming in person? Is he not planning to compete with the other national masters? The head of the astronomy bureau hesitated before replying, Your Majesty, the Grand Master of Chu means that since the spring festival may change locations, to avoid delaying the auspicious time, he hopes to hold it 30 days earlier than before. Yuan Ruan, yawning, suddenly woke up.
Yuan Ruan, what?
30 days earlier? That means the spring festival competition is just around the corner. I still need one national fortune point to trigger a new divine ability. System. It's infuriating. How can this Grand Master of Chu act without honor? How can he change the date at will? Seeing Yuan Ruan unhappy, the courtiers chimed in. The Minister of War, a Grand Master is just self-appointed by Chu. We should give some face, but in reality, that old fellow is nothing. Our great Xia will not let them manipulate us. If he dares to come, then good. After he leaves the borders of the great Xia, I will bring his head to meet you. The Minister of Rights looked at the Minister of War in silence and said, Your Majesty, I do not agree. Without proper etiquette, nothing can be accomplished. If the Minister of War acts this way, all 4 nations will accuse us of being the murderers, and we will be attacked by everyone. In Great Xia, we value courtesy for our country. If we must kill, it should be before the enemy enters the capital. Minister of War. Yuan Ruan laughed and exclaimed, Haha, what a great principle of courtesy for the country. This is very courteous.
I feel much better now.
However, we still need to work on our national fortune point soon. System. Don't worry, Yuan Ruan. I have been slacking off and haven't opened many updates. I will reflect on this. Let me check again, starting with the male caretaker.
Vui.
He felt a chill down his back. The court officials silently prayed, "Please let the national fortune task trigger before my update is scanned." System. Wait, Wu Yi, this little update is related to you. I mentioned that during the male caretaker's recent Western tour, he saw many children from the Xiongnu wearing fluffy hats. He thought of you and specially embroidered a pair of little gloves for you, with cat ears.
Surprise. Yuan Ruan, what?
There's such good news? Everyone. The emperor and the crown prince looked at Wu Yi in shock. The court officials turned their heads, their eyes nearly popping out. General Wu Yi, known for his ruthless reputation on the battlefield, was secretly embroidering gloves for the young national teacher? And with cat ears? Is this appropriate? Many officials who had fought alongside Wu Yi tried to maintain serious expressions, fearing they would face the general's wrath after court. Wu Yi felt like he was on fire, too embarrassed to lift his head, and could only close his eyes. The system continued excitedly. I really didn't expect the male caretaker to care about you so much. While protecting the crown prince on his journey, he even thought to prepare gloves for you. The reason is written here. He raised a blue-eyed white kitten when he was young, so this must be a case of transference. He even brought the gloves with him, thinking about the cold weather and wanting to be ready to give them to you. I'm so moved. Everyone. What? This is being discussed in court? The officials' gazes began to scan Wu Yi up and down. Yuan Ruan, really? If I'm so adorable, then I can't wait for court to end. System. Really, I saw them in his pocket. My Yuan Ruan is the cutest. As the system spoke, the officials collectively turned their attention to Wu Yi's lower half. Wu Yi. He awkwardly shifted his stance. Yuan Ruan, there are not many matters today. Not many people are presenting. The emperor gave a hint to the eunuch. The eunuch immediately stood up and said, "If there is something to report, please do so. If not, you may leave." The court officials did not rush to move, as they wanted to delay things a bit longer, not wanting to end up like Wu Yi, who had faced embarrassment too early. At that moment, the emperor gave the crown prince a glance. His intention was to avoid too much silence in the court and to prompt the crown prince to start a conversation or point to someone, so that the group wouldn't stand quietly and raise the little princess's suspicions. However, the crown prince had recently become too accustomed to making excuses and smoothing things over, especially now that it involved the system's mention of triggering a national fortune task. Plus, the eunuch's remark about leaving if there's nothing changed the crown prince's understanding. The crown prince naturally clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I bid you farewell." The other officials were surprised. Was it time to leave so early? Wasn't there supposed to be a national fortune task to address? They all knelt and said, "We bid you farewell, Your Majesty." The emperor? Wait, Crown Prince, you misunderstood my meaning. Stuck in a dilemma, the emperor had no choice but to rise. Well, he would hold a small court meeting later for Yuan Ruan to sort things out. At that moment, the crown prince turned and casually said, "General Wu Yi, before you came, you sighed about missing the ceremony for Jiao becoming the national advisor and mentioned you wanted me to pass on a gift to Princess Jiao. Now that court is over, please give it to me." The officials suddenly realized, could it be that the responsibility for triggering the national fortune task was placed on Wu Yi?
Wu Yi.
Your Highness, it seems your ability to make up stories has grown stronger during our time apart. Under the intense gaze of everyone, Wu Yi, though looking uneasy, swiftly took out a pair of tiny white fluffy gloves, each with 2 little ears on the back, looking particularly adorable.
Yuan Ruan, wow. Shaku, super goo.
System. No wonder you're a great mom. How sweet. I miss those broad, warm chests. Yuan Ruan. I miss them too. I want to snuggle. So warm. Hug. Wu Yi looked at Yuan Ruan, her big sparkling eyes blinking as she reached out with her little hands. For a moment, he wanted to hug her but hesitated. Suddenly, the system exclaimed, "Wait, Yuan Ruan, these gloves triggered the national fortune task." Everyone.
What?
The national fortune task was successfully triggered. It was another day without embarrassment, and the little national fortune was happy, double joy. The officials of the Great Xia were in high spirits, except for Wu Yi, who had a complicated expression. Yuan Ruan. Wow. Gloves can trigger a national fortune task. Tell me more. System. Sure. National fortune side quest. Get the emperor to value and wear the gloves given to him by Wu Yi for a day. Reward. National fortune points +1. Not completed. Get the emperor to wear cute knitted gloves for a day. And they specifically have to be Wu Yi's? The ministers first glanced at the emperor, who had not completely left, and then at Wu Yi, their eyes narrowing with a mischievous look. Emperor Wu Yi. System. Strange. How did such a task get triggered? Could it be like Chengwei-ning? The national fortune helps in one go. Ministers. Cough. The system sees through it, but doesn't say anything. Oh wait, you all didn't say anything either. Yuan Ruan twitched her mouth. No way. I think the problem mostly lies with the gloves from the mail, Mom. Look, the material of these gloves is different from those in the palace. They seem to be made of knitted yarn. System. Check if there's any reason mentioned. System. Let me see. Wow, I didn't expect the mail, Mom, to be so sentimental. The ministers instantly showed interest. All right, let's get ready for the storm of gossip. Emperor. He didn't want to think too much, but considering what the system said earlier, the emperor subtly moved a bit further away from Wu Yi. The system continued. This gossip says the male, Mom, really loves his little cat. To remember his deceased cat, he took the fur he collected and made it into yarn, then crafted a hollow little cat shape. What a sentimental owner, but even so, what does it mean? The system's confusion mirrored that of the ministers. Yes, even if the cat fur was turned into something, why would it be so valued by the national fortune? Yuan Ruan suddenly seemed to understand. Oh, so that's it. Everyone turned to her. Really? Yuan Ruan continued. System. Don't you remember the sheep eat people plan many people like to play? Even if they don't use that strategy, there are plenty who create trade deficits using wool yarn. Since this national fortune task was triggered, I suspect the Xiongnu haven't introduced wool yarn yet, so with the yarn technology, they can turn waste into treasure in the early stages and later, those plans could work too. Everyone. What is this sheep eat people plan? What trade deficit? National fortune. Please explain more. But Yuan Ruan left it at that, and the system got excited. Exactly. What Yuan Ruan said is right. Plus, wool clothing is much warmer than any silk or linen we have now. Wow, if that's the case, I feel like the national fortune reward of even 1 point is too little. Everyone's eyes widened. What? The Huns have so much wool that they can't get rid of it, and it can actually be made into clothes? And top-quality warm clothes? The officials' gazes fell on the little gloves, their eyes shining. Are these gloves? No, this is the key to a treasure. Yuan Ruan, this task is a bit difficult to complete. I need to think carefully. The other officials were also pondering. Yes, this task must be completed without the small national fortune noticing, which is indeed challenging. Because this task has 2 parts. First, Wu Yi must actively present the gloves to the emperor. Second, the emperor must recognize the importance of the gloves and wear them all day. Let's not talk about the second part for now. Just for the first step, how can Wu Yi reasonably present the gloves to the emperor? The officials were deep in thought. At this moment, the young official took a deep breath and said excitedly, General, these gloves look really cute, and the knitting style is quite innovative. I'm worried about a birthday gift for my daughter. Could I borrow your embroiderer for a few days to teach my embroiderer? Everyone? What are you saying, official? Don't you know Wu Yi made them himself? Wu Yi was momentarily stunned. Then, the official pulled over the somewhat confused official from the Ministry of Justice and said, General Wu, these gloves look like they would be loved by little kids. I touched them earlier and they were really warm. I remember your embroiderer was specially invited from the south. Do they know this craft? The official from the Ministry of Justice seemed to realize something and coughed, saying, I've never seen this design before. General Wu, could you let my embroiderer learn from yours? We can exchange skills. At this point, the experienced officials already understood what the two were doing. They were using a casual chat to draw everyone's attention to the gloves. Thinking of this, more and more officials joined in. Yes, my daughter loves kittens. She would definitely like these gloves. This embroiderer has some skills. They feel quite warm. General Wu, you can't keep a good embroiderer to yourself. As they were speaking, a voice echoed again. System. R1, you see, gold will not be buried. So many people like Wu Yi's craftsmanship. This task has a good chance of being completed. Yuan Ruan. Haha, I'm thinking about something. So many people are asking for gloves, and the general is afraid that others will find out he made them by hand. He can't teach other embroiderers, so he goes to court to give orders and then goes home to work late into the night making gloves. It's kind of cute. The officials had strange expressions, trying hard not to laugh.
Wu Yi.
He usually goes home to practice swordplay. Yuan Ruan continued, but you're right. Since the gloves can attract so much attention from the officials, they might also catch the interest of the emperor, who has children. Later, I'll show off the gloves to the emperor and see if I can spark his interest. If he does, Wu Yi, if he had a bit more emotional intelligence, would surely offer gloves as tribute.
System. All right.
Just as court is over, your brother is coming over. Yuan Ruan, give it a try. Yuan Ruan immediately turned around, her soft little face rubbing against the gloves. Then she waved the small gloves at the emperor, trying her best to act cute. The emperor understood and walked over, pretending to want to see the gloves. Yuan Ruan pouted, holding the small gloves tightly in her arms, her missing teeth trying to mumble a few words. Happy, happy. Warm. Good. The crown prince enthusiastically said, Father, it's been a long time since I've seen Ninth Sister smile like this. Just after saying that, the crown prince noticed that Ninth Sister's round face seemed a bit odd for a second. The emperor replied, I can see that. The crown prince turned to the emperor. Here's the chance. Keep talking, father. The officials looked at the emperor. Here's the moment. Keep going, your majesty. The emperor paused. What should he say? He said, gloves, I like them too. The officials and the crown prince nearly fell over, distressed. Your majesty, you can't just say that. You need to highlight the gloves' advantages and importance so that Wu Yi has a reason to give you a pair to complete the task. Have you let the crown prince take the blame too many times, causing her acting skills to decline? Complaining aside, when it was time to cover for someone, everyone was eager. Prime Minister Li rushed over first to help the emperor, saying, I also like these gloves, your majesty. Look, they have no odor and are lighter than leather gloves. Prime Minister Wang raised an eyebrow, cursing under his breath. This flatterer got ahead of me again. Prime Minister Wang had to step up as a loyal supporter, calmly saying, I agree, these gloves do have some clever design. The crown prince stepped forward to touch Yuan Ruan's gloves. The material is warm and comfortable. Hey, this fabric doesn't feel like ordinary cotton, linen, or wool. General Wu, this item must be quite expensive, right? The court officials exclaimed, Yes, it is. At a crucial moment, the crown prince stepped in, bringing attention to the key point. Wu Yi cooperatively replied, This item is made from the fur of my beloved cat, so it is not expensive. The crown prince immediately asked, Cat fur? How did you make it? Wu Yi explained, I take the fallen cat fur, spin it into thread, and then weave it. The court officials grew excited. They were just waiting for the crown prince to realize that if cat fur could be used, then sheep wool could work too. The officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue were particularly enthusiastic. The Ministry of Rights said, the Xiongnu issue falls under foreign affairs, so this money-making opportunity should be managed by us. The Ministry of Revenue replied, wool is related to agriculture, and since we manage the finances of the Great Xia, this should be under our control. The two ministries exchanged wary glances, both disapproving of each other. But the crown prince remained silent. He appeared to be deep in thought, then turned to the emperor with a smile, saying, Father, the general indeed has some clever ideas. I remember the clouds that accompanied you while I grew up are now old. The emperor's lips twitched slightly, wondering where the clouds came from. However, he cooperatively remained silent for a moment and said, Yes, their time is coming to an end. Wu Yi quickly bowed and said, If your majesty and your highness do not mind, please give me the long fur, and I will quickly present the gloves. At that moment, a voice echoed in their minds. System. Oh no, the crown prince didn't think of wool. Luckily, General Wu is smart and offered to present the gloves. This task is already half successful. Yuan Ruan. It's not easy to think of wool. Even General Wu, who made cat fur thread, didn't react. If the crown prince suddenly mentioned wool right now, I would actually find it strange. The emperor and the crown prince nodded slightly. The court officials were shocked. They were so concerned that they missed this flaw. The crown prince was impressive. He had mastered the art of deception to perfection. Noticing their expressions, the crown prince's lips twitched slightly, thinking it unnecessary to praise him so much. System. True, but how can we make your brother pay attention? Yuan Ruan, don't worry. Once General Wu presents the gloves, I'll observe the reactions of my brother and the crown prince. If they still don't pay attention, there are plenty of fur coats in the palace. I can take some fur to spin into thread and hint at wool. Since Great Xia is currently interacting with the Western Xiongnu, I can suggest it more, and they will have to take it seriously. The emperor's lips twitched as he prepared to hide his beloved fur coat in the palace. System. Yay. Now all that's left is for your brother to attend court for a day. How should we accomplish this task? We need to think of a plan. Your new abilities are counting on this moment. Yuan Ruan. I think I have an idea. Everyone. What's the clever plan? Tell us. But Yuan Ruan yawned and rubbed her eyes, not continuing. Seeing this, the emperor picked up Yuan Ruan and hesitated between the Elon Palace and the Kuan-Ning Palace, ultimately taking her to the Kuan-Ning Palace. After settling Yuan Ruan, the emperor walked out and saw the waiting crown prince. The emperor asked, "Is there something you need?" The crown prince hesitated for a moment and replied, "Father, my second brother. The second prince's reputation in Chen Kingdom is quite poor. Shouldn't we handle this?" The emperor looked at the crown prince in surprise and nodded after a moment. "You make a good point. Go to the ancestral hall and remove the second prince's records. Without those records, he would completely lose his royal status." The crown prince was taken aback. The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Have you forgotten what he did to you? Are you feeling soft-hearted?" The crown prince shook his head repeatedly. "I wouldn't. I just thought since the little national teacher has a task to punish the prince, we could make use of that." The emperor replied casually, "It doesn't matter. I have many sons. I don't need him." The crown prince's mouth twitched slightly. At this point, the emperor suddenly looked at the crown prince. "I haven't asked until now. Do you only plan to imprison them? When will you deal with the concubine and the troublemaker? If you can't do it, I will." "Absolutely not." The crown prince clenched his fingers tightly, took a deep breath, and said firmly, "Father, this matter should be handled by me. It shouldn't dirty your hands." The emperor responded with a sound of acknowledgement, giving the crown prince a deep look. As the crown prince of Xia, he couldn't be too lenient. 3 days later. During these 3 days, Wu Yi worked late into the night to finish knitting woolen gloves. To avoid seeming too deliberate, Wu Yi not only gifted the emperor, but also gave a pair of gloves to every official of equal rank or higher. Seeing that the emperor received his gloves, Yuan Ruan tried hard to keep her eyes open and got up to attend court. The emperor went along with her. On this day, as soon as Yuan Ruan entered the inner palace, she saw Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang all wearing woolen gloves. System. Wow, General Wu is really fast. Yuan Ruan, since the officials are all wearing gloves, it's a great opportunity to encourage the emperor to wear them too. Yuan Ruan nodded slightly, waving her little gloved hand in front of the emperor while touching his hand. "Father, father. There is," she said, handing the gloves she had been holding to the emperor. The crown prince chimed in, "Father, Zhou'er cares about you. She is worried your hands are cold. Why not wear them?" Yuan Ruan thought, "Big nephew, you are great." However, the emperor shook his head, saying, "We'll talk about it after court." The crown prince was taken aback. The system commented, "Oh, dear Ruan, you need to try harder." Yuan Ruan continued to babble, thinking to the system, "My brother is kind, but he is the emperor and can't always listen to a little baby." If he immediately wore the gloves like some ministers, that would be strange. No rush. There are still a few days. The system replied, right? The crown prince suddenly realized that his father was controlling the pace and that he had been too eager. In the following days at court, Ruan would daily use her sweet voice to suggest the emperor wear gloves. The crown prince and some ministers supported her with comments like, "Joer is so filial. Your Majesty, why not grant her wish? These gloves are really nice. My fingers haven't gotten frostbite." The emperor was also trying to hold out. Finally, after 7 days, it seemed the emperor could no longer resist Yuan Ruan and reluctantly put on the gloves. The ministers looked pleased but whispered to each other, "The emperor won't complete the task on the first day to cover up the lie. Ugh, it's a bit warm. My hands are sweating. Hurry up. Why rush? This is a national task. Just wait. The emperor will probably take some time before he can complete the task of not taking off the gloves in court." The system cheered, "Yay. This task is almost complete. Now, we just need him to wear them for one more day to finish. It's getting warm. I feel like these wool gloves might not hold up. If it gets too bad, Ruan, you can throw a tantrum. If he takes them off, just cry." The ministers thought. Though it might be a bit mischievous, they could cooperate. Yuan Ruan replied, "Crying alone won't help. Hee, I have my own clever plan." Everyone was puzzled yet curious. What clever plan? The system said, "I knew Ruan was the best. It will definitely work." Yuan Ruan, amused and helpless at the system's blind confidence, replied, "I haven't even said anything yet. This method seems a bit silly. Previously, I made a fuss in front of my older nephew about the heat and wind, and he already instructed the eunuchs to open all the doors and windows of the Golden Hall. Today, there's a cool breeze outside, and the colder it gets, the less likely my brother will take off his gloves." The officials looked at the crown prince. Good, nice teamwork. System, wow. Ruan is amazing, using the weather to her advantage. Yuan Ruan, no, it's just that I've been watching my brother closely during court. If he wears his gloves for more than 3 days, I'll gently shock his fingers when he takes them off, and I won't do it when he puts them back on. I believe my brother is very good at avoiding discomfort and will understand he needs to keep the gloves on. System, great. The emperor's mouth twitched. Is this how you treat your brother? The other officials almost burst out laughing. Such filial piety. This idea is excellent. It seems His Majesty won't be troubled much this time. After attending court for 2 consecutive days, Yuan Ruan was yawning by the 3rd day. System. Ruan, are you too tired to continue today?
Yuan Ruan. Huh.
I'll dip my head in a basin of water to wake up. I need to be alert. I have to be precise when shocking him. Luckily, there's only one dragon throne, so it's easy to aim.
It'll be fine.
I'll shock him when he takes off his gloves.
Clatter.
Suddenly, a noise from the nearby table and chairs startled her. Yuan Ruan rubbed her eyes and looked over. It was the emperor and empress coming together. Yuan Ruan yawned, her voice hoarse. "Ah, my hand. Father, I need to wear gloves." The emperor initially planned to take Yuan Ruan to court with him to ease her mind and see what the new abilities were. But seeing her so tired, he gently pinched her nose. "I know you care about me, don't worry. I'll keep my gloves on today since it's cold."
You can continue to sleep.
The empress sighed at this. The emperor is almost shocked himself, but still worries about Yuan Ruan's sleep. He truly cares for her. The emperor wanted Yuan Ruan to sleep a bit longer. However, Yuan Ruan clung tightly to the emperor, refusing to let go. They both held their ground, and the emperor secretly exchanged glances with the empress. The empress had a sudden idea and said, "I see that Yuan Ruan is very clingy. She must be at the age where she needs playmates." Today, the dragon and phoenix twins raised in the loyal prince's residence are visiting the palace for a couple of days. They are about the same age as Yuan Ruan, and after she wakes up, they can listen to stories together. The emperor clapped his hands. Yes. Yuan Ruan let out a confused sound. Wait, what? Being read to alongside babies? What kind of scary story is this? Yuan Ruan, no, I have to attend court today. I have important matters to attend to. System, right? This can't be done from a distance. The emperor looked at Yuan Ruan's dark circles and pinched her cheek. Just sleep. She can go to the main hall whenever she wakes up. The empress nodded slightly. I understand. Yuan Ruan struggled hard, reaching out. Wait, hold on. However, the emperor had already left firmly, and the empress tucked Yuan Ruan back into the blanket. Yuan Ruan wanted to resist again, but in the cold weather, the temptation of the warm bed was too strong. She fell asleep instantly. When she yawned and opened her eyes again, an hour had passed, and it was almost time to leave court. System. Ruan, it might not be impossible. It's cold today, so maybe your brother won't take off his gloves. Yuan Ruan could only relax. I hope so. At that moment, she saw the seventh princess, Qi Yu, and the empress walking in. The empress first had the palace maid help Yuan Ruan freshen up, then said to the seventh princess, later, the eighth prince and eighth princess will come. They are only a few months older than Jiaoer, so they might be good companions. You can go to the main hall together. Cheer, you're the big sister, so you can watch over them. The seventh princess pressed her lips together. Yuan Ruan. That's impossible. I'm not that childish. The seventh princess's lips curled up slightly. The empress found it amusing but understood that the seventh princess could be considered saved by Yuan Ruan. The seventh princess hugged Yuan Ruan and brought her to the main hall, where two little babies were already sleeping soundly.
You may.
Yuan Ruan turned at the sound and realized it was the crown prince and the third prince who had entered.
Yay.
Yuan Ruan. Oh no, my nephew is here, and court is ended. The task is not complete. The crown prince paused, suppressing a laugh. That's not the case. He has several officials specifically arranged by the emperor to watch over the little prince, as the emperor worries that he might wake up and run around in confusion. The crown prince took something from his pocket and tied it around Yuan Ruan's wrist, saying, for safety, one for each of us. Then, he gave one to the seventh princess, the eighth princess, and the eighth prince as well. Yuan Ruan smelled sandalwood, clearly something blessed. She noticed that the seventh princess's jade pendant was shaped like a long sword, hers was a panda, and the eighth princess's and eighth prince's were shaped like good fortune. The crown prince was truly thoughtful and caring. At that moment, the deputy minister of revenue slowly approached and cleared his throat, saying, Today, I will recite the book of songs for the eighth princess, eighth prince, and ninth princess. Yuan Ruan saw the Minister of Revenue and thought about how the meeting had ended. She felt a bit unhappy, knowing she had to wake up early tomorrow to finish her tasks. System. Don't be sad, Yuan Ruan. How about enjoying some fun gossip? Let's start with the Minister of Revenue. The minister, who was speaking on stage, suddenly stumbled, recalling a chaotic day filled with big news. But he quickly regained his composure. Having survived that day, he was not new to scandals and remained calm. Yuan Ruan drooped her eyelids. Go ahead. System. Do you know how the scratch on the minister's face happened? It involves him and his wife. It says here that last night, the minister came home drunk and suddenly cried, You actually found those wild men. Did you ever think about me? His wife was also very angry, saying, So what? If it weren't for all the rumors about you keeping a group of mistresses, would I act like this? If you keep going crazy, I'll divorce you. Several of my friends are much happier after their divorces. If they want a man, they just bring one home for a night. I don't need you. The minister got even angrier and shouted, You want to remarry? With your preferences. Who would want to spend a night with you? And mine was a misunderstanding. Someone impersonated me. His wife was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Actually, I'm not what I seem either. You know my preferences. I haven't been unfaithful. I just enjoy watching. After their argument, they ended up having a long conversation they hadn't had in a while. Yuan Ruan was initially impressed by the openness of the society compared to later times. But when she heard the last part, she suddenly perked up. Can you elaborate? What kind of conversation? System. Well, in that way. How to describe it? Woman on top. Yuan Ruan. Wow, that's quite bold. The crown prince and the third prince froze, looking at the minister in disbelief. They didn't expect such a refined person to have such a wild side. The minister's face turned bright red, and he looked panicked.
System, hee. Let me see how this is written.
The minister's wife looked at him with a teasing smile. You seem quite eager. Let me see if you are. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the stage. Yuan Ruan and the system looked over at the same time and let out a surprised sound. The Minister of Revenue must have bumped into the table as he looked up with blood streaming down his forehead. The Minister of Revenue stumbled several times, wiped his face, and said, I accidentally stepped wrong. I will continue reading the Book of Songs. Yuan Ruan, determined despite difficulties. System, determined despite difficulties. The crown prince and the third prince exchanged a knowing smile. The other was using a clever excuse to exit. The kind-hearted crown prince said, Ahem, you can go back now. Today. He hadn't finished his sentence. The Minister of Revenue immediately replied, Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I know the Grand Scholar did not attend court today. Why not let him read the Book of Songs for the little princess instead? The crown prince and the third prince were taken aback. You're trying to shift the blame. The crown prince sighed, All right, go call him. The Minister of Revenue quickly stood up, but after taking a few steps, pretended to be weak, leaning against the wall. However, the crown prince and the third prince could see the curve of each other's lips. Soon, the Grand Scholar hesitantly walked in and bowed, saying, Your Highness, do you want me to read the Book of Songs? The crown prince noticed Yuan Ruan's intense gaze and looked at him with sympathy, raising his hand, Yes. Or anything you are good at.
Sure.
The Grand Scholar secretly glanced at Yuan Ruan. He felt regret. Had he known the little national teacher was so outstanding, he should have been more determined in securing his upbringing. Fortunately, it was not too late now, as the national teacher's residence was about to be fully established. It would be good to become familiar now so that his family could get to know him better in the future. Because of this thought, the Grand Scholar quickly agreed when the Minister of Revenue called him. The Grand Scholar said, I enjoy studying the 9 songs, auspicious days and good times. May the Emperor be pleased. These poems express the people's faith and worship of the deities, and the Grand Scholar was clearly trying to win over Yuan Ruan. However, Yuan Ruan had forgotten much after college, and it was like throwing a flirtatious glance at someone blind. Yuan Ruan yawned. System, is there any gossip here?
Continue.
System, there is definitely gossip and quite a bit. Let me pick one to check. It says this Grand Scholar has a family connection to the royal family, but he stubbornly likes to present himself as poor, often wearing patched robes. Once, the Imperial Guard investigated his residence, but found no valuable items, which solidified his image of poverty. But in reality, Yuan Ruan, I've seen this episode. Doesn't he hide gold in the garden walls? The Grand Scholar nearly stumbled while reading. He especially noticed the suspicious glances from the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. He desperately waved his hands, almost swearing that it was impossible. System. Actually, he really is determined to create a persona. He couldn't bear to throw away bad food at home, forcing himself to eat it, which led to the whole family getting food poisoning. The scholar's face turned bright red, but he also felt a bit proud. Didn't this prove he was living a frugal life? Yuan Ruan. I misunderstood. But I feel worse about him now. To cultivate oneself, manage a family, and govern a country, the first step is to cultivate oneself and manage the family. If he can't even take care of his family, and they all got poisoned, can he really handle the country's affairs? It's hard to say. The scholar's smile froze slightly. System. It's because of Yuan Ruan's words that the scholar's son, raised in poverty, became afraid and often used his father's name to take bribes as an adult. The pond and nearby land of the scholar's family have nearly been emptied, covered in layers of gold and silver. Yuan Ruan. I said it. Being too extreme can lead to radical behavior. Wait, if the land is covered in gold, it won't be nutritious, and the bushes will wither, right? Isn't that obvious? Didn't the scholar notice? The scholar. What?
Impossible.
His son couldn't even do anything, How could he dare to do such a bold thing? But as he recalled the pond and the nearby land at home, he realized it had indeed become quite barren, and the flowers and plants often died. The scholar's expression darkened, but then he suddenly thought of the jujube tree at home. He calmed down, thinking it wouldn't be the case. The jujube tree had always been thriving, with large, sweet fruits that he couldn't finish. He still ate dried jujubes every day. System. Other bushes have died, but after the scholar's son became wealthy, he became arrogant. Several times, he caused deaths and, fearing imprisonment, hid the bodies beneath the jujube tree and nearby. There's one lush area in the garden, so the scholar didn't suspect much. He particularly liked the jujube tree and often sat there reading and eating jujubes. The crown prince and the third prince were getting goosebumps. The scholar's face turned pale. His hands trembled slightly, but he continued to recite the 9 songs. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on the scholar's forehead, and his voice trembled a bit. Yuan Ruan looked up. Oh no, the scholar looks extremely weak. System. Yes, the situation in Daxia is a bit oppressive. The other party is in such poor health and isn't allowed to rest. The crown prince's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for your revelation, he would still be full of energy. At that moment, the crown prince said, Scholar, you should go back and rest. The scholar insisted, I don't. System. Better to stay here with the living than go back to the dead.
You.
The scholar immediately felt unwell. The 7th princess quickly pulled Yuan Ruan to the back of the room. Yuan Ruan was stunned. The great Xia is really putting pressure on people. The crown prince shook his head helplessly and quickly instructed the eunuchs to carry the weak scholar out, telling them not to rush him back to their residence, but to take him to the East Palace for proper care first. This action received praise from both Yuan Ruan and the system. After watching a couple of scenes, Yuan Ruan couldn't fight off her sleepiness and dozed off again. When she woke up, she heard the system's excited voice. System. National Fortune side quest. Make the emperor value and wear the gloves given to him by Wu Yi for a day. Reward. National Fortune points +1 completed. System. Ruan, my dear, a new ability is here. You won't believe what it is. It's really exciting. Having experienced the previous events, Yuan Ruan remained calm. A limited ability, I understand. Not only was Yuan Ruan calm, but the emperor, empress, and crown prince waiting to dine with her were also composed.
System, no.
You will be all-powerful. The emperor, empress, and crown prince. All-powerful? What kind of ability could make such a bold claim? Yuan Ruan? System, no need for tricks now. System. Absolutely not. No wonder it requires 40 points to unlock. It's truly worth it. Its only flaw is that it can only be used for 1 day. Hearing this, Yuan Ruan became interested. She knew that early abilities might have some limitations, but since this one was restricted by time, it must be powerful. The emperor, empress, and crown prince felt the same way. The 3 of them stood up and walked into the room, wanting to be closer to avoid missing any key information. The palace maids in Kuan-Ning Palace watched in shock as the empress personally dressed the 9th princess and the emperor adorned her with jewelry. Not only the maids, but even the crown prince was pushed aside when he tried to help. Some palace maids with connections in the Ministry of Internal Affairs quietly noted this down, thinking of securing good positions for their friends or relatives, working in the soon-to-be-built National Master Palace in the harem. The system continued. The reward is that you can use the National Fortune power and become the true National Fortune for 1 day. The 3 of them.
What?
Become the true National Fortune for a day. Their breaths became lighter for some reason. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened, eager. That's amazing. Is the true National Fortune a limited time experience card? Oh my, I really didn't expect such great rewards.
Come on, tell me more.
System, confused. Huh? I'm done talking. The excited crowd, ready for a big surprise. Yuan Ruan, please tell us more, like what special abilities the true National Fortune has and what I can show after becoming the National Fortune. The three emperors nodded, agreeing that Yuan Ruan was smart and on point. System. Oh, about those. Yuan Ruan. The three emperors. System. I've never been in national fortune, so I don't know. Everyone laughs, seeing Yuan Ruan's unstable attitude. The system quickly added, although I don't know the details, I know it will definitely be powerful. For example, before, the power of lightning increased, and you won't need stormy weather to create thunder during the day. Also, you can fly very high and fast.
And
the more the system spoke, the more nervous it became, finally saying, maybe I should go upgrade the code now. The others. Yuan Ruan was a bit taken aback, but suddenly smiled. Hee, actually this is great. I love surprises. There are about 10 days left, so I can look forward to it. System, excited. Ah, you're so great. The emperor gently pinched Yuan Ruan's chubby cheeks, looking thoughtful. While Yuan Ruan was taken away by the maid to freshen up, the prince sighed. The little national fortune has a great attitude. The empress yawned lazily and shot him a glare. What little national fortune? Call her ninth sister. The prince was taken aback and quickly corrected himself. Mother, it's my mistake. Ninth sister, of course, it's ninth sister. The empress nodded slightly and then looked at the emperor, noticing he had a slight frown. After a pause, the empress quietly said, Your Majesty, are you worried about the little national fortune? Afraid she might be easily deceived or bullied? Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on her. The emperor's expression softened. You truly understand me. In that case, please watch over ninth sister more. She has been staying in Kuanning Palace and hasn't moved to the National Teacher's Palace yet. The empress paused, wanting to mention the delay in moving to Fei's Elan Palace, but held back. Just then, the dragon and phoenix twins, the 8th princess and the 8th prince, were brought over after freshening up. Rong Pin brought the 7th princess to visit and have a meal together. The empress swallowed her words. At the same time, the Grand National Teacher of Chu borrowed a route through Shu and traveled a long distance to the border of Xia. As the carriage traveled through the land of Shu, a damp, musty smell filled the canopy. However, once they entered the territory of the Great Xia, the Grand Master of Chu felt his face tighten considerably. When they arrived at the meeting hall in Great Xia, which was used to host foreign envoys, the Grand Master of Chu stepped down from the carriage, revealing his shiny bald head. After he touched his head, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing a cloud of yellow sand. Not only the people from Chu coughed, but their clothes and banners were also covered in yellow dust. They hurried inside the meeting hall, and the Grand Master of Chu drank a large pot of tea to soothe his throat. A servant from Chu, with a hint of mischief, said, I heard that this year in Great Xia, the southern winds have blown again. Given the current situation, there will surely be a severe drought after spring. Be quiet, the Grand Master of Chu replied softly. The servant immediately bowed his head in respect. Once the sandstorm stopped, the Grand Master of Chu stepped outside. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory, he took this opportunity before the Spring Festival to learn about the people of Great Xia, which was one of his reasons for visiting. Just a few hundred meters from the meeting hall, he saw 7 or 8 farming families pulling at each other. One person shouted with a deep voice, Shige, we are from Great Xia. Don't go to Shu. The Grand Master of Chu raised an eyebrow and stopped in his tracks. Another person said, Brother Jean, our Great Xia has suffered 2 years of drought already. This winter is not only cold, but with the southern winds blowing again, next year will surely be another drought. Please, let us find a way to survive. That person continued, this year is different. Our national master will lead the spring festival, and things will surely improve. She is powerful and reliable. Shige hesitated, saying, she is indeed impressive. The Grand Master of Chu was slightly surprised, realizing that even at the border, the common people trusted this young national master of Great Xia. Shige continued, she is powerful, but look at her feats, breaking stones with her chest, controlling thunder to defeat enemies. What good is that? She seems more like a fierce deity. No, brother, don't hit me. I misspoke. She's a war god. But still, that position clearly doesn't care about farming. Brother Jean paused for a moment and defended the young national master, saying, "How can controlling thunder be useless? Don't we need to burn the fields before planting?" Yes, that makes sense, Shige replied, trying to reassure him. It's just a mountain away. Even though it's Shu, it's still very close. Brother Jean responded, "You know it's just a mountain away, but it hasn't rained over there either." Shige said, "But the river over there hasn't dried up yet. If it rains again." The Grand Master of Chu had gathered enough information and was about to turn to leave. Just then, a sharp voice came from not far away. "Shige, you're late." "Brother Jean, are you coming too?" "I said we should come together. The summer country has been dry for years, and now we have a young master who can't handle it." Brother Jean was very angry and growled, "Who says the summer country's master can't do it?" The newcomer dodged a punch and mocked, "Brother, why are you being so stubborn? Many farmers from the summer country have fled to the Shu country, and it's because the master can't handle it. You're still stubbornly holding on. If you say one more word about the young master, I'll teach you a lesson." Brother Jean shouted, and the men and women behind him glared angrily. Even Shige, who was about to walk away, rushed over and glared. "You can't call the young master names, or I'll have to teach you a lesson too." The newcomer froze, muttering nonsense, before leaving in a hurry. Noticing Shige's defense, the Grand Master of Chu suddenly fell silent. He felt a strong curiosity about the young master of the Great Summer. This person might be quite remarkable. "Grand Master," said the fourth Prince of Chu, wearing a half-mask as he walked out of the meeting hall. His expression was serious. "The Longhu Taoist temple is truly frustrating. They created this mess and expect the Grand Master to clean it up. Why not return with me? After all, no one in the summer country has ever seen the Grand Master." "It's fine." The Grand Master of Chu waved his hand. "This young master is highly anticipated by the people and can even encourage Li Fengshe to join us. I'm becoming more interested in him." The fourth prince reluctantly said, "But the Emperor of the Great Summer is cruel. When he ascended the throne, he killed many noble families in the capital. Perhaps the master should return with me." "Your Highness," the Grand Master of Chu said in a low voice, "a ruler should have a fierce anger. Moreover, in the struggle for the throne, the first to act is the strongest. Punishing one serves as a warning to many, and that is mercy." The fourth prince was taken aback by the word mercy and pressed his lips together. Seeing this, the Grand Master of Chu added gently, "A ruler should also trust loyal subjects. Your Highness's plans have faced many obstacles in the summer country, and I should go see for myself." The fourth prince was stunned and bowed deeply. "Master, I will heed your teachings." The Grand Master of Chu nodded slightly. "You may go, Your Highness." The fourth prince did not leave. He sat confidently on a large stone beside the meeting hall, waiting for the messenger from the Great Summer. Members of the Great Summer's meeting hall and the Imperial guards rushed over. When they got off their horses to check the travel documents, the fourth prince of Chu asked the Grand Master of Chu once more if he wanted to leave early. After receiving a refusal, the fourth prince fell silent for a moment. The fourth prince said, "Grand Master, there are rumors that the Grand Master of the Great Xia is skilled in observing the stars at night and interpreting the I Ching. Perhaps you could take this chance to ask about your granddaughter's whereabouts." The Grand Master paused and replied softly, "Let's talk about it later." Seeing the Grand Master's expression, the fourth prince realized his mentor would not take action. He waited until the members of the Jin Iwei were alone and approached them to ask if he could arrange an opportunity for his mentor to inquire about the young master. The Jin Iwei hesitated for a long time and said they could pass the fourth prince's request to the emperor, but whether it would be granted depended on the emperor's willingness to ask the young master. The fourth prince was secretly amazed. The tyrant had nearly wiped out the fortune-tellers in Xia when he came to power, yet this ruler showed such respect to a young fortune-teller. Was this person truly impressive or just a facade? But he kept a calm expression and offered a generous amount of silver as a token of thanks. In the outer hall of Kunning Palace in the Xia Kingdom, Yuan Ruan was lying in the arms of the seventh princess, Qiyu, eating fruit. As she turned to get comfortable and sleep a bit more, she suddenly heard the second princess seemingly arguing with Chen Weining outside. Yuan Ruan quickly sat up, her eyes fixed on the window. The seventh princess, Qiyu, understood and held Yuan Ruan, moving to the window to sit down while feeding her another piece of fruit. Yuan Ruan thought, haha, being a bystander is just human nature. How could the second princess be arguing with Chen Weining? The system replied, let me check. It says here that the second princess really wanted the empress to attend her wedding banquet, but the empress declined. She wanted Chen Weining to send more letters to the empress quickly, trying to get her to come before the spring festival. Chen Weining didn't manage to do that, so the second princess was a bit upset, and after Chen Weining explained for a long time, she got a little angry. The seventh princess, Qiyu, was surprised. Isn't the second princess inviting the empress to boost the national fortune task and points? But it seems she has already completed it. Huh. Does the second princess not know? Yuan Ruan almost laughed. Got it. Chen Weining shouldn't explain too much right now. The system said, haha, right. It would be better to give a bold kiss like in the stories. Yuan Ruan replied with some disdain. That might be a bit too much. At that moment, the second princess's voice rose again, as if the argument was getting more intense. But soon, the arguing outside stopped again. I couldn't hear clearly what Chen Weining said, but I heard the second princess laugh through her tears, her laughter like silver bells. After that, the two of them laughed joyfully a couple more times, and then there was silence, likely because they left. System. This is a classic couple's quarrel, truly a young couple's charm. Yuan Ruan. Yes, indeed. At that moment, the queen, who had been listening outside for a long time, stepped in and said to Yuan Ruan, Joer, you'll have to work hard later. Yuan Ruan pouted. Oh no, I hope we don't have to study this afternoon. The queen almost laughed, picked up Yuan Ruan, and told the maid behind her, get the little national master a new outfit. The national masters from the 3 kingdoms have arrived in Daxia. We need to meet them first. As she said this, a hint of worry flashed in the queen's eyes. We will wait for the right time to discuss matters. Yuan Ruan's eyes brightened, and she rubbed her hands together. Finally, they're here. The system was also excited. We've been waiting for so long. The queen paused and smiled again. This attitude is really good. It calmed her down too. The queen held Yuan Ruan and sat in a soft sedan chair. Listening to their thoughts, the system and Yuan Ruan speculated about the personalities of the 2 national masters, wondering if they would be difficult and what measures to take. The queen smiled and asked the chief eunuch accompanying her, do you know anything about the national masters from Chen, Shu, and Chu? What are their personalities like? The chief eunuch was taken aback and quickly replied, Your Majesty, I only saw the 3 national masters once during the spring festival a few years ago. I am not familiar with their preferences. Seeing Yuan Ruan perk up her ears, the queen said, Then tell me about their characteristics that you remember. The chief eunuch quickly recalled that he hadn't made any mistakes recently, so the queen's sudden question shouldn't be a warning to him. He then replied, I remember that the national masters from Chen and Chu seem to come from the same school, with the national master from Chen being the oldest. The national master from Chu is memorable for his bald head and lack of eyebrows. Additionally, the national master from Shu is the youngest, dresses simply, and doesn't like to talk. Seeing that Yuan Ruan was very interested, the queen encouraged the chief eunuch to continue. He spoke until they reached a side hall near the Golden Lawn Hall, finally stopping when he was dry-mouthed. Before entering the side hall, Yuan Ruan happened to glance at the open window, and her expression gradually turned strange. Did she walk into the wrong scene? Yuan Ruan first saw a middle-aged man with a bald head and no eyebrows. She quickly matched him to the description. This was likely the great national master of Chu. But after that, she saw a tall, strong man with dark skin, wearing a 3-colored feather on his head and dressed in clothing resembling ancient shaman attire, draped in a long black fur robe. His muscular arms were covered in dark blue and white tattoos. This wild appearance doesn't seem to match the description of the other two national masters given by the chief eunuch. Just then, a sound of a door opening came from another part of the side hall. A handsome, tall Taoist priest dressed in luxurious feathered robes approached. He was followed by several young disciples, some holding dust brushes and others carrying boxes, creating quite a grand scene, looking more like a young noble from a wealthy family than a reclusive priest. Yuan Ruan was even more confused. This one might match the age, but he was the complete opposite of simple attire. Could it be that these two are not the national masters? The two individuals, whom Yuan Ruan doubted, almost simultaneously bowed to the Grand National Master of Chu. The Grand National Master of Chu returned the gesture and respectfully referred to them as the National Master of Shu and the National Master of Chen. Yuan Ruan. She tugged at the Empress and quietly pointed at the people inside. The Empress frowned upon seeing the unfamiliar national masters and cast a displeased glance at the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch, noticing the two strange priests, broke into a cold sweat and quickly said, "This old servant is at fault. I humbly ask the Empress to allow me to investigate further." The Empress waved her hand lightly. In an instant, the chief eunuch dashed away and soon reappeared before the two men. He said, replying to the Empress, "The one wearing feathers is the newly appointed National Master of Shu this year. The other one, dressed extravagantly, became the National Master of Chen last year." Yuan Ruan understood. The one resembling a shaman was the National Master of Shu, while the one looking like a young noble was the National Master of Chen, and the bald, eyebrowless man was the National Master of Chu. At that moment, voices were heard again in the hall. Yuan Ruan tried to lift her head slightly and realized that the National Master of Chen was initiating a conversation with the Grand National Master of Chu. The National Master of Chen first bowed and said, "I didn't expect that this spring festival would have the Grand National Master of Chu personally present. I thought I would see Master Su, who has been in seclusion in Chu. It has been a while and I miss him." The Grand National Master of Chu smiled but did not answer directly, only saying, "If you don't mind, I sincerely invite you to Chu after the spring festival." The National Master of Shu suddenly sneered, saying, "It's better for the Grand National Master to come. If it's just some empty figures, I would find it laughable to be here." The National Master of Chen chuckled and retorted, "Dare you call me an empty figure?" The National Master of Shu showed no tolerance and coldly said, "Did I mention your name? Why are you so eager to take a seat?" As the National Master of Chen froze, the National Master of Shu added, "It seems you do have a small advantage, self-awareness." The National Master of Chen was also angered and sarcastically replied, Have you studied basic Taoist texts? Have you experienced alchemy? Do you know about the 8 trigrams and immortality? When it comes to discussing philosophy, you might not even compare to a baby. You're just a reckless person who plays with insects. I really don't understand how my senior brother lost to you." Without saying a word, the National Master of Shu flexed his arm muscles and huffed, "If you want to ask, you can try me." The National Master of Chen choked, forcing a smile. "Ignorant fool, I'm ashamed to be associated with you." Yuan Ruan was a bit surprised. "System, the relationship between the National Masters of Chen and Shu is so tense that they are arguing." "System, this is great. Their bad relationship gives us a chance to find a way to unite." The Emperor, who was walking over, raised an eyebrow. "This foolish system can come up with strategies? Yuan Ruan, don't think about it. How can they unite? Do they understand baby talk?" The Prince, Prime Minister Li, Prime Minister Wang Wuyi, and the officials from the Ministry of Rights almost laughed at the term baby talk. Seeing the system deflated, Yuan Ruan added, "Of course, nothing is absolute. Let's watch their situation and see if we can find a way to take advantage of their weaknesses." The system instantly perked up. "Watch me. Here comes the action. Everyone. Here it comes, the main event." System. Let's look at the National Master of Chen first. This National Master of Chen is the son of the blue-robed Zhao Master from the Longhu School. When the National Master of Chu was still at the Longhu School, his father was the head of the National Master of Chu, overseeing him. No wonder the National Master of Chen doesn't give much respect to the National Master. Yuan Ruan, Oh, it's normal for a master to have a son. However, the court officials familiar with the blue-robed Zhao master's identity were shocked. Wait, this isn't normal. There is only one blue-robed master with the surname Zhao in the Longhu school, and his sect does not allow marriage or children. The Minister of Rites pulled out a blank bamboo slip from his long robe and began to write eagerly. Zhao's control. System. The national teacher of Chen has some gossip, but it's mostly trivial matters. For example, he didn't wash and ended up with white bugs in his hair, but he blamed it on his servant, who then got punished by the leader. It's a bit boring, so I'll check the national teacher of Shu. Let's see. Wow, the national teacher of Shu has some interesting stories. Everyone looked up excitedly. Great, great. Is it going to get exciting now? Yuan Ruan. I knew someone dressed so wildly would have some stories, spill it. System. The national teacher of Shu was the previous sworn brother of the old emperor's male favorite, but no one else in Shu knows this because they refer to each other as biological brothers. All the court officials. Is it starting off this exciting? Yuan Ruan, wait. That's a lot of information. What do you mean by sworn brother and biological brother? System. Oh, this involves some customs in Shu. In some places, sworn brothers are like a couple who have made a pact together. Yuan Ruan. System continues. Alright, let me continue. Shu has a lot of southern winds, and the old emperor particularly liked it, so it became popular. The national teacher's sworn brother was taken by force. Yuan Ruan. Wow, that's tragic. System. Yes, he was taken by force 3 times. Yuan Ruan. Please elaborate. Everyone. Now, not only the officials from the Ministry of Rites pulled out blank bamboo slips. Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang also took out their notepads for quick notes. Yes, one of their purposes for coming here was to gather intelligence. Understanding others helps you understand yourself, and knowing both leads to victory. System. I'm getting a headache. This gossip is so complicated, I don't know where to start. Yuan Ruan became excited. Is it like a soap opera? I'm looking forward to it. Take your time, one at a time. Everyone, yes, the more details, the better. I want to dig deeper. System, alright. First, the national teacher of Shu and his sworn brother. The national teacher was originally a wild man from the mountains, then he was captured and sold to a scholar. He initially planned to escape, but he became attached to his master's beauty and kindness, especially after discovering that the scholar also liked men, which made him reluctant to leave. Then he would fetch water by the well next to his master's bedroom every day to bathe, often touching and getting close. With many surprising actions. A year later, he was tackled by his master, who couldn't hold back any longer. 2 years later, they overcame many obstacles and secretly went to a temple to pray, becoming sworn brothers. So. Hey, Erwan, do you want to hear about their interactions? Yuan Ruan, ugh. Never mind, this overly sweet background can be set aside. Let's get to something more dramatic. System, sure. The court officials were shocked. Wait, this is crossing the line and tempting the master. Isn't that exciting enough? Several officials who wanted to hear more details fidgeted, but when they noticed the emperor and prince's ambiguous smiles, they quickly composed themselves. System. 2 years later, this scholar was recommended to serve in the capital of Shu. However, the person who recommended him found that the Minister of Rites was very infatuated with the scholar's looks. Without hesitation, the recommender knocked the scholar out and sent him to the Minister of Rites. When the scholar woke up, he was unwilling, but the Minister of Rites forcibly kept him and took advantage of him. The officials instinctively glanced to the left. There stood the Minister of Rites, his mouth twitching slightly. Although he wasn't the only one, hearing the same code name felt strange, prompting another look. Yuan Ruan. Ugh. What happened next? System. The scholar, unwilling to be imprisoned, took the chance to escape while the Minister of Rites was taking him to pray. Then, the drama unfolded. The previous national master of Shu, who had also been drugged, escaped and they met, igniting a spark. Later, the former national master, enchanted by the scholar's beauty and his own feelings, rescued the scholar and kept him in his residence, taking advantage of him as well. Yuan Ruan's cheeks flushed. Oh no, just out of one danger and into another? Seriously, how beautiful is this scholar to attract so much attention? I want to see a picture. System. Sure, here you go. Yuan Ruan. Wow, this has a high, darling vibe. It's not just about being beautiful, but there's a sense of fragility that makes you want to protect him. The officials instinctively looked up, curious and wanting to see more. Yuan Ruan continued. Wait, he was taken advantage of 3 times in total, so in the end, it was because of his beauty that the emperor took advantage of him? System. Not exactly. But he was indeed taken advantage of by the emperor. Everyone. What? If not for his beauty, then what else? Yuan Ruan, huh? Why is that? Inner beauty? System. The emperor of Shu has always loved the previous national teacher. One of his followers intentionally drugged the former national teacher, hoping to present him to the old emperor for credit. As a result, this happened. The old emperor of Shu was furious, first punishing his follower severely, then storming into the national teacher's residence to take the scholar by force. Yuan Ruan, huh? The courtiers, huh? Wait, didn't the old emperor like the previous national teacher? Why did he take the scholar instead? Is there something wrong with this logic? Yuan Ruan. This doesn't make sense. Did the old emperor take the wrong person? System. No. The emperor loved deeply, so he didn't dare to disrespect. His harem was filled with substitutes resembling certain aspects of the previous national teacher. Every time he was with the scholar, he would ask if the previous national teacher had done the same and would show jealousy. Yuan Ruan. Oh my. This old emperor is not really in love. He's just desperately seeking substitutes and having many children. At 60, he's still trying to provoke a rival. There are so many points to criticize, I don't even know where to start. True love should be like Chen Weining. System, exactly. Chen Weining is the true romantic warrior. The courtiers looked at Chen Weining with amused expressions. Chen Weining felt a bit shy, but soon stood proudly. Yuan Ruan, there have been 3 instances of forceful taking here. Let me guess, in the end, did the scholar and the current national teacher of Shu team up? Then they took revenge and poisoned the previous national teacher? System. It's not like that. The emotional storyline is really complicated. Maybe we shouldn't discuss it. The courtiers. No. Don't stop here. We can understand. Please continue. Yuan Ruan also perked up. Go on, no matter how complicated. It can't be more so than burning winter, right? The system replied seriously. Much more complicated. Every time the emperor was with the scholar, he would discuss many of the previous national teacher's habits. As they communicated more, the emperor realized the scholar was very similar in personality to the previous national teacher, and he began to develop feelings for the scholar. Yuan Ruan. Huh? The courtiers, huh? The system continued. The national teacher of Shu wanted to kill the old emperor, so he infiltrated the previous national teacher's residence and replaced the elixirs meant for the emperor with poison. After a long time, he discovered that the previous national teacher had actually drawn a detailed guide on how to approach the scholar. The master of Shu was so jealous that he went crazy. He started to mistreat the previous master in various ways and eventually had him castrated, claiming it was to make him atone for forcing scholars to feel uneasy. Surprisingly, the previous master, despite being harmed, developed feelings for the master of Shu and even helped him secretly meet with scholars. The officials were shocked and confused. They couldn't believe someone could love the person who harmed them. The old emperor of Shu was very worried when he saw the previous master's health declining. He tried to help by giving him medicine, but it turned out to be poisoned. After taking it, the previous master died, and the old emperor was horrified. He mistakenly thought the poison was meant for him, which caused him great distress and left him partially paralyzed. The old emperor then blamed all the sorcerers and resisted the new master introduced by the dragon and tiger temple. Meanwhile, the scholar and the master of Shu had already met, and the scholar recommended him, which the old emperor accepted happily. Once the master of Shu entered the palace, the emotional situation among the three became quite dramatic. The officials were eager to know more about the complicated relationships. The system hinted that the details were quite messy and suggested they look for more information elsewhere. As they discussed the chaos in the royal court, one official wondered if the emperor's brother was involved in similar troubles. The emperor was taken aback by the thought, and the officials were left imagining the possibilities. The system teased that the emperor's brother had many entanglements, making the situation even more intriguing. The officials were excited to learn more. The emperor noticed the eager looks from the officials and shot them a cold glance. The officials quickly straightened their faces. The emperor said coldly, "Have you found the loopholes? Analyze the details for evidence." The officials lowered their heads to look at the blank bamboo slips. Oh no, they had been too excited about the gossip and completely forgot to write down the details. The emperor's gaze sharpened, and his voice became softer. "What are you still doing?"
Right.
The officials hurriedly scribbled on the bamboo slips. At first, they worried they wouldn't remember, but perhaps because the story was so dramatic, once they started writing, countless details flooded back to them, and they quickly came up with many useful ideas. One by one, the officials became more and more inspired, writing as if guided by a muse.
Yuan Ruan, wait.
The love triangles in Shu are too complicated. I can't think straight right now. No rush. I'm actually curious to see the main character. The Empress was also excited. Her face flushed. She really didn't expect the palace outside to be so thrilling. She had planned to leave after delivering her message, but after hearing all this gossip, she felt a strong desire to meet the main character. Unable to contain herself, the Empress joined Yuan Ruan as they walked, and at the first corner, they unexpectedly ran into the Emperor and his group. The Empress paused, then quickly noticed many officials avoiding eye contact. She understood immediately. This group had probably been secretly gossiping here for a while. "Your Majesty," the Empress greeted the Emperor. Yuan Ruan cheerfully called out to the Emperor. At the same time, she was surprised to see the Great Xia really values the national teachers of other countries. The Emperor, the Crown Prince, important officials, and the General are all here. This is quite an honor. System. Yes, perhaps Great Xia is weaker, so they show extra respect. The official stiffened. No. Originally, only officials from the Ministry of Rights were supposed to welcome foreign guests. They just wanted to see if the system could read foreign gossip and, if so, gather some clues. The Emperor cleared his throat and helped the Empress up. "Thank you for coming all this way." Then the Emperor picked up Yuan Ruan and bounced her a bit, saying, She seems lighter. We can't let our little national teacher go hungry." Just then, Yuan Ruan let out a small burp from the bouncing. In the brief silence, Prime Minister Li smiled awkwardly but politely. "Your Majesty is right. When a person is too hungry, it can cause discomfort, leading to burping." Prime Minister Wang rolled his eyes. Ugh, what a flatterer. At that moment, the three national masters in the side hall heard the commotion outside and came out one by one. Seeing so many people outside, they were momentarily surprised. The national master from Chen country even showed a hint of arrogance. The three masters bowed to the emperor, saying, "We greet the Emperor of Daxia. May you have long-lasting peace and prosperity." The emperor replied, "There is no need for such formalities." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the three said as they stood up. The emperor introduced, "This is our national master from Xia." Yuan Ruan glanced around. The national master from Chu looked at her kindly, while the national master from Chen only gave her a brief glance with a hint of disdain. The national master from Shu didn't even look at her, seemingly lost in thought. But Yuan Ruan didn't mind. She whispered to the system, "The national master from Shu is really tall up close. Is he nearly 6'3"? Can he reach that height?" The court officials all focused on the national master from Shu's midsection. He quickly became alert, placing one hand in front and another behind. The officials were confused. The system responded, This is hilarious. What's up with the national master from Shu? Why is he blocking himself? Is he still waking up, thinking he's in Shu?" Yuan Ruan asked, "What's wrong with that pose?" Is he trying to hide something? The system replied, I'm a serious system and don't gossip about others. Yuan Ruan made a small eye gesture. The Empress also showed a similar expression. Noticing this, the Emperor cleared his throat and continued, in a few days, we will hold the Spring Festival. I ask all national masters to work with our national master from Xia to perform the ceremony for the agricultural deity. Yuan Ruan was surprised. Wait, no competition? The three national masters were puzzled. The national master from Shu frowned, known for his fiery temper, and asked, Your Majesty, shouldn't we have a discussion and competition among the four national masters before deciding where to hold the Spring Festival? The national master from Chen sneered. Is this the so-called genius of controlling thunder and lightning? Afraid to compete with me?
Could it be fake?
He was about to say more when the national master from Chu pulled him back. The national master from Chu stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the Spring Festival is a joint ceremony of the four countries. It has always been held with all national masters gathered to pray for a bountiful spring. This year, since the national master from Daxia is young, it should be up to us. Before he could finish, the Emperor waved his hand dismissively. The palace guards standing nearby, along with over 30 guards, swiftly drew their weapons. Everyone was shocked. Yes, it was everyone, not just the three foreign advisors who were surprised, but even the crown prince and the officials of the Great Xia dynasty were a bit taken aback. This was because the emperor had not consulted them beforehand. The emperor coldly asked, Are there any more doubts? This non-threatening question made the advisors from Chen and Shu countries feel uneasy. The emperor continued in a calm voice, Cooperate well with the Great Xia Spring Festival rituals and leave safely. If you have any questions, just ask the Deputy Minister of Rights privately. After saying this, the emperor left with Yuan Ruan. Yuan Ruan whispered, Wait, is it really just a brief meeting? But my brother is unexpectedly impressive and quite handsome.
System, yeah.
I was thinking about how you couldn't waste a day with your new abilities and how you could win. I didn't expect the Emperor to dominate the scenes so effortlessly. Truly a tyrant. Very impressive. The Emperor smiled to himself and walked away more cheerfully. Once the Emperor left, the Crown Prince and some senior officials exchanged glances and also departed. This left the three advisors feeling even more confused. They were already unhappy with the Emperor's words, and now seeing the Great Xia officials only briefly observe them before leaving made them even more dissatisfied. The Chen country advisor even wanted to shout, He is a national advisor with a high status. How can you treat him this way? But he dared not speak up. So, the Chen country advisor turned to the Shu country advisor and said, Hey, this is disrespectful to you as the national advisor. The Shu country advisor smiled lightly, not taking the provocation to heart, and simply said, Just go with the flow. The Chen country advisor was taken aback. At that moment, the Shu country advisor also mocked, You really think others are fools? It's frustrating. You should speak up yourself. What do you know? Suddenly, a series of loud explosions came from a distance. The three advisors looked over in surprise and saw black smoke rising from a nearby side hall. Soon, several men in dirty robes came out, excitedly discussing while waving bamboo slips. Seeing this, the Chen country advisor scoffed, whispering, The alchemists of the Great Xia Palace are constantly blowing up their furnaces. The Xia country is truly a barren land for cultivation. I wonder if the Shenshao sect has been bewitched. The other two advisors remained silent. At that moment, the Minister of Rights and other officials approached with friendly smiles. The Chen country advisor straightened his appearance, but thought coldly, What good does it do to flatter us now? Before he could finish his thought, he saw a group of people enthusiastically rushing towards the Shu country advisor, warmly inviting him to chat next door. The other two national masters. The national master of Chen was instantly angrier. Why? Am I not better than a bare-chested wild man? Do you look down on me this much? Fine, I will write a letter to stop the Longhu Taoist temple from holding the ritual. Let's see what you do when your spring festival turns out to be empty. At that moment, another deputy minister of rights stepped forward and gently said, National Master, Please come this way. The National Master of Chen remained unmoved, sneering. It's too late. Only one person has come. Let's see how I handle this. After a few words of persuasion, the other person suddenly whispered, there is a piece of news I want to confirm with you, National Master. Are you the son of the blue-robed Zhao sorcerer? The expression of the National Master of Chen froze. He was drenched in sweat. At the same time, the National Master of Shu, who was invited by the officials of the Ministry of Rites to the next room, felt somewhat impatient. The National Master of Shu didn't understand any Taoist principles. His trip to the Great Xia was purely forced, so he had no intention of dealing with the officials of Great Xia and just wanted to get through it. However, he never expected that the Great Xia officials would stop him and ask such an impolite question. Do you resent Shu? If you are willing to help Great Xia pass on some information, we can help you leave the Shu royal palace. The National Master of Shu thought they were crazy, so he mocked. You want to incite the National Master of Shu to resent Shu? He even pointed to his temple. The person who came up with this idea must have suffered a blow to the head. However, before the mocking smile of the National Master of Shu could fully form, the official from the Ministry of Rites delivered two crushing statements. You dared to kill the last National Master. What is there to stop you from resenting? You wouldn't want the old Emperor of Shu to discover your matters with your brother, would you? The muscles of the National Master of Shu tensed. He was sweating profusely. At that moment, the National Masters of Chen and Shu, who both looked down on each other, shared a moment of understanding. The intelligence agency of Xia is terrifying. The only National Master of Chu, who was left to roam freely, was leisurely chatting with the palace maids and eunuchs. Although the palace maids and eunuchs were tight-lipped, the National Master of Chu still managed to gather some information from a few comments, such as that Yuan Ruan particularly liked jade. As the National Master of Chu was preparing to explore more leads, he saw the enthusiastic and friendly officials of the Great Xia Ministry of Rites escorting the other two National Masters inside. Strangely, both National Masters had a distracted look on their faces, showing a subtle attitude of resistance yet acceptance. The Grand Master of the State of Chu squinted slightly and stood up, saying, Esteemed officials, do you have any questions for me? This was his usual opening line. However, to his surprise, the Deputy Minister of Rites did not engage in conversation but instead cryptically replied, There will be, but the time is not right. The Grand Master of Chu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to hear such familiar, evasive language. He clasped his hands and said, I hope the Deputy Minister can offer some guidance. After that, he skillfully handed over a pouch of money. The Deputy Minister instinctively reached out his hand but, recalling that the small kingdom had recently focused on these priests, quickly withdrew it. He stated firmly, The timing is destined. We must wait. With that, the Deputy Minister left in a hurry. The Grand Master of Chu. So, being a riddle maker is quite annoying. He suddenly understood why some people had looked at him with I want to hit him expressions in the past. Once the Deputy Minister left, the Grand Master of Chu approached the Master of Chen, saying about this matter. You. However, the Master of Chen yawned and irritably turned away, saying, I'm tired from the journey. I'll go rest now. As for how to cooperate with the state of Xia for the Spring Festival, you two can discuss it. I will cooperate. With that, he quickly walked away. The Grand Master of Chu. He was a bit confused. Was this really the proud and showy Master of Chen? He looked at the Master of Shu, who was frowning and rubbing his forehead. The Master of Shu coldly said, My method of casting spells is different from yours, so I won't participate in the discussion. Oh, right, if you need me to do something, I will cooperate. With that, the Master of Shu also left with a serious expression. The Grand Master of Chu. He stroked his chin, feeling a strong sense of caution towards the state of Xia for the first time. At the state of Xia's meeting hall, the Grand Master of Chu sat in his room thinking for a long time. He wrote down a lot of things on the table and then found a soldier from Chu to send a message by a carrier pigeon. An hour later, the Grand Master of Chu released the pigeon. As the pigeon flapped its wings and flew past the corner, it was caught in a large net. The Jinui took the copper tube tied to the pigeon's leg and hurried to the side hall of the Yangxin Palace. At that moment, the emperor, the crown prince, and prime ministers Li and Wang were reviewing the gathered intelligence, arguing with each other based on their findings. The head of the palace guards, receiving the pigeon from the Jinui, reported, "Your Majesty, the carrier pigeon sent by the Grand Master of Chu is here." The emperor replied, "Present it." The head of the palace guards quickly brought it forward. The emperor opened it and glanced at the contents, frowning slightly. Then he handed it to the crown prince. Seeing his father's serious expression, the crown prince thought the content would be complicated, but it turned out to be just some high estimates from the Grand Master of Chu about the Daxiao intelligence system, along with a warning for the fourth prince. The crown prince passed it to Prime Minister Li and Prime Minister Wang. After reading it, both prime ministers looked serious. At that moment, Prime Minister Li suddenly stroked his chin and said, "Your Majesty, the Grand Master of Chu is known for his wisdom. Would he take the risk to send out such seemingly worthless information?" Prime Minister Wang replied, "I believe there is a trick involved. Should we kill the messenger pigeon?" "No. Let's prepare and then release the pigeon." The emperor waved his hand. Among the four nations, Chu is the strongest and has great ambitions for expansion. They have long set their sights on our Daxia. While the two countries have not yet gone to war, I also want to probe their intentions. "Crown Prince, I am here," the emperor said. "Bring in the official who is best at mimicking handwriting. Have him write something else, and then let the pigeon fly." The crown prince nodded slightly. The emperor reminded them of some details and then waved to everyone. "Come here. Let's continue. What do you think about the information the Grand Master of Chen revealed regarding the Qin court? How credible do you find it? And what about the claims from the Grand Master of Shu about the old Emperor of Shu trying to contact Chu to incite our vassal kings against Daxia? How much do you believe that?" The court officials pondered deeply and then began to argue once again. At the same time, in the meeting hall, the Grand Master of Chu sipped tea calmly, listening to the Chu soldiers whispering, "The messenger pigeon was captured. Should we?" The Grand Master of Chu gently pressed his hand down. "It's fine. There was nothing of value, just a test. You may leave." Although the Chu soldiers were confused, they left obediently. The Grand Master of Chu closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Then he stood up and knocked on the door of the Grand Master of Chen late at night. After a while, the Grand Master of Chen opened the door slightly, looking disheveled and unhappy. "Oh, it's the Grand Master. What brings you here at this late hour?" The Grand Master of Chu scrutinized him and suddenly said, "Has the matter of the sect leader's son been discovered by Daxia?" The Grand Master of Chen's hand slipped, and his head bumped against the door frame. His pupils shook. "Isn't this a secret that absolutely cannot be exposed? How does everyone know about it?" "Oh no. Did you bring me out of hiding just to abandon the sect leader's position? You speak recklessly. This is slander." The National Master of Chen pointed at his opponent in frustration. "Even if you become the Grand Master of Chu, you are still a disciple of the Chuanjin sect. I will inform the leader when I return." Seeing this, the Grand Master of Chu found an answer in his heart. He said, "Calm down. The leader favors our Chu country the most, so writing a complaint will not help." The National Master of Chen was taken aback. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he frowned. "Have you, perhaps, already used this information to threaten my leader? Is that why he favors you?" The Grand Master of Chu shook his head and replied, "I have not." However, the National Master of Chen was skeptical. He suddenly seemed to give up and said, "So, how do you plan to expose me now? Will you threaten me?" Anyway, you and Daxia both know this secret, unless..." A hint of madness flashed across his face as he said, "How about this? You and Daxia compete first, and whoever wins, I will follow." The Grand Master of Chu chuckled and said, "You misunderstand. We are both national masters equal in status. I would not do such a rude thing." The National Master of Chen scoffed twice, clearly unconvinced. "I just wanted to remind you that this leader Zhao is very cunning. He wouldn't let you down the mountain unless he was fully prepared. In other words, even if there are some rumors, they won't harm him at all. The Grand Master of Chu continued, "If the National Master of Qin does not believe me, you can discreetly write a letter back to inquire." The National Master of Chen looked doubtful. The Grand Master of Chu turned and left without saying another word. Now, the National Master of Qin truly hesitated. Could it be that the Grand Master of Chu was just being kind? No, he needed to observe further. So, the National Master of Qin observed for several days. On the first day, the Grand Master of Chu did not bring up similar topics again, only occasionally discussing common Taoist practices. On the second day, they exchanged ideas normally. On the third day, gradually, the National Master of Chen lowered his guard. The Grand Master of Chu really had no other motives, so what he said was true. Had his own father really cleaned up all the evidence?
So,
Xia had no way to threaten him at all? With this thought, a heavy weight lifted from the National Master of Chen's heart, and soon after, the suppressed dissatisfaction within him erupted. His expression twisted, and after a moment, he handed a token to a soldier from Chen. After a short while, soldiers from Chu quickly ran to the Grand Master of Chu and whispered, "Grand Master." The guards at the 4 gates saw the soldiers from Chen leaving the city. The Grand Master of the state of Chu let out a soft HM, indicating that the seeds he had planted with the Master of the state of Chen had begun to sprout. He chuckled lightly. At 20, one is full of ambition and eager for revenge. Keep a close watch during the Spring Festival. There will likely be unrest. No, there will definitely be unrest. The soldiers of Chu nodded, saying yes. We will ensure the Grand Master is not implicated. The Grand Master lightly tapped the soldier's forehead with a book, saying wrong.
Don't worry about me.
Remember, our purpose in the state of Xia is to gather intelligence on the enemy. The Spring Festival is a major event for the 4 states, and with Xia facing drought, if unrest occurs, they will do everything to resolve it. The Grand Master continued, so at that time, send someone to closely monitor the officials of Xia, find out who is responsible for handling the unrest, what methods they use, and the processes involved. Compile this information and bring it back to the state of Chu early. The soldier replied, understood. The Grand Master leisurely looked out the window, thinking about the players involved and who would be able to expose years of plotting within a few months.
He would wait and see.
In the Kunming Palace, Yuan Ruan, who was feared by the Grand Master of Chu, had just grown her 3rd tooth. She was puffing her cheeks, secretly biting into a small piece of roasted meat with her 2 front teeth. System. Ruan, it's just a piece of roasted meat. Do you really need to eat it so reverently? Yuan Ruan, system. Incredible, she's even reluctant to communicate. Yuan Ruan's sneaky eating was quite obvious, like a teacher noticing a student sneaking snacks. The Empress had already seen it, but chose not to expose her. At that moment, a palace maid entered, carrying stacks of boxes and opened them one by one in front of Yuan Ruan. The Empress waited for Yuan Ruan to swallow before softly saying, "These are the robes, accessories, hair ornaments, and dusters for the Spring Festival. Jewer, if you see something you like, just touch it, and we will prepare it for you." The maids opened the boxes in turn, mentioning which princess had sent each item. Yuan Ruan's eyes widened at the sight of the beautiful little clothes, dusters, and accessories. It wasn't that she had never seen such things. They were just too exquisite and lovely. System. The Empress really put in a lot of effort. Everything is made to your size. Even if you can't hear, she doesn't take credit for the other princesses' work. I'm so touched. But Ruan, you should choose wisely. Yuan Ruan. Huh?
Why?
System. Each item represents the feelings of the princesses. If you choose one, it means you favor that princess more. Yuan Ruan. System. You're confused. Only children make choices. Of course, a little one, will go all in. As soon as she finished speaking, the queen saw Yuan Ruan waving her chubby arms, clearly trying to reach for the box. The queen couldn't help but scoop Yuan Ruan up and said, "These are all for our little Jewer, but you need to pick the prettiest one to wear at the Spring Festival in a few days. You will be the most beautiful little national master in the 4 kingdoms." Yuan Ruan cooed happily and even made a cute face. At that moment, the second and seventh princesses walked in, first greeting the queen with a bow, then smiling, "Sister Jiao, we have some clothes for you to see too." The seventh princess nodded eagerly and pulled out a jade whisk that was taller than Yuan Ruan herself. The queen and the second princess exchanged glances, recognizing it as the style of consort roan, which was very valuable. Yuan Ruan's eyes lit up. She reached out her hand, and the seventh princess, Qiyu, immediately handed her the whisk. Yuan Ruan excitedly grasped the whisk and held it up, which was about a head taller than her. The jade shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a silver dragon flowing with grace. "System, this might not be suitable for you. Isn't it a bit too tall for someone your size?" The queen and the second princess nodded in agreement, realizing the size was indeed not quite right. Yuan Ruan replied, "You see it now, system." Yuan Ruan continued, I remember, like the goddess Athena holding the staff of victory. Am I not similar? System, you actually are. Except you're a bit shorter and chubbier." Yuan Ruan raised an eyebrow. System closed its eyes in admiration. So similar. Just like a little Athena cosplay. Everyone was taken aback, realizing the connection. So this is how the goddess from the little kingdom holds her staff? With this thought, they looked at the design again, examining it closely, and finally noticed some strange rhythms and beauty in it. The seventh princess, Qiyu, was delighted and said, "I also prepared a robe." She then took out a black and white Taoist robe. As she unfolded it, Taoist symbols were embroidered in gold and silver threads on the black silk robe, radiating a mysterious beauty even in the shadows. Not to mention the clever design on the cuffs, collar, and hem of the robe. Yuan Ruan was mesmerized. This outfit broke her perception that black clothes are easily monotonous. The queen remarked, "Very nice. But..." She pointed at the translucent part of the black robe. "This layer seems unwearable." Yuan Ruan, "Huh? Why not?" System. "Maybe it's too see-through? If you look closely at where the queen pointed, you can see skin." The queen was surprised to hear this. "Is the place where the little goddess lives so conservative?" The queen said, "This year, the Great Xia is experiencing drought, so the spring festival will focus on water offerings. This outfit is too thick and heavy. I'm worried that Jiao might be in danger if she wears it in the water. We need something made from this material." After saying that, the queen took out a long robe from the box. Yuan Ruan and the system. "Well, it looks very thin, but isn't this just a moment away from a wardrobe malfunction?" At this moment, the second princess chimed in, "Mother, since we are going into the water, your outfit also seems heavy." She then took out a pure white, almost transparent, thin gauze robe. The sleeves of the robe were very wide, and the rest resembled a bathrobe, but it had no belt, just a clasp-like fastener. The second princess said proudly, "This is a priestess dance outfit blessed by the great shaman. I worked hard to get them to remake a smaller version for me." Yuan Ruan was shocked. This system. This isn't just a wardrobe malfunction. It feels more like running around without clothes." The queen cleared her throat and said, "This is what the southern priestesses wear when they dance and pray to the mountain and river deities. Jiao is our national master. She should be more dignified. Please put it away." System. "Well, dignified. But compared to this transparent outfit, the queen's dress is already quite modest." Yuan Ruan, system. "I often feel too conservative and out of place in Great Xia." Suddenly, the second princess burst out laughing, covering her face. Yuan Ruan. "Huh? Why are you laughing all of a sudden?" System. It's normal for a woman in love to giggle and daydream from time to time." The queen shot a discreet glare at the second princess. The second princess covered her mouth tightly, not daring to be careless again. Yuan Ruan was happily choosing outfits and accessories, and once everything was ready, she was eager to go to the spring festival to test her new abilities. But strangely, the date for the spring festival had passed, and no one mentioned that she should bathe for 3 days in preparation for the ceremony. Yuan Ruan couldn't sit still. While eating the dried fruit that the prince had fed her, she complained to the system, Is it possible that the other 3 countries' masters are causing delays, which is why the spring festival ceremony hasn't happened yet? We need to take another look at their situation and come up with a plan, said the emperor to the crown prince, feeling a bit helpless. Checking their situation wouldn't help much, since it didn't involve the other 3 countries' advisors. The spring farming festival doesn't have a fixed date. It's determined based on the weather each year. In the past, the date was chosen according to the climate conditions. Due to the dryness in the Great Xia, they hoped for rain. On the day of spring farming, they would choose a time when it was drizzling, allowing the people to enjoy the rain while singing and dancing without worrying about their offerings being extinguished. However, this year, they faced a spring drought, with hardly any clouds in the sky, just an endless expanse of blue when they looked up. The astronomical observatory was struggling to determine an auspicious time. System. I can help, but I don't think it's necessary. I can find out where the 3 advisors live, and you can contact them daily. If they can't sleep at night, they won't be able to cause trouble. The emperor and the crown prince exchanged glances, feeling tempted. But they wondered if they could only contact the advisor from the Chu kingdom. The other 2 advisors could still provide information to the Great Xia. The crown prince thought hard about how to exclude the advisors from the Chen and Shu kingdoms, leaving only the Chu advisor to face trouble. Yuan Ruan. What's wrong, nephew? You look so serious. System. He might be worried about the spring festival. I'm sharing a map to help you focus. The crown prince. In a moment of desperation, he even considered making up a crime to pin on the Chu advisor. Just then, a voice from outside announced that the Minister of Rights was requesting an audience. The crown prince quickly signaled to the emperor. Understanding that the crown prince needed time, the emperor said, "Let him in." As the crown prince saw Yuan Ruan's attention shift to the Minister of Rights, he sighed in relief and continued to think. The Minister of Rights then said, "Your Majesty, the great advisor of Chu and the advisor of Chen request an audience." The crown prince. He couldn't believe how coincidentally they both showed up. This was bad. System. This is great. Yuan Ruan, use your gaming skills to be precise. Yuan Ruan's mouth twitched. If I say something good, my gaming skills won't be impressive. Plus, you're foolish. If they die, it should be outside. If they die in the palace, it will be troublesome for my brother and nephew too. Let's first gather information and find their weaknesses. The crown prince's mouth twitched slightly. Yuan Ruan, you've been influenced by the system. You keep talking about causing trouble. He quietly looked at the emperor, wanting to remind his father to pay attention to Yuan Ruan's education. However, he saw his father looking pleased, as if saying, Yuan Ruan is very sensible and knows to find a suitable place before causing trouble. Crown Prince. The emperor said, "Well, let them in." The Minister of Rights understood and bowed before leaving. After a while, the palace doors were pushed open again. The Minister of Rights, Prime Minister Li, Prime Minister Wang, officials from the Astronomical Bureau, and the Grand Master of Chu, and the Grand Master of Chen all entered together. Yuan Ruan frowned slightly. The treatment for the Grand Master is too high. With all the important officials here, usually only the weaker side would act this way in international relations. Is Xia really that weak among the 4 nations? System. It doesn't matter, Ruan. Once you rise, you can deal with them easily. The Emperor and the Crown Prince twitched their lips. No, it's not that they care. It's more likely that someone heard the small nation was about to make a big announcement, and it spread quickly, leading a group of people to rush over. Everyone bowed to the Emperor. After the Emperor allowed them to rise, he asked the 2 Grand Masters to explain the reason for their visit. The Grand Master of Chen was the first to bow and said, "Your Majesty, the Longhu Daoist Temple is inquiring when your country will hold the Spring Festival, so they can invite the agricultural deity a day in advance." The Emperor looked at the head of the Astronomical Bureau. "You speak." The head of the Astronomical Bureau stepped forward, looking troubled, and said, "I have calculated a few dates, but I do not dare to make a decision lightly." She couldn't help but murmur to the system. So it turns out the Astronomical Bureau is stuck. System. Check if there's any interference. System. Don't worry if they dare. Just give them a warning. Let them know they can't fool the heavens. The head of the Astronomical Bureau and his team shivered. System, let me see. This head is quite skilled. The head of the Astronomical Bureau sighed in relief, feeling secure. Just as he was about to show a calm smile, the system continued. This head's skills aren't great. His ability to imitate handwriting and speculate is top-notch. The Astronomical Bureau is responsible for observing celestial phenomena and predicting auspicious times, but he can no longer calculate, so he often takes credit for the work of a lower official. The Emperor's expression darkened. The head of the Astronomical Bureau felt like he was falling apart. Regret. If he had just picked a random date, he could have kept his position. Now, with the small nation making a big announcement, he might end up in big trouble. The deputy began to chuckle, feeling a bit envious of the lower official, who was chosen by the system for their abilities. Good days were still ahead for them. Yuan Ruan. Oh, it's not urgent to discuss unimportant matters. Let's focus on what's important first. System. All right, well, no one is intentionally delaying the spring festival. They just can't figure out a good time for rain.
Ha!
This supervisor is clever. Every time he miscalculates the date, he secretly uses the deputy's handwriting to pretend it was the deputy's calculation. No wonder he has risen above the deputy at such a young age. The deputy's smile instantly froze. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? He glared angrily at the supervisor. Yuan Ruan, I see. Then it's fine. The spring festival can't be cancelled anyway. I will take action when the time comes. System. Yes, you can relax now. Hey, Yuan Ruan, I just saw that the Grand Master of the state of Chu is somehow connected to you. Do you want to take a look? Everyone.
What?
Connected to a small nation's fortune?